Chapter 1 Opening $8 8 seconds to kill 10 sets of stores. Saturday night class reunion. Mingdu Hotel Fortune Hall 1 box. This is our first party after graduation. I hope everyone will come. Who does not come? That is not to give face to our whole class. At all. Attend. Of course attend. The class president's face must be given. Old class. I heard that Lin Xiaoxiao has returned to China. Is it true? Is that Lin goddess coming to the party? In the university classmate group, class president Yang Jichao was at everyone. Classmate reunion? Nowadays, most of the classmates' reunions have become tasteless, mostly showing off their wealth and wives. Su Lang is just a bitter real estate agent, neither rich, nor wife. There is nothing to show off. And he also did not like Yang Jichao, this person. When he went to school, Yang Jichao and his own not quite deal with. Don't look at him all day, a peaceful look, but the bones are full of hypocrisy. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Lang is very familiar. Lin Xiaoxiao, Beishan University recognized school goddess, not only good grades, but also very good looking, typical white skin and beautiful long legs, was worshipped as a goddess by countless people. Even after graduating more than a year ago, Lin Xiaoxiao still has a place on the Beishan University school flower list. For Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Lang still has some good feelings. Of course, it was only limited to good feelings. Ding dong. Lin Xiaoxiao, at Su Lang. Su Lang, are you going? Su Lang had been secretly diving, and was thinking of finding a chance to give a rebuff, but Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly at him and asked him if he was going. What was the situation? Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao deliberately at Su Lang, Yang Jichao was jealous. When he was in school, he was pursuing Lin Xiaoxiao, but then Lin Xiaoxiao left the country and it didn't work out. The reason why he organized this party, to put it bluntly, Lin Xiaoxiao played a large part in it, but now Lin Xiaoxiao even at Su Lang, which made Yang Jichao very upset. Yang Jichao, at Su Lang, where have you been getting rich lately? Zhou Hao was Yang Jichao's lapdog, and seeing that Yang Jichao was speaking, he hurriedly followed the rhythm. Mostly got rich and forgot about us old classmates. Looking at the heated discussion in the group, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Getting rich? He would like to get rich. What wealth? But also a dozen workers. Recently work is quite busy. Su Lang casually returned a message. AI. Su Lang, stop. This is no fun. Everyone is busy, but not the same time to take time out to participate in the party? Even if you don't give us face, Goddess Lin's face is always given. Looking at the constantly bouncing messages, Su Lang helplessly shook his head. I'm afraid this reunion can't be avoided. Okay, Goddess Lin's face can't not be given. Saturday is it? I'll attend on time then. Lin Xiaoxiao, at Su Lang. See you tomorrow then. Yang Jichao's face darkened. Right, Su Lang? You haven't said what you're doing recently? Real estate. Zhou Hao hurriedly interjected. Real estate? Agency, right? That's just right. I heard that the class president is about to buy a house, right? Old classmate, you are an agent. You know the market better. What properties are there recently to introduce to our class president? You still don't know. Our class president has already opened his own company as the boss, and is already $1 million per year upper class elite. Su Lang, if you serve the class president well, maybe the class president will let you go to work in his company as soon as he is happy, which earns more than you as an intermediary. Yang Jichao, Lao Zhou, exaggerated. But Su Lang, if you really want to come to my company can also. We are all old classmates. Even if it is stuffed I have to put Su Lang stuffed in. The salary will be in accordance with the standard of the old staff 10,000 yuan. Fong Lei, crap, groove, salary 10,000. Class president is as generous as ever. Jabo, opportunity is not to be missed. Su Lang, you have to seize the opportunity. Looking at the group began to flirt with himself. Su Lang frowned. This feeling was very unpleasant. You guys want to kiss ass, then go ahead and do it. No one is stopping you. But why are you bringing me into this? Zhou Hao. You want to kiss ass as you please, but don't come and step on me. As for me, although I'm engaged in the real estate industry, but I don't know the price of the property. I'm now a chartered agent. I have 10 stores in the city center. Throwing down a sentence, Su Lang closed the WeChat group. The force has been installed. Why not slip? Waiting to be torn apart? Ding. Suddenly, a mechanical-like voice came from Su Lang's mind. The Divine Seconds system has been activated successfully. This system will upload a batch of special-priced items every other week. Each item only costs $8. The host can only spike one item at a time. The system is refreshing. Refreshing successfully. Porsche 911 original price 3,820,000. Spike price $8. Commercial pedestrian street 10 stores original price of 50 million. Spike price $8. Emerald community apartment set original price 1.2 million. Spike price 8. Porsche 911. 10 stores in Commercial Walking Street, Emerald Community Apartment. Su Lang had a strong premonition that he was going to be rich. As a 10-year-old bookworm, Su Lang was no stranger to things like systems. People who get a system usually turn into awesome existences. Wind and water had finally landed on his head, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. Su Lang opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Lang. Industry, none. Capital, 7,564. This week's spike commodities, Porsche 911. 10 stores in Commercial Walking Street. Jade Community Apartment. Countdown, 23 hours and 57 minutes. System tip, if the host fails to spike within 1 day, it is considered that the host has voluntarily given up. What's the saying? When sleep comes, someone sends a pillow. Su Lang had just blown off a great deal of steam when the system delivered 10 storefronts to him. The only thing that is a little bit of a beauty is that it can only kill one piece in seconds. Otherwise Su Lang would like to have all of them in seconds. Unfortunately, secretly said pity, Su Lang directly selected the pedestrian street stores. Click to pay. Ding. Congratulations to the host order success. Walking Street 10 stores real estate license. Real estate license is being processed. Will be delivered tomorrow. Congratulations to the host for completing the seconds for the first time. Extra reward, a set of Armani handmade suits, already put into the host's closet. At the same time, bank card payment information followed. Your tail number 6743 account on July 18th at 9:42. Completed transaction -8. Balance, $7, 555. 288. Not only traded for 50 million, and also earned an Armani handmade suit. Blood earned. The corners of Su Lang's mouth rose slightly, and a wide smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, the entire WeChat group was dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Su Lang's statement. I am now a chartered public official, and I have 10 stores in the city center. Su Lang was a chartered public official, and he had 10 stores in the city center? This sentence was like lifting a stone on a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Looking at today's society, what is the most comfortable career? It's not a civil servant. It's not a boss. It's a landlord. Not only is there more money, but also less things. The most important thing is that there is no pressure. You do investment and may lose money, but you invest in real estate rent. Absolutely no loss. Someone once did statistics. China's stock market within 10 years grew 0.2%, while China's housing prices grew 500%. When a chartered public, the only job is to collect rent regularly every month. This kind of feeling, simply don't be too good. It was only after several minutes that the crowd came back to their senses. Su Lang is a chartered rent collector. Who can tell me what's going on here? It can't be. Didn't see it. Old Joe, isn't your relative Su Lang's neighbor? What's the condition of Su Lang's family? Is he really a landlord? A chartered landlord? How can that be? My second aunt lives next door to him, and his family is just average working class. Then Su Lang just said 10 stores? That's definitely blowing smoke. Su Lang's family can afford 10 stores? And in the center of the city? How is that possible? Forget it. Su Lang likes to brag. We all know that. Let's just pretend we've never heard of it. But let's talk about the class president. Starting from nothing, earning $1 million a year, and being his own boss. I'm afraid that the class president is the best among all of us, right? Class president. Do you still need a pendant on your leg? Class president. I'm looking for a cover. Chapter 2 begins with talent, ends with face value. The Mingdu Hotel was a 5-star hotel in the East District of Beishan City. Maybe it was just because Yang Jichao wanted to use this opportunity to pretend to be a bully. Or maybe he wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Xiaoxia. When choosing the hotel, Yang Jichao set the specification of the hotel very high. Parking the small donkey, Su Lang stepped into the door of the Mingdu Hotel with his head held high. Under the leadership of the lobby manager, he quickly came to the No. 1 box in the Fortune Hall. The door to the room was not closed, just hidden. And soon Su Lang's ears came from a burst of blowing awesome sound. Old Joe, awesome even bought a car? Buick Jun 2 or 300,000, right? Alas, lazy, you kid don't blow me. I have the small capital and the class president compared to a slag. Some time ago the class president raised a BMW 5 Series more than 400,000. Just today wearing a suit or 30,000 yuan. That's awesome. Old Joe, exaggerated it's only 28,888, less than 30,000. Yang Jichao waved his hand and smiled indifferently. Of course, while he said nothing in his mouth, the smug expression on his face was overflowing. TSK, more than 30,000 suits. Class president, Lao Zhou, you are all winners in life. Just me an ordinary salary grassroots. Eat the top without the bottom. Come on, who doesn't know you Fawn Lei not only married, even have a son? You are the winner of life, right lazy? Why didn't you bring your wife and child? The squad leader did not all say that you can bring your family. The child is still small. Bring trouble. Lao Zhou just went out is your girlfriend. Right, do not say. Look quite good. Generally speaking, hearing these intense discussions, Su Lang stopped at the door for a moment, then walked in with faith. Crunch! The door of the box was pushed open. Su Lang, dressed in a suit, instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. The box was large, roughly divided into two areas. The left side was for dining, and the right side was a leisure area, drinking tea, playing cards, singing and whatnot. At this moment, the people have not come together. The entire box plus family members totaled 30 people, both male and female. They gathered together in twos and threes, some playing cards, some bragging and farting. Seeing Su Lang, Yang Jichao, the initiator of this party, stood up and looked at Su Lang with a puzzled gaze. You are? There is a saying that people rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. Originally, Su Lang was quite handsome. In wearing the suit gifted by the system, Su Lang's temperament was directly elevated by a large margin. So much so that for a while, Yang Jichao was not able to recognize him. Class president, how long has it been? You won't even be able to recognize me, right? The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised, faintly smiling. Yang Jichao was slightly stunned, looked at Su Lang seriously, and asked with some uncertainty, You are Su Lang? It's me. Su Lang nodded lightly. Woes, you are Su Lang? Didn't see it. Your kid wearing a suit is actually quite handsome. Su Lang, do you have a girlfriend? Why don't we make do? Blood loss. Why didn't I realize Su Lang was a potential stock before? Clatter. A group of female students instantly exploded, their gazes staring at Su Lang. At the same time, Yang Jichao's face instantly turned gloomy. For this party, he deliberately ordered a suit spending $30,000. Being young, golden and good-looking, according to reason, he was the protagonist of this party. But now, his limelight was all stolen by Su Lang. Watching Yang Jichao expression change, Su Lang heart secretly happy. Yang Jichao still want to take him to pretend? Oh, you are to pretend again to me to see. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Su Lang's face showed a faint smile. Everyone, long time no see. While saying that, Su Lang walked towards the sofa area. As soon as he was seated, several female classmates surrounded him. Old classmates, still recognize me? I'm Zhou Lijuan, the literary committee of the class. I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm still single. Su Lang, remember me not? When I sat in front of you in school, let's add a WeChat how to say, hey, Shu Qian, don't you have a boyfriend? Why do you still add WeChat? What are your intentions towards Su Lang? A boyfriend is not a husband. What's wrong with adding WeChat? It is said that women are animals that look at their face value. This sentence is not wrong at all. This group of women who were dressed up in a flamboyant manner, the moment they saw Su Lang, they immediately surged up like wolves and tigers. What day? Terrible. Seeing the bad situation, Su Lang dodged to the side. This instantly drew a burst of hateful eyes from Yang Jichao and the others and many female classmates' grudging gazes. The reunion, to put it bluntly, is an occasion to pretend. Show off your wealth, show off your wife, show off your identity. But now, Su Lang came up on a king bomb. He neither show off his wealth, nor show off his wife, not to mention show off his identity. He even show off his face value. The limelight has all been stolen by Su Lang. But on the contrary, this face value thing is born. They have no way. Looking at Su Lang who was being chased around, Yang Jichao's face darkened again and again, giving Zhou Hao a wink. Zhou Hao immediately opened his mouth and said, cough cough. Su Lang, you said you are a rent-a-car. You must have bought a car, right? What car did you buy? Tell us? At this moment, the entire box quieted down. The female students who were scrambling to chase Su Lang also stopped. Undeniably, Su Lang does look good, but to say 1,000 words, this society still has to look at the material. Face value can be pleasing to the eyes, but money can only fill the stomach. Little electric donkey, Su Lang said with a bland face. Little electric donkey? Quiet, deadly quiet. Hearing Su Lang's reply, everyone's eyes widened. Wasn't Su Lang a chartered landlord? Doesn't he have 10 stores in the city center? How was it possible for someone who had 10 stores in the city center to ride a small electric donkey? The corner of Yang Jichao's mouth rose slightly, a contemptuous smile on his face. Su Lang, aren't you a chartered public servant? Why are you still riding a small electric donkey? Who stipulates that a chartered public servant can't ride a small electric donkey? Su Lang, I think you are bragging. You are not a chartered public servant at all, and you don't have 10 stores. In the face of Yang Jichao's mockery, Su Lang was not angry, shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. Su Lang, you, bam. Yang Jichao still wanted to say something, but at this time, The door of the box was once again pushed open. A woman with her hair coiled up high walked in. She was about 1 meter 7, wearing a black dress, revealing a pair of long white legs, without any powder on her wrists and neck. It made her skin look even fairer, dignified, beautiful and generous. Men looked at her with high desire, and women looked at her with self-shame. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Lin Xiaoxiao? Someone with sharp eyes immediately let out a cry of surprise. After not seeing her for 2 years, instead of regressing, Lin Xiaoxiao's face value was even more stunning. Fellow students, long time no see. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes swept around the box before she smiled and greeted them. Lin Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Yang Jichao only felt his heart beating uncontrollably. Xiao, still remember me? Class president. It's been a long time, Lin Xiaoxiao faintly answered. Yang Jichao's heart immediately blossomed. Xiao, want something to drink? I'll have the waiter prepare it right away. No need, I'll chat first. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand, then walked straight towards Su Lang. Long time no see. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded towards Su Lang. Su Lang also nodded and responded. Long time no see. Chapter 3, excuse me, here comes the book delivery. It's a big deal to be good looking. You can eat if you're good looking. If you are good looking, you can do whatever you want. Watching Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Lang talking and laughing, Yang Jichao almost didn't explode his lungs. He organized the party, booked the hotel, and was busy. He did all this just to send a signal. He was the main character of this party. But who had thought that a Chang Baijin would come out halfway? Su Lang directly stole all the limelight from him. After glaring viciously at Su Lang, Yang Jichao greeted the waiter and served the dishes. Soon the dishes were served. The students began to push the cups and start toasting each other. Yang Jichao made a wink at Zhou Hao and the others, and several people then carried their wine cups and headed toward Su Lang. Old classmate, come, let's have a drink. Su Lang, how long have we not seen each other? It's been 2 years. Su Lang, let's have a whole cup too. Looking at Zhou Hao and the others who were scrambling to toast in front of him, the corner of Su Lang's mouth revealed a faint smile. With regards to Yang Jichao's and their minds, Su Lang knew it all too well. They were trying to get themselves drunk so that they could make a fool of themselves in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. But what kind of person was Su Lang? An authentic real estate agent. Drinking this kind of thing was already a routine for Su Lang. Not to say 1,000 cups will not get you drunk, but 100 cups will still be no problem. Since my old classmate wants to drink, then I'll give up my life to accompany the gentleman. Without saying a word, Su Lang manipulated the wine glass and poured himself a glass of wine. Su Lang came and went. 2 rounds down. Nothing happened. On the contrary, Zhou Hao and the others were red in the face. Come, old Zhou, let's have another drink. Su Lang half squinted his eyes, his gaze staring at Zhou Hao dead on. The corners of Zhou Hao's mouth twitched, only to feel alcohol surging madly in his stomach. He almost didn't hold back a breath to spit it out. Hao Zi, that's almost enough. Just at this time, Yang Jichao walked up. He reached out and patted Zhou Hao's shoulder, saying indifferently. Then his gaze went to Su Lang. Su Lang, I see that Hao Zi has almost had enough to drink. Why don't we have a few drinks? From the beginning, Yang Jichao had been calculating Su Lang's drinking capacity. By now, Su Lang had already drunk 18 cups of wine. Even if his drinking capacity was great, he was still at the end of his strength now. Fighting with himself, he was still too tender. Hearing Yang Jichao's words, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Squad leader, it's almost time. Su Lang has already drunk enough. However, Lin Xiaoxiao, it was fine if she didn't say it. With this fierce statement, Yang Jichao's already gloomy face darkened a great deal more. Not caring about Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Yang Jichao's gaze looked towards Su Lang. Su Lang, you won't not give face, right? Since the class president was kindly invited, how could I refuse? Giving Lin Xiaoxiao a don't worry look, Su Lang poured the wine in his cup, clinked it with Yang Jichao, and then drank it all in one go. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. After several cups of wine, Yang Jichao's face was a little flushed, and his brain was a little dizzy. He had an ominous premonition in his heart, being pitched by Su Lang. Without moving, Yang Jichao put down his wine glass. Yang Jichao slowly opened his mouth. Su Lang, let's continue the words just now. Didn't you say that you have 10 stores in the city center? Where is the specific location? Commercial Pedestrian Street. Commercial Pedestrian Street? Ha. Please, Su Long, can you hit the draft first when you brag? Do you know how much a store on Commercial Walking Street costs? Several millions. 10 is several tens of millions. Can you afford it? How do you know I can't afford it? Oh, great, who will not blow capable of you bring out the real estate license the real estate license is being done. Real estate license is being done? Hearing Su Lang's words, Yang Jichao, Zhou Hao, Fang Lei and the others laughed out loud. Ha. Su Long, can you be any funnier? The real estate license is being done? Can't it be that you just bought it yesterday? Old classmate, you have to pay attention to the scale of blowing awesome. Now you're blowing awesome, right? Knock, knock, knock. Just at this time, the door of the box was knocked. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a well-tailored suit with a straight figure, carrying a briefcase in his right hand, looking like a successful man. Yang Jichao quickly greeted him. I am Yang Jichao, the organizer of this party. May I ask who you are? However, the middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to Yang Jichao. He swept his eyes around the room, then opened his mouth and asked, Excuse me, Su Lang, is Mr. Su here? Su Lang? The crowd froze slightly, then turned their heads to look at Su Lang. What the hell? Who was this person? What was he looking for Su Lang for? You are? Su Lang frowned slightly. In his memory, there was no impression of this person. Mr. Su, I am Gu Yaodong, the manager of Territory Real Estate. The title certificates of the 10 stores you purchased have already been processed. This is your title certificate and key, please sign for it. While speaking, Gu Yaodong took out a stack of red books from his handbag, only to see these red book cover written a few big words. Certificate of Real Estate Rights. It was also known as the Real Estate Certificate in the common sense. Su Lang flipped the real estate certificate open, and inside it was clearly written his name, Su Lang. 1, 2, 3, 10 books, 10 whole property certificates, which meant 10 sets of stores. Even though Su Lang had accepted the system thing long ago, the moment these 10 real estate certificates actually landed in his hands, Su Lang's heart still beat wildly and uncontrollably. 50 million. It was a whole 50 million. Thank you, this is all what I should do. If Mr. Su doesn't have any other orders, then I will leave first. Be my guest. Soon Gu Yaodong left, but the entire box was as quiet as death. No one had expected that things would turn out like this, that someone would send 10 real estate certificates to Su Lang. The corners of Su Lang's mouth rose slightly as he gazed at Yang Jichao, class president. Don't you want to see the real estate certificates? The real estate certificates are right here. And Yang Jichao was still in a daze at the moment. He almost couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Su Lang was only a small real estate agent. What made him able to own 10 stores? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without any hesitation, Yang Jichao immediately grabbed a real estate license and carefully looked at it. But the next second, his legs trembled violently. Bam, a fall to sit on the ground, full of ashes. In the column of real estate rights holder, Su Lang's name was written. Fake. It's all fake. I don't believe it. You Su Lang is just a small real estate agent. How can you own 10 stores? Yang Jichao was very proud. He was the class president. In terms of study he was better than Su Lang. In terms of family he was superior to Su Lang. In terms of ability he was even more than 8 streets away from Su Lang. He is now his own boss, and already earns $1 million a year. Su Lang is only a bitter laborer. In addition to face value, he can almost crush Su Lang. Originally, he was the main character of this party. But now, he was robbed by Su Lang. The original $1 million fortune was nothing but a joke in front of Su Lang. Not even a fraction of Su Lang. He was not willing. He could not accept everything now. People, the most important thing is to face reality. Laughing lightly, Su Lang turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. Goddess Lin, go together? Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately got up and left the box with Su Lang. Chapter 4, No more pretense. Show your cards. I'm a rich kid. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Looking at the back of Su Lang and Lin Xiaoxiao's departure, everyone had their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time. The plot reversal was too fast, almost beyond their cognition. Originally, they had always thought that Su Lang was merely blowing awesome when he said he had 10 stores, but the cruel fact gave them a slap in the face. Su Lang wasn't blowing awesome. What he said was true. He really had 10 stores. Is this what you said? Su Lang is just a working family? Yang Jichao was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. How did a saying go? Pretending to be a bully doesn't work and you get grassed. Yang Jichao was in such a situation right now. Zhou Hao. He was also full of confusion right now. Even though he lived in a dormitory with Su Lang when he was in college, and even though his second aunt was a neighbor of Su Lang's house, but the matter of owning 10 sets of stores, he really didn't know. In his impression, Su Lang had always been a bitter laborer, the kind with no money and no power. Squad leader, don't you think this matter is a bit strange? After a moment of silence, Zhou Hao spoke slowly. Strange what? It's too coincidental, Zhou Hao said in a deep voice. Do you think it could be a play that Su Lang deliberately invited someone to put on? Acting out a play? When Zhou Hao didn't say anything, Yang Jichao hadn't felt anything, but after Zhou Hao said this, Yang Jichao suddenly felt that it was really possible. If Su Lang has a real estate license, why didn't he take it out earlier? If Su Lang had $10 million in assets, Why would he still ride a small donkey? Howsy, hurry up and call your second aunt to ask what Su Lang's family actually does, Yang Jichao said in a deep voice. Zhou Hao immediately took out his cell phone from among his pants pockets and dialed his second aunt's number. Hey, little Hao, why are you free to call your aunt? Second aunt, I asked you something, Zhou Hao said. What is it? What exactly does Su Lang's family do? Su Long? Second aunt froze. Su Lang she knew, the next door neighbor's kid. Why did Zhou Hao suddenly ask about Su Lang? Xiao Hao, why are you asking about their family? He said he has 10 stores in the city center. 10 stores? In the city center? His family has a hammer with 10 stores. His house is right above mine. You can hear him when he talks louder. I still don't know about his family's situation? So, he doesn't have a store? Nonsense. His family is just ordinary working class. How can they afford to buy a store? Okay, thank you second aunt. Wait, don't hang up first. Your second uncle asked you to help ask about stores last time. Did you ask? The second uncle's family is in the clothing business. They used to do wholesale all the time. Now they want to rent a house in the city center to do it themselves. Ahem. Second aunt, you also know how tight the stores in the city center are. You are a college student with many friends. Trust your friends to think of a way. Okay, I have something on this side. Hang up first. Second aunt, Zhou Hao, the stores in the city center. One more than one sought after. Although he is a college student, but college students are not omnipotent. How is it? As soon as Zhou Hao put down his cell phone, Yang Jichao came up. Squad leader, my second aunt has already said that Su Lang's family is just an ordinary salaried grassroots, and there are no stores at all. In other words, Su Lang is acting? That's right. Yang Jichao exhaled a long breath. A faint smile appeared on his face. He reached out and patted Zhou Hao's shoulder, whispering, Haozi, help me check which agency the Su Lang kid is in. Squad leader, you're going to? Dare to pretend in front of me. I'm going to let this kid Su Lang know that the Horse King has a few eyes in the end. This, Haozi, your second aunt asked you to find him a store? Aha. My company happens to be in the center of the city. Take time for me to help you ask around. Thank you, squad leader. What's the saying? Drinking doesn't drive. Driving doesn't drink. So Su Lang rightfully sat in the back seat of the small electric donkey. As for Lin Xiaoxia, she naturally guest starred as the driver. Beautiful woman and handsome man, plus the small electric donkey. This is what love looks like. For a while, it caused passers-by to exclaim, what day? I believe in love again. Let go of that girl and let me. Why didn't I get such a considerate girl? Listening to the exclamations of surprise coming from the surroundings, a smug smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Although, there was no relationship between him and Lin Xiaoxiao, but these words fell on Su Lang's ears were quite cool. You pulled me on just to make me a driver, right? Just at this time, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. Su Lang? Wait, did he have this mind? There really wasn't before. Now there could be. Would you believe me if I said no? Su Lang pondered for a moment and said with a serious face. What does it mean? It means you don't believe me? Lin, Su Lang, do you still remember that rainstorm in your senior year? Not giving Su Lang a chance to argue, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke again. The rainstorm? Well, Su Lang had a bit of an impression. At that time, he seemed to have borrowed an umbrella from Lin Xiaoxiao. I borrowed an umbrella from you at that time, and you haven't returned it until now. Lin Xiaoxiao, if she could. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to sew Su Lang's mouth shut. Exhaling a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao said, there is a love letter in the umbrella. Su Lang? A love letter? Is there such a thing? How come he didn't know? Not me. Su Lang immediately denied. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Originally she once thought that Su Lang would be very flustered. As a result, she did not expect that Su Lang would behave so calmly. Then who is it? This question, in turn, put Su Lang in a dilemma. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly mentioning it, he didn't even know about the love letter. How could he possibly know who wrote this love letter? Goddess Lin, you named me in the WeChat group. It wouldn't be for this matter, right? Su Lang half smiled and asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled undeniably and said, Su Lang, the Gu Yaodong who suddenly appeared today. You arranged it, right? Su Lang was slightly stunned. Then he understood the meaning of Lin Xiaoxiao's words. Lin Xiaoxiao must have thought that he was deliberately arranging all of this, that he and Gu Yaodong had teamed up to put on a show, and that the real estate license was also fake. Goddess Lin, do you think that all my real estate certificates are fake? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and laughed lightly. Isn't it? Not really. The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, you may not believe me when I say it. In fact, I have always been a rich second generation. It's just that I am more low-key. Rich second generation? Low profile? The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In the 4 years of college, she really hadn't realized that Su Lang was a rich second generation. Could it be that Su Lang was also like the protagonists in many novels, and the 3-year period had expired? Thinking about it, she also felt that it was impossible. Deeply glancing at Su Lang, Lin Xiaoxiao said, "Whatever you want. But Su Lang, I have to remind you that Yang Jichao is not a broad-minded person. Today you have lost his face. I'm afraid he won't let it go. You have to be prepared." Su Lang nodded indifferently. "Are you listening to me or not? Aren't you going to say something? I've said it all. I'm a rich second generation. I don't put Yang Jichao or whatever in my eyes." Lin Xiaoxia. Well, she could kind of see it. Su Lang had a disease that would kill him if he didn't pretend. Chapter 5. Good-looking people don't have bad luck. The next day, Su Lang was not a person who liked to be lazy, so when the first rays of the morning sun shone on Su Lang's face, he opened his eyes. A business card was placed on the bedside. Manager of Haicang Financial Company, Lin Xiaoxiao. It seemed as if he had missed something yesterday. Good people do it to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. Please park your car in the carport. Don't you want to say something? Say what? Do you want to go up and sit down? Then Lin Xiaoxia turned around and left. This damn alcohol. It actually induced my straight male cancer. There was a slight regret in his heart, but Su Lang quickly lifted his spirits. Wash up and put on his clothes. Carrying a pocket full of real estate certificates, Su Lang rushed towards the commercial pedestrian street. He planned to take a look at the location of the stores, and then rent out all of these stores. After all, the stores, if they were simply placed there, it would be meaningless. Realization. Only by realizing them could they reflect their value. Commercial Pedestrian Street, one of the busiest streets in North Mountain City, but it wasn't prosperous to begin with. A few years ago, this place was an old wholesale market, and then with the city's planning, the wholesale market was changed into a commercial street, and the property prices here climbed immediately, and the surrounding stores were even more expensive. Su Lang glanced at the real estate license. Their own 10 stores are the left side of the street, 65, 67, 69, 73, 75. The right side of the street, 54, 56, 58, 64, 66. Almost all of them are in the center of the commercial street. Not only good location, but also a large flow of people. What's even more rare and valuable is that some of the stores are still consecutive numbers, which greatly increases his value. Old Zhang, have you heard? The entire street of vacant stores were all sold out? I heard about it. Buying 10 stores in one breath. I don't know which tycoon it is. Rich people are arrogant. Other people buy stores or one by one to buy. To hear is good. A breath to buy 10. A store according to 5 million to calculate. This 10 store down, may not want $500 million. What day? Rich people's happiness. We cannot experience. Alas, there are some things that are basically impossible to have in this life if you are born without them. Before Su Lang could get close to the stores, a burst of exclamations came from his ears. And what they exclaimed was simple, the stores. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Su Lang came up and smiled at a middle-aged man and asked, "Old brother, what are you guys talking about?" The middle-aged man twisted his head to see that in front of him was a suited and handsome-looking man. The original gloomy expression eased slightly. These days, good-looking people usually didn't mix too badly. "Older brother, you are? I came to take a look at the stores." "Older brother, you came a step late. Just the day before yesterday the entire street of stores were bought." "Older brother, then you know who that person is?" "I don't know. I think it's an older boss." "Why is he an old man? What if it's a young man?" "Young man who has money to buy stores." By sports cars he does not smell?" Su Lang, think about it. After all, store this thing, although worth money, but not enough to pretend. Sports car, he how powerful. Maybe someone does not think so? "Oh." The middle-aged man held his mouth. Said, "How can?" Before the word "can" was even said, he saw Su Lang take out the key from his pocket, then directly pulled open the door of the store. Middle-aged man. The surroundings were silent, and the middle-aged man's face was even more red like a monkey's butt. Just a second ago, he was bragging about how the age of the person who bought the store was, but the result? The rightful owner was standing right in front of him. How old is he? Just in his 20s, right? Since when do 20-somethings not love sports cars and love stores? Worry, I really met a ghost. Even youngsters don't like sports cars these days. The man touched his bald head and muttered to himself with a dumbfounded face. For the middle-aged man's words, Su Lang did not hear them. If he had heard it, Su Lang would have retorted back then. Who said he didn't like sports cars? He liked it a lot. It's just that the system didn't brush it. If he was given a chance to kill a sports car for $8.08, he would not hesitate to choose to pay. Su Lang strolled around in the stores, actually all after decoration, very clean, and all kinds of facilities, everything, like this location and good, the flow of people and more, the facilities of the store, how to be 50, 000, right? That's 500,000 a month. A year is 6 million. Rent it out. It must be rented out as soon as possible. Ahem. Young man, are you using the store to open your own store or are you renting it out? Just at this time, a familiar male voice sounded behind Su Lang. Turning his head to look, it was actually the middle-aged man who had a brief encounter just now. Older brother. What's your name? Su Lang smilingly stretched out his right hand at the middle-aged man. Li Shuetian smiled and reached out to shake Su Lang's hand, saying, my name is Li Shuetian, the owner of the Bai Wei Zhai next door. It's like this. Recently I intend to expand the scale of operation. If little brother is willing to rent it, I can rent it. You can rest assured that the price is sure to satisfy you. To tell the truth, Li Shuetian has actually been eyeing the store next to him for a long time, and he has always wanted to rent it, but the previous owner of the store only sells and does not rent, and his attitude is very resolute. Li Shuetian had already given up, but now, he saw the light. Hearing Li Shuetian's words, Su Lang's eyes lit up. What is the saying? When sleep comes, someone sends a pillow. He had just wanted to rent it out, but the next second, a customer came to his door. It was true that good-looking people were favored even by the heavens. For rent. Of course for rent. If the stores are not used for renting, it will be meaningless. Su Lang said smilingly, old brotherly, how much rent are you going to offer? 60,000 per year? Every month. Deal. Without any hesitation, Su Lang immediately agreed. Originally Su Lang's heart price was 50,000. Now the price Li Shuetian gave had exceeded his mental expectations. Su Lang simply agreed to it. Sign the contract now? Can. Li Shuetian nodded and said, but before that, if little brother doesn't mind, I would like to take a look at the real estate license. After saying that, Li Shuetian seemed to be worried that Su Lang misunderstood, and hurriedly added, little brother, don't misunderstand. I'm just doing this for insurance. Look at the real estate license? Su Lang of course knows what Li Shuetian is worried about. Nothing more than worrying that this store is not his. Very normal. After all, anyone who has seen a young man in his 20s buy 10 sets of stores will feel incredible. Without much hesitation, Su Lang immediately took out the real estate license from his pocket and handed it to Li Shuetian. Real estate right holder, Su Lang. After carefully flipping through it for a moment, Li Shuetian's face revealed a bright smile. Little brother, let's sign now. Okay. Signing the contract, soon Li Shuetian transferred the money to Su Lang's account. Ding your tail number 6743 account July 18th at 9:42. Completed transaction plus 720,000. Balance, $727, 555. 2. Speaking of which, Li Shuetian was really generous. 720,000 yuan of rent, paying it all at once without saying a word. Boss atmosphere. Chapter 6, Pocket full of real estate certificates. Second aunt is also really. How can this store be so easy to find? Meanwhile, Zhou Hao drove to Commercial Street. Commercial Street is located in the center of Beishan City. Good location, large flow of people. To rent stores, this is certainly the first choice. But precisely because of the location of this place is good, so the degree of tightness of the stores here is also the entire Beishan one of the best. Zhou Hao came here this time just to try his luck, and did not hold much hope. The notice board at the entrance of the Commercial Street was as clean as ever, except for the 2 management codes posted by the street office. Young man, do you want to rent a room? A middle-aged woman walked over. Zhou Hao was delighted in his heart. Big sister, you want to rent? The price is all negotiable. No, I just want to tell you that there is someone right in front of you who is on site for rent, so you can go over and try your luck. The middle-aged woman said. Really? Just a moment ago, a set has already been rented out. Go late and it'll be gone. Thanks. Big sister. Zhou Hao nodded and rushed straight towards the interior of the Commercial Street. Soon, he saw the swarming crowd. Anyone else wanting to rent a room? Without waiting for Zhou Hao to get closer, a call came to his ears. The voice was somewhat familiar, and Zhou Hao always felt that he had heard it somewhere before. However, he could not recall it for a moment. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao pushed his hands away from the crowd and headed inside. But the next second, he froze in place. Su Lang, how come it's you? Zhou Hao couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Yes, the person who rented the room. It was no one else. It was actually Su Lang. Zhou Hao never expected to meet Su Lang here. And even more unexpectedly, Su Lang would be the person renting the room. Why not me? The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised faintly smiled. Did I not tell you that I have 10 sets of stores in the city center? Ha, funny. Zhou Hao snorted. In order to confirm Su Lang's situation, he even called his second aunt to ask about it. The result he got was the same as he thought. Su Lang's family was just an ordinary working family. Could he afford 10 stores? You want to rent a room? Seeing as we are old classmates, I'll give you a 98% discount. Zhou Hao snorted. Su Lang, is that interesting? It's not like I don't know what you are. Your family is just an ordinary working class person. With your family's salary, you wouldn't be able to afford it even in 10 lifetimes. You're just an ordinary real estate agent. Don't treat everyone like a 3-year-old. What if I do? If you really have it, you're my grandfather. Zhou Hao sneered and said, Grandpa? Oh. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders. I don't have a grandson as big as you. To put it bluntly, Su Lang just casually asked. Even if Zhou Hao wanted to rent, Su Lang would not rent to him. His own such a good store, such a good location is really not lack of people to rent. Ignoring Zhou Hao, Su Lang gazed at the surrounding crowd and said aloud, is there anyone else who wants to rent a house? Little brother, give me a set. 60,000 per month, right? I'll transfer the money to you now. I'll come with a set too, but I can only rent it monthly. I don't know if it's okay. Right at the moment Su Lang's words fell, he instantly got quite a few people to respond. Su Lang naturally came to the rescue. Sign the contract. Collect the rent. It was just a few minutes of work, and 2 more sets were rented out. One set was rented for a year, and the other was rented for a month, with a deposit of 3-to-1. In just a few minutes, another 720, 000 plus 240, 000 equals 960, 000 in the books. Clueless, capitalized, dumbfounded. Looking at just a few minutes, Su Lang arrived at 960, 000. Zhou Hao was confused. What's going on here? Are these people crazy? They know Su Long is an intermediary, but they still give him the money. Aren't you afraid that he will run away with the money? Are you guys crazy? He's an agent. He's not even a homeowner. Crazy? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the people around him laughed. See what the others were carrying in their pockets? A pocket full of real estate license. With this stuff around, how could it be fake? Young man, the most important thing to do is to recognize reality. See the pockets in people's hands. It's full of real estate certificates. Ha ha ha. The matter of the real estate license was already known to Zhou Hao during the reunion, but this real estate license was a fake. What the hell is wrong with these people? How is it that each and every one of them seems to have been enchanted by Su Lang, and one by one, they are helping Su Lang speak? Can't it be that these people are all the trustees arranged by Su Lang? The more he thought about it, the more likely Zhou Hao felt it was possible. In the real estate agent business, arranging a trustee was simply not too common. Fake. It's all fake. He's not the owner of the house, and the real estate license is fake. You guys mustn't believe it. These tenants are all trustees that he deliberately arranged. Zhou Hao said. Childcare? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Xueqian almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he walked straight towards Zhou Hao. Young man, I'm curious. Why did you say that the real estate license is fake? His family is just an ordinary working family. There's no way he can afford a store. What is it if it's not fake? That's an interesting argument you're making. Who says that a working family can't buy a store? Do you think that everyone is like those boomers who buy luxury cars as soon as they have money? Hate to tell the whole world that I'm rich? There are many low-profile tycoons these days. Young man, don't use your ignorance to measure other people's wealth. Zhou Hao's face was full of iron, and his face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. His eyes stared deathly at Li Xueqian and said, Who are you? Me? Li Xueqian shrugged his shoulders and lightly smiled. My name is Li Xueqian, the owner of the Bastille next door, and now also a tenant of Boss Su. Zhou Hao, the owner of the Bai Wei Jai? Zhou Hao glanced at the luxuriously decorated Barilla restaurant next door and was speechless for a moment. Was the owner of the Bai Nizi? That is certainly not. Now even the owner of the Barilla restaurant had come out to support Su Lang, and he was also Su Lang's tenant, which was something Zhou Hao could not accept. Feeling the teasing gazes around him, Zhou Hao's face was like being burned by fire. Su Lang, just keep blowing. There will always be a time when the power will blow through. I'll see how you end up then. Zhou Hao glared viciously at Su Lang, then turned around and left. He really had no face to stay here. Elder brother Su, do you want me to have someone stop him? Li Xueqian came up and asked with a smile. A person who could take out $500 million out to buy a store. How much would his assets be? 100 million? A billion? Or even 10 billion? If one could rely on such a godly tycoon, woohoo, take off. Forget it, there's no need to care about him. Just a small character. Su Lang waved his hand and laughed lightly. Li Xueqian thought about it. For Su Lang's kind of godly man who waved his hand is $500 million. Zhou Hao is just a small character. It's just a loss of points to have a general understanding with him. Chapter 7 Yijiao Real Estate Company. A few minutes later, Zhou Hao left the shopping street with a face full of iron. Young man, have you rented a store yet? At the doorway, he once again encountered the big sister from before. In this instant, he was about to be pissed off. Rent my ass. It's just a crook and a bunch of trustees inside. Throwing down a sentence, Zhou Hao didn't stop and turned around. He never expected to run into Su Lang on Commercial Street, and even less expected was that the person renting the house was likewise him. If he had known that it was Su Lang, even if he had a knife on his neck, he would not have come. These idiots. How could Su Lang have a store? He's just a small intermediary. The real estate certificates in his hands are all fake. He's privately taking the agency's listings to rent. No, absolutely can't just let it go. Must make Su Lang pay. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket, but before he could dial the number, instead, the cell phone rang ahead of him. The caller ID was Yang Jichao's number. Hao Zi, the matter of the stores you asked me to inquire about for you last time has a clue. My friend just told me that someone is now soliciting for rent at the Commercial Street site, so hurry over and take a look. If you go late, it's gone. Without waiting for Zhou Hao to open his mouth, Yang Jichao's voice had already been heard on the phone. Commercial Street? Oh, Brother Chow, you may not believe me when I say it. I'm standing at the entrance of Commercial Street right now. Brother Chow, I just came out from inside Commercial Street. Do you know who the person who rented the store inside is? Don't tell me it's Su Long. It's him, Yang Jichao. For a moment, Yang Jichao was silent. Howzy, didn't you say that Su Lang definitely doesn't have any stores? Then where did he get the stores for rent? After a long time, Yang Jichao opened his mouth and asked, Brother Chow, I assure you, these stores absolutely cannot be Su Lang's. If my guess is correct, it must be Su Lang secretly taking the agency's listings to privately solicit rentals, and then he's enriching himself. Zhou Hao said, Su Lang couldn't be the owner of the stores, so these stores could only be the listings that the clients had put up with the real estate agency, and Su Lang sneaking them out and then soliciting for rent on the spot. This was the only reasonable explanation Zhou Hao could come up with. Taking the company's listings privately and renting them out? Yang Jichao's eyes immediately narrowed. Although he did not have an in-depth understanding of the real estate agency, but he has more or less heard of some unspoken rules. Salesmen private take out the listings to rent is one of them. It is just that others are hidden for fear of being discovered. Su Lang is good, directly on the surface. Oh, you do not die who died? Howzy, are you free? Let's go to Ijia Real Estate Company? Free? Of course I'm free. Zhou Hao half narrowed his eyes and nodded with a cold smile. Ijia Real Estate, a very small agency in Beishan City, was also the agency where Su Lang worked. Crunch! The tires rubbed against the ground with an ear-splitting shrill. A brown BMW 535 sedan steadily stopped at the entrance of Ijia Real Estate. Yang Jichao and Zhou Hao pushed out the door. Welcome, may I ask if you two gentlemen are renting or buying? As soon as they stepped into the company's front door, a pleasant-looking young female salesperson greeted them. Unusual dress and a BMW seat. The probability of such a customer opening a bill was high. Call your manager here. Yang Jichao swept a glance at her and faintly answered. Sir, you can talk to me if you need anything. You can't make the call. Saleswoman. Looking deeply at Yang Jichao, the saleswoman turned around and left. Moments later, when she reappeared, he was followed by a rich-looking middle-aged man. Hello two gentlemen, I'm Tang Xuejuan, the person in charge of Ijia Real Estate. Do you two need any help? Tang Xuejuan said as he rushed towards Yang Jichao and extended his right hand. Yang Jichao reached out and shook Tang Xuejuan's hand, saying, Hello Mr. Tang, I'm Yang Jichao, and this is Zhou Hao beside me. The purpose of our visit today, besides buying a house, is to ask you about someone. What person? Su Long works here, right? Su Lang? Tang Xuejuan froze, then nodded, that's right. Su Lang is indeed our salesman here. Do you two have something to find him? Actually there's nothing, just want to ask Mr. Tang to fire him. Tang Xuejuan? Come up here and without saying a word, let him fire his own people. What kind of person does he think he is? Both of you, if you came just for this, then we can stop talking. Although Su Lang's performance is not good, he's also an employee of our Ijia. We don't need outsiders to point out our own personnel adjustments. Tang Xuejuan's face turned slightly green and said in a deep voice, Mr. Tang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you fire Su Lang now, I will immediately buy a set of property over 1 million. What do you think? Yang Jichao said. A property above 100? Tang Xuejuan directly laughed. Mr. Yang, you have underestimated me. Tang Xuejuan. Although we, Ijia, are not considered a big company, but this 1 million, Tang Xuejuan, don't put it in my eyes yet. The two of you can leave if there's nothing else. After saying that, Tang Xuejuan turned around and left. $1 million was the price of the property. Even if this business came to fruition, they would only draw a commission of 30,000 at most. If they fired Su Lang for this measly 30,000 brokerage commission, what would the others think? If the commission was more, he could still consider it. Being rejected by Tang Xuejuan, Yang Jichao wasn't in a hurry. The corner of his mouth rose and said quietly, Mr. Tang, don't be too busy to reject it. Do you know about Su Lang taking the company's listings and privately soliciting rentals outside? Now, Tang Xuejuan's body stopped, taking the company's room listings and privately soliciting rent outside. This seriously jeopardized the company's interests and was something that was absolutely not allowed. What do you want to say? Just a moment ago, Su Lang is strutting around on Commercial Walking Street to solicit rents, and he's holding the listings for 10 sets of stores in his hands. Mr. Tang, where do you think these listings came from? Yang Jichao asked with a half smile and a smile. Where did it come from? It must have been stolen using the company's resources. A whole 10 sets of stores, taking the current market price of 50,000 per month rent. It was 6 million a year. If this business was done by the company, they would have made at least 200,000 or more. But now, this 200,000 went all the way into Su Lang's pockets. The listings must be taken back. But before that, Tang Xuejuan still had to confirm it. Mr. Yang, are you serious? Tang Xuejuan opened his mouth and asked, Howsy, show the photos you took to Mr. Tang. Got it soon. Zhouha pulled out his cell phone and clicked on the photo album to hand it to Tang Xuejuan. On the photo, Su Lang was yelling hard, and around this was the crowded crowd. Tang Xuejuan's eyes narrowed. His face instantly grimaced. Mr. Yang, you just said that you want to buy a set of real estate worth more than $1 million, right? That's right. We just recently received a set of properties priced at 189 million. It can definitely fulfill your needs. Happy cooperation then? Happy cooperation. Chapter 8. Su Long really has 10 sets of shops. Commercial Street. The stores were successfully rented out 5 sets, and then 2 sets were also rented out on a monthly basis, with a deposit of 3-to-1, for a total of 480,000 yuan, and in just a little while, the rent received by Su Lang reached a staggering 16 million yuan. The remaining 5 sets Su Lang decided to hang in the agency. Ejia Real Estate. Little Su, you are really something. Woes, brother Su, you honestly explained. How much did you rent the 10 sets of stores? Brother Su, well done. As soon as Su Lang stepped into the door of the company, the surrounding colleagues came together. It's hard to believe that the matter of me having 10 stores has been exposed? I didn't expect you guys to know so quickly. Su Lang lightly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Su Lang, come to my office. Just at this time, Tang Xuejuan stood at the door of his office and shouted, right away. Su Lang answered and then walked towards Tang Xuejuan's office in big strides. In fact, even if Tang Xuejuan didn't shout at him, he had to look for Tang Xuejuan. After all, the commission for the 5 sets of stores could still be talked about. Walking into the office, Su Lang smoothly brought the door to the room. The room was large. Not only was there an office area, there was also a specialized lounge. The door of the lounge room was hidden, and there seemed to be shadows flickering inside. However, Su Lang did not care. Maybe it was Tang Xuejuan clients or something like that. Sit down. Tang Xuejuan's face was a little less than favorable, pointing to the chair opposite him. Mr. Tang, it is like this. I have 5 sets of stores in my hands. After all, Tang Xuejuan was still his own top boss. Su Lang still gave him basic respect. Therefore, Su Lang also directly expressed his intentions. 5 sets? Little Su, this number isn't right, isn't it 10 sets? Tang Xuejuan sank his face and said sternly. Su Lang froze and smiled, then smiled and explained. Mr. Tang, I won't hide it from you. I originally had 10 sets of stores in my hands, but just now, I've already rented out 5 sets, and there are still 5 sets left. This time, I did not wait for Su Lang to finish his sentence. Tang Xuejuan has impatiently waved his hand, interrupting it. Xiao Su, I see that you have not realized the seriousness of the problem. It's not just a matter of how much is left. Your behavior has brought about a great negative impact on our company. Your behavior has caused the company to suffer a great loss. Little Su, do you know if you're wrong? Tang Xuejuan slammed his right hand on the table with a fierce slap, his eyes staring at Su Lang in death. Su Lang subconsciously frowned. He was no longer the same white boy who had just graduated from the ivory tower. Tang Xuejuan's current attitude was obviously not right. Mr. Tang, you're taking this far, right? What have I cost the company? Su Lang half squinted his eyes and coldly returned. What did you lose in your own heart? I'm not saying it now. It's just to give you some face. Do you have to let me tear your face apart? Tang Xuejuan snorted coldly and said, now, hand over the listing information and rents of the 10 sets of stores, then go and apologize to the owners. General Manager Tang, you're asking me to go apologize to the owners? That's right. If you go apologize to the owner now, I can bail you out once. Otherwise no one can save you. Tang Xuejuan said with a stern face. Su Lang directly laughed. Mr. Tang, what if I say that I own all these properties? Snap. Seeing that Su Lang was in this attitude, Tang Xuejuan stood up in a flash. Su Lang, right now I'm not discussing with you blindly, and I don't want to talk to you blindly. I'm ordering you right now, go apologize to the owner, and hand over the property information and rent to compensate the company for all the losses. Tang Xuejuan stared with wide eyes. His face was gloomy as if it was about to drip water. Su Lang actually said that the property was his? Ha ha ha. Su Lang has been in the company for more than a year. He really understands Su Lang too well. He is a small salesman, a month's salary, but also $3,000 to $4,000, not to mention a lifetime. Even if it is 10 lifetimes, Su Lang cannot afford to buy a store. Seeing this, Su Lang's mouth slightly raised, slowly and methodically stood up, sneered, Mr. Tang, if you want to say so, this house I really will not pay. Not handing it over? Su Lang's tough attitude was out of Tang Xuejuan's expectation. Su Lang was just an ordinary employee of IKEA Real Estate. He wasn't even a backbone. He was the person in charge of IKEA Real Estate, and he held the power of life and death over Su Lang. Originally, Tang Xuejuan thought that as long as he slightly pressurized Su Lang would yield. But who would have thought that Su Lang would not give him face at all, and his attitude was not as respectful as in the past. Good you Su Lang, even your wings haven't grown hard yet. You want to rebel? Do you believe I'll let you get lost now? Tang Xuejuan scolded sternly. Su Lang was only a small salesman. What qualifications did he have to call his bluff? With a single word from himself, he would be able to make him pack up and leave. Let me get lost? Since Tang Xuejuan tore his face off, then Su Lang did not intend to give Tang Xuejuan any face. Tang Xuejuan, do you think you can threaten me with this? Su Lang sneered. Let me tell you, these things are useless to me. Countered. It was really rebellious. A small salesman dared to ride on his head. Huffing and puffing, Tang Xuejuan gasped out, his eyes already filled with scarlet. He stared at Su Lang with a deadly gaze and said word by word, Su Lang, I'll give you one more chance. If you hand over the listing information, I'll forget about today's matter. Otherwise, get lost now. If it wasn't for the listings in Su Lang's hands, he would have already told Su Lang to roll over and get lost. Why bother with so much verbiage? However, in the face of Tang Xuejuan's threat, Su Lang didn't buy it at all. Faintly sweeping Tang Xuejuan a glance, Su Lang said, Tang Xuejuan, it's a pity that you've missed out on a big business. While saying this, Su Lang lifted the shopping bag at his feet. Big business? Tang Xuejuan snorted. How big business could Su Lang be? But the next second, Tang Xuejuan's eyes widened, only to see Su Lang from the pocket pulled out a whole 10 real estate license. The column of the real estate right holder was filled with Su Lang's name. This, Tang Xuejuan's legs went limp, and with a bang, he fell to the ground. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have 10 sets of stores? Tang Xuejuan hissed as if he was mad. At the same time, the door to the lounge room was pushed open, and Yang Jichao and Zhou Hao rushed out. Fake. It's all fake. Mr. Tang, these are all faked by him. That's right. Su Lang is just an ordinary salaried grassroots. Fake? The corner of Su Lang's mouth rose. His gaze faintly swept them, turned to leave the company, and walked straight to the Anjia Real Estate across the street. A few moments later, Lu Chun, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, sent Su Lang out with an eager face. That look is just like seeing a rich man. Is the real estate license fake? No, it is real. Bam! The trio's legs went limp and they fell to the ground. Su Lang had 10 sets of stores worth $50 million. He and Su Lang were not on the same level at all. Thinking about this, Yang Jichao's eyes went black and completely fainted. General Manager Yang, Brother Chao, Chapter 9 boys are out there. Make sure you protect yourself. Anjia Real Estate. Mr. Su, if you choose our Anjia Real Estate, then you are choosing peace of mind. 1 week. No, just 3 days. Just 3 days we can help you rent out the store. As for the commission, Mr. Su, don't worry, it's definitely the lowest in the industry. Lu Chun, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, said with an earnest face. For Lu Chun's attitude, Su Lang was satisfied. This is what opening a door for business should look like. Then I'll ask Manager Lu for the rental matter. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? To serve our customers wholeheartedly. This is our company's aim. Alright, there's nothing else. Then I'll leave first. Mr. Su, take care. Looking at Su Lang's departing back, Lu Chen's mood could not be calmed for a long time. He was no stranger to Su Lang, the salesman of Ijia Real Estate across the street. However, he never expected that Su Lang was not only a salesman, but also a tycoon. 10 sets of stores, but also in the center of the commercial pedestrian street in the flow of the top of the center. This kind of stores, the value of each set, are more than 5 million, which is at least 50 million. It was not that Lu Chen hadn't seen rich people before. but it was the first time he had seen such a low-key one like Su Lang. Mr. Lu, isn't he Su Lang? How did he become a rich second generation all of a sudden? On the side, a young man in his 20s, looking at Su Lang's back, said somewhat tastelessly, Xiao Hu, what did you just call him? Su Lang Xiao Hu, I don't want to hear the same words a second time. Mr. Su is now our important customer. Do you understand? Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He had a strong premonition in his heart that there would be many more opportunities to cooperate with Su Lang in the future. Imagine, a big man who raised his hand $500 million to buy 10 sets of stores for rent. The assets under his hand. Definitely not only this $500 million. The youth's words lurched, he opened his mouth, and finally gritted his teeth. Mr. Lu, I just can't understand. Su, Mr. Su is so rich, why would he work as a salesman at IKEA? Why? Lu Chen froze, then shook his head. The happiness of the rich, you and I can't experience. Now I have to go find my happiness. While saying that, Lu Chen stepped towards the IKEA property across the street. What's that saying? Peers are enemies. Lu Chen and Tang Xuejuan were not only enemies, but also the kind that lived across the street. Mr. Tang, how's business these days? Are there any boutique listings? Speaking of which, I still have to thank Mr. Tang. If it wasn't for Mr. Tang's brilliance, I wouldn't have been able to get Mr. Su's stores. Do you know what I saw the moment those 10 red real estate certificates were placed in front of me? I saw $500 million. Mr. Tang, don't be in a hurry. We're all peers, so we need to communicate more. Returning home, Su Lang comfortably lay on the sofa playing with his cell phone. In his mind, he was calculating the harvest this time. In just half a day, the rent collection alone received 16 million, plus the previous savings of 555. Now Su Lang's cash has reached a staggering 16,755,255. If you calculate according to the previous salary of 3,500 a month, not to mention a lifetime, even if it is 10 lifetimes, cannot earn so much, and this was not Su Lang's entire property. He also has 10 sets of stores, which can create a profit of $6 million for him every year, plus the system's regular spike. It is true that working part-time cannot make a fortune. If you want to make a fortune, the only way is the system. After thinking about it, Su Lang began to think about how to use this money. Parents sighed, certainly to give, but how to give is a problem. Can't tell Su Changlin that it fell from the sky. Well, this is a trouble. Ding bell. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Su Lang looked at the caller ID. It was the phone of his own mother Fu Xiaowan. A little hesitation, Su Lang pressed the answer button. Hey son, where are you? I'm at home. What's wrong? Do you have something tonight? Su Lang thought for a moment, then said, no, if you're fine, come home for dinner. I happen to have something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Don't worry about it, just come back. Remember to dress nicely. Su Lang, what? Dress nicely? I don't know why, but Su Lang's heart suddenly developed an ominous feeling. Mom, it's not a blind date, is it? What? You have an opinion? Even if you have an opinion, hold it in for me. You're 24 or 25 years old. You're still like a child. Also, this time it's the matchmaker coming over to meet. You must behave well for me. Do. Listening to the busy sound coming from the cell phone, Su Lang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His own mother was indeed as strong as ever, and it was no wonder that Su Changlin had been a rakier for half of his life. Also, take this opportunity to buy some gifts back. As for what to buy, after thinking about it, Su Lang decided to buy 2 watches. When the time came, he would say that they were imposters. As for the blind date, well, just go through the motions. He is a real estate agent. Others may not be able to see. Thinking of this, Su Lang no longer immediately got up and pulled open the door. But the next second, Su Lang froze in place. Outside the door stood a dressed flamboyantly middle-aged woman. At this moment she is holding up her right hand. Seems to be just want to knock on the door. The woman's name was Song Shuiqing, Su Lang's current landlord. Seeing Su Lang, the woman's face immediately revealed a bright smile. Little Su, are you going out? Well, going out to buy some things. Sister Song has something to do? Little Su, this month is also in the middle of the month. It's almost time to pay the rent. Right, Little Su? You shouldn't have paid your salary yet, right? Salary? Say it out, you may not believe it. May not be sent in the future. No. Su Lang shook his head. Little Su, sister is not an unsympathetic person. This way, you accompany sister out to eat a meal. Sister will give you rent-free. What do you think? Song Shuiqing's mouth corner slightly raised, and threw a wink at Su Lang. The corner of his mouth twitched. Su Lang was almost not scared to death. I'm not bin. I don't need to reward a landlady. Sister, although there is no paycheck, but I still have money. I'd better transfer you to WeChat, said Su Lang, a flash, to avoid Song Shuiqing's eyes, and then feet to wipe the oil to hurry to bugger off. Xiao Su, don't run a month can't work, then a year, forget it, as long as you accompany your sister to eat, you can live as long as you want. A breath of air to escape from the 6th floor to the downstairs. Su Lang palpitating heart patted his chest. Sure enough, there is a saying, boys outside must protect themselves. Chapter 10 The happiness of a godly hero. You can't imagine it. By nature, Su Lang was not an uninterested person, but Su Lang was also a normal person with normal aesthetics. As a 24-and-a-half-year-old youngster, Su Lang's eyes focused on young and beautiful girls with long legs. Song Shuiqing really does not meet Su Lang's aesthetic standards. Change the house. Must change the house as soon as possible. Can't mess with it, can't hide from it. Glancing at the building behind him with a palpitating heart, Su Lang hurried toward the watch store. Beishan Wanda Center, Patek Philippe store. As soon as Su Lang entered the door, a salesperson greeted him. Hello sir, I am Zhu Qianqian. Welcome to the Patek Philippe store. May I ask what I need to help you? Zhu Qianqian said without being overbearing. Su Lang nodded. Hello, I want to choose a watch for my parents. At the risk of asking, do you have a target? No. Since I don't, then I recommend you to take a look. Patek Philippe Calatrava series men's mechanical watch 5153 or 001. It's a classic minimalist model that meets the aesthetic of most middle-aged men. The whole case is made of 316 stainless steel, with a wear-resistant sapphire glass mirror that never scratches. The belt is made of imported small leather, 100% waterproof, can be worn directly for swimming. Diameter 41 mm x 11 mm, equipped with original imported movement. Transparent bottom is clearly visible. The sales is very professional. Various parameters like a few. Is there a spot? Let me take a look. Please wait sir. I'll fetch it for you. Zhu Qianqian nodded and turned around to take out a wristwatch from the counter. This was a wristwatch with a golden color all over. The inside of the dial appeared creamy white. The digital hour markers used simple striped hour markers characters, and the strap was paired with a brownish-red crocodile strap. The whole body of the watch appeared to be simple, but it gave off a feeling that it wasn't simple. Su Lang took in the hand to play a little. Not heavy, about 100 grams. Texture is very good. Wearing it on the wrist, don't say, it was quite good looking. This watch meets the aesthetics of most middle-aged men, and it is also the best one sold in our store. What does Mr. Su think? Not bad. How much? $235,000. Hiss. Hearing this figure, Su Lang sucked in a breath of cool air. Patek Philippe was a world-famous brand. This Su Lang knew, but what he did not expect was that a casual watch was $230,000. $230,000. It's enough for me to collect half a month's rent, Su Lang muttered in a small voice. Zhu Qianqian? Su Lang just sucked in a mouthful of cool air as she watched the action. Originally, she had just wanted to say that if the price was too high, she could recommend a relatively low-priced watch, but in the next second, Su Lang came with a sentence that was equivalent to half a month's rent. What day? What kind of god is this? Zhu Qianqian coughed and said, Mr. Su, at the risk of asking you, what is your occupation? Me, I'm currently a chartered landlord. Zhu Qianqian, what a wonderful word for a chartered officer. No pressure of performance, no pressure of depreciation. All day long is to collect rent. Happiness index, directly pull full. Who? Exhaling a long breath, Zhu Qianqian's gaze once again looked at Su Lang, her eyes full of burning heat. Mr. Su, you just said that you still need a lady's wristwatch, right? That's right. Take a look at this Patek Philippe Classical Watch 7200/200R001. While saying this, Zhu Qianqian took out another relatively small wristwatch and placed it in front of Su Lang. This watch is designed for women. The dial is only 34.6 millimeters. The case is made of 18K rose gold and set with 142 diamonds, about 1.08 carats, cream-grained dial and gold three-dimensional lettering blocks. The sapphire crystal glass is as luxurious as it can be. How much? 340,000. Wrap it up. And the men's watch? Wrap it up too. It's a big profit. Hearing Su Lang's words, Zhu Qianqian almost didn't jump up with joy. Although it was not true that Patek Philippe was a world-famous brand, it was not true that tens of thousands of dollars of watches were not available. Plus, Beishan was not a big city, and its spending power was not high. There were only a handful of people like Su Lang who threw away hundreds of thousands of dollars on a watch. It had been at least half a year since she had encountered such a generous customer. Forcing back the excitement in her heart, Zhu Qianqian hurriedly wrapped up the two watches. At this moment, her gaze towards Su Lang grew hotter and hotter. Mr. Su, do you want to choose one for yourself as well? Our Patek Philippe has newly listed a young and fashionable type of wristwatch, which is very suitable for your temperament. Su Lang, himself? Originally, I didn't want to buy one for myself, but one thing is for sure, Patek Philippe's watches do look good. Bring it to me. Wait a moment. This time Zhu Chanxian didn't directly take the watch from the counter, but picked up the walkie-talkie pinned to her waist. Manager, there's a gentleman who wants to buy the latest model, 5160G001 white gold. What? Someone is buying 5160G001 white gold? Zhu Chanxian, I don't have time to joke with you. In the intercom, there was a shocked cry. 5160G001 white gold. This was different from other watches. This was $1 million watch, and it was a limited edition watch. There was only one in the entire store. Manager, I'm not kidding you. Mr. Su has already purchased one after another. 7200/200 R001 as well as 5153 R001. Wait, I'll be right over. A few moments later, a good-looking woman walked over. She was around 30 years old, with a tall figure, wearing a black professional set dress, her hair coiled up high, revealing a white neck like jade. She swept her gaze around, then walked straight towards Su Lang. This is Mr. Su, right? Hello, I am Yi Qingyue, the head of Patek Philippe. Yi Qingyue extended her right hand to Su Lang as she spoke. Hello Manager Yi. Su Lang nodded and reached out to shake Yi Qingyue's hand. The grip felt good, soft as a bone. Mr. Su, want to buy 5160G001 Platinum? Not necessarily. Take a look and say, if all aspects are suitable, you can also buy it. Mr. Su, please follow me. Yi Qingyu nodded and issued an invitation. The $1 million level watches were certainly not placed at the counter, but stored in the VIP room on the second floor. A few minutes later, Su Lang saw the 5160G001 white gold in its entirety. It was a silver white watch. The case was made of 18K white gold, surrounded by sparkling diamonds. The dial was silver white, with a star and moon symbol carved in openwork, and the hands used classic Roman numeral characters. With just one glance, Su Lang was deeply attracted. Mr. Su, this is a super complication chronograph watch, and he also has a special craft. Its back cover adopts a handmade skeleton carving process, making the whole watch more luxurious. Saying that, Yi Qingyu also specially flipped the watch to reveal the back cover. Through the gap of the skeletonization, Su Lang was able to clearly see the complicated parts inside the watch. Mr. Su, this wristwatch not only has the value of use, but also has the value of collection. The world is limited to 2,000 pieces. I can assure you that in 5 years, no, 3 years, after 3 years it will definitely exceed the current selling price. Yi Qingyue's words did remind him of Patek Philippe's advertisement line, no one can own a Patek Philippe. It's just a matter of keeping it for the next generation. How much? 27 million. Wrap it up. Chapter 11, This God is not ordinary. This is wrapped up? Hearing Su Lang's words, Yi Qingyue almost closed her mouth without taking a breath. Originally, she thought that it would take a lot of effort for Su Lang to buy a wristwatch. However, what she never expected was that things were completely different from what he thought. Su Lang didn't even have the slightest hesitation, and immediately decided to buy it the moment she said the price. To know, this was not a watch of tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was worth more than $1 million. What kind of tycoon can be so bold? Who's spitting out a breath? Forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart, Yi Qingyue carefully glanced at Su Lang and said, Mr. Su, don't you need to know a little bit more about it? No need. Su Lang waved his hand and said with a smile, just like you said, it's not only a wristwatch, it can also be used for investment. It's not a loss on the left and right anyway. Yi Qingyu, indeed. This reason was so reasonable that Yi Qingyue was surprisingly speechless. Other people, even if they knew the value of a wristwatch, would be more or less hesitant when faced with $1 million level watch. But what about Su Lang? He directly bought it without saying a word. Other than awesome, Yi Qingyu couldn't think of any other words to describe it. Carefully wrapping the watch, Yi Qingyue smiled and said, Mr. Su, you are purchasing a total of 3 watches, a total of 1,845,000. Erasing the change, you only need to pay 1,840,000. Swipe your card. Su Lang took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it to Yi Qingyu. Your account with tail number 6743 on July 18th at 9:42. Completed transaction 1,840,000. Balance, $327.555. 2. Mr. Su, this is your bank card and wristwatch, please keep it. Su Lang nodded and took the items and prepared to turn around and leave. However, soon he stopped again. Right, Manager Yi, there is something I want to trouble you with. Mr. Su, please say, can you give me a phone number? Yi Qingyu? Hearing Su Lang's words, Yi Qingyue froze in place on the spot. This is already asking for a phone call? Could he be having thoughts about me? To give or not to give? If I don't give it, will it make Su Lang angry? If I give it, will he think he is frivolous? Yi Qingyue's face changed again and again in an instant, and Su Lang instantly realized something the moment he saw Yi Qingyue's expression change wildly. Cough with a dry cough. Su Lang said awkwardly, Manager Yi, you mustn't misunderstand. As you know, 2 of these watches are for the parents. The old man has been used to being poor all his life. Such an expensive watch is definitely not willing to wear it. At that time if they call to ask you how much this watch costs, just say it's a fake. Just say a few $100s at random. The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She originally thought that Su Lang was trying to hit on her, but she never thought that Su Lang was merely trying to deal with his parents. For some reason, she suddenly had an empty feeling in her heart. Mr. Su, at the risk of asking, your parents are? Ordinary laborers, with a monthly salary of 3,000. Well, Yi Qingyu had already lost track of how many times this was the first time she was speechless today. Originally, she had a preconceived notion that Su Lang was a rich second generation. It turned out that it didn't look like it. He was a rich generation who started from nothing. Okay Mr. Su, I will definitely keep it in my heart. See you later then. I'll see you off. Sending Su Lang out of the gate. Then Yi Qingyue saw a scene she would never forget. Su Lang took out the key from his pocket and pressed it. Then a small blue and white electric donkey at the gate lit up. Xiao Qian, do you think all these rich people are so low-key now? Xu Qianxian, Mr. Su is not only handsome, but also generous. Even if he is riding a small electric donkey, it is like he is driving a Ferrari. Riding on his beloved little electric donkey, Su Lang hurriedly rushed towards Minicourt. Although he consumed 1.84 million in one breath, his assets have shrunk by a large margin. But Su Lang's heart is not half sad, but has a feeling of excitement. Sure enough, in every man's heart, there is a dream of throwing away money. One word, cool, through the busy streets, in towards the old town. Previously, in order to work conveniently, Su Lang rented a house in the city. That is, the previous song Xu Weiqing set. As for Su Changlin and Fu Shaoan, they still lived in the old house in the old city center. More than half an hour later, Su Lang arrived at his destination, Manhwa neighborhood. The neighborhood is a self-built house from 20 years ago, and the average building height is only about 5 floors, which is completely 2 styles from the current high-rise buildings. Parked the car and walked up. Unit door, met 2 familiar figures, a man and a woman, holding a corgi in their hands. The man was about 30 years old, somewhat obese, with a somewhat bald head. Female about 27 or 88, not very good looking. If you want Su Lang scored about 65 points, this is Su Lang's neighbor. Usually get along quite well. Seeing Su Lang, the man immediately greeted. Little Su hasn't seen you for a while. How's work these days? Barely able to support myself, Su Lang said with a smile. Alas, the man sighed long and hard. These days, the cost of living is getting higher and higher, and it's good to be able to support yourself. Little Su, you're still young. You'll have more success than me in the future. Brother Zhang said, like how old you are. Still not old? All married. Said here. Zhang Lei seems to think of something like, lowered his voice, whispered, Xiao Su, you come back this time as a blind date, right? Su Lang froze violently. Is it that obvious? Brother Zhang, am I that obvious? That's not true, but I saw the next neighborhood's matchmakerly and Aunt Fu talking and laughing 2 days ago, and I figured it was opening up a blind date for you. It's not really a formal blind date, it's just the matchmaker coming over to take a look first. Zhang Lei nodded, then reached out and patted Su Lang's shoulder, saying, Xiao Su, you can be careful when you matchmaking. Matchmakerly is not an oil lamp. What? The girls introduced by Matchmakerly will ask for 3 golds and a large dowry, and Matchmakerly will usually take a portion of it. There is this thing? Quite a few people know about it. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I know. It's, alright then, you go up first. We still have to walk the dog. Zhang Lei smiled and said, Lei, say hello to Uncle Su. Woof woof. Corgi let out a crisp bark. Uncle, Brother Zhang. I suspect you're cursing me, but there's no proof. Chapter 12, Good looks can be a meal these days. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Pushing open the door of the room, Su Lang immediately shouted, Little Long is back? Quickly let Mom take a look. Have you grown handsome? Soon a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and holding a spatula rushed out from the kitchen. She was called Fu Shaoan, Su Lang's own mom. Fu Shaoan circled around Su Lang, then nodded with satisfaction. This suit is good. It looks a lot more handsome on you. Cough cough. Mom, actually I've always been handsome. Then get more and more handsome. Alright, hurry over to help wash the dishes and prepare for dinner. Your Auntie Lee will be here later, so behave yourself. Okay, pork, beef, Fish. Looking at the ingredients piled up like a mountain, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. In order to leave a good impression on Aunt Li, Fu Xiaowan had put in blood money. Not a moment later, the real father, Su Changlin, also returned, and behind him, there was a middle-aged woman. The woman was about 50 years old, very thin-looking, and as soon as she entered the door, her eyes scanned around like radar. Soon, her gaze landed on Su Lang's body. Xiaowan, this is your son Su Lang, right? Don't say it's really a handsome man. The middle-aged woman half squinted her eyes and said with a smile. In terms of appearance alone, she was very satisfied with Su Lang. Not bad, not bad. Fu Xiaowan responded and said, Xiao Lang, hurry up and go greet Aunt Li. You can't leave the guests out in the cold. Truth be told, after Zhang Lei's reminder earlier, Su Lang didn't have a good feeling about Aunt Li. He can understand the bride price, but a matchmaker, even want to take a profit from it, this is Su Lang did not expect. But in the way, Fu Xiaowan's deterrent, Su Lang still politely smiled at Auntie Li. Auntie Li, please sit down. Aunt Li smiled and said, this child is really polite. Su Lang, hee. Soon Aunt Li began to shush Su Lang. Little Su, where are you working now? Real estate agent. The bright smile on Aunt Li's face tightened slightly. The prices of houses are soaring right now. Being an agent should be very lucrative, right? Barely able to support myself. About 3,000 a month. Auntie Li's smile tightened again. There must be a lot of room for growth then? There are quite a few people in the company who have been doing this for over 10 years and are still salesmen. Aunt Li. At this moment, the smile on her face completely disappeared. As much as he didn't want to admit it, what he had to admit again was that Su Lang was nothing but good looking. That was really nothing. Exhaling a long breath, Aunt Li squeezed a faint smile back on her face and said, then does little Su have any plans for the future? You are still young. The gains and losses now are not important. There is still time to fight and struggle. Girls nowadays like upwardly mobile boys. Plans? Does being a quiet godly charterer count? I want to be a quiet charterer. What? A charterer? Auntie Li. At a young age, one gets delusional. If it wasn't for the fact that she received Fu Xiaowan's red envelope, she would want to leave right now. Silently, she took out her cell phone, tapped on the photo album, and then began to slide through the photos. 1, 2, 3. Seeing this, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. These days, not only do scumbags have fish ponds, even matchmakers have them. Soon, the photo was fixed on top of a girl's photo. Little Su, how about you look at this girl? Aunt Li, actually, let's see. Without waiting for Su Lang to speak, Fu Xiaowan had already rushed out of the kitchen with sweet and sour carp. Then a hand snatched the cell phone over. Face value, 50 points. No, this girl is not worthy of my son. In the next second, Fu Xiaowan frowned and said sternly, Aunt Li. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. There was a sentence she didn't say. It's not that she doesn't have good-looking ones, but the key is that Su Lang can't afford the bride price. Ahem. Xiaowan, then you see which one is more suitable. I'll look for. Fu Xiaowan nodded her head, fussing seemingly over the photos. A moment later, her fingers stopped. On the photo was a girl with long flowing hair, and the key was a nice smile. How can I put it? There was a feeling of first love. If Su Lang were to score it, it could be an 80. That's more or less. Auntie Li glanced at her and said, Lu Lin, an undergraduate from Donghai University, works in a foreign company and has a high vision. How high? With my son's looks, he still can't get into her eyes? The looks are in, but the rest is not necessarily. Xiaowan, we are all old friends. I'm not hiding from you. The other family conditions are not bad. The bride price is not low. It's okay. These days good looking can be a meal. Maybe my son doesn't want a bride price? Looking at Su Lang, and then looking at Fu Xiaowan, the corners of Aunt Li's mouth twitched furiously. Don't say, there is really this possibility. Originally, she thought that with the conditions of Su Lang's family, she couldn't give out much of a dowry, so she just found a girl from the fish pond and let it go. As a result, who had thought? Fu Xiaowan even still cannot see. She even looked at their own fish pond in the best quality of a fish. This would be a big loss if Su Lang fished the fish away. Xiaowan, this is not appropriate. I do think it's quite appropriate. I think it's better to forget it. This red envelope has been received. It can't be counted, right? I'll refund it to you now. Sorry, refunds are not accepted. Okay, then I'll try to ask each other out. But the woman may not always accept. It's not too late. Make a date now. Xiaowan, I'm a person with a big mouth, so I can't say that one day I'll spread the news that someone is just accepting money and not doing anything. Aunt Li silently glanced at Fu Xiaowan, then dialed the woman's phone. Aunt Lu, it's me. Didn't you recently ask me to help introduce Lu Lin to a boyfriend? I found one. The conditions in all aspects are not bad. What time to meet? Tomorrow? Okay, then tomorrow at 12 noon. Tai He restaurant. Hanging up the phone, Auntie Lee silently looked at Su Lang. Little Su, you've heard it. Tomorrow at 12 noon, Tai He restaurant. I can only help you up to here. Not giving Su Lang a chance to refuse at all, Fu Xiaowan directly responded. It's settled. Come. It's almost time. Everyone eat, soon. Fu Xiaowan greeted everyone and started eating. Halfway through eating, Su Lang suddenly remembered that there was still a watch that hadn't been delivered. So Su Lang stood up, took out the gift box from one of his pockets, and handed it to Fu Xiaowan and Su Changlin. Mom and Dad, this is the gift bought for you. Gift? What kind of gift? Let me take a look. Fu Xiaoyuan smiled with her eyebrows, immediately opened the gift box, then she froze in place. Inside was a rose gold wristwatch, which was worth a lot of money at a glance, and Su Changlin similarly stared with wide eyes. His gift box similarly contained a gold-colored wristwatch. Of course, the person with wide eyes. There was also Aunt Lee. $3,000 a month. Can you afford such a good-looking watch? Such a good-looking watch. At least a few thousand tens of thousands of dollars. She felt that her worldview had been turned upside down. Chapter 13, The Legendary Group Blind Date. Sending away the dumbfounded Auntie Lee, Fu Xiaowan's stern gaze landed on Su Lang. Is this watch really fake? Of course, Patek Philippe. If it's genuine, it would be sold for 340,000. Mom, how do you think I can afford it? It doesn't look like much to me. I have the sales number here. Mom, if you don't believe me, you can call and ask yourself. Give me the phone number. Fortunately, Su Lang was prepared and hurriedly reported Yi Qingyue's number to Fu Xiaoyuan. Moments later, Fu Xiaowan dialed Yi Qingyue's phone. Hello, who is it? Hello, may I ask if you sell fake watches? Yi Qingyue. No need to guess. It must be Mr. Su's mother. Hello this lady, we are a Patek Philippe replica store here. Replica? It's just fake. By the way, did my son buy 3 watches from you? Yes ma'am. How much? A total of $1,500. So cheap? Give me another set. I'll give them away. Yi Qingyu. Hearing Fu Xiaowan's words, Yi Qingyue was confused on the spot. The script doesn't carry this kind of writing. Ma'am, I'm sorry, these 3 watches purchased by Mr. Su are our clearance pieces. According to the original price, these 3 watches will cost 600-700. Gritting her teeth, Yi Qingyue squeezed out such a sentence from between her teeth. Forget it then. Putting away her cell phone, Fu Xiaowan's face finally looked better, and then she started to constantly appreciate the wristwatch on her hand. It's so pretty. Son, counting you picking up a big bargain. Su Lang didn't say anything, only the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The next morning, early in the morning, Su Lang was called up by his parents. Su Lang did not go back to the rental house, but just stayed in the old house for the night. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but he couldn't. With a landlord who coveted his body, he was truly unable to eat. Don't freeze, hurry up and pack up. Go to Taiha Hotel and wait. Mom, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Let you go. Other than that, at least the sincerity should be in place. Mom, you're right, mother and father. I'll go now. Originally Su Lang wanted to argue, but looking at the fly swatter in the hands of the mother and father, he was abashed. Brushing his teeth and washing his face, changing into a handsome Armani handmade suit, and wearing a Patek Philippe wristwatch that exceeded $1 million, Su Lang rushed out of the room in a puff of smoke. However, Su Lang didn't rush right to Tai He restaurant, but instead wandered around the street a few times. Little Su, it's been a long time and you've become handsome again. Sisters, come out and see the handsome man. Handsome guy, are you free at noon? Can we have a meal together? Feeling the burning gazes around him, Su Lang had to admit that he was just able to be a meal. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. Su Lang rode on the small electric donkey and rushed towards Taiha restaurant. Cut, I thought it was a rich second generation. So this is it. Quite handsome. Just a little bit worse. Being a boyfriend is okay, being a husband is almost better. Su Lang. I don't know why. Su Lang suddenly felt that the small electric donkey he all of a sudden did not smell good. Soon, Su Lang arrived at the Taiha restaurant. The other party hadn't come yet. Although he didn't really want a blind date, the other party was indeed innocent, so Su Lang still decided to wait patiently. Simply ordering a cup of coffee, Su Lang took out his cell phone from his pocket. However, time passed by minute. Looking at the watch, it was already 12:15. The female party surprisingly hadn't come yet. Su Lang frowned. In essence, Su Lang was a person who was fair. He respected the other party and hoped that the other party would respect him. But now, it seemed that the situation was not like this. Picking up his coffee and taking a shallow sip, Su Lang got up to leave. But just at this time, a girl rushed in. She was wearing a white Nike sweatshirt, Adi shorts, and carrying a LV backpack. and behind her, there were about 10 people. Their gazes looked around for a while, then walked straight towards Su Lang. At the head of the group was the girl who was on a blind date with Su Lang. Lu Lin, handsome man, how are you? Lu Lin saw Su Lang looking so handsome, her heart was overjoyed, and she immediately sat down opposite Su Lang. These people are? Su Lang frowned slightly. My relatives, they are all here to help me gatekeeper. Gatekeeping? Su Lang swept his gaze to the crowd. From the moment he entered, they did not look at themselves, but instead, they found a table for themselves and started ordering food. Abalone, sea cucumber, lobster. Oh, this is to eat a big family, right? Ms. Lu, I'm afraid this is not good, right? Brother-in-law, look at what you're saying. If you want to marry my sister, then of course you have to pay a little price. The more atmosphere you show now, the higher the probability of marrying my sister in the future. As soon as Su Lang's words fell, a young man of 18 or 19 years old with a childish face came up. This is my own brother, Lu Yaozu, Lu Lin said with a slight smile. Brother-in-law, this watch of yours is good. By the way, what brand is it? I can't think of it for a moment. Patek Philippe, Su Lang said. Yes, it's called Patek Philippe. Brother-in-law, I've heard that all Patek Philippe watches aren't cheap, right? It's not cheap. 27 million. Su Lang said coldly. 27 million. However, neither Lu Lin nor Lu Lei cared about the coldness in Su Lang's words. They were stunned by the price. 27 million. A watch. Woes. They could hardly believe their ears, but after a short period of surprise, their hearts were filled with excitement. How many people can spend $27 million on a watch? Tens of millions, and definitely more than 10 million. It's tens of millions. Only someone with tens of millions of dollars would spend 27 million on a watch. We're rich this time. Lu Lin and Lu Yaozu glanced at each other, their eyes flashing with a leaping light. Gulp. Lu Yaozu carefully swallowed his saliva and tentatively asked, Brother-in-law, is this watch really $27 million? Aha. Brother-in-law, this watch is good. How about lending it to me for 2 days? A $27 million watch. If you bring it to school, will you not be the prettiest pup in the school? Lend it to you for 2 days? With one sentence, Su Lang was directly confused. Is this person's brain caught in the door? Or is he born with cerebral palsy? This kind of words can be said by him? Not to mention, Su Lang himself has not even warmed up yet. Even if he did, why would he lend it to you? Who do you think you are? You think you're the king of heaven? You want to borrow. I have to borrow? First, I'm not your brother-in-law. I have no relationship with you. Second, why should I lend you my watch? Who are you? Su Lang coldly swept a glance at Lu Yaozu and said with a cold smile. Chapter 14 Eating Big? That's impossible. Brother-in-law. Yaozu. Seemingly sensing Su Lang's dissatisfaction, Lu Lin coldly rebuked. Lu Yaozu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Lu Lin's unkind eyes, the words that reached his mouth were swallowed back. Sorry, my brother, this person is like this. No need to apologize to me. There is no relationship between us. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and faintly responded. Lu Lin's mouth slightly twitching, slightly upset in her heart, but when she thought that Su Lang is not only young and golden, but also handsome, that bit of upset in her heart quickly dissipated. Handsome man, the time is almost up. Let's start the blind date. Let me start by saying my conditions. While saying this, Lu Lin took out a small booklet from her LV bag and handed it to Su Lang. The blind date conditions were densely written on it. 1. The man's monthly income should be at least 500,000, and the woman should manage the payroll card after marriage. 2. The wedding house must not be less than 2 million, must be written in the name of the woman. 3. Marriage costs are borne by the man, including the 3 gold bride price, of which the bride price shall not be less than 880,000 yuan. 4. Wedding specifications shall not be less than 1 million. After the wedding need to accompany the woman traveling around the world. 5. Because the woman has a younger brother in the family, the younger brother's wedding expenses are the responsibility of the man, including a set of more than 1 million wedding room, and a wedding car more than 500,000 yuan. 6. After the wedding need to give priority to visit the female relatives. Each relative need to give no less than 1,000 red packets. 7. Family, no matter how big or small things, need to go through the woman's consent. 24 articles. A full 24 articles. The moment Su Lang saw this marriage condition, he froze on the spot. Is this looking for a husband? Or a servant? Su Lang glanced at Lu Lin in surprise and said, is this all? Lu Lin shook her head and laughed softly. Of course not. This is only temporary. Add whatever comes to mind later. 24 isn't enough. You have to add it later? Cow. The cow is big. Ms. Lu, you are asking for so much, so what about you? What can you pay? Me? The corners of Lu Lin's mouth rose slightly as she smiled triumphantly. I'll be responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower. Look as beautiful as a flower? Su Lang almost lost his breath. Narcissists? He had seen quite a few of them, but it was the first time he had seen one as narcissistic as Lu Lin. Su Lang didn't have time to speak, but Lu Lin's relatives couldn't help themselves. Brother-in-law, just say yes. Where to find a wife like my sister who is both good-looking and virtuous? If you miss this village, there won't be this store anymore. That's right, young man, our Lim Lin is a flower of Kong Bo Company. The people chasing after her, combined, are as many as 2 reinforced regiments. If you don't make a move, it might be gone tomorrow. Young man, we are satisfied with you. Waiter, in come 2 bottles of Mao Tai. By the way, take 2 more Huazi, and 2 more Australian Dragon. Next door, Lu Lin's aunt Chen Guodong was greeting the waiter to add more dishes. Look at that situation. Abalone and lobster are just like no money. In fact, in their understanding, this meal does not cost them money. Blind dates are the man to pay the bill, and then they have heard that the man has a lot of money. Eat a 2 or 3 million for him, just like playing a flower? Oh, I'm afraid that you have some misunderstanding about one flower. Seeing this situation, Su Lang also did not say anything. He just silently looked at the crowd that was devouring the food. He calculated in his heart, abalone, lobster, Mao Tai, just these things added up. I'm afraid it will be small 20,000. Eat a big family? Ha! Faintly sweeping a glance at Lu Lin, Su Lang got up and left. I'll go buy the bill. Good. Looking at Su Lang's back as he left, Lu Lin's heart blossomed. Although Su Lang didn't say it explicitly, this move of his to take the initiative to buy the bill showed his attitude on one side. He promised. He just didn't say it. At the thought of catching a golden turtle on her own, Lu Lin's little heart beat furiously. Lu Yaozu smiled and came up. Sis, it looks like this brother-in-law isn't running away. Lu Lin straightened her hair at her temples and smiled triumphantly. That's right. Right sis. You let brother-in-law lend me his watch for 2 days. No problem. We're all family. What's your brother-in-law's is yours. If he doesn't give it to me, I won't let him get into bed. Thank you sister. For the conversation between Lu Lin's 2 siblings, Su Lang did not know. If he knew, he was afraid that he would laugh out loud on the spot. Do not look for a mirror to see what you look like, all day long to get high. Is it interesting? Check out. Su Lang took out his cell phone and prepared to directly scan the code. Sir, please wait. The cashier operated with a flourish, then smiled and said, Sir, you spent a total of 38,600 renminbi. Miss, you may have miscalculated. From beginning to end, I only ordered a cup of coffee. The rest of the things have nothing to do with me. Su Lang smiled and said. Hearing Su Lang's words, the cashier froze at that moment. However, she soon came back to her senses. Sir, do you mean to say that the person who is currently dining has nothing to do with you? Of course. Su Lang nodded. Before this, we have never met. Then they ordered the meal? That, I think you can ask them. Su Lang said. Alright, how much is my coffee? I have things to do and I don't want to waste time here. $68. Scan the code and check out. Su Lang turned around and left. However, just after walking 2 steps Su Lang stopped and turned his head to look at the cashier. Miss, if it was me, I would have people guard the door now, lest they run away. These days, there are a lot of things that escape orders. After saying that, Su Lang also turned around and left without stopping. 38,000. Eat big? Oh, I'm not a damn thing. There is this 38,000. It stays white does not smell good. Have to invite a group of shameless people to eat? Eat your fill. On the other side, waiter, pack in 2 more Australian Dragons, and a whole bottle of Mao Tai for each of us. At this moment, Chen Guodong did not notice in the slightest and was still wolfing down food into his mouth. Auntie, almost done. Su Lang has already gone to settle the bill. It's fine, let him check out again later. Didn't you say Su Lang has plenty of money? If a man can't even spare this amount of money for you to spend, it's fine if such a man doesn't marry. But, Shaolin this hasn't even passed through the door yet, and her elbow is turning outward? Chen Guodong frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. Well, Lu Lin opened her mouth and finally nodded. Anyway, Su Lang had money. Casually eating a few tens of thousands of dollars was nothing but a hair's breadth for Su Lang, and it wouldn't hurt his bones. This lady, the consumption of your table, may I ask who is paying the bill? Just at this time, the manager of the hotel, Wan Jianghai, walked over and asked with a smile on his face. Chapter 15 Say hello to my mom. Buy a bill? What bill? The bill hasn't been bought yet? Didn't we already buy it just now? Lu Lin frowned slightly and asked with some surprise. Are you talking about that Mr. Su just now? Wan Jianghai smiled and said, I'm sorry, He only paid for a cup of coffee. As for the cost of everyone's order, that gentleman did not pay. Didn't pay? Hearing these words, the crowd froze in place on the spot, but they soon reacted. Sis, brother-in-law must have seen that we were still ordering, so that's why this didn't settle the bill. Just give brother-in-law a call and ask him to come over. Right. He must have seen us still ordering, so that's why he didn't settle the bill. This brat didn't know to say anything to us. Chen Guodong grumbled up with a disgruntled face. Xiaolin, you hurry up and give Su Lang a call. Tell him to hurry back and settle the bill. Aha, I'll call Su Lang right away. While agreeing, Lu Lin took out her cell phone and dialed Su Lang's number. However, sorry, the user you have dialed is busy. Please dial again later. Listening to the tone on the phone, Lu Lin's entire being was bad. For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Lin, what did that kid say? He didn't answer the phone. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. He never expected that Su Lang would not answer the phone at this time. He shouldn't have run away, right? Looking at the lobster on the table, Chen Guodong instantly panicked. This if Su Lang ran away, then who would pay for this meal? Lin, just now it might be Su Lang accidentally pressed the hang up button. You try calling him again? Yes. Lu Lin hurriedly nodded her head, but the next second, the familiar voice came again. Sorry, the user you have dialed is busy. Please dial again later. How? He hung up again. Lu Lin was on the verge of crying. Not picking up once could be said to be a coincidence of pressing the wrong number. But what about this second time? This second time could not be a coincidence. Su Lang escaped. Gulp. Thinking of this, Chen Guodong carefully swallowed his saliva and said warily, Lin, don't you have matchmaker Li's phone number? Hurry up and give her a call so that she can help contact the connection. And at this time, Lu Lin was obviously flustered as well. Hearing Chen Guodong's words, she did not hesitate for a second and hurriedly dialed matchmaker Li's number. This time, the phone was connected. Lin, how did the blind date go? I told you, that Su Lang kid is rich. I didn't lie to you. What kind of money is there? Su Lang, he's run away. Auntie Li? What the hell? She was a bit confused. What's the situation? I'm not a blind date. I just thought I'd find a few relatives to help gatekeepers. Who knows that the meal was eaten? But when it came time to pay the bill, Su Lang ran away. Su Lang escaped the bill? Not so much. He's so rich. Aunt Li froze, then opened her mouth and asked, how many people did you call? Not many, just a dozen. How much did you eat? Lu Lin gazed at Wan Jianghai. How much? Together with the food packed just now, a total of 45,000. Worry. Aunt Li's knees went soft and she almost didn't fall on the ground. It was not true that Su Lang was rich, but people were not cuties either. Ah, you have a blind date. Bring a dozen people not to mention, and a meal 845,000 yuan. It would be strange if others didn't run away. Lin, you guys can eat too much. Auntie Li, it's all because you said Su Lang is rich. Everyone just thought to help test Su Lang's sincerity, but I didn't expect him to run away. Auntie Li, you must help me get Su Lang back. Find him back? The person had run away without a trace. How could he be found back? I'll try my best. Responding perfunctorily, Aunt Li dialed Fu Xiaowan's phone. Xiaowan, there's something I need to talk to you about. Your family Su Lang ran away. Right. Now the woman's side is still waiting for Su Lang to settle the bill. You hurry to talk to Xiao Su. Let him go back to settle the bill. This blind date which has the reason to let the woman settle the bill. If this spreads out, who will dare to go on a blind date with little Su in the future? Leaving the Tai He restaurant, Su Lang's mood was instantly free. The moment he thought of those shameless guys, the picture of being stopped at the hotel, Su Lang's mouth couldn't help but curl up in a graceful arc. Ringing bell. Just at this moment, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Pulling it out and looking at it, it was the phone call from his own mom. Fu Xiaowan. Mom, you brat. What the hell is your situation? Not just eat a meal well, can eat how much money? Your kid is good. Directly skipped the bill. This if the word gets out. You later still had a blind date? Spread out just right. I just don't want to go on a blind date. What did you say? Mom, listen to my explanation. The other party is not here for a blind date at all. It is simply here to eat a big family. What do you mean? It's like this. Su Lang hurriedly said the cause and effect of the matter. Briefly, how many people did you say came from the other side? More than a dozen. I don't have a specific number. How much money was eaten? 38,000 that I know of, but they were still ordering when I left. Hiss. Fu Xiaowan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was 38,000 when they left, so wouldn't it be 40,000 or 50,000 now? Settle the bill? This is still a hammer. The other party is clearly here to trap people. Son, well done. I could tell when I first looked at this little girl's picture that she had a treacherous look on her face, and now it seems to be true. Su Lang. That's not what he said at first. Mom, if there's nothing, I'll hang up. Son, first don't hang up. So this can't work in 2 days. I'll arrange another one for you. Don't worry. This time we don't look for good-looking ones. The general ones will be. Su Lang mouth corner cannot help but draw. Who took a deep breath? Su Lang said with a serious face. Mom, in fact, I'm not hiding from you. I already have a girlfriend. Good boy. His wings have grown hard. Even your own mom is lying. Mom, I'm serious. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid, if you let her talk to me now, I'll believe it. Su Lang's gaze swept around, thinking of finding a random person to make up the numbers. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a déjà vu figure that was walking towards him. Mom, wait, I'll let her talk to you now. While saying that, Su Lang rushed to the front of that familiar figure. Xiao Xiao, quickly say hello to my mom. Lin Xiao Xiao? What's the situation? Looking at Su Lang, who suddenly appeared in front of her, Lin Xiao Xiao was filled with confusion. Yes, she was confused. She had just recently joined Haicang Finance, and her top boss was called Yu Hanyang, a returnee doctor. Today, the other party specially invited her to dinner, and the venue was set at Taiha Restaurant. Originally Lin Xiao Xiao did not want to come, but she just joined the job, do not want to make the relationship too stiff, so she still came. As a result, she never expected to see Su Lang here. What she didn't expect was that Su Lang, without saying a word, would directly stuff her cell phone into her hand and ask her to say hello. What is this with what? Auntie, hello, I'm Lin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao Xiao put the cell phone to her ear and asked hello with a face full of dumbfoundedness. Chapter 16. Checking out. Checking out for what? I just had a cup of coffee. Lin Xiao Xiao was smart. The moment her words fell, she understood. Su Lang was looking for her to be a shield. Lin Xiao Xiao? Why does this name sound so familiar? Hu Lin Xiao Xiao exhaled and said, I'm Su Lang's college classmate. Girl, are you really Su Lang's girlfriend? Are you sure you're not acting? No. Looking at Su Lang, who was scowling at herself, Lin Xiao Xiao could only cooperate with Su Lang's performance. This brat, thanks to me helping him arrange blind dates day in and day out. But in the end, he gave me a trick to repair the road in the dark. Alright, Auntie does not bother you guys, so that the weekend to come home to eat a meal. String, Fu Xiaowan said cheerfully. Lin Xiao Xiao froze at that time. This question she really did not know how to answer. Auntie still has things to do. Let's talk later. Not giving Lin Xiao Xiao the chance to open her mouth at all, Fu Xiaowan directly hung up the phone. Holding the phone, Lin Xiao Xiao was speechless. Well, what did my mom say? Your mom asked me to come home for dinner on the weekend. It's fine, just find a reason to muddle through at that time. Su Lang waved his hand. He thought it was a big deal. So this is it. At that time, just find a reason. What company meeting and so on to muddle through? Few hearing Su Lang's words, Lin Xiao Xiao exhaled a long breath. Really, if she was allowed to meet her parents, she really didn't know what to do. Right, Su Lang, why are you here? What else can it be? Was forced by my mom to come to the blind date, that is. How do you feel? Not good. Almost got slaughtered as a big family. Su Lang briefly told Lin Xiao Xiao what happened. 12 people? 40,000 for a meal? Lin Xiao Xiao froze on the spot. Even in her dreams, she had never thought that there was such a strange thing in the world. In that case, you haven't eaten? Just had a cup of coffee. Then let's eat together at noon. I'll treat you. While saying this, Lin Xiao Xiao rushed towards Su Lang and blinked her good-looking eyes, then glanced at Yu Hanyang behind her. Get this, he had just asked Lin Xiao Xiao to act as a shield for once, and immediately had to return it. No problem, Mr. Yu, it shouldn't matter if we add one more person, right? The corner of Yu Hanyang's mouth twitched as he glanced at Su Lang and said, of course it's fine, but I see that Brother Su seems to be quite busy. Ahem. Su Lang coughed dryly, then smilingly responded, Mr. Yu, you're joking. I'm just an idler. Nothing to be busy about? Besides, Goddess Lin has invited me. I have to squeeze out the time even if I have to. Mr. You won't be unwelcome, right? Welcome. Teeth clenched, Yu Hanyang squeezed out these two words from his teeth, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Lin Xiaoxiao's face revealed a bright smile. Then her gaze went to Su Lang. Tell me more carefully about those 24 conditions. It's really hilarious. As expected, women are all gossipy animals, usually looking quite a high-cooled person. Once they talk about gossip, they become excited. Yu Hanyang didn't say anything. His eyes were dead set on the backs of the two, his face full of iron. But after a few moments, his face reappeared with a smile and hurriedly chased after them. What? Auntie Fu actually doesn't care? Lu Lin let out a cry of shock. Auntie Li, Auntie Fu doesn't care. Then this matter you have to manage. It's all because you said Su Lang is rich. Yes, I did say Su Lang was rich, but I didn't let you bring a dozen people along. A meal of 45,000. Not to mention Su Lang. In my place, I have to run. Auntie Lee. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lu Lin's entire body was bad. Just a moment ago, she was still glad that she had met a rich man, but who would have thought that after just a few minutes, everything had turned into a fizzle. People are gone. Not to mention, the meal money also have to pay for their own. This is a whole 45,000. Lu Lin is about to go crazy. Miss, who the hell are you going to pay for this money? On the side, Wan Jianghai's face gradually turned gloomy. He again had a strong premonition that these people were afraid that they wanted to renege on the bill. Lu Lin, having no choice but to look at the group of family and friends behind her. However, it was these family and friends who, without exception, avoided Lu Lin's eyes. Aunt, Lu Lin looked towards Chen Guodong. Xiao Lin, don't look at me like that. I just casually ate a couple bites. I didn't eat much, and I hadn't planned to come. It was you who said Su Lang had money and let us come over to eat casually, said Chen Guodong. Third aunt, Xiao Lin. You also know that I am a person who does not smoke. 2. Do not drink, so I will pay 200 as my own meal money. Fourth uncle, I also contribute 200, and, in the future, this kind of thing do not shout me. I, Lu Kai, have never been so humiliated. Don't say one person 200, even if it is doubled again. 400 for one person is not enough. Lu Lin is also just a common laborer. Her monthly salary is only $4,000, and this meal is enough for 1 year of her salary. She is about to cry. How about we also escape? Thinking of this, Lu Lin's corner of the eye of the remaining light silently looked to the door of the hotel. The heart began to plan the escape route. But this look, she froze in place. 2 men and 1 woman walked in the doorway. One of them was actually Su Lang. Su Lang, he even had the face to come back. Su Lang, stop right there. Lu Lin violently stomped her foot, then directly rushed towards Su Lang. Then a group of family and friends instantly surrounded Su Lang. Without exception, they all glared at Su Lang. With those eyes, they could not wait to eat Su Lang alive. However, Su Lang's face was calm. Su Lang swept a glance at the crowd and asked with a smile, "Ms. Lu, is there something wrong? You hurry up and settle the bill." Lu Lin looked viciously at Su Lang and snapped, "Settle the bill? Settle what bill? I've already settled the bill." Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and faintly laughed. Su Lang's words were like a spark that fell into the hay, instantly igniting the crowd. "You fart. You obviously only settled the money for a cup of coffee, leaving 45,000 unsettled. A big man on a blind date and you don't even pay the bill. Can you still have some face? You'll never find a wife. Brother-in-law, don't joke around. Hurry up and settle the bill." At this moment, Su Lang laughed, his smile filled with disdain. "Everyone, which law states that the man must settle the bill on a blind date? I only ordered a cup of coffee from start to finish. The rest of the food, I didn't eat a single bite. What does it have to do with me? Also Lu Yaozu, I'm warning you again, don't call me brother-in-law. I'm not familiar with you. Bringing a large family to dabble in food and drink, and dabbling with a sense of superiority. This is the first time in my life I've seen it," Su Lang said with a cold smile. Not only was Lu Lin an oddball, this large family was all oddballs. Chapter 17, 8 kills a Pagani in seconds. When other people dabble in food and drink, they are more or less scrupulous, but when it comes to Lu Lin, not only did she not have the slightest scruples, but instead, she rubbed out a sense of superiority. "You, Su Lang, hurry up and settle the bill. Let's go home and talk about what we have to say." "Go home? Ms. Lu, please don't flatter yourself. Let me put it to you this way, you don't deserve it." Lu Lin, Su Lang actually dislikes him? She was a flower of a foreign company. The people chasing him added up to a reinforced company. And now, she was being disliked by Su Lang in front of everyone. She was losing her face. "Su Lang wishes you a lifetime of not being able to find a wife." "Sorry, I've already found one." The corner of Su Lang's mouth rose slightly, turning his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "For the record, I'd like to introduce you to Lin Xiaoxiao, my girlfriend." Until this time, Lu Lin did not see Lin Xiaoxiao standing behind Su Lang. Around 1.7 m, black professional suit, black hair high up, no powder on her wrists and neck, dignified, beautiful, generous and competent. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, Lu Lin actually had a feeling of being ashamed of herself. If her face value had a score of 80, then Lin Xiaoxiao's face value was above 95. Fairy. The word fairy was not an exaggeration when used on Lin Xiaoxiao's body. "You're Su Lang's girlfriend?" Lu Lin stared at Lin Xiaoxiao dead on, asking word for word, silently glancing at Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. "Yes." Bam. Lu Lin's face went white and she instantly went limp. In front of Lin Xiaoxiao, she didn't have a single chance of turning the tables. She couldn't help but regret what she had just done. A very good opportunity to marry into a wealthy family had been missed by her just like that, and she knew that a chance like this would never come across a second time in her life. Miss, who do you think will settle this bill? At this time, Wan Jianghai's voice sounded again. I'll settle it. I'll settle it, isn't it? Lu Lin hissed through clenched teeth, then pulled out 2 credit cards and payroll cards from her pocket. Ms. Lu, the credit card limit is not enough. There is still a difference of 10,000. Use the payroll card. The paycheck card has been fully swiped. Wow. At this moment, the tears were like the yellow river that broke the dike and rushed out. Let's go. For Lu Lin's encounter, Su Lang did not have the slightest sympathy. What he wanted to say at this moment were 2 words, deserved. Who would bring more than a dozen people on a blind date to rub it in? Who would propose so many conditions on a blind date? This is to marry a wife. Or to marry an ancestor? The box. The atmosphere was a little bit strange. Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Lang, and Yu Hanyang were sitting opposite each other. Compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Lang who were talking and laughing, Yu Hanyang's face looked a little gloomy. Xiaoxiao, this brother Su is? Yu Hanyang gazed at Su Lang. Although there had been a contact of 10 minutes, but Yu Hanyang had only spoken a total of 2 or 3 sentences up to now, adding up to not even 50 words. For Su Lang's identity, he currently still knew nothing. Su Lang, university classmate. Disrespectful. I didn't realize that brother Su is still a senior student from Princeton. Yu Hanyang stretched out his right hand. Su Lang shook his hand. Not Princeton, is Beishan University. Beishan University? Ha, it's just a second grade school. Yu Hanyang's eyes flashed a trace of contempt, but just a moment and was well hidden by him. Beishan University is also good. Right. Su brother is mixed which piece? Real estate agent. Su Lang said. Real estate agent. Hearing this, the contempt in Yu Hanyang's eyes became more and more intense. Originally, he had thought of Su Lang as a rival, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. A small real estate agent was not worthy of being his opponent. Real estate agent is not bad. Now that real estate is so hot, the salary should not be low, right? Yu Hanyang asked with a half smile. General, 3 or 4,000 a month. Then you should be under a lot of pressure, right? Okay, what's the matter? Say later, first order food. Yu Hanyang still wanted to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Xiaoxiao. Okay, then order food. This time, Yu Hanyang didn't say anything else. Anyway, his purpose had already been achieved. He said so much. He only wanted to tell Lin Xiaoxiao that he and Su Lang were not on the same level at all. How to choose? Lin Xiaoxiao herself was clear. Soon, Yu Hanyang began to order food. I have to say, Yu Hanyang is still quite atmospheric, ordering a meal that is not soft at all. Abalone, lobster, sea cucumber. Anyway, that thing is expensive. He will order which one? Su Lang calculated in his heart, estimated that this meal should be small 10,000. Handing the menu to the waiter, Yu Hanyang said to himself while saying, Su old brother, in fact, the dishes of Taiha restaurant are not too expensive. According to me, a blind date, or the man's side to settle the bill is better. Regardless of how much money, the recognition must be recognized, or else spread out the reputation is not good. Recognize? Admit it, my ass. If he admits it, wouldn't he be the wrongdoer? Mr. You, while Lu Lin hasn't left, why don't I call her up and you help him settle the bill? Yu Hanyang hurriedly shook his head. That won't work. Then I won't become an ingrate. Then why does Mr. You treat me as an ingrate? Blind date with more than a dozen people to come. It is clear that you want to rub the meal, and a meal to eat 45,000. Mr. You in your place, you will settle the bill? No, right? Also, whoever pays the bill has cerebral palsy. Yu Hanyang. Originally, he wanted to say that he would come. After all, for him, 45,000 isn't a big amount. But before he could open his mouth, Su Lang had finished his words. This was great. If he really answered the checkout, then he would become cerebral palsy. Gritting his teeth, Yu Hanyang said, whoever settles the bill, whoever has cerebral palsy. He. Su Lang laughed and didn't answer. Once or twice, even if this Yu Hanyang 3 times against himself, Su Lang then could not endure. And just at this time, the system beep suddenly sounded in Su Lang's head. The system refreshed. Ding. System refresh successful. Pagani Huayra original price of 29 million. Second price of 8. Ferrari 488 original price 4,160,000. Spike price 8. BMW 52510 original price 5,36 million. Spike price 8. WOJ. Surprisingly, it was the Pagani Huayra. Su Lang's heart fluttered and immediately placed an order. Is it purchased? Purchase. Su Lang did not hesitate to click on the order. The Pagani Huayra was the ultimate in sports cars, limited to 100 units globally, and there would be no more than 10 in the whole country combined. The factory price of each one is $29 million, and that's just the factory price. Because the Pagani Huayra is a limited edition, highly collectible, the reality of the market almost no opportunity to buy. Now its value, I'm afraid it has already exceeded 50 million. Su Lang never expected this kind of top luxury car. The system even directly to 8 price spike out. System tip, congratulations to the user for successfully placing an order for a Pagani Huayra, which has been parked in the hotel parking lot. User successfully placed the order. Additional reward, stinky and unsmellable *1, has been put into the system warehouse. Unspeakable stench card, when used, it can make the target become unspeakable within 10 minutes. Chapter 18 Coincidentally, I'm also a car person. Stinky unspeakable cards. It seems that I have gotten a smelly card. Looking at the cards in the warehouse, he looked at Yu Hanyang again. Su Lang suddenly felt that Yu Hanyang seemed to be a good subject for experimentation, but now was not the time to experiment. To experiment, it would have to be after dinner. If it is used now, isn't this pouring on one's own appetite? Taiha Hotel, worthy of being the top-ranked upscale hotel in Beishan. Other than that, the speed of serving food was quite fast. In just 20 minutes or so, the dishes were served. Brother Su, you should normally rarely eat these things, right? Eat openly today. I'll pay. Su Lang's right hand shivered, and he almost couldn't hold back from using the unspeakable stench card right now. Then I won't be polite? Don't ever be polite to me. Blankly glancing at Yu Hanyang, Su Lang didn't say anything and greeted Lin Xiaoxia and started eating directly. Su Lang, come eat a piece of sea cucumber, Lin Xiaoxiao said while helping Su Lang to clip vegetables. Su Lang passed the lobster for me for a bit. Su Lang, Yu Hanyang. Looking at Su Lang and Lin Xiaoxiao who were interacting intimately, Yu Hanyang was dumbfounded. He was still present. Yu Hanyang coughed and said, Xiao, there's a financial exchange recently. How are you preparing for it? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and faintly swept a glance at Yu Hanyang. Mr. Yu, for work matters, let's talk about it during office hours. It's break time now. Yu Hanyang, brother Su, don't just eat. Let's have a chat. Sorry, I don't like to talk when I'm eating. Su Lang revealed an apologetic expression. Don't like to talk, and you're still chatting with Lin Xiaoxiao? If he wasn't thinking about leaving a good impression in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, he would want to throw Su Lang out right now. Looking at the two people who were talking happily, Yu Hanyang silently copied his chopsticks. He could only silently expect in his heart now, hoping that Su Lang would disappear in front of his eyes as soon as possible. Soon, Su Lang was full of wine and food. Su Lang exhaled a long breath, then his eyes looked at Yu Hanyang. Mr. Yu, you can check out. Yu Hanyang. He felt like a toolman. After viciously glaring at Su Lang, Yu Hanyang looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are you done eating? Check out. Yu Hanyang. Good. Gritting his teeth, Yu Hanyang walked straight to the cashier. Goddess Lin. Who is this person? Su Lang asked suspiciously. The top boss. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a helpless face. Is chasing you? Well, why don't you say yes? Why should I say yes? This guy changes women faster than he changes clothes. Su Long nodded his head and sighed heartily. Ha, not as good looking as me and still managed to find so many girlfriends. Ridiculous. Is this considered narcissism on your part? Of course it's not. I'm just stating a fact. Lin Xiaoxia, glancing at Su Lang, she thought about Yu Hanyang. Well, as much as she didn't want to admit it, what she had to admit again was that what Su Lang said was indeed the truth. Soon, Yu Hanyang held the bill in his hand and returned to the box again. This meal ate a total of 8,800 yuan. He is not heartbroken. He just feel worthless. The whole meal. He even and Lin Xiaoxia chatting opportunities are not. It was all stirred up by Su Lang. Fortunately, the days of suffering would eventually pass, and he was about to usher in the dawn. Xiao, it's almost time. I'll send you back to the company. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. She just looked at Su Lang. Cough. It's better for me to send it. Su Lang immediately took over the conversation. Yu Hanyang was about to go crazy. Although, Lin Xiaoxiao had only joined Haicang for a week, he had already fallen deeply in love with this woman whose talent and beauty existed side by side. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to offend another minister in the company to force Lin Xiaoxiao under his command. After a week's time, between him and Lin Xiaoxiao, they were considered to be more familiar with each other. So Yu Hanyang was prepared to bring his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao one step closer today. But who would have thought that just when everything was going according to the script, suddenly a Chang Bite Jean, Su Lang, came out halfway. It ruined everything. At this moment, Yu Hanyang couldn't wait to cut Su Lang into 8 pieces and throw them into the river to feed the fish. Who Hu Yuanyang panted heavily, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and squeezed out a wisp of smile on his face again, and said, Brother Su, you guys who are intermediaries should be very busy, right, so I won't trouble you with this little matter. My car is in the parking lot next door. I'll just send it. Yuanyang bit the word car very heavily, hoping that Su Lang would back off, but the ideal is very rich, the reality is very bony. Su Lang did not hang him at all. Eyebrows raised, Su Lang smiled and said, coincidentally, my car is also outside. At this moment, right in the parking lot of Taiha restaurant, a uniquely shaped purple and gold supercar was quietly parked, while around the car, a surging crowd gathered. The car was 605 meters long, 036 meters wide, 169 meters high, with a wheelbase of 795, 19-inch front wheels, and 20-inch rear wheels, gullwing door design, wedge-shaped nose, teardrop-shaped glass cabin, purple gold leather seats and full carbon fiber bodywork, integrated audio-visual system and various multifunctional features such as car communication system. It is the Pagani Huayra with a market value of $29 million, equipped with AMG's 6.0L twin-supercharged V12 engine built specifically for the Pagani. It has a maximum power of more than 700 horsepower and a peak torque of about 1,000 Nm. At this moment, the entire parking lot is crowded. Everyone is dumbfounded looking at the world's top supercar. Worry, I never thought that in my lifetime. I could still see the Pagani Huayra with a market price of $30 million. $30 million? Oh, $30 million is the factory price. Now this car is worth at least $500 million. I really want to know what it's like to sit on top of $500 million. I don't know which rich second generation this is, even throwing the car here casually, not afraid of being scratched. Wang Zhonghai screamed in his heart. Just a moment ago, he had just finished dealing with Lu Lin, when he received a report from his men. It said that in their parking lot, a top-of-the-line supercar was parked. Hearing this news, Wang Zhonghai rushed out at that moment. Then he saw this Pagani Huayra worth $500 million in front of him. Without any hesitation, he immediately arranged 2 security guards to maintain order, which was fine at first, but as time went by, more and more people came to take pictures. They even a little bit can't stop the trend. In case if something happened, then he would be in big trouble. Everyone don't crowd, scratching the sports car. None of us can afford to pay for it. Calm down. Everyone calm down, calm down. Chapter 19. So Su Lang is a godly man. Leaving the restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao saw the familiar small electric donkey at a glance. Then she walked straight towards the small electric donkey. Su Lang, is this your car? Seeing this situation, the corner of Yu Hanyang's mouth hooked into a teasing smile. He thought that even if Su Lang was poorer, something that could be called a car would have to have 4 wheels at any rate. The result? 2 wheels. This damn thing is also called a car? This is just one of them. Su Lang said with a smile. One of them? Ha. In that case, you have other cars? If you want to see it, just follow me. Greeting Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Lang walked straight towards the parking lot. Su Lang, when did you buy a car? Goddess Lin, I told you a long time ago. I'm a rich second generation, it's you who don't believe me. Go. 4 years in college, I still don't understand you? Understand me? Su Lang's footsteps lurched, turning his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. You have a crush on me? Lin Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at Su Lang without any good humor and said, do you think it's possible? Su Lang seriously thought about it. In fact, it's not impossible. After all, not to mention put in the class, even if it was put in the whole school, his own face value was also ranked at the top. Possible. Go to hell. Talking and laughing all the way, they soon came to the parking lot, but the next second, Lin Xiaoxiao froze in place. The entire parking lot was packed with people, even more lively than the food market. What's the situation here? Lin Xiaoxiao was confused. Of course, Su Lang and Yu Hanyang were also confused. Passing through the crowd, what caught their eyes was a purple supercar. Yu Hanyang was trembling, his eyes staring at the car in front of him, saying with a face full of astonishment, This is the Pagani Huayra? Pagani Huayra? Said Lin Xiaoxiao in confusion. Pagani is a world-renowned supercar manufacturer that produces supercars that are known for their extreme performance, exquisite craftsmanship using a large number of handmade pieces, expensive selling prices, and rare production. This Huayra in front of me is a masterpiece of Pagani, limited to 100 units worldwide, with no more than 10 units in the whole of China now. Its current selling price is more than $500 million. Yu Hanyang said with an excited face. Anyone who can drive this kind of car must be the top rich second generation in Beishan. No, in China. If I can drive a Pagani Huayra once in my life, I will be satisfied. His Lin Xiaoxiao sucked in a breath of cool air. One car, $500 million. This almost refreshed her cognition. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of person could spend $500 million on a car. You can't drive it, but you can touch it, Su Lang said with a smile. Forget it, I don't dare to touch such a top luxury car. Only the original paint. Do it once a million. In case of scratching, I can't afford to pay, Yu Hanyang said with a sigh. He is now also $1 million a year, but he worked hard for a year, but also enough to do this Pagani Huayra paint once. Although he wanted to touch it, he didn't have the guts. By the way, Su Lang, where's your car? You haven't been staring at it? After saying that, Su Lang walked straight towards the Pagani Huayra. Mr. Su, please watch outside the cordon. Wan Jianhai stopped in front of Su Lang. Ha! Seeing the scene in front of him, Yu Hanyang sneered, but immediately afterward, his eyes widened, only to see that the moment Su Lang approached, the face recognition system was instantly activated. The 4 headlights suddenly lit up, and the gull-wing doors slowly rose to both sides. This was the latest technology from Pagani, able to input the owner's face into the car's computer. As soon as the owner approaches, the car will automatically unlock the door. In full view of everyone, the gull-wing doors slowly rose, and the luxurious interior of the Pagani Huayra was revealed. I rely on. Yu Hanyang looked at the Pagani Huayra and then looked at Su Lang, wide open mouth for a long time unable to speak. There is no mistake. Pagani Huayra is Su Lang's car? Yu Hanyang could not believe his eyes, but everything that happened in front of him made him have to believe. The face recognition system, this is the best proof. The surroundings were in chaos. Everyone was marveling at the owner of this Pagani Huayra, but at this moment, Yu Hanyang had his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. As soon as he thought of his own showmanship just now, talking about the relevant information of the Pagani Huayra, and even saying that his greatest wish in this life was to drive a Pagani Huayra once, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. He just couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. This feeling is really too bad. Originally, he felt that he was the pride of heaven, earning millions of dollars a year at a young age. However, compared to Su Lang, earning $1 million a year was nothing. Other people's cars had more than this amount of money for a single paint job. Yu Hanyang tightly clenched his fists. His face was uncertain. A moment later he loosened his fists again. Pagani Huayra, this is not something that ordinary people can buy. The people who can buy him are not ordinary people. He couldn't afford to mess with such a person, nor did he dare to do so. He and Su Lang were people of two worlds. Yu Hanyang exhaled a long breath. His gaze gradually became firm, as if he had made up his mind about something. Su Lang brother. Ha! Su Lang twisted his head to look at Yu Hanyang. Originally, he thought that Yu Hanyang would be driven mad by the blow. As a result, he did not expect that Yu Hanyang suddenly called him brother. This rather made Su Lang somewhat surprised. Can I touch it? Yes. After hesitating for a moment, Su Lang nodded his head. Yu Hanyang held back the excitement in his heart and took 3 steps to the side of Pagani Huayra. Then he reached out and touched it in the midst of everyone's envious eyes. The touch was cold and delicate, as if the air was filled with the smell of money. At this moment, the surrounding melon-eating audience collectively exploded. How does brother's hand feel? Has it touched the flavor of money? $500 million of sports cars. Can the hand feel bad? Big brother, do you still lack a pendant on your leg? Handsome, are you free tonight? We can have dinner together. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Su Lang faintly smiled, then sat in the cab. The leather seat, and it was built completely according to ergonomics, perfectly fitting Su Lang's back curve. The interior color was dominated by purple like the car, elegant and noble. Carbon fiber steering wheel, first-class feel, top sound, top quality. On the passenger seat, there was also a craft paper file bag containing the car's license and insurance. Everything that could be thought of. The system had already been arranged. Ignition, Su Lang whispered. The next second the intelligent voice system automatically recognized it and the Pagani Huayra automatically ignited. Boom! A foot of throttle down. Huayra equipped with AMG 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine specially built for Pagani let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the entire venue was dead silent, and only the beast that was the Pagani Huayra roared in anger. Chapter 20. Something big is wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao has been bagged. Awesome. Too awesome. This sound wave. I'm dying. This is the supercar. This is the dream in every man's heart. Handsome man, I'm hot. After a short period of silence, the crowd once again exploded. Everyone has a supercar dream in their heart. And now, a sports car worth $500 million is in front of them. They admitted that they were wet. Brother wave. Wave, can I drive a lap? Yu Hanyang opened his mouth and asked, drive a lap? Oh, stinky card warning. Originally, just now, Su Lang thought to try the effect of the unspeakable smell card on Yu Hanyang. Unfortunately, Yu Hanyang suddenly changed his attitude all of a sudden turned into a licking dog. Su Lang really had no reason to do it for a while. However, he wanted to drive? If he refused him now, would he storm out? Then just use the stinky card. Then everything would be smooth sailing. Yeah, just do it. No way. Su Lang snapped. Yu Hanyang took 2 steps backward. His entire face collapsed in a big way. Only after a long time did he weakly say, no, even if. Su Lang, can't do it even if it doesn't work? This is not quite the same as the script he imagined. Silently glancing at Yu Hanyang, Su Lang's gaze fell on Lin Xiaoxiao. Goddess Lin, get in the car. Boom. The tires rubbed against the ground, setting off bursts of smoke and dust, and instantly the Pagani Huayra, like a sharp arrow, went away. In the co-pilot of the Pagani Huayra, Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Until now, she hadn't come back to her senses from the shock. In her memory, Su Lang was not from a wealthy family. As for the 3-year period, that was nonsense. Su Long's family was an ordinary working class. However, looking at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding, and feeling the smell of money in the air, Lin Xiaoxiao was completely confused. What is the situation of this? Su Lang changed into a tycoon? Can't it be that what he said at the beginning that he had 10 sets of stores in the city center was true? Previously, Lin Xiaoxia did not believe it, but now with the appearance of this Pagani Huayra, she suddenly believed it. However, another doubt rose in her mind. Where did he get the money from? Whether it was the 10 sets of stores or now this Pagani Huayra, its value was more than $500 million. Where did this money come from? Suddenly, an ominous premonition flashed through Lin Xiaoxiao's mind. Could it be that Su Lang had done something that was written into the constitution? Thinking this way, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately became anxious. Su Lang, you're not doing any illegal business, are you? Breaking the law? Lin Xiaoxiao was definitely thinking the wrong way. However, Su Lang did not retort. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with interest. Does this count as you caring about me? Stop it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, what if I were to say yes? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Her complexion became even more tense. Su Lang, my second uncle is from the police department. If you hurry and turn yourself in now, he will definitely help you. No, I'll talk to my second uncle now, so he can get ready. While saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone from her pocket and made a gesture to dial the phone. Playing for real? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and hurriedly stopped it. If this brought the police here, it would be a big deal. Stop, stop, stop. I was just joking. I didn't do any illegal business. Su Lang hurriedly explained. Then this car? Ahem. Su Lang coughed awkwardly and said, isn't this the real estate agent's salary too low? I've been looking for a part-time job in a leasing company for 2 days. A leasing company? Lin Xiaoxia froze, then gave Su Lang a look full of complexity and said, so, this car belongs to a leasing company? That's right. The company is newly opened and is ready to publicize and advertise, so it let me drive out for a stroll. Really? Lin Xiaoxia looked at Su Lang with some suspicion. Which leasing company was it that had such a big bottom line? Even a top-class luxury car like the Pagani Huayra? Nonsense. Su Lang blankly glanced at Lin Xiaoxia without blushing or gasping, saying, otherwise you think I can afford a Pagani Huayra? $500 million for a supercar. No matter what kind of business you do, you won't be able to make that much money in a short period of time, right? Lin Xiaoxia thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Even for those businesses that were written into the constitution, if they wanted to make such a large sum of money, it wouldn't be possible overnight. Thinking about it this way, it seems like there is only one explanation for leasing. In that case, you used a leased car to trick Yu Hanyang? Rather, I didn't cheat him, I simply cheated you. Of course, thinking about it was enough. Su Lang did not intend to say it. It can be said so, Su Lang said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao. For a moment, she was truly unsure of what to say. Using a rented car to trick Yu Hanyang, only Su Lang could do such a thing. Alright, the company is just ahead. Pull over, I'll walk over. When she was about to arrive at her destination, Haicang Finance, Lin Xiaoxiao once again opened her mouth. Should I send you in? Forget it, let people see me coming down from the supercar. They'll still think that I've been bagged. Adopted. Actually, it's not impossible. Lin Xiaoxia? What is Su Lang talking about? Does he really mean that he is being adopted? What does he really mean by adopting himself? Lin Xiaoxiao said, come on, with your salary, it's more or less like I'm supporting you. This is what you said. I took it seriously. Dreaming. Eyebrows raised. Faintly swept Su Lang a glance. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed open the car door and turned to go. Xiao. Wait. Don't forget to go to the house for dinner on the weekend. Hearing Su Lang's words, Lin Xiaoxiao's feet stumbled violently and she almost didn't fall on the ground. Didn't he say that he would find a reason to put it off? How did you change your mind now? Turning her head and glaring viciously at Su Lang, Lin Xiaoxiao walked straight towards the company. Su Lang, this to go or not is to give a word ah. If not, I can go to find other people to come. Silently looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's back. Su Lang drove away, and Su Lang did not see is. Not far away from the cafe, Tu and Lin Xiaoxiao dressed similar woman is silently watching all this. Xiao Qian, I told you, this what Lin Xiaoxiao is a vixen. This has only been back in China for a long time, and she's already been bagged. Who says otherwise? Xian Xiaoqian held her mouth and said with a disdainful face, even if she was wrapped up by someone, she still has a shy face to tease Mr. You, I've never seen such a shameless woman. Right, Sister Ing? What kind of car was that just now? Looking at the car label, it looks like a Pagani Huayra. It's the Pagani Huayra that's worth $29 million? It should be. The two women glanced at each other, their eyes filled with jealousy. They also wanted to sit in the Pagani Huayra and laugh. Chapter 21. This godly man is obviously rich but excessively frugal. Parking lot of Taiha Hotel. With the departure of the Pagani Huayra, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Yu Hanyang was finally able to take out his favorite car, a red Mercedes E300. Mercedes-Benz is also considered a luxury car in the public's conception. Plus the car has just been bought recently. Yu Hanyang is very fond of it. Usually when he has nothing to do, he will wash it. But since seeing Su Lang's Pagani Huayra and then looking at the Mercedes-Benz, all of a sudden it doesn't smell good anymore. Only the Pagani Huayra is a man's romance. Mr. You. Just at this time the hotel manager on the side, Wan Zhanghai, came up. Yu Hanyang, as if waking up from a dream, hurriedly responded. Manager Wan, is there something? What did your friend just now do? Wan Zhanghai asked curiously. Yu Hanyang froze. Of course he would not be naive enough to think that Su Lang was just a small real estate agent. Real estate agent? Real estate? He should be the owner of some real estate company. Yu Hanyang slowly said. Hiss, the owner of a real estate company? Hearing these words, Wan Zhanghai immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. There were many things that made money these days, but without a doubt, real estate must be the best of them. Every real estate company owner was a big shot worth a billion, or even tens of billions. It was no surprise that such a person could afford a Pagani Huayra. And just at this time, a bus full of guests steadily stopped at the entrance of the Taiha Hotel. Business came to the door. Wan Zhanghai hurriedly greeted him, but the next second, something surprising happened. The crowd stood in front of the entrance of the Taiha restaurant, and one of the youths holding a small flag looked around before walking straight towards the parking lot. All travelers, please follow me. The next thing we're going to visit is the Pagani Huayra, which is limited to 100 units worldwide and no more than 10 units in China. Wan Zhanghai, what is this? This group of people are here to see the car? There is no mistake. Just as Wan Zhanghai froze, the tour guide had already brought the travelers to the parking lot. Soon they were dumbfounded. The entire parking lot, not to mention the Pagani Huayra, did not even see a sports car. The best car in the entire parking lot was the Mercedes E300 parked in the corner. What is the situation? Where is the promised Pagani Huayra? The little brother of the tour guide walked straight towards Wan Zhanghai and said, This gentleman, how are you? I'm Meng Yu, the tour guide of the Grey Wolf Tour Group. I heard on the internet that there is a Pagani Huayra parked here. May I ask where is the Pagani Huayra now? Pagani Huayra? It ran away long ago. It just drove away. What? Meng Yu let out an exclamation of surprise. He had brought people to temporarily reroute over just to see this famous Pagani Huayra, but when the others arrived, the car was gone. But what? You guys can wait in the hotel for a while, because Mr. Su still has a car left. Wan Zhanghai said, there is still a car. Meng Yu's heart, which had been doused with cold water, rekindled hope. Someone who could afford to drive a Pagani Huayra. His other car must be a world-class luxury car, right? Where is it? Meng Yu asked impatiently. Right in front of the hotel. Meng Yu looked back. Then he saw a small blue and white electric donkey. A small electric donkey? A Pagani Huayra? Wait, was there a mistake about something? Meng Yu was confused. Manager Wan, are you saying that this yachty belongs to the owner of the Pagani Huayra? That's right. Wan Zhanghai nodded, although he hated to admit it. What Wan Zhanghai had to admit again was that it was the truth. Both the Pagani Huayra and this little electric donkey were Su Lang's property. Meng Yu, in this instant, he truly did not know what to say. It was hard for him to imagine that someone who could afford to drive a Pagani Huayra would have his other car be a small electric donkey. Manager Wan, we have a total of 23 people. You look at the arrangement. After a long time, Meng Yu opened his mouth and said, Good Lu. Wan Zhanghai was overjoyed. Today, thanks to Su Lang's blessing, he earned a large sum of money. Come. Everyone please come with me. I guarantee that the things in our Taiha restaurant are definitely good value for money. Wan Zhanghai said as he greeted the crowd towards the interior of the hotel. Looking at the delighted Wan Zhanghai, Yu Hanyang silently sighed. The Pagani Huayra had a lot of influence. This was something he knew in his heart. But what he never expected was that the Pagani Huayra's influence would be so great. Even the traveling groups from outside the city ran over to visit. To be honest, he would never have thought that things would turn out like this even in his dreams. When he thought about sneering at Su Lang before, he felt amused. In Su Lang's eyes, he was probably a clown. Shaking his head, Yu Hanyang pulled open the door of the Mercedes E300 and drove towards Haicang Finance. But he had just left the parking lot when he saw a purple and gold Pagani Huayra coming head-on towards him. If there wasn't a second Pagani Huayra in Beishan, then the person sitting in this car must be Su Lang. Going and returning? What did it mean? Is it difficult? Through the rearview mirror, Yu Hanyang saw the small blue and white electric donkey parked at the entrance. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How much does a small electric donkey cost? It was $5,000 to hold out. And a Pagani Huayra? $50 million to start. A Pagani Huayra was enough to cover 10,000 small electric donkeys. It shouldn't be possible. However, in the next second, Su Lang used practical actions to tell him that there was nothing called turning the impossible into possible. Just see the Pagani Huayra, a floating tail, steadily parked in front of the entrance of Taiha restaurant. The gull wing door automatically unfolded. Su Lang got off the car and walked straight toward the small electric donkey at the door. Yu Hanyang saw a scene he would never forget. Su Lang unexpectedly stuffed the small electric donkey hard into the front trunk of the Pagani Huayra. Yu Hanyang, this godly man is obviously rich, but excessively frugal. Of course, Yu Hanyang was not the only one who was confused. There was also the hotel manager Wan Jianhai. Originally, he was merely talking for fun. After all, how could someone who could afford to drive a $500 million supercar care about a small electric donkey? To put it bluntly, other people do a maintenance more than this price. The reason he said that was simply to let Meng Yu and the others stay, so that he could make a profit. But the result, greatly exceeded his expectations. Su Lang really returned. He really took away the small electric donkey. I said, you are a god. Ah, cannot be so provincial? Chapter 22, Rumors Rise. Worry, that little electric donkey at the entrance is actually really a godly man's. Shouldn't a godly man always regard money as dirt? A godly man who drives a $50 million supercar actually really came back to pick up the small electric donkey. My world collapsed. In the hotel, Meng Yu was completely messed up. Truth be told, originally he didn't really believe Wan Jianhai. After all, how could a person who drove a supercar be the owner of a small electric donkey? The two simply didn't match. However, everything that happened in front of him made him believe that what Wan Jianhai said was true. The other party not only came back to pick up the car, but also stuffed the small electric donkey into the front storage box of the Pagani Huayra. At this moment, Meng Yu's worldview had collapsed a bit. Manager Wan, are all the godly men of North Mountain so frugal? Meng Yu twisted his head to look at Wan Jianhai. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Wan Jianhai opened his mouth and ultimately did not say anything. It wasn't that the godly heroes of North Mountain were economical, but Su Lang was different. Regarding what Wan Jianhai and Meng Yu had in their hearts, Su Lang did not know. If he knew, he would definitely give a nod to Meng Yu. Yes, he was just so economical. Every penny he had was hard-won and had to be cherished. After all, collecting rent is also very laborious. Okay, stuffing the small electric donkey into the trunk. Looking at the crowd rushing around, Su Lang dodged into the driver's side, then with a kick of the gas pedal. While the crowd hadn't closed in, the car scurried out like lightning. Floating posture, ear-shattering roar. One word, handsome. Haicang Finance. Lin Xiaoxiao was bending her head down to write her speech. Her shell teeth clenched and her brow furrowed. It was obvious that she was under a lot of pressure. The financial conference was about to be held, and as one of Haicang's investment managers, Lin Xiaoxiao needed to deliver a speech at the conference. This conference would bring together all the talents in the field of finance and investment in Beishan City, and there were as many returnees as dogs, and schoolmasters all over the place. Lin Xiaoxiao, as a small returnee, has a degree, but has little status in the financial sector, and this financial conference is the opportunity for her to turn around. Whether she can occupy a place in the North Mountain financial sector, success or failure is here. So for the speech of this conference, she is careful and cautious. Change again and again. Lin Xiaoxiao had a little problem, or rather a pet peeve. That is, once she felt the pressure, she wanted to drink water. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's urge to urinate was growing stronger. Rubbing her temples, Lin Xiaoxiao got up and walked towards the bathroom. As soon as she got close to the bathroom, two familiar voices made Lin Xiaoxiao stop in her tracks. Sister Ing, did you see Lin Xiaoxiao just now? Qian Xiaoqian opened her mouth and asked. Saw it? Why? Li Ying nodded. That woman is writing a speech. For the financial conference? Not much more than 8 or 9. Ha, you really think you're a dish? It's the company's custom for newcomers to give speeches at financial conferences. who doesn't just write about it casually and be done with it. That's just her, holding a chicken feather as an arrow. Li Ying snorted. Who says otherwise? Qian Xiaoqian whispered. But Sister Ying, don't you think that this Lin Xiaoxiao has been bagged? Does it make sense for her to do so? Who knows? Maybe she knows that the others are just playing around, and now she's just trying to leave herself a way out? Also, who? Lin Xiaoxia took a long breath, then turned around and left. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, it wasn't like the toilet was the only one. However, just at this time, Yu Hanyang suddenly walked over. Xiao Xiao, are you not feeling well? Look so bad? Yu Hanyang opened his mouth and asked. No, it's good if there isn't. Work is important, but the body is even more important. Don't tire yourself. Yu Hanyang finished and immediately walked into the men's restroom. From the time he saw Su Lang's Pagani Huayra, all his thoughts about Lin Xiaoxia dissipated with it. Why sit on a Mercedes-Benz E300 and cry when you can sit on a Pagani Huayra and laugh? He and Su Lang were originally from two worlds. In front of Su Lang, not to mention the millions of dollars a year, even if it was $10 million a year, there was not the slightest bit of competitiveness. Instead of doing such a fearless competition, it would be better to stop early, and make good relations with Lin Xiaoxiao, and maybe there is a chance to experience the joy of driving a Pagani Huayra. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Yu Hanyang's face. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Originally, she wanted to pretend that she didn't hear and leave, but now it was good. She couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Letting out a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed open the door to the bathroom. Facing her were two women with pretty faces, Qian Xiaoqian and Li Ying. The two of them looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a heart full of apprehension and carefully greeted. Good day, Manager Lin. Good, Manager Lin. You didn't hear anything just now, did you? No. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head expressionlessly. Who? The two looked at each other, exhaled a long breath, and rushed out of the bathroom in a puff of smoke. Luckily didn't hear it. Otherwise we're afraid that we can't afford to wear small shoes. Xiao Qian. Heard so what? She Lin Xiaoxia dare to do, but not allow us to say? Li Ying is not scared. Cluck cluck cluck. Also is. From afar came a rash of crisp laughter. Hoo. Lin Xiaoxia exhaled a few gulps of rough air, forcing herself to calm down. In the world, there are always more beautiful things. Well, that's right, that's it. Su Lang did not directly drive the Pagani Huayra back, but temporarily in the neighborhood next door, rented a parking space to park. On the one hand, Su Lang is worried that such a world-class supercar parents cannot accept. On the other hand, Su Lang is worried that Manhwa is an ordinary neighborhood. No property, no security. If this is rubbed by anyone, a paint repair will be $1 million. Su Lang shall not die of heartache. So after thinking about it, Su Lang decided not to drive back for the time being. Opened the front storage box, the small electric donkey screw out. Su Lang happily towards Minicourt rushed, passing through the door. Su Lang also friendly and security uncle waved his hand. What Su Lang didn't know was that right behind him, the two security uncles were full of confusion. Old Zhang, did you just let a small electric donkey in? No the supercar put one in instead. Then why would someone riding a small electric donkey come out of the garage? How should I know? Old Zhang shook his head. Old Zhang, do you think someone could have stuffed a small electric donkey into the supercar? Old Zhang, would someone with a full stomach stuff a small electric donkey into a supercar? Regardless of whether other people think there is no. Anyway, he thinks there is no. What kind of person would do such a thing? Chapter 23, Green Bamboo Snake's Mouth, Wasp's Tail and Back Needle. Minhe Yuan just pushed open the door. Su Lang saw the big horse sitting on the sofa. Fu Xiaowan. Just beside her, sitting is the Koi Su Changlin. External Su Changlin heavy fist. Internal Su Changlin Koi. Yes, that's right. This is the legendary rakiers. Su Lang, come here. Seeing Su Lang, Fu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and snapped. Su Lang thought for a moment, then moved a bench and immediately came to Fu Xiaowan's front. Mom, you have something? Su Lang asked cautiously. Is there something you don't know yourself? Fu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and said. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched as he tried. Lin Xiaoxiao, tell me, what is your relationship? Fu Xiaowan asked with a calm face. What relationship? Su Lang frowned slightly into deep thought. Lovers? That was definitely not. Friend? It seemed to be slightly more than friends again. In that case, then comrades in arms. Lin Xiaoxiao needed him to help him block Yu Hanyang, and he needed her to block Fu Xiaowan for him. Well, comrade in arms is a good word. However, thinking about it, Su Lang said that he definitely wasn't going to say it out loud. Girlfriend, Su Lang said with a serious face. Really? Really? Su Lang nodded seriously. What is the other party's family situation? What is it for? Family situation? Su Lang froze violently, and his mind spun rapidly. The memories of the 4 years of college came back like a tidal wave. Lin Xiaoxiao was multi-talented, proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and all these things required a lot of money to cultivate. And after graduating from college, Lin Xiaoxiao also went to study abroad, or the world-class school Princeton. The money spent on this trip, even more, is not a small amount. Su Lang roughly estimated that the money is not less than $1 million. It is impossible to earn so much money working part-time. The only way to explain it is to do business. Right, that was it. Doing business. Su Lang reached. Fu Xiaowan nodded. What degree? Master's degree in finance from Princeton University. How many people in the family? A family of 3. Is there a younger brother? No. When are you planning to get married? Tomorrow. Wait. There seems to be something unthinkable inserted here. Marriage? Get married to what? When did I say I was getting married? How can comrades in arms get married? Mom, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Su Lang asked. I said, when do you guys want to get married? Fu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and snapped. Su Lang. Marriage? Oh, Mom, you may not believe me when I say it. I'm just pretending. Ahem. Su Lang hurriedly coughed and said, Mom, this matter is not urgent. You're not in a hurry, I'm in a hurry. Next door building Wang old lady, his son is only 21 years old. Even the grandchildren are holding on. Besides, Uncle Joe, who just moved in a while ago, his son is only 22 this year. Well, his grandson can even play soy sauce. And, wait, seeing that Fu Xiaowan still wanted to open her mouth, Su Lang hurriedly interrupted it. Even his grandson can play soy sauce. Are you sure his son is only 22? What's wrong? Still not allowing other people's grandchildren to develop earlier? Fu Xiaowan said with a raised eyebrow. Su Lang, how many hormones does this have to eat to be precocious to this point? Silently glancing at Fu Xiaowan, Su Lang said, Mom, it doesn't matter to me. The key is that people are not necessarily happy about it. It doesn't matter. Weekend. Forget it. Not waiting for the weekend. Just tomorrow. You let Xiaoxia come to our house for a meal. At that time, Mom will help you to get on the means and speed up. Remember, this is a dead order. Don't try to beat a dead horse. Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiao was annoyed. In just 1 day's time, rumors about her being bagged. The rumors about her being adopted spread throughout the company. In the short distance of a few dozen meters from the company's entrance to her workstation, Lin Xiaoxiao had already heard several groups of people whispering, a woman's being bagged is just like a man's cheating. The woman's being bagged is just like a man's cheating. It's just as eye-catching. Plus, Lin Xiaoxiao is the company's famous flower, so it's even more attention-grabbing. Whenever she heard someone talking about herself, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to sew up the mouths of Qian Xiaoqian and Liang. Good morning, Sister Lin. Good morning, Sister Lin. Many of the company's junior staff greeted Lin Xiaoxiao as usual, and Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded in response. However, Lin Xiaoxiao always felt like there was a slight hint of disdain in their eyes. This was something that made Lin Xiaoxiao very uncomfortable. If she had really done it, then disdain was disdain, and she would have admitted it. The key was that she hadn't done anything. She just hitched a ride with Su Lang once, and it was because she was worried about this point that she even made it a point to start walking when she was more than 200 meters away from the company. As a result, it didn't prove to be of any use. The rumors were far more ferocious and vicious than she had imagined. It had only been a day, and the entire company was abuzz with rumors. Sister Lin, Mr. Zhang asks you to come to the office. As soon as he took his seat, a youngster walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, real name Zhang Yifeng, the big boss of Haicang Financial Company, the titanic figure of the Beishan financial sector. Zhang Yifeng looking for himself at this time. No surprise, it must be about the rumors. Few exhaling a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao got up and walked towards the president's office. AI. Sister Ing, say what will Zhang Feng do with Lin Xiaoxiao? Sun Jie said. Sun Jie is the wind control department, and Lin Xiaoxiao is not in a department, but for Lin Xiaoxiao's reputation she is like a thunderclap. Princeton University senior, the most beautiful golden flower in Haicang. I don't know, but I can imagine Lin Xiaoxiao's good days are over, Liang said with a smirk. Other people say that God is fair. He opens the window for you, he won't open the door for you again. But when it came to Lin Xiaoxiao, God, his old man, suddenly got dementia all of a sudden. He not only gave Lin Xiaoxiao a beautiful face, but also gave her a perfect education. The thought of Lin Xiaoxiao falling on hard times made her mood incomparably happy. Also, Sun Jie nodded approvingly and said, Sister Ing, I won't hide it from you. Every time I see Lin Xiaoxiao's cool demeanor, I can't wait to slap her in the face. What's the point of pretending to be so noble? She's still not wrapped up in someone else's bag. Who says it's not? Like Lin Xiaoxiao. This time when Mr. Zhang kicked her out of the company, that's a big relief. Right, Sister Ing? With Lin Xiaoxiao gone, won't that leave Mr. You vacant? You can't steal it from me. Sun Jie, what do you mean? I'm going to go after Mr. Yu. Sun Jie, I advise you not to be delusional. Mr. Yu is my sister Ing. Don't you have a boyfriend? A boyfriend is not a husband. Is it bad to have one more? Chapter 24. I treat you like a brother, but you want to sleep with me. President's office. Yu Hanyang looked at Zheng Hufeng in front of him with trepidation. Zheng Hifeng's face was a bit gloomy. As the president of Haicang Finance, he placed a high value on the company's ethos. He had always believed that a good ethos was the greatest motivation for a company to keep moving forward. And now, someone wanted to destroy the ethos that he had managed to create with great difficulty. This made Zheng Hufeng very unhappy. Yu Hanyang, Lin Xiaoxiao is someone under your hand, so you say what to do. Zheng Hufeng's sharp gaze was firmly fixed on Yu Hanyang. Mr. Zheng, these are all rumors. You must not believe them. What do you mean? Mr. Zheng, that person driving the Pagani Huayra I know? You know him? He's Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Zheng Hufeng. At those words, Zheng Hufeng froze in place for a moment. After all this, it's just a misunderstanding? Knock knock knock. At this time, the door to the room was also knocked on. Enter Zheng Hufeng faintly answered. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao walked in. Seeing the trembling Yu Hanyang on the side, Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. Then her gaze went to Zheng Hifeng. Mr. Zheng, sit down and talk. Zheng Hufeng pointed to the stool in front of him. Thank you. Lin Xiaoxia nodded and took her seat. Xiao Lin it's been a while since you came to the company, right? Counting today it's exactly a week. How has it been? Is it still smooth? Not bad. I heard some bad comments today. Is Xiao Lin able to explain? Mr. Zheng, if I say that it's all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Believe it. Lin Xiaoxiao? What's the situation? This wasn't quite what Lin Xiaoxiao thought. According to her imagination, Zheng Hufeng should have criticized him severely. But now, it seemed like Zheng Hufeng didn't mean to criticize her. Because of Yu Hanyang? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Yu Hanyang. Yu Hanyang nodded slightly. Who letting out a long breath? Lin Xiaoxiao said, Mr. Zheng, since Mr. Yu has already told you, what do you mean by calling me here? Xiao Lin there's more than one person in this company. It's not enough for me to believe in you. You have to make everyone believe in you as well. You know what I mean, right? Zheng Hifeng said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao, to be honest, she didn't quite understand. Mr. Zheng, what do you mean? Xiao Lin since you've called your boyfriend, don't hide him. Bring him here for everyone to see. The rumors will naturally be gone. Zheng Hifeng said with a smile. Boyfriend? Lin Xiaoxiao was like a kitten that had its tail stepped on. All of a sudden she screamed out. Su Lang was his boyfriend? What the hell did this Yu Hanyang say? Isn't it? Zheng Hufeng's brows gradually furrowed. If not, then he would have to consider another possibility. Yes, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded silently. That's not it. If this rumor thing drags on for too long, not only is it bad for the company, but also for yourself. It's better to solve this sooner rather than later. Let your boyfriend come over here after work today, and all the problems will naturally be solved. What does Xiao Lin think? Zheng Hifeng opened his mouth and said, Lin Xiaoxia. Good. Look, Lin Xiaoxiao came out. I wonder if she's fired. According to me, this kind of woman should be kicked out of the company. This time, the crowd didn't have the slightest bit of concealment, and their gazes towards Lin Xiaoxiao revealed a strong disdain. Enough, all shut up. What's with all the noise? Do you not want to work anymore? Outside the door, a furious Yu Hanyang walked in. He swept his gaze around and scolded in a stern voice. Mr. Yu, what we said is the truth. Facts my ass. People are Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. If you guys dare to chew the dust behind your backs again, immediately go to the finance office to settle your paychecks. Boyfriend? Hearing Yu Hanyang's words, the crowd was not talking. However, the disdain in their eyes was increasing instead of decreasing. There was no boyfriend in the previous time, but now that it was exposed, this boyfriend came out. Who believed nah? Holding the cell phone, Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of tangles. Several times, wanted to dial Su Lang's phone, but she stopped again in life. All along, she and Su Lang had been a blocker-to-blocker relationship. Now suddenly one day, one of the blockers wanted to turn. What should the other blocker think? Would he come straight to the point of saying, I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me? It's hard to say about others, but Lin Xiaoxia felt that with Su Lang's straight character, it's really possible that he would dare to come out. Whatever. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, made up a text message and sent it out. Tonight at 6 p.m., pick me up in front of the company, put the car on. After doing this, Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled a long breath. Minhe Yuan, Su Lang's hand also held a cell phone. He tapped on his address book several times and flipped through Lin Xiaoxiao's number, wanting to dial out, but in the end, he gave up, letting Lin Xiaoxia come home for dinner. Isn't that like meeting the parents? Will other people agree? Also, he and Lin Xiaoxiao are comrades in arms. What if Lin Xiaoxia thinks she's salivating for her body? Well, Su Lang does have a little bit of salivation. White skin and beautiful long legs. Want not to salivate are very difficult. Forget it, it's better to find a reason to put it off. Saying dry, Su Lang immediately put his cell phone on his ear, made a look like he was making a phone call, and said aloud, Xiaoxia, what did you say? You can't come to the meeting tonight? That's fine, then I'll tell Mom about it. Soon, Fu Xiaowan stuck her head out from the kitchen, her eyes alertly looking at Su Lang. Xiao can't come? Fu Xiaowan said with a calm face. Su Lang nodded. Yes. Ding dong, you have a new short message. Before the word "the" was even uttered, the cell phone rang. A new text message had arrived. Clicking it open, it was Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Pick me up in front of the company at 6 o'clock tonight. Put the car on. Su Lang? What do you mean? I haven't even made a move yet. And you're launching an attack? It turns out that not only do I crave your body, you also crave my body. Mom. Ha? Xiaoxiao's meeting seems to have been cancelled, Su Lang said with a serious face. Then why are you still waiting? Do not hurry to go. Got it, Su Lang shouted, then took the road and fled. Running halfway, he suddenly could think. Lin Xiaoxia let him drive. Is it a big car? Or driving a small car? Although Su Lang preferred the Pagani Huayra. But what if Lin Xiaoxiao just liked to sit in the little electric donkey and put her arm around his waist? As a good man of high moral character in the new century, Su Lang decided to respect Lin Xiaoxia's choice. Pulling out his cell phone, he compiled a text message and clicked send. Do you like to sit in a big car? Or a small car? Chapter 25. Hey, I like big ones too. Big cars? Small car? The corners of Lin Xiaoxia's mouth twitched furiously. Forgive her for not reading much. She kind of didn't understand what Su Lang meant. What's a big car? And what is a small car? Casually made up a text message and sent it out. Ding dong. Soon Su Lang wrote back. The big one is naturally the Pagani Huayra, and the small one is the little electric donkey. Stupid. Lin Xiaoxia. Big car. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiaoxia still replied back. Like me, I also like the big ones. Big. Ha. Shaking her head, Lin Xiaoxiao put this behind her, and then started over, preparing her speech. Time passed quickly, and when Lin Xiaoxiao looked up again, the wall clock was already pointing to PM 5:50. Packing up her things, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and went downstairs. Sister Ing, have you heard? Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend is coming to pick her up? Of course I've heard. I'm just about to go downstairs to watch the show. Still boyfriend? She has a F***king boyfriend. Can we not know if she has a boyfriend? That's why Mr. Yu is so nice. He's still speaking up for Lin Xiaoxiao. At the door, Lin Xiaoxiao swept around. Su Lang hadn't arrived yet. Lin Xiaoxiao then found a corner and waited quietly. Highly pulled up hair, white jade-like neck, coupled with a worldly face, attracted many people to look sideways. Sure enough, just like we thought, there is no one at all. It's also the case that this kind of thing, such as adoption, is always out of sight. How can that man appear? Qian Shaoqian, Li Ying, Sun Jie and a crowd of other melon-eating spectators looked at Lin Xiaoxiao smilingly, especially Li Ying. Her face was almost on the verge of bursting into laughter. If Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't suddenly parachuted in, then the position of investment manager would be 100% hers. She hadn't been able to find the opportunity before, and now that she saw that things had gotten so big, she was so happy in her heart that it was just like winning $5 million. Today laugh also laugh enough. Save some strength, we tomorrow laugh again. Go. Boom. Suddenly, a beast-like roar sounded in her ears. When she heard the sound, a purple and gold-colored super sports car came straight towards them. Crunch. Without waiting for Qian Shaoqian and Li Ying to return to their senses, the supercar had already stopped steadily in front of them. In an instant, their gazes were drawn to the supercar. The wedge-shaped nose, the teardrop-shaped glass compartment, the gull-wing door design, the purple gold leather seats and the body made of full carbon fiber. All of this proclaimed to them that the car was built to last. Just when they were still shocked by the supercar, the window came down, revealing a handsome and compelling face. Xiao, what are you waiting for? Our mom is still waiting for us to go home for dinner? Su Lang said with a smile. Our mom? The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly. She wanted to retort, but the words were swallowed back by her. The reason why she let Su Lang drive to pick her up was not to push Su Lang's boyfriend into the foreground? If she refuted it now, wouldn't it be a lost cause? The corner of her mouth slightly raised. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Qian Shaoqian and the others. Everyone, I'll take my first step. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao reached out and pulled open the car door. The gull-wing door slowly unfolded, and Lin Xiaoxiao sat up. At this moment, whether it was Qian Shaoqian, Sun Jie, or Li Ying all froze. Sister Ing, did I see it right just now? Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend really came? If it wasn't for the three of us hallucinating together, I think it should be true, Li Ying said with some bitterness. So Lin Xiaoxiao is still encumbered? Packed my ass. Didn't you hear what that handsome guy said just now? His mom told Lin Xiaoxiao to come home for dinner. Have you seen which one who is a mistress can bring home for dinner? Li Ying said without a trace of anger. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao didn't explain. She's just waiting to see our joke. After saying that, Li Ying turned around in anger and left. Originally, she was still thinking of watching Lin Xiaoxiao's joke. Who would have thought that the joke didn't come true and she herself became the joke instead? When she thought of the taunts she had made to Lin Xiaoxiao earlier today, Li Ying's face burned like fire. What kind of adoption? That was someone's serious boyfriend. Damn it, why is Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend so rich? In the car, Goddess Lin, honestly, are you craving my body? Su Lang said. Lin Xiaoxiao? Greedy for Su Lang's body? Is there any mistake? Lin Xiaoxia really wanted to slap Su Lang's face, but looking at the luxurious interior of the car, she forced herself to swallow back. If she bumped into something, the person would be fine, but the car would be a big deal. Of course not. Lin Xiaoxiao glared viciously at Su Lang and said, then why did you take the initiative to let me pick you up? Su Lang laughed. Lin Xiaoxia was momentarily speechless. She couldn't say that this time she found Su Lang, mainly to let him cooperate with her to pretend to be a pussy, right? Didn't your mom ask you to treat me to dinner? How did you know? Originally I was all set to call you, but I didn't expect your text message to come first. Su Lang was shocked. This brain that had stayed in school was different. He hadn't even said it himself, but he had guessed it. Lin Xiaoxiao, dare I say, even if she didn't send a text message, Su Lang would still come all the same? When she thought of how entangled she was at first, Lin Xiaoxiao hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. It seems to be perceived that Lin Xiaoxiao did not answer for a long time. Su Lang asked curiously, why don't you speak? Oh, don't want to talk. Don't want to say forget it. You just listen. Let's match the statement first. Su Lang said. Confession? What's the situation? Lin Xiaoxia's brain was a little confused. What do you mean? Yesterday, my mom asked me about your family situation, so I talked nonsense. Immediately after Su Lang told the situation. Princeton, parents in business, family of 3, no younger brother. Wasn't this talking about himself? Lin Xiaoxia looked deeply at Su Lang and said, Su Lang, are you investigating me? What do you mean? If you didn't investigate me, how do you know so clearly? Lin Xiaoxiao snapped. Su Lang? Guessed it? Was she? Su Lang was shocked at that time. At that time, he just blurted it out, but did not expect that he really guessed it. Can it be that this is the legendary fate? Well, yeah, that's it. Ahem. Would you believe me if I said I guessed it? No way. Guess? How can you guess so accurately? You said 1 or 2 conditions might be able to guess, but this is several conditions perfectly attached. Okay. Well, I'm not pretending anymore. This might be the legendary fate. Lin Xiaoxia. Chapter 26 Goddess Lin, you exposed. You just crave my body. Raffles neighborhood. Su Lang came again, greeted the security guard at the door. Then with a kick of the gas the Pagani Huayra scurried in like lightning. Old Zhang. That supercar is here again. Woes, where is it? I went back yesterday to find someone to ask around. That supercar is the legendary Pagani Huayra, worth $500 million. $500 million? No way. Is it worth that much? Nonsense. It's a global limited edition. Do you think there will be another small donkey coming out of it today? I don't think so. Just in the moment when this thought flashed through his mind, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a blue and white little electric donkey slowly coming out of the underground garage. In the car sat a handsome man and a beautiful woman. There was no need to guess. The man riding the small electric donkey was the owner of the world-class supercar Pagani Huayra. Gulp! The two men swallowed their saliva in unison with a dumbfounded look on their faces. This godly man was obviously rich, yet he was excessively low-key. Lin Xiaoxia sat in the back seat of the small electric donkey and looked curiously at Su Lang. Su Lang, you stuffed the little electric donkey in the trunk. Aren't you afraid of rubbing the paint off the car? Truth be told, when he saw a small electric donkey lying quietly in the trunk, she couldn't mention how surprised she was. Even in her dreams, she never thought that Su Lang would come up with such a show, which is so easy to rub off. What if, even if it really rubs off, then there's still a layer of car coat that's fine. Lin Xiaoxia. Well, this is the legendary emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. Right, there is something else to tell you. Su Lang said. What? Later, if my mom asks you when you will get married, just say it's still early. Still thinking about it, no? Su Lang opened his mouth and said, oh, good. Wait, what did you say? Getting married? Lin Xiaoxiao originally responded casually, but in the end, she couldn't help but let out a gasp. What did this guy say? Getting married? Su Lang, what are you talking about? What marriage? Lin Xiaoxiao's brain was a bit confused. Ahem. Coughing awkwardly, Su Lang said, "It's just to put off my mom. Don't you care? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can I not care? What if your mom really wants me to marry you? Don't worry, even if you are willing. I'm still not willing?" Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Unwilling?" Lin Xiaoxiao went crazy at that time. What made Su Lang unwilling? She was Lin Xiaoxiao, a senior student of Princeton University. She earned several $100,000 a year, and she had white skin and long legs. Why wouldn't Su Long be willing to do it? What did you say? You're still not willing? Why don't you want to? Do you know how many people are chasing me? There's a whole company of them. Why don't you want to marry me? Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened, staring at Su Lang. Su Lang. Listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Su Lang gave Lin Xiaoxiao an odd look. Sure enough, it was a character that was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, still saying that she doesn't crave her body, so quickly exposed, all wanting to marry herself all. Su Lang cupped the brakes with both hands and stopped the small electric donkey on the side of the road, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. "Goddess Lin, you're exposed." "Exposed? What have I exposed? You want to marry me, and you still say you're not craving my body?" Su Lang said with a smile on his face. "Actually, if you're craving for my body, just say so. I can do it any time." "Can? You can, Grandpa." Lin Xiaoxiao stared blankly, not slowing down for a long time. Even in her dreams, she did not think that Su Lang would come to such an outburst. "Shut up." Okay. Su Lang nodded, then made a zipper gesture around his mouth. There were no words along the way, and a few minutes later, Su Lang and Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the stairway. Upstairs was Su Lang's parents' residence, although Lin Xiaoxia acted very frankly all the way, but when it really came to the doorstep, there was still a little bit of panic in his heart. What should I call Su Lang's parents when I see them later? Would it be bad to come empty-handed? If they ask when they will get married, how should they answer? For a while, countless thoughts surged in Lin Xiaoxiao's mind, yet she couldn't answer any of them. Ding bell. Suddenly, the cell phone in Su Lang's pocket rang. Pulling it out, it was the call from his own mother. "Fu Xiaowan, bastard pickup people received where to go. The cauliflower is cold for several rounds. By the way, people received no?" Not waiting for Su Lang to open his mouth, the phone has come. Fu Xiaowan's voice. "Mom, you may not believe me when I say it. I'm downstairs right now." "Received? Where is it?" "Right downstairs." "Ah, then why don't you hurry up?" "Ro." Putting down his cell phone, Su Lang's gaze looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Goddess Lin. Let's go." Lin Xiaoxiao. "What floor?" "6th floor." Few taking a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao walked upwards. "This is Xiaoxiao. Right. Good looking. Quickly please sit down." Fu Xiaoyuan hurriedly stood up, with a brilliant face and made a pleased gesture to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, then a brilliant smile appeared on her face. "Auntie, hello, I'm Lin Xiaoxiao. I came in a hurry and didn't buy a gift. I hope Auntie won't take offense." With one sentence, Fu Xiaowan's heart directly blossomed. This child is so polite. "Come in and sit down. Dinner will start soon." After saying that, Fu Xiaowan turned her gaze to Su Lang. "Brat, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry to help in the kitchen? Just like a log." Su Lang. Sure enough, when you have a new love, you forget about your old love. Giving Lin Xiaoxiao a you hold on look, Su Lang dodged into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Su Changlin was frying vegetables. Seeing Su Lang come in, Su Changlin said smilingly, "Your kid's vision is not bad. Your girlfriend looks just like a fairy daughter." Cough cough. "That's." Su Lang smiled smugly. "Although it is a fake girlfriend, but it is still a girlfriend, right, Dad? Why don't you let me fry the food? I'm worried that you'll fry the food. Bastard. Your father cooking when you are still wearing crotch pants. Go. Dishes washed. Okay." Su Lang nodded and began to wash the dishes. Far away, Su Lang's ears came Fu Xiaowan's voice. "Xiaoxia, what kind of work do you do?" "I work in a financial investment company," Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "Then the salary shouldn't be low, right? A monthly salary of 30,000. Right, Xiaoxia? Where are your parents? What do your parents do?" "My parents run a small business." "How many people are there in the family?" "Just the 3 of us." "No brother?" "No." "So when are you planning to get married?" Barked. At this moment, the world seemed to go quiet. Chapter 27. Very big, very white. Admittedly, Su Lang had reminded her before, and she was mentally prepared. But when Fu Xiaowan asked these words, Lin Xiaoxiao was still speechless. "Ah, Auntie, this is a question I haven't considered for now." Lin Xiaoxiao stammered and replied, "It's fine. If you didn't consider it before, you can consider it now." Fu Xiaowan said with a look of a person who had been there before. "While we still have the energy, you guys can get married earlier and then have a child. we can still help you with it. Right, have you guys thought of a name for your child yet? Lin Xiaoxia. The topic of marriage was still barely acceptable to Lin Xiaoxiao. But what's the deal with having a child? Teacher, this question has gone beyond the syllabus. There was no way out. Lin Xiaoxiao could only look at Su Lang, meaning, how can I solve this question? At this moment, Su Lang was also speechless. If you compare this meeting the parents to a test, then before this, Su Lang has already conducted a professional practice test on Lin Xiaoxiao. According to normal circumstances, getting 100% is no problem at all. But who would have thought that when the exam was officially opened, the question paper suddenly went over the top. At this time, one can only lift the table. Mom, you quickly stop talking. Hurry to come and see. My dad fried the dishes to paste. Su Lang shouted. The corner of Su Changlin's mouth twitched, looked at the garlic cloves in the pan. In fact, it is not very muddy. What? The vegetables are mushy. Su Changlin, can't you save people some heartache? Fu Xiaowan angrily rushed into the kitchen. The crisis is over. Su Lang rushed out of the kitchen in a puff of smoke. Su Lang, what's the name of our child? Seeing Su Lang, Lin Xiaoxia was like seeing a life-saving straw, and immediately asked, Su Lang? Wait, the situation seems a bit wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao asked herself for help. Didn't she need to ask herself to help her out? Our child? Goddess Lin, are you sure? Right, what was one saying? Lin Xiaoxiao was so confused that she felt like her brain was broken. Don't get me wrong, there's Ru Jia right next door. If you really can't stand it, it's fine with me. Ru Jia? Ru Jia my ass. Lin Xiaoxiao felt like she was about to die of anger, viciously gouging out Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to rub Su Lang on the ground 100 times. Dreaming. He. Su Lang indifferently shrugged his shoulders, although her mouth said don't. Lin Xiaoxiao's wolf's ambition was already on display. But why? Su Lang wasn't worried at all, but instead had that little bit of small excitement. Glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's round and white long legs, Su Lang carefully swallowed his saliva. Su Lang, Xiaoxiao opened the meal. Just at this time, Fu Xiaowan walked out from the kitchen with the meal. After having dinner, Fu Xiaowan asked Su Lang to send Lin Xiaoxiao home, which Su Lang naturally gladly accepted. Auntie, no need. What don't need? How dangerous is a girl's home at night? Let Su Lang send you back safely. It's settled. Fu Xiaowan waved her hand and clapped the decision. Downstairs, the corner of Su Lang's mouth rose slightly. Big or small? Whatever. Your house, or Ru Jia. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her small fists. She had an urge in her heart to smash her fist on Su Lang's face. My home. Right, where is your home? The Emerald Community. Emerald Community? Su Lang slightly froze. It seemed that among the second system, it seemed that he had brushed such a house. It was just that at that time, Su Lang chose stores. You may not believe it when I say it, we almost became neighbors back then. Lin Xiaoxia? What do you mean? I had a listing in the Emerald Community back then. Taking someone else's house, to be her neighbor. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't bull ********. Hurry up and go drive. Ha, sure enough, the woman's mouth, deceiving ghosts, mouth along with casual, the result in the end or like big. Emerald Community is located on the banks of the Min River. Relying on the beautiful river view, the Emerald Community jumped to become one of the North Mountain famous several upscale community. After 40 minutes of driving, Su Lang will Lin Xiaoxia to the community door. As soon as he parked the car, Lin Xiaoxia pushed the door and left without saying a word. Wait, what for? Aren't you going to say something? Say what? Is it possible that you still want to go up and sit down? Su Lang was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. Sure. Humph, don't even think about it. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and turned around, but just after taking 2 steps, she fell back. Su Lang, you drive like this every day? Of course, it's incumbent on my generation to help with publicity. Publicize? Oh, I think you just want to borrow the car to pretend. This way, you start tomorrow. Drive me to and from work every day. Pick up a week. I will continue to be a shield for you in front of Auntie. How about it? Su Lang? At the moment when Lin Xiaoxiao's words just fell, Su Lang's eyes suddenly looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and became odd. What does it mean? Lin Xiaoxiao also wanted to pretend to be a bully? This was not in line with her character. You also want to pretend to be a bully? No. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Then what is it? Don't you care? It's not about pretending anyway. Oh, usually people who pretended to be a bully wouldn't admit to pretending to be a bully. Alright. Su Lang nodded. Good, then it's a deal. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Wait for me at the door. Lin Xiaoxiao said. 1 week was enough to make the gossip in the company disappear. No problem. Su Lang nodded, signaling that he had no problem. Are you sure you don't want to invite me in for a seat? Blankly glancing at Su Lang. This time Lin Xiaoxiao did not hesitate and turned around. Women really are animals that turn their faces. Shaking his head, Su Lang prepared to drive away. Knock knock knock. Just at this time, the car window was suddenly snapped. Lowering the car window, outside was a young lady wearing a wraparound skirt with a beautiful figure. How can I put it? It was the kind with a deep career line. Hello, is there something wrong? Su Lang asked politely. Hello handsome, may I ask if this car is yours? Yes. The girl's eyes flashed with a touch of joy as she said, handsome man, I heard that girls who sit in the passenger side of a supercar shout hot. Is that true? While saying that, she also pulled her wraparound skirt upwards. Well, it's big and white. Of course, it's fake. How can it shout hot? Supercars have air conditioning, said Su Lang. A foot of gas. Pagani Huayra like lightning scampered out. Girl, what about the saying that those who drive luxury cars are all kaiju? How is it not quite the same as the imagined script? Chapter 28 Apologizing is useful. Then take the police for what? Haicang Finance. Today's atmosphere seemed particularly grave. The entire financial investment department, quiet terrible. Qian Xiao Qian, Li Ying our obedient workstation. Expression blew me terrible. Ing, Sister Ing, I think about it, honestly feel a little bit not quite right. You say there is no possibility. Is Lin Xiaoxiao that day in the bathroom, heard our discussion, and then intentionally let that man cooperate with the play-out? Qian Xiaoxian cautiously came to Li Ying and said, acting? Li Ying was slightly stunned, then her eyes narrowed. Qian Xiaoxian did not say that he did not think. After she mentioned it, Li Ying really thought that it was possible. After all, how can there be such a coincidence? Suddenly a boyfriend drilled out all of a sudden and suddenly came to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao. Why do you say that? Li Ying asked. Sister Ing, think about it, if it was you or I who had such a boyfriend, I would have already taken it out and made a big deal out of it. There's simply no need to hide it like this. And if this matter hadn't happened to be stumbled upon by us, perhaps no one would have known about it at all. If it's not Junior, why would Lin Xiaoxiao hide it like this? Qian Xiaoqian said. Don't say it, it's really quite reasonable. But from this alone, there's no way to tell if it's or not. Sister Ing, it's actually very simple. Do you think a man who can't see the light of day, how many times would he send Lin Xiaoxiao? Yesterday, I had already posted on the same city forum, and I'm afraid that this matter has already spread into the ears of that man's original spouse. I'm sure that the other party will definitely not show up today. Qian Xiaoqian said with confidence. Well done, Xiao Qian. Don't worry, as long as I squeeze Lin Xiaoxiao out, I'll take the manager's position, and you'll be the assistant manager at that time. Li Ying reached out and patted Qian Xiaoqian's shoulder, her heart bursting with joy. Thank you Sister Ing, a small matter. Li Ying waved her hand, then walked towards the window alone. She wanted to see if the handsome-looking man from yesterday would appear. Then, she gradually widened her eyes. Just downstairs from the company, a purple Pagani Huayra was quietly parked in front of the door. The car door pushed open, and Lin Xiaoxia drilled out of the compartment. Li Ying, at #Yuan%. Oh well, happy for nothing again. Xiao Qian, yes, Sister Ing, if I were you, I would delete the post in the same city forum. Why? Qian Xiaoqian was startled. She was a little confused about what Li Ying meant. One second she was praising her for doing a good job. The next second she was telling her to delete the post. What was this situation? Just come over and see for yourself. With a little doubt, Qian Xiaoqian came to the window and looked down. A purple and gold-colored supercar at the entrance was quietly parked there, just a short distance away from the sports car. Lin Xiaoxiao was going up the stairs. Got, even a little cutie, could all see what was going on. Qian Xiaoqian silently took out her cell phone, logged into the same city forum, and then mysterious supercar man bag. Raise a small 3-inch post click to delete. Sisterly, the position of manager and deputy manager. I'm afraid it is completely insulated from us. Li Ying sighed with a helpless face. The Pagani Huayra was worth more than $500 million, and with a boyfriend like that, what was she going to do to compete with Lin Xiaoxiao? Sister Lin, Sister Xiaoxiao, have you had breakfast yet? I bought more. Compared to yesterday's cold words, everyone today showed a high level of enthusiasm for Lin Xiaoxiao. Not only did each one of them scramble to greet him first, there were even variations of delivering breakfast to her. Milk, soy milk, skin egg and thin meat porridge, all kinds of things are available. Lin Xiaoxiao was already happy in her heart as she let out a long breath. The reaction of the crowd today just proved one thing. She had gambled right. Letting Su Lang drive her to work really sealed everyone's mouths. Sister Xiaoxiao, is the one who drove the luxury car yesterday your boyfriend? Soon, a little girl came up and asked with a curious face. Aha! Lin Xiaoxiao faintly answered. Su Lang had taken her to block his mom, and she was now taking Su Lang to block her co-workers. Lin Xiaoxiao felt it was reasonable. Sister Xiaoxiao, your boyfriend's sports car isn't cheap, right? Not bad. Factory price $29 million. Now it is estimated to sell for about $500 million. Hiss. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's answer, the little girl immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The person who was willing to spend $500 million on a sports car. How much was he worth? 100 million? A billion? Or 10 billion? Thinking about it, the little girl instantly became excited. Sister Xiao Xiao, what does brother-in-law do? What for? The corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Su Lang had 2 layers of identity. One layer was a real estate agent. The other layer was a leasing company employee. But it's hard to say which one. Have you organized yesterday's big data yet? Not yet. Then why don't you hurry up and organize it? Next, there were a few more curious little girls who came over to inquire about the news, but without exception, they were all sent back by Lin Xiaoxiao. A bunch of gossipy women, shaking her head to put the distractions behind her. Lin Xiaoxiao once again focused on the speech. For Lin Xiaoxiao, this financial conference was the best opportunity for her to gain a foothold in the financial world of North Mountain. Manager Lin. Lin. Just at this time, a trembling voice rang in her ears. Looking up, it was surprisingly Li Ying. Truth be told, for Li Ying, Lin Xiaoxiao that was not at all favorable. Other people didn't know where the rumors in the company were coming from, but Lin Xiaoxiao knew it all. Something's up? Lin Xiaoxiao said in a cold voice. Manager Lin's previous matter was my bad. I shouldn't have gossiped in the company without figuring out the truth. I'm sorry, Li Ying said with a bitter face. Hearing Li Ying's words, Lin Xiaoxiao's face revealed a cold smile. Li Ying, you think you're wrong to spread gossip without figuring out the situation? Li Ying nodded. Li Ying, you are wrong. Your mistake is not in not figuring things out, but in the gossip itself. Gossiping in the company at the same time, that itself is an unforgivable mistake. This matter, I will truthfully report to Mr. Yu. As for how you and Qian Shaoqian will be dealt with, will be decided by the company. Qian Shaoqian? Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Li Ying immediately widened his eyes. You know all about it? Next time when you gossip, it's best to look around to see if there's anyone around. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on, ignoring Li Ying, and got up to leave. Manager Lin. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Just let me go. Manager Lin. Wrong? What's the point of bringing in the police if apologizing works? Chapter 29. I just like human wives cannot For this kind of rumor mongering the company will definitely deal with it seriously. Xiao Xiao. Don't worry. The company will definitely give you an explanation. Minister's office. Yu Hanyang said with a serious face. Aha! With a faint response, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and left. Xiao Xiao wait. Xiao Xiao, you also know that my biggest dream in my life is to be able to drive a Pagani Huayra once. See if you can help me talk to your boyfriend. Yu Hanyang said with a face of urgency. Before meeting Su Lang, although Yu Hanyang also quite longed for the Pagani Huayra, but think about it, after all, he knew that the Pagani Huayra even in the country could not find out 10. Beishan is only a third-tier city, not to mention driving, not even see. But just 2 days ago, the situation changed. He not only saw the Pagani Huayra, but also touched it himself. From this moment on, Yu Hanyang could no longer remain calm. As soon as he closed his eyes now, the streamlined body of the Pagani Huayra and the ear-splitting roar of the engine would appear in his mind. He dreamed of experiencing the feeling of driving this beast. Hearing Yu Hanyang's words, Lin Xiaoxia was momentarily speechless. If that car was Su Lang's, then of course there was no problem. However, that car was not Su Lang's, but the leasing company's. If Yu Hanyang messed it up, then whose fault would it be? First of all, if it breaks down, it's on you. Okay, Yu Hanyang thoughtlessly nodded directly. That's fine. I'll ask Su Lang sometime, but I can't guarantee he'll agree. Good. Soon the company's results regarding Li Ying and Qian Shaoqian came out. Qian Shaoqian was deducted 3 months' salary and was warned once. If she does it again next time, she will be fired immediately. Li Ying, on the other hand, didn't have a chance to be warned and was directly fired. At this moment, the entire financial investment department was in an uproar. Originally, they thought that at most, they would just deduct 1 month's salary, and this matter would be over. But what they never expected was that the company's punishment would be so severe. Qian Shaoqian was deducted 3 months' salary, and Li Ying was directly fired. For a while everyone was confused. What day? The company is playing for real this time? Not even deducting wages and directly firing. Sister Ying has been in the company for several years, and is also considered an old man of the company, so she just said she would be fired? In fact, this is not to blame for the company, to blame on Li Ying gossip. If Li Ying themselves do not gossip, there is no such thing. Really envy Lin manager. Actually found such a rich boyfriend. By Xian Hao, you also want to sit on a supercar and cry? I confessed. No more pretending. I just want to sit on a supercar and cry. The crowd glanced at each other, their eyes full of envy. Truth be told, who wouldn't want to sit in a supercar and cry? You have to know that it was a Pagani Huayra, worth a whole $500 million. This god is so unfair sometimes. After giving Lin Xiaoxiao such a high education, what's the point of letting her look so pretty? Does it still let people live? Su Lang went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce in the afternoon. After all, Su Lang blew himself up all day long to work in a rental company. In case someone really wants to ask which company it is someday, what if he can't answer at that time? To be on the safe side, Su Lang decided to register himself. On the one hand, it can hide people's eyes, and on the other hand, it can also rent out the goods that are sold in seconds. Speaking of registering a company, it would have been quite difficult a decade ago, but now it is different. With the opening up of various policies, the registration of companies are quite easy. With ID cards, ran 2 departments, fill out a few application forms to pay a few $100s on the cost of labor, engraving fees on the line. Su Lang from the industrial and commercial units out after taking a stack of information. After seeing the information, his expression suddenly began to be a little tangled. Awesome leasing company. Will this name be too arrogant? Will he get beaten up if he runs into his peers? After hesitating and pondering for a few moments, when he finally made up his mind to change the name of the company, he realized that the unit was already closed. Heaven's will. This is probably the will of God. Even God let me use this name. So be it. Su Lang dwelled on it for a while longer, then exhaled a long breath. Just at this time, Su Lang's phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw that it was Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Hello? Su Lang, where did you go? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd pick me up from work? Where are you? Su Lang hurriedly looked at the time. It was already 6:20 p.m. 20 minutes had passed since Lin Xiaoxia got off work. Ahem. There's something going on in the company. Are you done? Finished? I'll come over right away. Hanging up the phone, Su Lang kicked the gas and went straight to Haicang Financial Company. 10 or so minutes later, Su Lang drove the Pagani Huayra to the entrance of the Collar Peak building. The streamlined body immediately attracted countless office workers to stop and watch. Wow! I didn't even get a shot of the Pagani Huayra in the morning. I didn't expect it to appear again in the afternoon at afternoon. If I can sit on the passenger side of this car, I'm willing to die even if I cry. Sister, you'd better not think about it. The famous car has an owner. Just as the crowd was marveling at the Pagani Huayra's beautiful appearance, Lin Xiaoxiao walked over with her head held high, and without saying a word, directly pulled open the gullwing door and directly sat in. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was not, by nature, a woman who loved vanity, it was undeniable that she felt great at this moment. Are things finished? Lin Xiaoxiao on the co-pilot twisted her head to look at Su Lang. Pretty much. The company name was registered. The only thing left was to rent a suitable house and hire 2 reliable actors. It was hard to imagine that as a person with a spike system, he actually had to rent someone else. Right, Su Lang. What's the name of your company? Why haven't I heard you say it before? Awesome rental company. Su Lang, I certainly know that the leasing company you are in is very powerful. Otherwise it would not be possible to even get the Pagani Huayra to rent out. But what I'm asking is the name of your company. The name is Awesome Leasing Company. Lin Xiaoxia? I don't know why, but Lin Xiaoxia's heart suddenly gave birth to a feeling of a dog in the sun. Awesome Leasing Company? Would this name be beaten up if you said it out? Su Lang. Aha. Su Lang nodded his head in a gesture. Will you guys get beaten up a lot with this company name? Lin Xiaoxiao had a worried look on her face, as if the image of Su Lang being beaten by a group of people appeared in front of her eyes. Isn't this name too arrogant? Arrogant? Undeniably, there was indeed a little bit of it. However, this is all God's arrangement. Su Lang can't do anything about it. Arrogant? I don't think so. I instead think it's realistic. Take this Pagani Huayras for example. Other leasing companies can take out, they can't get it out. They want to be arrogant, but they don't have the capital to be arrogant. Su Lang said with a bashful face, and our awesome company is different. Our company is the top car rental company in the country. We have arrogant capital. Hearing Su Lang's words, Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. However, she suddenly felt seemingly Su Lang's words had a few points of truth. It was like pretending to be a bully. When someone without power was pretending to be a bully, it was really pretending to be a bully. However, if someone with power is pretending, then it is called really awesome. Awesome Leasing Company is really awesome. Right, Su Lang, there is something I want to talk to you about. Listening. Yu Hanyang asked me to ask you if I can give him this Pagani Huayra to drive around for a while. After saying that, Lin Qinglan seemed to think of something and hurriedly added, if the vehicle is damaged, he will be responsible. This Yu Hanyang is still not dead in the water. Does he really think that the smelly card in the warehouse is a vegetarian? Goddess Lin, have you ever heard of a saying? What? A car is a man's second wife. How can you give your second wife away? Lin Xiaoxia, what? Second wife? Wait. Su Lang is treating himself as the owner of the car? Don't forget, this car is owned by the company. I just like human wives, can't I? Lin Xiaoxia. At this moment, she was completely speechless. With this kind of small talk, they soon arrived at the Emerald Community. Ahem, don't you invite me in to have a seat? Goodbye. After viciously glaring at Su Lang, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed open the car door and turned around. It's a pity. Shaking his head, Su Lang turned around to leave, but just at this time, I don't know from where suddenly rushed out a woman, touching a moment lying on the hood. What day? In broad daylight, there is even a bumper. In the past, he drove a luxury car on the road, must be careful of porcelain party. But Su Lang did not take it too seriously. After all, from the depths of his heart, Su Lang feels that the world is still bright. However, he seems to have hit the dark side today. Lowering the car window and sticking out his head, Su Lang said in a loud voice, "Miss, there is a car recorder in the car. Handsome, I'm sick. I have a disease that will kill me if you don't hug me." While saying this, the woman lying on the hood, while raising her head, threw a wink at Su Lang. What day? Isn't this the baggy-ass woman from that day? Wimpy wimpy wimpy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he wanted to run. But the woman was lying on his hood. Su Lang really didn't dare to move. Thinking for a moment, Su Lang's face revealed a faint smile. "Miss, can I ask you for a favor?" "Handsome, you say. Can you help me go to the milk tea store in front to buy a cup of milk tea?" "No problem." The baggy-ass woman immediately nodded her head, then turned around and rushed towards the milk tea store. It was as if she had already seen the image of herself marrying into a rich family. Boom! Just at this time, a thunderous roar sounded behind her, and turning her head, the Pagani Huayra scurried out like lightning. Milk tea still either? Chapter 30 Su Lang Recruitment. The sun is shining, another rare good weather. Su Lang sent Lin Xiaoxia to the company. Su Lang went straight to the talent market. Next came the stage of looking for manpower. Perhaps because of the good weather in the morning, or perhaps because of the economic downturn, the talent market was swarming with people. "Young man, looking for a job? Come to our Volkswagen dealership. The base salary is 3,000 plus commission. If you do a good job, you'll get 6,000 or 7,000 a month. If you do a good job, you'll get 20,000 or 30,000 a month." Just walked into the door of the talent market. Su Lang was pulled by a middle-aged man. Base salary of 3,000 plus commission, 20,000 to 30,000 a month? Well, just listen. If you're serious, you've lost. Sorry, I'm not here to apply for a job. I'm here to recruit. Upon hearing that Su Lang was not looking for a job, the middle-aged man lost interest. Soon he turned his gaze to another young lass. "Little girl, looking for a job? Our Volkswagen dealership. Good benefits, high treatment, easily $20,000 to $30,000. Easily $20,000 to $30,000? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Really? Of course. Little girl, come. I will give you a detailed introduction. Under Su Lang's gaze, the young girl with a childish face was quickly pulled to one side, and then began to receive brainwashing. Young. In this regard, Su Lang did not go to stop. Young people eat a lot of losses, but also smart. Who is not so over it? Find a corner, casually find a white paper, write recruitment 2 words, then Su Lang took out his cell phone, patiently waiting up, surrounded by all kinds of colorful advertisements. But Su Lang here has become a blank sheet of paper, plus Su Lang is in a corner position. According to common sense, it should be a door-to-door, but the reality is, Su Lang in front of the people gathered. More than 80% of them were girls, and the remaining 20% of men were also attracted by the girls. Handsome man, may I ask why are you so handsome? Handsome man, let's add a WeChat. How? I don't have a boyfriend yet. Oh. Handsome man, I have a specialty. I can warm the bed? This scene directly pissed off the surrounding HR and male compatriots. It's terrific to be good looking. Just because you are good looking, you can do whatever you want. They couldn't wait to kill Su Lang directly and take his place. Hearing the words of the crowd and looking at the surging crowd around him, Su Lang's face flashed with a touch of helplessness. Sometimes, he had to admit that this being too good looking was also an affliction for him. He just wanted to find someone quietly. Can you guys stop this? Ahem. Sisters, let's talk about WeChat later. Can you let me recruit properly? Su Lang said with a helpless face. Handsome brother, we are the people. Can't you just recruit us? That's right. Handsome, what company are you from? How is the company treatment? Gotta. Finally met a few normal ones. Ahem. Su Lang cleared his throat and said with a smile. First of all, introduce myself. My name is Su Lang, and the company I'm in is a newly established rental and hiring company. Now due to the development needs, specially recruit 2 excellent salesmen. Treatment base salary 8,000 plus commission. Hiss. Su Lang's words just fell. The scene immediately resounded a burst of inhale cool air sound. Beishan is not a first-tier city. 8,000 wages in the entire Beishan is also considered a high wage. However, the imagined picture of the crowded head did not appear. The whole field is instead cooled down, not because it was too low, but because it was too high, so high that they all had a feeling that it was not real. Base salary of 8,000. Even a crook can't offer such a high salary. I say this, boss. When you cheat people, can't you understand the market first? You'll easily starve yourself to death this way. Security. Where's the security? Quickly blow this scammer out. The surrounding HR as well as the male compatriots fired at Su Lang. There was no way around it. Su Lang was just too eye-catching. With Su Lang around, they couldn't recruit at all. Right now, they only had one idea, and that was to get Su Lang out as soon as possible. However, in the face of these challenges, Su Lang did not refute. His face to the end hung a faint smile. Whatever you guys think. Anyway, the opportunity is placed here. To try or not. Whatever you guys. Right at this moment, a youth in the crowd walked out. His side was also followed by a young girl. At this moment the girl tugged on the youth's arm and said, Jun Han, forget it. Mr. Su is so good looking, he must not be a liar. It was fine if the girl didn't say it, but when she said it violently, the expression on In Jun Han's face sank a great deal further. Mr. Su, may I ask what is the main business of your rental and hiring company? Responsible for the rental business of luxury cars and mansions. Su Lang replied, it's that simple? I can't see it right. I've seen a lot of routines like yours on the internet. You guys are nothing more than utilizing the high salary to trick some pretty girls into going first, and then doing the skin business. Flesh business? Su Lang was confused at that time, silently glancing at the youth. Su Lang had a feeling of being unable to speak for a while. Surfing on the internet, it harms people a lot. Why don't you say anything? Been hit by my words? I knew that you good-looking people have a belly full of bad water. Mr. Su, others don't come to apply for the job. I'll do it. Without waiting for the youth to finish his sentence, a shout came from outside the crowd. Immediately after, Lu Chun, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, squeezed in from, and behind him was Xiao Hu. Throughout the whole of China, to say what career mobility is the strongest, there is no doubt that it is sales, and to ask sales, what industry mobility is the strongest? Real estate agents' perennial rankings of the top 3. This is not Anjia Real Estate. In the past 2 days and several people left. As the manager of Anjia Real Estate, Lu Chun thought of finding time to come to the Talent Exchange Center to find a few people, but he never thought that he would run into Su Lang in the Talent Exchange Center. What he didn't expect was that Su Lang was actually recruiting. Now Lu Chun could not calm down at once. Who is Su Lang? A bull with a fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars. If he could embrace his thighs, why would he not be able to soar in the future? Therefore, Lu Chun almost no hesitation immediately shouted, Mr. Su, other people do not come to apply for the job. I come. For a moment, the originally noisy scene instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Chun. Isn't this the manager of Anjia Real Estate? Lu Chun? Why is he here? Right. What did he say just now? He's applying for a job? What the hell is going on here? Lu Chun was a regular visitor to the talent market. Many of the HR present knew Lu Chun, and at this moment, faced with this sudden move of Lu Chun, they were all confused. Chapter 31 Awesome Rental Company. Looking at Lu Chun in front of him, a flash of surprise passed through Su Lang's eyes. There was a saying that he did not expect to meet Lu Chun here. What was even more unexpected was that he would actually come to apply for a job. Manager Lu, what are you? Su Lang looked at Lu Chun with a slight doubt on his face. Mr. Su, since no one came to apply for the job, then I'll come. I'm willing to join Mr. Su's company, Lu Chun said with an excited face. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't seize it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Su Lang was momentarily speechless, and looked at Lu Chun with a complicated gaze. Manager Lu, don't you want to ask about the company's business, as well as the salary? No need. I believe in Mr. Su Lang. You may not believe me when I say it. I opened this company just to put up a facade. Manager Lu, what is your current salary? 15,000 plus commission. Su Lang nodded and said, Manager Lu, let me tell you about our company's main business first. The company is a newly established company, mainly dealing with the rental and hiring of luxury cars and the business of renting luxury homes. As for the monthly salary, I can only offer you 8,000 here. 8,000 monthly salary, nearly half less than Lu Chun's current salary. I'm afraid no one will agree to it, right? The crowd of onlookers thought. But the next second, everyone's eyes widened, only to see Lu Chun, without saying a word, directly nodding his head and agreeing, Mr. Su, not to mention the 8,000 monthly salary. Even if it's 1,000 monthly salary, I'll follow you. 1,000 waves were stirred up at once. Right at the moment when Lu Chen's words just fell, the crowd exploded right then and there. Lu Chen, you are crazy. 8,000 per month. A year is more than 80,000. Say don't want it? Lu Chen, are you taking the wrong medicine? Or is your head caught in the door? This kid doesn't know where he came from. Maybe he's a liar. Listening to the surrounding words, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Other people don't know Su Lang's assets, but he knows everything, not to mention other things. Just the 10 sets of stores in that commercial pedestrian street are worth more than $500 million. How could such a person be a liar? Mr. Su, I'm serious. Lu Chen stared straight at Su Lang and said with a serious face. Looking at Lu Chen's serious expression, and then listening to his assured tone, Su Lang thought about it and finally nodded his head. What's the saying? Do a full set of theater. With a veteran in place, the acting could also be a little more like it. That's fine. Then from now on, you are an employee of the awesome leasing company, Su Lang said as he rushed towards Lu Chen and extended his right hand. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Chen busily reached out and shook Su Lang's hand and said, by the way, Mr. Su, what is the name of our company? Awesome Rental Company. I know our company is awesome. I am asking about the name of our company. The name is Awesome Leasing Company. Lu Chen. The name is called Awesome Leasing Company? This name is too awesome, isn't it? For a while, Lu Chen was a bit at a loss as to what to say. However, it was good that Lu Chen was experienced in many battles, and he soon came back to his senses. Mr. Su, this name is good. It's awesome at first listen, and it perfectly matches the temperament of our company. I think so too. Su Lang nodded and said, by the way, Lu Chen, if you leave, what about those 5 sets of stores I hung on in Zhao Real Estate? Right, Mr. Su, this is something I was about to tell you. Your 5 sets of stores have all been rented out. 60,000 per month, and they are all rented annually. The money is all in this bank card. After deducting the 2% commission, a total of 3,528,000 yuan. The finance will give you the money to the account this afternoon, Lu Chen said with a smile. 60,000 per month, a total of 5 units. A month is 300,000. A year is 6 million, deducting 72,000 in taxes. 528 million. Sure enough, the charterer is the happiest profession in this world. Okay, then resign as soon as possible. 3 days, do the exit formalities as soon as possible within 3 days. 3 days? It's not necessary at all. All he needed was 3 minutes. Mr. Su doesn't need 3 days. Give me 3 minutes. I'll resign now. As he spoke, Lu Chen had already dialed the Anjia Real Estate headquarters. Hey, Mr. Chen, it's me Lu Chen. I'm resigning from my job. Mention treatment? No need. I've already found a better job. What company? A great leasing company. 2 minutes later, Lu Chen hung up the phone with a bright smile on his face. Mr. Su, now will do. At this time everyone's eyes were focused on Su Lang and Lu Chen, and this time, no one dared to make a loud comment anymore. The entire talent center was so silent that a pin could be heard. As for the people who had just mocked Su Lang, it was as if they had been caught with their hands on their throats, their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Whether it was the rent before, or Lu Chen's decisive resignation later, it had brought them too much surprise. They had never thought that this handsome man in front of them was actually still a chartered rent collector. Now you still call me a liar? When In Junhan heard Su Lang's words, he immediately turned pale. When he thought of his earlier remarks, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Silently glancing at Su Lang, In Junhan pulled his female companion and turned to leave, but after pulling so hard, he unexpectedly did not pull. Junhan, if you want to go, you go. I still have to apply for a job. The girl's gaze tightly stared at Su Lang, then said, Xiao Jia Yu, base salary of 8,000 plus commission, and the boss is still so good looking. Where to find such a good job? In Junhan, gritting his teeth, he turned around and left. He regretted it so much. He felt that he shouldn't have come to the talent market. This trip here, not only did he lose face, but he even lost his female companion. Mr. Su, I'm sorry my companion misunderstood you. In order to express my apologies to you, I'm willing to use my first month's salary as a compensation. While saying this, Zhang Xiajie looked at Su Lang with a pair of big watery eyes. At this moment, everyone present stared with wide eyes. They looked at Zhang Xiajie, then at Su Lang, and suddenly, it was as if they understood something. In the next second, someone in the crowd copied Su Lang's job advertisement and directly tore it into pieces. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I destroyed your job advertisement. I'm willing to use 3 months of my salary as compensation. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Su Lang, what day? Can it still be played like this? It's a real eye-opener. Chapter 32 Lu Chen, I'm afraid Mr. Su will misunderstand. Lu Chun and Xiao Hu, from now on, you are the official employees of the awesome leasing company. Leaving the talent market, Su Lang smiled and looked at Lu Chen. In the end, he still didn't choose to recruit externally, but digested the only one position internally. It wasn't that he wanted to, but the crowd was simply too surging, until someone rolled up their sleeves and then looked ferociously at Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang could only choose to slip away. This group of people were crazy. They wanted to send themselves to the hospital and then use their salary to cover the medical bills. Thank you Mr. Su. Lu Chen looked at Su Lang with an excited face and said, Mr. Su, where is our company? I can be on duty tomorrow. Company? Time was rushed and he hadn't chosen an address yet. Ahem. Su Lang coughed and said, don't be in a hurry. Since we are a newly opened company, the company address is still undecided for the time being. Lu Chen, the company address is still undecided? In other words, there was no address. A powerful leasing company that only exists on paper? For a while, Lu Chen was a little unsure of what to say. He was a little unsure if Su Lang was playing around. Mr. Su, then when will this address be finalized? When? Su Lang gave Lu Chen a deep look. Then a brilliant aura suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lu Chen, I will give you a task now. What task? Within 3 days, find me a suitable house for the company's office, and another warehouse for parking. Lu Chen, well, he's just joined the awesome rental company, but the job is already arranged. What can he do? He could only grit his teeth and admit it. Guarantee to complete the task. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, that's fine. This matter will be handed over to you. Looking at the time, it was already 11:30 am, almost time to eat. I still have something to do. I'll go first. Good. Looking at Su Lang's back as he left, Lu Chen was a little unsure of what to say. He was wondering if he was a bit too impulsive. Su Lang was certainly rich, that was true, but he engaged in this powerful leasing company will not be playing with the ticket. So far, the situation of the leasing company is worrying. The company is newly established. The staff is newly recruited. As for office space? Well, not yet. Is looking for. What if, after 2 or 3 days, Su Lang finds it too troublesome and simply doesn't engage in it? Thinking like this, Lu Chen had some regrets. He felt that he shouldn't be so impulsive. Thinking of this, Lu Chen silently from his pocket, took out his cell phone, and then dialed General Manager Chen's phone. Compared to face, Lu Chen felt that the rice bowl seemed to be more important. On the other hand, Su Lang arrived at the parking lot. Not surprisingly, there was another large group of people surrounding the Pagani Huayra. To tell the truth, Su Lang kinda misses the old days, the kind of simple and unadorned life to come. Unfortunately, those days were gone forever. Everyone, please make way. Fighting to separate the crowd, Su Lang finally drilled into the carriage, and then slowly drove away from the parking lot. When passing by the entrance of the talent market, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Lu Chen standing at the entrance. This is only just joining the job, and then Lu Chen is arranged. Am I too inhumane? Thinking of this, Su Lang slowly leaned over and lowered the car window. Manager Lu, do you want a ride? Su Lang said with a smile. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Looking at Su Lang's smiling face, Lu Chen's entire body was stunned. Pagani Huayra. The legendary Pagani Huayra. Recently this car had been rumored in the same city forums of Beishan City. Originally, Lu Chen thought that it was one of the country's top rich second generation who thought he had nothing to do and drove to Beishan to travel. However, he never thought that this world's top sports car was actually Su Lang's car. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely confused. Hey, Lu Chen, if you want to come back, come back. I'll pretend that nothing has happened. Came Mr. Chen's voice from the cell phone. Come back my ass. I would rather sit in the Pagani Huayra and cry than stay in the Anjia real estate and laugh. Few long out of breath, Lu Chen said with a determined face, Chen, I have resigned, and has found a better company. In the future we still do not contact. I am afraid that Mr. Su will misunderstand. Hey, Lu Chen, what do you mean? You're the one who called me. Mr. Chen still wanted to say something, but Lu Chen simply didn't give him this opportunity and directly hung up the phone. Putting away the phone, Lu Chen's gaze fell back to Su Lang. Mr. Su, don't misunderstand. I will never return to Anjia real estate. Su Lang, by Gue Yuan. Mr. Kong is back from his business trip? Mr. Kong, long time no see. The security guard at the door greeted in a friendly manner. Kong Ziyuan is the investment minister of Cathay Financial Corporation. 40 this year. Recently he just found a girlfriend, or a peer. The researcher of the Haicang Financial Investment Department is called Li Ying. Although Li Ying does not look like the type of beautiful type, but the good thing is that Li Ying body hot. The convex place convex, the warped place warped. This was not the most critical thing. The most critical thing was that Li Ying's skill was really nothing to speak of. As long as you have tried once, you will want to try a second time. For this reason, as soon as Kong Ziyuan finished his business trip, he hurried back home, touching the Viagra in his pocket. Kong Ziyuan's heart was full of hesitation. Baby, I'm back. Did you miss me? Push open the door, Kong Ziyuan shouted. However, the imagined image of a swallow throwing herself into his arms did not appear, but instead saw Li Ying with a gloomy face. What is the situation? Kong Ziyuan was dumbfounded. Baby, what's going on here? Hubby, I've been fired, Li Ying said through gritted teeth. Li Ying's face was gloomy. The thought of being fired set off a burning fire of anger in her heart. She had been working in Haicang Finance for several years, and she had done hard work without merit. However, the company drove her away for the sake of Lin Xiaoxiao, a newcomer who had just joined the company, and she was about to go crazy with anger. She had to take this breath. Li Ying was fired? Kong Ziyuan was slightly stunned. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought it was something, not just expelled. How big a deal? It's not like he doesn't have money. Not to mention raising one Li Ying, even if he raises two more, it doesn't make any difference to him. Isn't it just getting fired? It's fine. I'll support you. If you don't want to, then come to cafe. I'll arrange a position for you, Kong Ziyuan said smilingly. However, Kong Ziyuan's words did not put Li Ying at ease. Her face instead became more and more gloomy. Hubby, things aren't what you think. I'm being punked. Li Ying gritted her teeth. Pitted? Hearing Li Ying's words, Kong Ziyuan's eyes narrowed then. Li Ying was his woman. Pitting Li Ying was the same as pitting him. Chapter 33, I'm just an ordinary charterer. Soon, Li Ying told Kong Ziyuan what happened. Of course the version of the story had been added or subtracted, and the scenes about Lin Xiaoxiao had been exaggerated by her quite a bit. At the same time, she also had a lot of things that she had done behind Lin Xiaoxiao's back. As for Su Lang's matter, she even never mentioned it. Are you saying that Lin Xiaoxiao intentionally told you blackmail before you were fired? Kong Ziyuan coldly asked and answered. Well, husband, this matter you must do it for me. I just said a couple of words to her, and apologized to her afterwards, but she still won't let it go, Li Ying said with a pleading face. Kong Ziyuan didn't say anything. He half squinted his eyes. His right index finger gently tapped on the desktop, sending out a rhythmic da-da sound. Li Ying is his woman. Pit Li Ying is the same as not giving him face. A moment later, his eyes reopened. Baby, is this Lin Xiaoxiao going to participate in the financial conference? Aha! Then what's her topic? It should be internet finance. Internet finance? The corner of Kong Ziyuan's mouth revealed a cold smile. What does a little girl know about internet finance? Baby, you just wait and see. When it's time for the conference, I'll make her lose face. Thank you, husband. Li Ying nodded excitedly and said, Hubby, I recently bought a new underwear. Kong Ziyuan's eyes lit up, and a radiant essence burst out from his pupils. The next day, it was another sunny and beautiful day. Su Lang drove to the Emerald community early in the morning. Different from usual, today's Lin Xiaoxiao did not wait for herself at the door. Su Lang waited at the entrance for about 10 or so minutes before he saw Lin Xiaoxia trotting all the way out with a folder. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled open the door, and a fragrant breeze hit his face. You put on makeup? Today's Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a black women's suit on top and a wraparound skirt underneath, revealing a pair of long black silk legs. Her long, black, silky hair was coiled behind her head, and with the makeup that was on the formal side, she had a feeling of being a strong woman in the workplace. Glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's long black silk legs, Su Lang felt that the feel was definitely good. Aha! Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I'm going to attend the financial conference today, so I won't go to the company. I'll go directly to the financial center. Okay. Su Lang nodded. Then with a kick of the gas the Pagani Huayra scurried out like lightning. Su Lang, how about accompanying me in later? Lin Xiaoxia said. What am I going for? I don't know anything about it. Su Lang hadn't personally participated in a high-end conference like the financial conference, but he had participated in quite a few real estate transaction conferences. Although the types were different, Su Lang felt that the process was much the same. It's just a few leaders pretending to be on top and then giving speeches or something. There was no meaning at all. It's because I don't understand. That's why I need to listen more. If you could understand, I wouldn't have taken you there. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Ha, I see that you want me to be your shield, right? Su Lang suddenly thought of something, seemingly being guessed by Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiao's words stalled. Then she turned her head to look out the window. Today's weather is so nice. Okay, I promise, but you have to promise me a condition. What condition? Lin Xiaoxiao asked with a wary face. I haven't thought of it yet. Wait until I think of it someday. First of all, it can't be anything excessive. Of course, that's fine. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Lang, then silently nodded. After arriving at the place and parking the car, Su Lang then followed Lin Xiaoxiao and walked into the financial center. This financial conference was set up to be held in the auditorium on the 23rd floor. After checking their identities, the two entered the auditorium smoothly. At this moment, there were already quite a few people gathered in the auditorium. They were gathered in twos and threes, and were discussing intensely with each other. What internet finance? What CPI? What PPI? Su Lang did not understand a word. Sure enough, he is suitable to be a quiet landlord. Thinking of this, Su Lang's corner of the eye began to drift to the corner of the surrounding no one. He decided to find an opportunity to directly bail out. Manager Lin, I didn't expect it. We met so soon. But just at this time, a sharp female voice entered Su Lang's ears. When he heard the voice, he looked, only to see a woman aged around 30, holding a middle-aged man walking over. Your friend? Su Lang turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. For some reason, Su Lang heard some sneering flavor from the other party's words. Lin Xiaoxiao gently straightened the loose hair around her ears with her right hand and said, Not really, a former colleague. Oh, Su Lang nodded his head. No wonder Su Lang heard a bit of yin and yang in this. So it is a former colleague. It won't be you squeezing people away, right? Su Lang asked. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but her gaze had drifted into the distance. There was no need to ask. There must be a reason for Lin Xiaoxiao in this. You can be really bullish. Su Lang sighed from the bottom of his heart. This is just joining the company, and squeezed out the other old employees. If this is a little while longer, wouldn't the entire Haicang Finance have to be surnamed Lin? Blankly glancing at Su Lang, Lin Xiaoxiao then turned her head to Li Ying and said faintly, Long time no see. Right, Manager Lin. This is your boyfriend. Right, no introduction? Li Ying's gaze fell on Su Lang. There was no fervor from before, only a faint coldness. Why should Lin Xiaoxiao be able to find such a handsome and rich boyfriend? Why should I introduce you? Lin Xiaoxiao said. Originally, she didn't have any good feelings towards Li Ying, so why should she be introduced to her? You. Upon hearing this, Li Ying was momentarily speechless, and the anger in her heart plummeted a great deal more. Poof. With a cold snort, Li Ying's eyes looked towards Su Lang. This gentleman, are you not going to say anything? Say something? Say what? I don't even know you. Why am I wasting my time with you? There is absolutely no intention to speak. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and faintly responded. You. Once ignored, twice ignored. Li Ying was furious and stomped her feet. But on the contrary, she couldn't do anything. There was no way out. She could only turn her gaze to Kong Ziyuan. Hubby, ahem. Kong Ziyuan coughed, then turned his gaze to Su Lang. This gentleman. I'm afraid that's a bit less than gentlemanly of you, isn't it? Gentleman? You guys are clearly shading me, and you're asking me to be a gentleman? Are you guys taking me for? You are? Su Lang raised his eyebrows lightly, his gaze looking towards Kong Ziyuan. My humble self, the head of Cathay Financial Investment Department. I wonder where this gentleman is working. Kong Ziyuan said proudly. Cathay Financial is the premier large company in North Mountain. His annual salary had long exceeded $1 million. With this status, he was able to crush Su Lang into dregs. Can't talk about high. I'm just an ordinary chartered officer. Usually when I have nothing to do, I like to drive my Pagani Huayra around to collect rent. It's as simple as that. A rent-a-guy? Pagani? Kong Ziyuan? These things, how come he doesn't know? Chapter 3420 of me. Living a boring rent collection life. In Kong Ziyuan's script, what he envisioned was that when Su Lang heard his position, he should immediately kneel down and lick. But what he never expected was that Su Lang not only did not kneel, but instead threw out a great identity. The charterer, Pagani. Wait a minute. Even if it is blowing powerful cannot be so blow right? Ahem. Little brother can really joke. Then consider it a joke. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, but these things, I think your woman should know. Su Lang suddenly remembered. Wasn't the woman in front of him one of the several women standing in front of Lin Xiaoxiao's company that day? At first, Su Lang did not recognize it. Kong Ziyuan? He gazed at Li Ying, only to see Li Ying nodding silently. I don't know if it's the chartered man. I only know that he has a supercar. At this instant, Kong Ziyuan had the feeling of being unable to speak. Originally, he was still using his identity to give Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend a little bit of pressure, as a way to collect some small interest. But who would have thought that his identity in front of others, that is a slag. If Li Ying had told himself these things earlier, he would not have come in front of Su Lang to pretend to be a pussy. But now, the pussy has been installed out. He could only play hard to get. There was no way to surpass Su Lang in terms of financial strength, so the only way to surpass Su Lang was to surpass him in other aspects. Kong Ziyuan sneered and said, young man, you are still too young. Money is actually not important these days. What matters is ability. Only the ability to create wealth is the most important capital. Young man, just because you're rich now doesn't mean you'll continue to be rich in the future. Sooner or later, I will be able to surpass you one day. Hearing this, Su Lang nodded with a face full of approval. He felt that Kong Ziyuan's words were very reasonable. These days, money was all vanity. The most important thing was the ability to earn money. Just like him now, he only had $600,000 from rent collection, and not a single penny from other income. Mr. Kong is over 40 this year, right? Not much, just 40. Mr. Kong still has such a strong motivation at 40, it really makes me admire him, which is like me. I'm only in my 20s and I'm thinking of living on collecting rent every day. Mr. Kong, you're right, I am indeed lacking in this aspect of earning power. From today onwards, I've decided that apart from collecting $600,000 in rent every month, I have to open up other earning channels, Su Lang said with a serious face. Kong Ziyuan, looking at Su Lang's serious expression, and then listening to Su Lang's glib $600,000, Kong Ziyuan wanted to die. He had fought for half of his life, and only with great difficulty did he sit in the position of investment minister. He climbed to this position, and it was the end of the line. Until now, he only earns more than $1 million a year, but what about the others? The monthly rent alone is $600,000. That's more than $7 million a year. Ability? He worked hard for a year, but not compared to others to collect 2 months of rent. Being crushed by Su Lang on all fronts made Kong Ziyuan doubly devastated. He looked deeply at Su Lang, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao. Manager Lin, I heard that your speech is about internet finance? That's right. Coincidentally, my speech is also internet finance. So let's see whose speech is more exciting. After saying that, Kong Ziyuan pulled Li Ying and turned to leave. Hubby, why are you leaving? Not leaving? Don't go and wait to be hit in the face. But, don't worry, when it comes to this speech, I'll definitely let Lin Xiaoxiao know what it means to be ginger or old and hot. From afar, Kong Ziyuan's voice came from Su Lang's ears. It looks like he wants to beat you at the speech. Can he handle it? I haven't put him in my eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao's head rose slightly. A faint smile raised on her face. By the way, today's performance was good. Pretending to be a barterer, it's kinda like that. Pretend? Oh, say it out, you may not believe it. I'm acting in character. Not bad. Su Lang smiled. Right, tell me, how did you squeeze Li Ying away? The way I looked at her, it seemed like she had deep animosity towards you. Lin Xiaoxiao, she said that I've been bagged by you. Adopted. Actually, it's not impossible. Oh, if you're really a chartered man with $600,000 of rent every month, then I can still barely consider it. Okay, I'll stop pretending. I'm actually really a chartered public servant and I own that Pagani Huayra. He. Just as Su Lang and Lin Xiaoxiao were having a chat, the time had come to 10 a.m. The financial conference officially began. The first to speak was the host, tall and beautiful looking, with a black dress that added a few elegant flavors to her. After a brief speech, the bosses of major financial companies have started to address. Then they respectively put forward some questions and thoughts. Lin Xiaoxiao held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, and from time to time, she also wrote and drew on the notebook, listening very attentively. Su Lang was also very serious, but he and Lin Xiaoxiao were serious in different directions. Lin Xiaoxiao was serious about absorbing knowledge, while Su Lang was serious about not letting himself fall asleep. HSBC, wrong tone. Representatives of the major financial companies went up to the stage to speak. Before long, it was Lin Xiaoxiao's turn. Honorable directors and friends, hello everyone. I'm Lin Xiaoxiao from Haicang Finance. I'm very happy to participate in this financial conference, and I'm honored to share with you some thoughts and views on internet finance. The biggest difference and advantage between him and traditional enterprises is that it is extremely low risk and high efficiency. In fact, we are always worried about the risk of internet finance. The real internet finance is not so big risk. What is meant by internet finance? Internet finance, it needs a data-based credit system, a data-based risk control system. It needs to have strong data. At first, the crowd didn't care about Lin Xiaoxiao's speech, but as the speech continued, the eyes of the crowd gradually brightened up, nodding and shaking their heads from time to time. On the other side, looking at the speaker's platform, the eloquent Lin Xiaoxiao, the corner of Kong Ziyuan's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. Undeniably, Lin Xiaoxiao's speech was indeed wonderful, but she had one fatal flaw, and that was being too spacey and generalized. What about building a credit system? What about big data wind control? All of these were still too far for today's financial system. Unlike him, his speech is based on the present. In the future, maybe Lin Xiaoxiao's speech will get more favorable comments, but now he is sure to win. Hubby, can you beat Lin Xiaoxiao? Don't worry. Chapter 35 Stinky Card Warning. The trend of the technological revolution is unlikely to change. In front of the tide of history, what we really have to do is to face up to the challenge and join hands to take up the role. The opportunity is for each of us. My speech ends here. Thank you. Snap. Lin Xiaoxiao ended her speech, and a thunderous applause erupted from the scene. How's that? My speech wasn't bad, was it? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Lang with a smug face, like a peacock that had just won a fight. Very good, very good. Su Lang nodded perfunctorily. Good in what way? Everywhere is good. Su Lang, can you not be so perfunctory? Have I been perfunctory? Well, indeed a bit. His entire mind was pouncing on the system. The system hasn't been refreshed yet, but there is a smelly card lying in the warehouse. Su Long had always wanted to use this card to try out the effect. However, he never found a suitable opportunity. Should I not use it on Kong Ziyuan's body? It seemed to be okay. Look, Kong Ziyuan is on stage. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Kong Ziyuan who was ascending the stage. Odorless card, use it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful use. The target Kong Ziyuan will become stinky within the next 10 minutes. Card effective countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1 inch. The card is in effect successfully. Hello leaders, guests, I'm Kong Ziyuan from Cathay Financial. Just now Manager Lin's speech was very wonderful, but there are also shortcomings. Vomit. Sorry, vomit, vomit. Kong Ziyuan originally spoke well, but for some reason, his nose suddenly smelled a foul odor, and then he couldn't help but start dry heaving. Vomit, vomit. I'm sorry, vomit. At this instant, everyone present was confused by Kong Ziyuan's sudden action. What is the situation of this? Why did Kong Ziyuan suddenly start vomiting after talking properly? What's going on here? Minister Kong, are you alright? Soon, some people went up to the stage to assist Kong Ziyuan. However, it was fine if they didn't get close to that. As soon as they got close to Kong Ziyuan, a foul odor came from their nostrils, and then they also bent down and dry heaved just like Kong Ziyuan. Stench, it really stinks. Where did this stench come from? Why does it smell like it's coming from Kong Ziyuan? How long has it been since Kong Ziyuan took a bath, and the smell is so strong? Vomit. Doesn't smell like he hasn't bathed. It smells like he's collapsed. The people present were not cuties. On the contrary, they were very smart. The word crashed, coupled with the stench coming from Kong Ziyuan's body. They instantly thought of a pile of yellow substance. In this instant, everyone was unable to calm down. Kong Ziyuan, if you really can't help it, then go to the toilet. There's no need to collapse here. Hurry up and get out. Security. Where's the security guard? Quickly take Kong Ziyuan out. Soon, several security guards rushed in from the doorway, but before they could get close to Kong Ziyuan, they were already foaming at the mouth from the stench. Now, there was even less people who dared to go up. This guy, other people want money for pooping, but Kong Ziyuan wants to die for pooping. Everyone didn't understand why Kong Ziyuan suddenly became like this. Only he silently looked at the unpleasant smell card that had disappeared from the system storage. Originally, he just wanted to try the effect. As a result, he never thought that he would accidentally make a big deal out of it. After such a mess, if this financial conference could still go on, it would be a hell of a thing. The power of this thing is a little too great, isn't it? What is too powerful? Seemingly hearing Su Lang's mumbling, Lin Xiaoxiao asked with some curiosity. Su Lang was a bit vain, nothing, just a word of emotion. I also don't know what's wrong with this Kong Ziyuan. How could he not be able to hold his tongue? Lin Xiaoxiao had a helpless face. Originally, she was still thinking of taking this opportunity to further herself in her career, but now she was messed up by Kong Ziyuan. No matter how wonderful her previous speech was, no one would remember it. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kong Ziyuan. Wait, could all of this be deliberate on Kong Ziyuan's part? He knew that it was impossible to surpass himself in terms of speeches, so he chose to find another way to dissipate his influence in this unique way? Don't think about it, don't know. Once you think about it, it's a shock. The more Lin Xiaoxia thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Su Lang, do you think this could all be deliberate on Kong Ziyuan's part? Lin Xiaoxiao sighed quietly. Deliberately? Su Lang? His brain was a bit confused. He somewhat couldn't understand what Lin Xiaoxiao meant. Why do you say that? Do you think it's possible that he did it because he knew that he couldn't surpass me in his speech? So he purposely made such a scene to draw everyone's attention to him? Then, naturally, no one would remember my speech. Lin Xiaoxiao said seriously. Others might not be sure, but Su Lang could be very sure. No, absolutely not. Kong Ziyuan, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. No, without even thinking about it, Su Lang directly vetoed it. Why is it impossible? Because, originally, Su Lang wanted to say that it was because he used the unspeakable stench card, but when the words reached his mouth, they were swallowed. Because of what? Because of intuition, Su Lang said with a serious face. Even if you women understand women, we men also understand men. Men, they are all animals that love face. Do you think any man would use this way to stir up a financial conference? Lin Xiaoxia thought about it seriously, and it seemed to be the case. Although Kong Ziyuan had made such a mess, this financial conference would definitely not be able to continue, but he had also lost face. Thinking differently, if it was her own, she would not be able to do this kind of thing no matter what. It's also, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a bitter face, it's just a pity that I prepared the speech for a long time. I don't know how much effort she spent on this speech, but now it's all ruined. It's fine. There's still a chance in the future. It's better than Kong Ziyuan. Lin Xiaoxiao, looking at Kong Ziyuan who kept vomiting on the speaker's platform, Lin Xiaoxiao secretly shook her head. After such a mess, I'm afraid that Kong Ziyuan's reputation has been stigmatized in the entire financial circle, and I'm afraid that his future days won't be too good. I don't know why, but Lin Xiaoxiao sympathized with Li Ying. This has just found a big tree. Not waiting to cover the heat, it is cool. Poor. Chapter 36, People in the world, all rely on high acting skills. Once the 10 minutes were up, the stench from Kong Ziyuan's body disappeared. But even so, the whole scene was already in a mess. Originally, the organizer had made a number of emergency plans, but most of those plans were to deal with unforeseen circumstances, such as sound failure, sudden power outages and so on. No one expected that Kong Ziyuan would come out of nowhere. In the end, it was hard to throw Kong Ziyuan out, but the conference could not go on. The organizers could only end this farce helplessly, and Su Lang, who was the culprit, had already left the financial center with Lin Xiaoxiao. Su Lang, I just can't figure out why Kong Ziyuan's body would suddenly emit a bad odor, and why would the bad odor suddenly disappear? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Lin Xiaoxiao had been thinking all along this journey, but she just couldn't figure out why there was clearly no stench on Kong Ziyuan's body at the beginning. But as soon as he stepped onto the stage, his body stank. However, when everyone agreed that Kong Ziyuan had collapsed, the stench disappeared instantly. Why? Do you want me to tell you that the unpleasant smell card is only valid for 10 minutes? Ahem. Su Long coughed dryly and said, maybe it's just a fart that Kong Ziyuan let out, and the stench will naturally dissipate after a long period of time. Released a fart? Hearing Su Lang's words, Lin Xiaoxia thought for a moment, then nodded with a serious face. Don't say it. What Su Lang said was really reasonable. Other than this reason, she really couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. However, Kong Ziyuan's fart is really awesome. It even lasted for 10 minutes. Maybe this is the king of farts. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. Little Lin, what's so funny? Right at this moment, a mellow voice came from behind. The president of Haicang Finance, Jiang Hufeng, walked over in large strides. President Jiang. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately greeted respectfully. Little Lin, what fart king were you guys talking about just now? Jiang Hufeng asked smilingly. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, full of embarrassment as she explained. No, just a casual conversation. Jiang Yifeng laughed and didn't dwell too much on this matter. Instead, he looked towards Su Lang. Shaolin, this is your boyfriend, right? Aha. Lin Xiaoxia nodded, then said to Su Lang, let me introduce you. This is the president of our company, Jiang Yifeng, Mr. Jiang. Hello Mr. Jiang, I've heard about the recent events. Thanks to Mr. Jiang for stepping in to defend Xiaoxiao's reputation. While speaking, Su Lang stretched out his right hand at Jiang Yifeng. Where is this coming from Mr. Su? Shaolin is an excellent employee of the company. Defending the reputation of an employee is the responsibility of the company. Jiang Yifeng reached out and shook Su Lang's hand. By the way, what industry is Mr. Su in? Thump. Lin Xiaoxiao's little heart was in her throat in an instant. Compared to the previous Kong Ziyuan, Jiang Hufeng was by no means comparable to Kong Ziyuan in terms of experience or vision. If Su Lang gave a bad answer, he would directly go through the motions. But obviously, Lin Xiaoxiao was overworried, only to see Su Lang's mouth slightly raised. A faint smile said, before in the real estate, recently intend to expand the channel, open up the leasing business. Leasing? Mr. Su is optimistic about the leasing and hiring business? Jiang Yifeng asked curiously. Looking favorably is not so good, mainly for the sake of acting. However, just think about it, these things aren't too good to say outright. Of course, Su Lang said without blushing or gasping. Mr. Jiang, in fact, leasing is just a common term. I prefer to call him sharing. What I'm really optimistic about is the sharing economy. Sharing economy? Jiang Hufeng frowned slightly. He was unfamiliar with this term. He had only seen it when he occasionally surfed the internet. Mr. Su was able to tell us more carefully? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hufeng opened his mouth and asked. Of course. The corners of Su Lang's mouth rose slightly as he smiled and said, the sharing economy is actually put a little more simply. It is the integration of idle goods, labor, and education and healthcare resources, and then renting out all of these resources to collectively gain economic dividends. It's like if I have a bicycle and I put it in storage and don't use it, then he can't create value. But what if I rent him out? Rent it to people who need to ride, but don't have a bike to buy. For every ride, I charge $1 usage fee from it, which isn't too expensive and I think most people can live with it. Although $1 is not much, but this is just one. What if it's 1,000, 10,000, a million? And even more crucially, it's a long-term benefit, not a one-time deal. If 1 million cars, that's at least 1 million a day, 30 million a month, and over 300 million a year. And the profit from this is not just this more than 300 million. Some of these vehicles will be reused and generate revenue repeatedly. Zhang Hufeng preliminary estimate. The profit, at least more than 1 billion. At this moment, Zhang Hifeng was stunned. He never thought that there would be such a lucrative profit. Taking a long breath, Zhang Hufeng forcefully suppressed the palpitations of his heart and spoke again. Mr. Su, I have another question. If the trialist, after using it, refuses to return it, then what should I do? Just don't return it. Su Lang smiled and said, Zhang Hifeng, don't return it? He kind of didn't understand what Su Lang meant. If you don't return it, wouldn't that be a pure loss? Mr. Su, I kind of didn't understand what you meant. If the user refuses to return it, wouldn't that be a loss? Zhang Hufeng asked. Mr. Zhang, it's actually quite simple to solve this problem. Wouldn't it be better to charge rent beforehand? For example, if the cost of a bike is $99, then we charge a deposit of $99 beforehand. This way, even if we don't return it, there's nothing to lose for us. Su Lang said. What day? It can still be played like this? At this moment, Zhang Hufeng was completely convinced of Su Lang. No wonder Su Lang was able to drive the world's top supercar, the Pagani Huayra, at such a young age. Other people could make money with just a random idea. Mr. Su, I have another question. Go ahead. Su Lang and Zhang Yifeng's conversation attracted many people's attention. Gradually, there were more and more people around Su Lang. Those who came out from the venue would almost all stop and listen. And there were even quite a few company bosses who immediately took out a pen and paper from their pockets and took notes. This place had clearly become a small classroom, with the bosses of the major financial companies being the students, while Su Lang had become the teacher. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Su Lang's acting skills exceeded her imagination. Not only did he act well, but he also bluffed everyone. Chapter 37 hints at increased efforts. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Mr. Su, I would like to invest in your company if I can. Mr. Su, you must let me join. In the end, Su Lang did not accept the crowd's request. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's soft waist and turned around. But just after taking 2 steps, Su Lang stopped and then leaned over bit by bit according to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Su Lang wouldn't be trying to kiss himself in front of everyone, right? Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to hide, but Zhang Hufeng was right here. If she hid, then her relationship with Su Lang would be exposed. What would the company say about her behind her back? Hypocritical, vain and greedy. Anyway, it will not be good words. Looking at Su Lang, who was getting closer and closer, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart jumped into her throat. Xiao Xiao, I remember you still owe me a condition. What do you think would be the effect if I kissed you in front of everyone? Su Lang said sorrowfully. Don't. Lin Xiaoxiao's teeth clenched and her body trembled violently. Su Lang laughed and continued to move closer towards Lin Xiaoxiao. A warm flavor immediately came from his nostrils. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes wanted to close but didn't dare to, and her gaze was filled with disorientation. But just when she thought she was going to lose her first kiss, sure enough, you just crave my body. After saying that, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and turned towards the parking lot. I crave your body? What day? Originally, she was prepared to be chewed on by a dog. As a result, in the end, she was fooled by Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiao only felt that her entire being was bad. Huffing, taking 2 big gulps of rough air, Lin Xiaoxiao stomped her feet and chased straight towards Su Lang. Su Lang, stop right there. Now this young man, he is so bold. Flirting in public, like us at that time, even holding a hand is careful. Times are changing, technology is developing. We have to keep up with the times too. Right, Lao? Jiang, do you think this sharing economy proposed by Mr. Su, has it been engaged? No, not at all. Su Lang, what exactly do you mean? In the car, Lin Xiaoxiao glared angrily at Su Lang. What did she mean by craving Su Lang's body? Even your eyes are closed, but you still want me to kiss on it? Su Lang said with half-smiling eyes. You fart. Humph. Whether it's a fart or not, you know yourself. Lin Xiaoxiao today was the most aggrieved day in her entire life. Originally, today she had planned to take the opportunity of this financial conference to officially establish herself in the financial world of Beishan. And for this she had put in unknown amounts of effort. but just when she was stunning the crowd, a fart King Kong Yuan came out in the middle of the day, not only stealing her thunder but also messing up the whole financial conference. If this is the case, then it would be fine. Think about it can also be passed. However, Su Lang not only did not comfort him, but also in front of so many people, let her make a fool of herself. As soon as she thought of this, the aggression in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart was like a tidal wave coming in. Tears were like the yellow river that broke the dike and immediately came out of her eyes. Woohoo Su Lang, you bullied me. Worry, why are you suddenly crying? Looking at the teary-eyed Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Lang didn't know how to comfort. Alright, I'm just kidding, Su Lang explained. Woo, Su Lang didn't have much to do, and could only put his arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulders. Several minutes later, only then did Lin Xiaoxiao gradually stop crying. Su Lang, I'll tell Auntie about this matter. I'll say that you bullied me, tell Fu Xiaowan? Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Su Lang's expression instantly became odd. Truth be told, it was fine if Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say it. If she said it to Fu Xiaowan was afraid that she would be too happy to find her way out. A long time ago, Fu Xiaowan had gotten herself into trouble. Luckily, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know about this matter, otherwise it was estimated that she would still be crying right now. I advise you, don't ever tell my mom. I favor it. I'm worried that you'll regret it. No way. Just think about how you're going to explain it to Auntie, Lin Xiaoxiao said as she pulled out her cell phone from her pocket and instantly dialed Fu Xiaowan's number. After 3 busy sounds, the call was successfully connected. Hello, Auntie Fu? I'm Lin Xiaoxiao. Auntie Fu, Su Lang, he bullied me, he's shameless. Auntie, what's too good? Putting down her cell phone, the tears in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes had already come out of her eyes. Just now, she dialed Fu Xiaowan's phone, and then told Fu Xiaowan about the while of the matter. Originally, in Lin Xiaoxiao's script, Fu Xiaoyuan would be furious and then scold Su Lang. But what greeted her was Fu Xiaoyuan's excited cheers. Great! Lin Xiaoxiao was confused. Even in her dreams, she had never imagined that things would turn out like this. Not only was Fu Xiaowan not furious, but then she was also excited. Woo! At this instant, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it together any longer and cried once again. It's okay. Learn from your mistakes. Next time you encounter this situation, just don't call my mom. How can Auntie be like this? Lin Xiaoxiao asked with a twitch in her body. Su Lang thought for a moment and said, it's probably because she was anxious to see my delay in getting on the means. Wow. Su Lang did not say okay, this violently said. Lin Xiaoxiao cried even more. Hey, don't cry Su Lang put his right arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, his left hand holding his forehead, his face helpless. For girls crying this kind of thing, he was really inexperienced. If at this time, there is a laughing card or what is the can't cry card would be good. Jingling bell. Suddenly, the cell phone in Su Lang's pocket rang. Pulling it out, it was Fu Xiaowan's number. Mom, you say you're happy when you're happy. Can't you be happy secretly in the bottom of your heart? It has to be said out loud. It's so hard to stop crying. This is good. You started crying again. It's okay, you'll get used to it after crying. Right, son? Mom came here today to tell you one thing. Strike while the iron is hot. Don't hide and cover up any means you have. Make them all come out. You know what I mean, right? Fu Xiaowan said. Su Lang. The words were said so clearly, if Su Lang didn't understand, then he would be a cutie. Su Lang, what did your mom say? What did your mom say? Just hung up the phone. Lin Xiaoxiao tearfully came up. My mom said for me to apologize to you. No way. Well, she implied that I'd step it up. Oh. Forget it, don't go to the office this afternoon. Go home and rest for half a day. Woo. Chapter 38 Awesome Rentals Established. Emerald Community. Are you good on your own? I want you to manage. Humph. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and blew out a snot bubble. Pulling out a piece of toilet paper and wiping it, she pushed the door and left. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's back, Su Lang sighed helplessly. Not listening to the words of the old man suffers before his eyes. He had reminded Lin Xiaoxiao a long time ago to not call Fu Xiaowan, but she just didn't listen. This time, she had suffered a great loss, right? What a silly woman. Shaking his head, Su Lang drove towards the north of the city. Right on the way back, he received a call from Lu Chen, saying that he had already found a house and could officially list it at any time. 20 or so minutes later, Su Lang arrived at the location Lu Chen had mentioned. It was a 2-story building in a fairly good location, adjacent to the city center. What was rare was that behind the house was a warehouse. The warehouse was large. Su Lang roughly swept a glance. Stopping 20 to 30 cars shouldn't be much of a problem. Mr. Su, what do you think? Lu Chen asked carefully. Not bad. Su Lang nodded and said with a smile. Lu Chen was obviously relieved. Mr. Su, since the address has been determined, When do we start listing for business? Any time. On this point, Su Lang did not have any requirements. Then choose a day. How does Mr. Su feel about today? Lu Chen said smilingly. I'm not going to hide it from Mr. Su. I've already had people make all the company's signboards. While saying that, Lu Chen greeted Xiao Hu and took out the signboard. The signboard was a white one, with the words Awesome Leasing Company clearly written on it. Good guy. The signboard was done without a word. Alright, let's hang it like this then. No problem. Lu Chen waved his hand and Xiao Hu hurriedly hung the signboard at the door. Right, Mr. Su, you see that the company has been established. When will this car source be in place? Car source? Su Lang counted the time. The system should be refreshed tomorrow, so he would look at it then. If it really doesn't work, then the Pagani Huayra will be put into the company. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. No problem. Lu Chen nodded. Mr. Su, I still have an unkind request. Tell me. I want to take a photo of you and the Pagani Huayra together as a publicity photo. What do you think? How? Not how at all. Why did Su Lang set up a leasing company? It wasn't for a better excuse. This if his identity was exposed. Even if he had 10 mouths, he wouldn't know how to explain. The car can be shot. Forget about the people. You should understand what I mean, right? Lu Chen hurriedly nodded his head. Understand. Mr. Su, don't worry. Of course I understand. Mr. Su is trying to keep a low profile. Oh, you're overthinking it. I'm just worried about not being able to explain the source of the wealth. Right. There's one more thing that I want to specially advise you about. In the future, if anyone asks who the owner of the company is, just say that it's yourself, and I'm just an ordinary employee. Got it? Su Lang said with a serious face. Lu Chen? He is the boss and Su Lang is an employee? Su Lang's sentence confused Lu Chen. Other people's bosses, they hated to go around saying how many companies they had opened, how much wealth they have in their hands. But what about Su Lang? He was obviously very rich, but he was excessively low-key. But thinking about it even, Lu Chen didn't say it. Who let Su Lang be the boss? Understand. I understand everything. Just during the time when Su Lang was busy with the leasing company, the entire Haicang financial sector completely exploded. What exactly does the Minister of Cathay Financial Investment intend to do by making a scene? Where did the stench come from and how did it disappear? Shocked, Kong Ziyuan unexpectedly collapsed in public. The entire network completely exploded. Kong Ziyuan's name in a flash spread throughout the entire North Mountain financial circle. Then something even more confusing came. Out of nowhere, several photos of the scene of the financial conference were circulated. Looking at the photos, the security guards who were smoked and foaming at the mouth, a figure bending down to vomit. Everyone was confused. This Kong Ziyuan was a veritable walking biochemical weapon. Ha! Worry! Awesome! Surprisingly, it didn't collapse directly in the conference. Too strong. Cathay Financial is also too powerful to find such a person to be the investment minister. Now Cathay Financial has lost a lot of face. Ha 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 ha. Cathay Financial, President's Office. Kong Ziyuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with trepidation. Zhang Jun, the president of Cathay Financial, and the biggest shareholder behind it. Kong Ziyuan, in the end you are how to do. Why in that time cannot hold it? If you really can't hold it together, why don't you just go to the restroom? How can you just casually fall apart? Zhang Jun's teeth were clenched tightly, his eyes staring deathly at Kong Ziyuan. The financial conference, when said to be important, was actually not too important. Saying it was unimportant, it was also very important, because the people attending were all prominent figures in Haicang's financial circle, or would be prominent figures in the future. But Kong Ziyuan is good. On such an important occasion, he directly failed to hold his tongue and made a big joke. Mr. Zhang, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. While speaking, Kong Ziyuan walked towards Zhang Jun. Stop. Kong Ziyuan, you back up. Don't come close to me. Just talk by the door. Zhang Jun hurriedly stopped it. Mr. Zhang, believe me, I really didn't crash. I'm such a big man. Can I not help it? Kong Ziyuan was on the verge of crying. Did he fall apart? No, he didn't. He really didn't fall apart. However, he didn't know why. But the moment he stepped onto the speaker's stand, a foul odor began to emanate from his body. Until now, he still didn't understand what was going on. You said you didn't collapse? Then tell me what's going on. What's with that odor? Zhang Jun said. Mr. Zhang, I am also wondering what's going on. As soon as I stepped onto the speaker's chair, a foul odor started emanating from my body. I don't know what's going on, Kong Ziyuan said with a serious face. Looking at Kong Ziyuan's serious face, Zhang Jun hesitated a little. Could it be that it really wasn't Kong Ziyuan's problem? But if it wasn't him, then what was going on? Kong Ziyuan, think about it. Is there anything strange? Kong Ziyuan thought seriously and said, there really is. When I first entered the venue, I had a few words with Lin Xiaoxiao from Haicang. It must be Lin Xiaoxiao who messed up. Lin Xiaoxiao? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When Kong Ziyuan was giving his speech, the other Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting at the end of the room. How could he be up to no good? Alright, Kong Ziyuan, you haven't taken a vacation for a long time. Take this opportunity. I'll give you a few days off, and you can come back to work after a while. General Manager Zhang, this matter is settled. Kong Ziyuan's face was full of light. He knew that his position as investment minister was considered to have made it to the top. Chapter 39 Skill, driving a Ferrari with one hand. The next day, as soon as Su Long opened his eyes, he was ecstatic. Divine Seconds system was new. Ferrari series cars, 10 cars, original price of 68 million. Seconds price of 8. Porsche series cars, 10 cars, original price 54 million. Spike price 8. BMW series cars, 10 cars, original price 82 million. Spike price 8. Ferrari, Porsche, BMW. Su Lang did not hesitate to choose while Ferrari in the case of the same spike price. For Ferrari, Su Lang is not unfamiliar. It is the same as Pagani. It is also the world's top supercar brand. And this time, it was surprising that 10 of them were swiped at once. Whether to buy? One word buy. Su Lang placed the order without hesitation. The price of $8 was not even worth mentioning to Su Lang today. If he casually collected rent, it would be more than this amount of money. Ding! Congratulations to the user for placing a successful order. The order is being processed. Order processing is complete. The Ferrari series of cars have been parked at Zhengda Plaza. The number of luxury cars under the customer's banner exceeds 10. Extra bonus skill, driving a Ferrari with one hand. Skill, driving a Ferrari with one hand. Trigger condition, the seat must be a Ferrari and must be driven with one hand. Trigger effect, when the customer drives a Ferrari with one hand, the driving skill is automatically upgraded to master level. Looking at the skill introduction, Su Lang couldn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. Driving a Ferrari with one hand had always been a segment on the internet, but the system seemed to have turned it into a skill. At this moment, Su Lang even hated to insert a pair of wings and then fly directly to Zhengda Plaza to experience the taste of driving a Ferrari with one hand. Mom, I have something to go out. I won't be back for lunch. Saying hello to Fu Xiaowan, Su Lang grabbed the door and walked out. Zhengda Plaza is located in the center of Beishan City. On weekdays, the square was quite lively, and today, the entire square was crowded with people. The reason was simple, because in Zhengda Square, there were 10 brand new Ferraris parked. From the latest models, to the classical collection models, everything was there. Worry, this is a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. It must be decades old, right? Not really. Shouldn't this kind of car be kept in a museum? I don't know who would be so bold as to throw it on the square like this. What if it gets scratched? Do you think it's Mr. Zhao's car from the Haicang Group? I heard that Mr. Zhao loves cars as much as his life, and he only favors Ferrari. Don't say it. It's very possible. Only Mr. Zhao can take out so many Ferraris in Beishan. Qin Xuan was a famous local outdoor anchor in Beishan, and at the same time, he was also a little rich second generation. Because of a bit of fame and a fairly solid family background, Qin Xuan joined Beishan's supercar club. When he's not doing anything, he likes to live broadcast supercars with his water friends, which has also attracted a large wave of hardcore fans for him. Today, Qin Xuan was originally opening the live broadcast, with water friends wandering in the street, but halfway through, he received a message that there were 10 Ferraris parked at Zhengda Plaza, and among them was a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Other people didn't know what the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta stood for. As a member of the supercar club, Qin Xuan understood. This was a Ferrari produced in 1949, the first real Ferrari. Only 25 were produced that year, and even fewer survived. Just this one car, its value would have to be tens of millions of dollars. He didn't have any hesitation and directly diverted to Zhengda Plaza. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw a sea of people gathered in the square. Qin Xuan knew that this matter could not be faked. Xiao Xiao is also really getting the cars out for an exhibition and not knowing to greet them in advance. In Qin Xuan's opinion, without exception, these cars were definitely Xiao Yu's, because in the entire North Mountain, only Xiao Yu, who loved cars like his life, was able to pull out 10 Ferraris in one breath. Brothers Meng, I'll take you guys to see Mr. Zhao's world-exclusive luxury cars now. Qin Xuan held up his selfie stick and fought to separate the crowd, and in the next second, a row of fiery red luxury cars appeared in front of his eyes. Ferrari 812, Ferrari 488, Ferrari Enzo. The most eye-catching of them all is a vintage convertible, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. It has a simple and elegant appearance, with a length of about 3.8 meters and a net weight of only 650 kilograms, and adopts a two-seater open-top design, equipped with a V12 engine, still able to bring it about 140 horsepower. The car's top speed can reach 220 kilometers per hour, 666. The anchor is sincere. There really is a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. What is limited edition? What's a limited edition? This is what's called an absolute edition. For 88 is a younger brother in front of him. Brother Chin, can you touch it for us? The heat of Chin Chuan's live broadcast room, with the appearance of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta rubbed up, and in just a few minutes, the heat value from 80,000 skyrocketed more than 10 times, came to 1.13 million. The gifts were also brushing up. Brothers Bud, don't be anxious. Xiao has not yet come. Wait for him to arrive. Not to mention touch. High and low I have to give you around. Strongly resisting the excitement in his heart, Chin Chuan said. As a rich second generation, Chin Chuan is not as bad as in novels and TV dramas. Among the group of rich second generation, there were playboys, but not many. He would love to pull open the car door right now and skate around in the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. However, think about it or forget it. Without Xiao Yu's consent, he would not trespass. Looking around the surging crowd, Chin Chuan took the initiative to stand out and help maintain order. Everyone, these cars are Xiao's things. Everyone can take pictures, but don't touch and touch. Really, if you scratch, you and I can't afford to pay. Wow, anchor, these cars are really Xiao's ah? In the crowd, a good-looking woman opened her mouth and asked. Glancing at the woman, Chin Chuan said with a smile, of course, I and Xiao is a supercar club. The entire North Mountain in addition to Xiao. Who else can take out 10 Ferraris in one breath? Then how much does this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta cost? Let's put it this way. The price of this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is secondary. The most important thing is his identity. The 1949 model of Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was only issued 25 units worldwide, and those that are in existence nowadays can be counted on one hand. So who's better, it or the Pagani Huayra? The Pagani Huayra is a younger brother in front of this Ferrari 166. At this point in the conversation, Chin Chuan suddenly understood why Xiaoyu had parked his car at Zhengda Plaza. He must have felt that the Pagani Huayra was too popular lately, so he specially pulled out his crushing car to kill the other party's popularity. The Pagani Huayra is the younger brother? Hiss. The crowd without exception sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Chapter 40. Friends, this car, I can touch it? Su Lang first sent Lin Xiaoxia to the company, and on the way, he took the time to give Lu Chen a phone call, and then he hoofed it to Zhengda Plaza. Then Su Lang froze in place. The entire Grand Plaza, a sea of people. Worry, the owner of the Pagani Huayra is here. What is Pagani Huayra doing here? Can't it be that he's also here to see the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Didn't you hear young Chin say just now that the value of this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is much higher than the Pagani? Just as soon as he pushed open the door of the car, Su Lang heard a lot of people talking around him, and the object of their discussion was none other than his own Ferrari. Excuse me. Su Lang slightly smiled, separated the crowd towards the center, and soon came next to the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. This gentleman, also like this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Chin Chuan hurriedly greeted him. If it was an ordinary person, of course he wouldn't be so polite, but after knowing that Su Lang was the owner of a Pagani, he couldn't help but be polite for a few minutes. Pagani was also the world's top supercar. Those who could afford to buy a Pagani were not ordinary people either. Well, it's true that I quite like it. Su Lang nodded and said, in this car, there is a classical beauty. That's Chin Chuan smiled smugly and said, this is a Ferrari that was produced in 1949, and it is also the first real Ferrari. Back then only 25 were produced, and I'm afraid that the number of survivors can be counted on one hand now. With all due respect, although your Pagani is good, it's not as good as this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. On one hand, wasn't that the best of the best of the best? A wide smile appeared on Su Lang's face. I'll have to try it then. While saying that, Su Lang touched it a few times in front of the crowd. In a flash, the entire room was silent. This gentleman, you can look but not touch. Frowning slightly, Chin Chuan loudly scolded. This was Xiao's car. If this was messed up, whose fault would it be? If it was just money, then it was okay. The key was that there were some things that could not be bought with money. The paint material of this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta has long been discontinued. If this was scratched, there was no place to repair it even if you wanted to. Is that so? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and knocked hard on the hood of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. This scene scared the surrounding melon-eating spectators into sucking in a breath of cool air. Bang bang bang, my own car, why can't I touch it? Su Lang asked with a smile. Your own car? What kind of joke is this? Qin Chuan scoffed at Su Lang's words. It wasn't true that Su Lang drove a Pagani, but if there was anyone in the entire North Mountain who could take out so many Ferraris, it was none other than Xiao Yu. This gentleman, I can tell you responsibly that these cars are Xiao Xiao's cars, Qin Chuan said with a serious face. Xiao Xiao? Su Lang didn't know any Xiao Xiao. He only knew that these cars were all from him spending $8.08. Oh, Su Lang smiled faintly, then reached out and pulled open the car door. You. Su Lang's sudden move enraged Qin Chuan, which was a bare-faced provocation. This gentleman, I'll warn you again, this is Xiao Xiao's car. You have to bear the consequences if you touch it. Consequences? I touched my own car. What consequences? Su Lang smiled faintly, directly sat on the driver's seat. His hands also stroked the steering wheel in a fuss. At this moment, the whole scene was dead silent. Everyone froze in place. They never thought that Su Lang would come to such an outburst. Alas, this person planted out a middle-aged man next to him shook his head with a bitter smile. Hu and Beishan didn't know that Xiao Yu loved cars like his life. Once he saw with his own eyes, a rich second generation moved Xiao Yu's favorite car. The result was not 2 days of work. That rich second generation's family company directly bankrupt. Su Lang was able to drive a Pagani, which means he is very rich, but compared to Xiao Yu, he is still a little worse. Xiao Yu is not only rich, but also powerful. Now Su Lang even dared to touch Xiao Yu's car. It is clear that he does not put Xiao Yu in his eyes. Xiao Yu would definitely not let him go. Young man, you just come out. Xiao Yung that is famous for loving cars like life. Knowing that you moved his favorite car, he will fight with you. Young man, one more thing is better than one less thing. And the crowd watching from the sidelines also opened their mouths to admonish. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud engine roar sounded not far away. Immediately afterward, a fiery red supercar ran straight in like a sharp arrow. Ferrari la Ferrari aperta. Ferrari la Ferrari aperta. It's Xiao Xiao arriving. Sure enough, these Ferraris, they are all Xiao Xiao's collection. Crunch! The tires rubbed against the ground with an ear-piercing shrill. The car door pushes open, and a youngster aged around 20 years old pushes out the door. Seeing Xiao Yu, Qin Chuan hurriedly greeted him. Xiao Xiao, this kid is so bold that he dares to touch your beloved car. Qin Chuan pointed at Su Lang and said sternly, my favorite car? It would be great if it really was my favorite car. Not caring about Qin Chuan's words, Xiao Yu separated the crowd and took 3 steps to the center. Then he was stunned. Ferrari 812, Ferrari 488, Ferrari Enzo, Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. From modern models to classical models, there was everything, especially that Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Xiao Yu was drooling as he looked at it. This was the first Ferrari in the true sense of the word. His collection value, incalculable. This car, if placed in the collection circle, would be at least $100 million. Gulp. Xiao Yu carefully swallowed his saliva and slowly walked towards Su Lang. This brat is finished. A faint smile appeared on Qin Chuan's face. Don't look at Xiao Yu, who seemed easygoing, but once it came to cars, Xiao Yu was a complete maniac. In the entire supercar club, not only ordinary members, or VIP guests, or the president of the supercar club, this if anyone touches his car, Xiao Yu guarantees that he will not stop with the other party. Undeniably, Su Lang can afford to drive a Pagani. He must have a lot of money, but money doesn't mean everything. In the midst of the crowd's burning gaze, Xiao Yu arrived in front of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. He was trembling all over, and his eyes looked at Su Lang with excitement. Friend, this car, can I touch it? Chapter 41, You're my brother. I'm your brother. Quiet. Deadly quiet. The moment Xiao Yu's words came out, the entire scene fell silent in a split second. What did they hear? Xiao Yu was actually asking if he could touch it? What is this situation? Wasn't this car Xiao Yu's? For a moment, everyone including Qin Chuan was stunned. Even in their dreams, they had never thought that things would turn out like this. Xiao, this car is not yours? Qin Chuan was the first to come back to his senses. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Yu with a dull gaze. Of course not. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, if this car is mine, do you think I will throw it in Zhengda Plaza? Stump. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qin Chuan's body involuntarily took 2 steps backwards. Yes, everyone knows that Xiao Yu loves cars. How could he place his favorite car in the square just like that? This car is not Xiao Yu's, so it is difficult for his owner to. When he thought of what he had just done, his face instantly turned red, just like a fire. Qin Chuan opened his mouth wide. He wanted to say something, but the words couldn't come out when he reached his mouth. On the other side, Xiao Yu didn't care about Qin Chuan at all. At this moment, his eyes were only on this world-exclusive Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Friend, can I touch it? Xiao Yu asked once again. Sure. Su Lang smiled faintly and made a gesture of please go ahead. Xiaoyu stretched out his right hand and slowly approached the ancient body of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, and under the gaze of the crowd, Xiaoyu's face was pressed on top of the body. The entire scene, silent, only Xiaoyu's coarse, heavy breathing sound. In Xiaoyu's world, other things are not important. The car is his life, even to some extent, more important than women. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was only after several minutes that Xiaoyu's trembling body calmed down again. Xiaoyu breathed a long sigh of relief. His eyes stared dead on Su Lang and said, "From today onwards, you are my brother." He did not say this out of spite. Rather, it was the result of deep thought. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was not an ordinary supercar. This kind of car was only shipped out 25 times, and nowadays, each one of them is a precious antique cultural relic. And these luxury cars are all in the hands of some world giants without exception. Although Xiaoyu is a rich second generation, but he is not stupid. Since childhood, he has understood that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. The person who could own a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, his identity could not be simple. To be a brother with him, instead of losing, he might even earn. Su Lang, having a brother for no reason. Su Lang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. However, he did not refuse. He could tell that Xiaoyu was quite powerful in North Mountain, and having such a brother seemed not bad. Excuse me. Just as Su Lang was about to agree, a familiar voice entered Su Lang's ears. When he heard the voice, he saw Lu Chen, the general manager of Awesome Leasing Company, squeezing in. He first excitedly scanned the surrounding Ferraris, and then looked towards Su Lang. "Mr. Su, these cars are all listed as our company's rental vehicles?" "Aha." Su Lang nodded. The car was certainly awesome, but if it couldn't be realized, it would be meaningless. "Understood." Lu Chen nodded, took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. "Leasing?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoyu was confused on the spot. What had he heard? Su Lang was actually planning to rent out these cars. He had gone crazy. "Brother, you're my brother." "Brother, you're crazy. You're going to rent out these cars?" Xiaoyu hissed as if he was crazy. Other people's, but a luxury car must not be well maintained. Afraid of a little bump. But when it came to Su Lang, he does not seem to have this realization at all. He even wanted to rent out all these cars. If the mass-produced models, that would be okay. But on the contrary, these 10 cars, many are limited models. For example, the Ferrari Enzo. For example, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Could it be that these cars were also to be rented out? Of course. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. A car. A person can only drive one. I have a Pagani and that's enough. Why don't I rent out the others and keep them? Pagani? Xiaoyu was shocked in his heart. Then he looked at the Pagani parked on the side of the road, and then looked at Su Lang. Gulp. Xiaoyu gulped his saliva and said, "Brother, that Pagani is also yours? Well, what's the problem?" No problem at all. From today onwards you are my brother and I am your brother," Xiaoyu said. A Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was already enough to surprise him, but now a Pagani Huayra popped out. What kind of person could own two of the world's top luxury cars? Either a foreign tycoon or a powerful member of Yinjing's top gentry. A brother becomes a brother. Su Lang had even less reason to refuse. Su Lang faintly answered. Xiaoyu was ecstatic. "Brother, such an awesome car. Where did you get it? How much did it cost?" "Awesome?" In the face of the rich second generation's praise, Su Lang faintly smiled and said, "It's not bad. It's not that impressive. As for how much money was spent, didn't spend any money. It's all sent by others." "Other people send?" A simple sentence, like a thunderbolt, exploded in Xiaoyu's mind. Whether it is the Pagani Huayra or the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, they are the world's top luxury cars, and each car is worth more than $500 million. What kind of person could be gifted with such luxury cars? And what kind of person could be gifted with such luxury cars? At this moment, Su Lang's status became higher and higher in Xiaoyu's heart. "Brother, can I rent these cars to me?" Xiaoyu's heart sizzled and his eyes burned as he looked at Su Lang. "Rent? In fact, it is not impossible to rent. Mr. Lu." Su Lang gazed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was sweating profusely. "Mr. Su, due to coming in too much of a hurry, the lease contract was not brought with him. If Xiao wants to rent a car, he still has to go with us to the company to go through the formalities." Xiao, then do it. I don't have much to do anyway." Without any hesitation, Xiaoyu immediately nodded his head. Whether it was for the sake of these 10 Ferraris, or for Su Lang's identity, he had to go on this trip. "That's fine." Su Lang nodded, then looked at Qin Chuan with a smile on his face. "I'll just say that this car is mine, right?" Qin Chuan's body shuddered violently and almost didn't fall on the ground. Chapter 42. What is the experience of driving a Ferrari with one hand? Looking at the man in front of him, who even Xiaoyu had to call his brother, Qin Xuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Who was Xiao Yu? Beishan City's famous second-generation rich man, the man who even he had to willingly call a brother. Could his identity be simple? Right now, he wanted Su Lang to release him with a fart. Brother Long, what's going on? Xiao Yu frowned and opened his mouth to ask. It's nothing much, just now there was a small misunderstanding. This brother thinks that this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta can't possibly be mine. Su Lang smiled. Qin Xuan, Xiao, is what Brother Long said true? Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that all the cars parked here are Brother Long's cars. Don't you still hurry to kneel down and apologize to Brother Long? Xiao Yu said sternly. You want to kneel down at the drop of a hat? Sure enough, it was a dude style. The corner of Su Lang's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he said, forget it, it's not a big deal anyway, let's just forget about it in the past. Qin Xuan, just forget about it? For a moment, Qin Xuan was overjoyed. Thank you Brother Long, from now on, you are my brother. I am your younger brother. Brother Long, whatever you have to do, as long as I can do something, I will never excuse myself. Su Lang nodded and said, that's just right, you call a few people for me, drive all these cars, walk with me to the company to do a registration. No problem. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Xuan immediately nodded his head, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number. 10 or so minutes later, a team of suited youths walked over. Xiao, Qin Xiao, this is Brother Wave. Qin Xuan added at the right time. Good day, Su Xiao. The crowd greeted Su Lang. They are all people from our supercar club. Their driving skills are unrivaled. Hand the car over to them and guarantee that it won't bump into anything. Qin Xuan said. That's fine, let's set off then. Su Lang nodded and said. Saying that, Su Lang pulled out a large key from his pocket and distributed it to the crowd. Although it had already been known that these cars were all Su Lang's, but when Su Lang pulled out a large key from his pocket, they were still taken aback. Gulp. Xiao Yu carefully swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Long, can I drive this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? No. Ha? Why? Because this car I want to drive. Su Lang said with a smile. As the owner of the one-handed Ferrari driving skill, Su Lang couldn't wait to try it out. Saying that, Su Lang didn't wait for Xiao Yu to open his mouth and already started the engine of Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Buzz. Slowly stepping on the gas pedal, the V12 engine that the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was equipped with instantly let out a loud roar. This world's top luxury car, produced in 1949, began to slowly move its body. Gulp. Xiao Yu wiped the harumph at the corner of his mouth and hurriedly greeted Qin Xuan. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and keep up. Said, did not wait for Qin Xuan to react. Hurriedly driving the Ferrari Laffa chased up, holding the steering wheel with his left hand. His right hand leaned on the frame of the car, a faint smile on his face. Su Lang sped above the busy streets of Beishan. Wow, what kind of car is this? It looks so powerful. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. This is actually the legendary Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Wow, the driving little brothers look so handsome. It would be nice to be his girlfriend. Driving a Ferrari with one hand. This is the legendary one-handed driving Ferrari. I'm going to take a picture of it and post it online. What is the experience of driving a Ferrari with one hand? No matter where you go and drive it, it will trigger a burst of gasps. As soon as it was parked there would be countless short-skirted, good-looking girls gathering around and asking Su Lang for WeChat. How to say, this feeling, that is quite cool. Moreover, this is not the most enjoyable. The most enjoyable thing is, under the one-handed driving Ferrari skill, the master-level driving technology. Originally, Su Lang was only a rookie who just got a driver's license. However, under the support of the one-handed Ferrari skill, Su Lang's driving skill directly broke through to the master level. Even in the busiest streets of North Mountain, he was able to drive like a fish in water, left and right. The whole process was flowing smoothly, without the slightest delay. If he wasn't worried about causing a car accident, Su Lang wanted to do a drift on the spot. Xiao Yu was driving the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, closely following Su Lang. But at first, Xiao Yu was still able to keep up. But gradually, Xiao Yu felt that he was a little bit unable to keep up, and after 10 or so minutes, the distance between him and Su Lang was actually thrown away by 200 to 300 meters. This was almost impossible. Although the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was very powerful, as a car produced in 1949, his maximum horsepower was only 140 horsepower. His greatest value was not in speed, but in collector's value. The Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta he is now driving is a flagship supercar from Ferrari, which uses a hybrid powertrain from HYKRS, a naturally aspirated 6.3-liter V12 engine that produces a maximum power of 588 kilowatts, and an electric motor that independently produces 120 kilowatts of power. making the LaFerrari's combined output as high as 708 kilowatts, providing up to 963 combined horsepower, making the LaFerrari the most powerful Ferrari ever. However, even so, Xiaoyu was still unable to catch up with Su Lang, but was instead thrown farther and farther away by Su Lang. With far more horsepower than Su Lang, he was still left behind by Su Lang. There is only one explanation for this situation. That was that Su Lang's driving skills were above his. As a VIP member of the supercar club, Xiaoyu didn't dare to boast in other aspects, but in the aspect of driving a supercar, he really hadn't been afraid of anyone. He was even able to arm wrestle with the two professional drivers in the club. But now, he was being thrown farther and farther away by Su Lang. Sure enough, Su Lang was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to own so many limited edition supercars. It was even more impossible for him to possess such top-notch driving skills. At this moment, Xiaoyu was more and more certain of Su Lang's identity, definitely the son of a family. Forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart, Xiaoyu lightly tapped the gas, and the speed of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta rose by a large margin again. Chapter 43. A smile full of substance. Leasing company doorway. Xiaoyu stood in the doorway and looked up, then he was stumped in place. The 7 big words "awesome leasing company" almost blinded him. He had thought that Su Lang's leasing company would be very powerful, but he had never thought that it would be so powerful. He even directly wrote the word awesome directly on the signboard. Compared to this name, what kind of company names like Dynasty and Shinesure were all dregs? Su, Wave brother. Ha, this company name of yours, it's really something, Xiaoyu said with a face of adoration. Awesome? It's not bad, not bad. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and faintly answered. As expected, worthy of being the son of a family, he was so powerful in himself, yet his face still had a breezy expression. Just as Su Lang and Xiaoyu were bragging and farting, Lu Chen had already prepared the lease contract. There were 9 cars in total. Other than the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, the rest of the cars Su Lang had rented out through and through. As for why he left one behind, the necessary condition to trigger the one-handed Ferrari driving skill was a Ferrari. Rent out these cars. The value of each car is more than 5 million. Each car, the daily rent is 5,000 to 6,000 yuan ranging. A total of 9 cars. Just rent Su Lang every day has nearly 50,000 yuan into the account. 50,000 a day. A month is 1.5 million. That's 18 million a year. Do not do anything. Collect rent 1.5 million a month income. How to get rich? The only way to get rich is to be a rent collector. 9 cars? When Lu Chen handed over a paper contract to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu's face immediately collapsed. Brother Long, can you rent me that Ferrari 166mm Barchetta as well? Don't worry, I guarantee that it won't bump into anything. Can't. Without even thinking about it, Su Lang directly refused. Why? Because I want to drive the Ferrari with one hand. Xiaoyu, hearing Su Lang's words, for a moment, Xiaoyu unexpectedly did not know what to say. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he was not able to say anything, but silently signed his name on the contract. Young Xiao, here is the key to the car. Do you think we should send it over to you? Or do you want someone to come and drive it directly? Lu Chen smiles and hands over a set of keys to Xiaoyu. I'll do it myself. Then I'll trouble Xiao. Lu Chen smiled and thanked him. Since Xiaoyu wanted to come by himself, then Lu Chen was happy to do so, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Just at this time, Qin Chuan quickly came up. Xiao, brother Wave, it's almost time. I've already asked someone to book a place on the 23rd floor of Rongtai Hotel. Why don't we have a casual dinner? Xiaoyu did not say anything, but instead looked towards Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang was the protagonist. Brother Long, what do you say? A meal? After thinking about it, Su Lang nodded his head and agreed to Qin Chuan's proposal. For Su Lang, right now, money was no longer too lacking for him, and connections were also important to him. It was not bad to pull a relationship with these 2 juniors that he had just met. That's fine. I'll go and arrange the activities. Don't worry, Brother Long. I guarantee I won't let you down, Qin Chuan said. While saying that, his face had revealed a touch of inner smile. How to say it? There was something about this smile. Rongtai International Hotel, one of the top big hotels in Beishan. Its class was a big step higher than Taiha Restaurant. The Rongtai International Hotel had a total of 23 floors, but the direct elevator outside can only reach the 21st floor. The remaining 22nd and 23rd floors require a special VIP card to enter. Xiaoyu was an old customer here, and the moment he had just stepped into the hotel, the manager of the hotel took the initiative to welcome him and help lead the way. Young Xiao, young Qin, and this gentleman, inside please. After going upstairs, on the left side was the entertainment area. Swimming pools, billiard rooms, bowling alleys, and so on were all available. On the right side was the dining area, with a total of 4 suites. Glancing towards the entertainment area on the left, Su Lang saw that there were some girls in swimsuits frolicking inside. Of course, it was said that they were wearing swimsuits. In fact, there was no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. The places that were exposed were more than the places that were covered. Even Su Lang found 2 girls who had knocked their swimsuits off during the frolicking. Well, very white and big. Brother Long is interested in swimming? Seemingly sensing Su Lang's dissimilarity, Qin Chuan instantly came up. Swimming? I'm a dry duck. A dry duck? No, no, no. Brother Long, there is no dry duck in this world. You just lack a coach. Later I will hire a coach for you, guaranteed to learn in a flash. Lightly swept Qin Chuan a glance. Su Lang pushed open the door of the box. There were 2 people in the room, one slightly smaller and one slightly larger. The larger one was in his 30s. The smaller one, estimated to be only in his early 20s. Seeing Su Lang come in, the slightly older youth hurriedly got up to welcome him. Ha ha, this is Mr. Su, right? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Brother Long. Let me introduce to you. This is Li Hongwei, also the owner of Rongtai Hotel, also the VIP of our supercar club. Xiao Yu smilingly introduced. Su Lang slightly smiled and nodded in response. After that, Xiao Yu introduced another person. Deshang Group's eldest young man, Xia Pengcheng. Deshang Group, Beishan famous training group. Whether it is vocational training, or school training, or examination training, as long as it is related to training, they have not spared. In terms of their assets, they easily amounted to hundreds of millions. Mr. Su, please take a seat. Li Hongwei greeted with a smile. After sitting down, the 5 people first raised their glasses together and drank a few cups, eating and drinking. Soon the conversation box opened up. Mr. Su, you're young and you have more than 10 luxury cars. I wonder if you have any other business? Li Hongwei asked with a smile. As soon as the words came out, the eyes of all the people landed on Su Lang's face in unison. Not only was Li Hongwei curious, they were also curious to know what other business Su Lang had. It's not much really. I don't have such a big skill like all of you. Besides a dozen or so cars, I only have part of the real estate in the center of the city, and there are some other things that I won't talk about. Hiss. Hearing Su Lang's words, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. More than a dozen cars, there were properties in the city center, and some other things. Although these things Su Lang did not explain, but Li Hongwei did not pursue these things. Everyone is an understanding person. There is no need to get to the bottom of it. But after Su Lang said so, Su Lang's image became taller in his mind. Ahem, Li Hongwei coughed. If there is an opportunity, I hope to cooperate with Mr. Su. Aha. Su Lang nodded. Brother Long, Brother Li, we were almost done eating. Let's put on some programs next. Qin Chuan said and clapped his hands. Soon a charming-looking woman walked in with a few young girls. Chapter 44, $500 million luxury cars, replacing one with another. The girls were all beautiful. All of them were white and beautiful with long legs. If we talk about body and face value alone, I'm afraid it's not much better than some second-tier starlets. Of course, these days you don't just need looks to get ahead. You also need resources and a background. So a lot of girls choose to be a peripheral girl, hoping to get to know some status and background of the upper class of society. In case they were spotted by any boss, they might be able to soar to the top and become a phoenix. The charming-looking woman said a few words to Qin Chuan and then turned to leave. The girls, however, scattered around the crowd. Sitting next to Su Lang was a woman around 27 or 28 years old with a plump figure. Not bad looking, melon face, high nose bridge, standard net face. Her business seems to be quite skillful, and just as soon as she landed, she made a move on Su Lang. Su Lang is not a beginner. So many years, girlfriends have also talked about too, but in front of so many people, being moved by someone, he is still the first time. So much so that Su Lang's whole body is stiff and completely does not know what to do. Fortunately, there were a few old drivers to lead the way. Under Qin Chuan's organization, the crowd began to make a game. The games were also very simple, just shaking dice and drinking and such. But in this way, the atmosphere is not so awkward. After having enough wine and food, Li Hongwei wrapped his arms around the girl and left early. Before leaving, he also gave Su Lang a you-know look. After that, Xia Pengcheng and Xiao Yu also left one after another. The entire room was left with only Su Lang and Qin Chuan. The atmosphere immediately became a bit awkward. Cough cough, Brother Long, why don't I send you to your room? Seemingly sensing Su Lang's abnormality, Qin Chuan hurriedly came up and said, good. Without any hesitation, Su Lang immediately nodded his head. In such an occasion, Su Lang always felt a little awkward. Soon, Qin Chuan brought Su Lang to the hotel room. Brother Long, don't worry, the room soundproofing is very good. Su Lang, Qin Chuan left, and the atmosphere once again became somewhat silent. How to say it? Su Lang, this is the first time to contact the peripheral female. Looking at the eyes of this lovely-looking woman, really do not know how to start. But the good thing is that the peripheral woman is skilled in business. She smiled slightly, enchantingly looked at Su Lang and said, Mr. Su, is the first time to come out to play? Zhou Min was not a novice, and Su Lang was not the first guest he had received. With just one glance, she was able to tell that this was Su Lang's first time out to play. Unusual identity, wealthy waist, and first time out to play. Such a guest was a precious resource for their industry. If they were lucky, they might be able to break away from their peripheral status from now on and become rich broads. Must seize this opportunity. Zhou Min silently cheered for herself in her heart. The first time? Is it that obvious? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Su Lang's face as he said, sort of. A flash of joy flashed in Zhou Min's eyes. Mr. Su, in fact, there is no need to be nervous. We can first chat like friends. Su Lang thought for a moment. That's fine. Right. What's your name? The words just fell. Su Lang, and as if he thought of something, hurriedly added, if you can't say it, then take it as I didn't ask. Actually, there's nothing I can't say. My name is Zhou Min. Mr. Su, call me a Min, okay? Su Lang nodded. Have you always done this? Neither. Actually, my real identity is a model and dance teacher. Chatting away, Zhou Min entered the bathroom. Excited? To tell the truth, Su Lang was really just a little bit excited. After all, Zhou Min is not bad looking, and speaks well. Ding bell. Suddenly, the cell phone in Su Lang's pocket rang. Pulling it out and looking at it, the caller ID was Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Hello? Is there something wrong? Where are you? What happened to talking business at Rongtai Hotel? That's just right. Tonight the department group building can bring family members. The place is at the Rongtai Hotel. You wait there, I'll be right over. Su Lang? What's the situation? Haicang this evening financial company get together. And the address is also set in the Rongtai Hotel? Is there any mistake? Hearing this, Su Lang was confused. Originally he was ready to immediately set the stage. But Lin Xiaoxia suddenly gave him this whole thing. If Lin Xiaoxia saw him, even if he had 10 mouths, he wouldn't be able to speak clearly. No, he had to run. In just an instant, Su Lang made a decision in his mind. Then Su Lang without any hesitation directly turned around and skipped. Mr. Su, do you want to take a bath? A few moments later, Zhou Min pushed out the door while wiping her hair with a towel. Then the next second, she froze in place. Where is everyone? Where is my Mr. Su? Where is my Mr. Su? 1 second Su Lang was there. The next Su Lang was gone. A black business car was traveling on the street. The car was filled with the employees of the Haicang Financial Investment Department, and today was the day of the department's reunion. In the car, a girl, who was around the early 20s in age, was swiping her cell phone. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta surprises the street. The luxury car of the century. Where the hell did it come from? Driving a Ferrari with one hand. Suddenly, as if she had seen something unbelievable, her eyes widened violently. Sister Lin. Lin, look at the person in this picture. Is he a brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? Su Lang? Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled as she took the cell phone and scanned it. Then her eyes widened. It was a photo of Su Lang driving a vintage car single-handedly with a bright smile on his face. This guy, he can't open a proper Pagani. What kind of vintage car is he driving? Lin Xiaoxia muttered in a whisper in her heart, but on her lips, she said, it's him. Hiss. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the girl immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and said, Sister Lin, what exactly does brother-in-law do? How come he's so rich? This limousine of $500 million, how come he's changed one after another? Lin Xiaoxiao, what? $500 million of luxury cars? What's the situation? It's just an old car. Although it's small, can it be worth $500 million? Xiao Wei. What $500 million? This car is worth $500 million? Lin Xiaoxiao asked after him. Aha, aha. The girl named Xiao Wei hurriedly nodded her head and said, it's all over the internet. This car is called Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. It's a true supercar produced by Ferrari. It is now valued at over $8 million. $8 million? Wouldn't that be $500 million? Lin Xiaoxia's body stiffened violently, and she froze in place then. Originally, she thought it was just a vintage car, but as a result, she never expected that this vintage car would be worth $500 million. Chapter 45. Do you know who our brother-in-law is? Although Rongtai Hotel was one of the famous star-rated hotels in North Mountain, it wasn't all about high-end consumption. In the hotel, there would still be restaurants open to the general public. On the second floor, in front of the buffet restaurant, a well-mannered man in a suit and wearing glasses was waiting for his prey. His name was Huang Tao, the financial director of Focus Media, young and with $1 million annual salary. He has a habit of hunting in front of the restaurant of Rongtai Hotel. He is in the center of the city. Rongtai Hotel is in the center of the city, surrounded by many large and small companies. Whenever off duty, there will be countless urban white-collar workers flocking to the buffet restaurant of the Rongtai Hotel. From time to time, some of the very best would appear here. Huang Tao had been observing for 10 minutes now. There were quite a few good-looking women, but none of them could catch his eye. Shaking his head, Huang Tao was ready to turn around and leave. However, just at the moment he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure out of the corner of his eye. Her looks were stunning. Her body was tall. Her complexion was white and creamy, especially the pair of long legs that were exposed to the outside. Huang Tao couldn't take his eyes off of them. How did a saying go? He could play with these legs for a year. The prey was there. Huang Tao pushed up his glasses and straightened out the corners of his coat again, revealing a smile on his face that he thought was handsome and explosive, then walked straight towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Rongtai Hotel, 2nd floor, buffet restaurant. Haicang Finance's gathering place was set here. Lin Xiaoxiao stood in the doorway. Her eyes looked around and did not see Su Lang's figure, so she followed her colleagues towards the buffet restaurant. But just at this time, a gentle male voice sounded behind them. "Beautiful young lady, please stay. I wonder if I have the honor to be able to invite you to lunch?" Lin Xiaoxia turned her head to see that it was a man around 30 years old. He was wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, a well-tailored suit, and a faint smile on his face. Overall, very handsome looking. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend," Lin Xiaoxiao responded politely. She wouldn't be naive enough to think that the other party was merely there to try to invite her to dinner. More than likely, he wanted to go further. This kind of thing, Lin Xiaoxiao had seen a lot. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the youth smiled indifferently and said, "To introduce myself, my name is Huang Tao, and I'm currently working at Focus Media as the finance director. My purpose today is to make friends with Miss. Miss shouldn't mind, right?" While saying this, he then extended his right hand towards Lin Xiaoxiao. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had no intention of shaking his hand at all. "I mind." After saying that, without waiting for Huang Tao to react, Lin Xiaoxiao directly turned around and left. To be ignored like this? Huang Tao's mind was a little confused. Originally, he thought that as long as he presented his identity, even if Lin Xiaoxiao didn't stick up to him, there would always be no problem with having a meal. But who would have thought that the truth was completely different from what he thought? Lin Xiaoxiao simply ignored him. Soon, Huang Tao came back to his senses. He took 3 steps to Lin Xiaoxiao's front. "Miss, I sincerely invite you to have lunch. You won't even give me this face, right? Where did the bumpkin come from? But it's just a small financial director. Still want to invite our sister Xiaoxiao for lunch. Also don't take a piss to see what you are. Compared to my brother-in-law, that's a far cry. But it is just a district annual salary of 1 million. Tugging as if 2,580,000. Is it necessary?" Not waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to open her mouth, the colleagues around her already took the lead and opened their mouths. Focus Media, they know. A large media company with a market value of hundreds of millions of dollars. If it was before, a finance director of a large company, in their eyes, was still considered a bit of a status. But what is the saying? No comparison, no harm. Since they had seen Su Lang's Pagani Huayra and Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, they felt that the financial director of a listed company was just like that. People Su Lang casually a sports car, that is worth $500 million. Huang Tao. Hearing the slightly mocking words of the crowd, Huang Tao's face instantly turned gloomy. In the past, whenever he spoke out the identity of Focus Media's financial director, the surroundings were filled with shouts of astonishment. But now, the exclamations had turned into mockery. Who letting out a long breath? Huang Tao forced down the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, who exactly is the brother-in-law you are talking about? Let him come and see me, if you have the ability." Su Lang just at this time, Lin Xiaoxia, who hadn't said anything, suddenly waved her arm high toward the distance. Then, Su Lang rushed over in a fiery hurry. Su Lang took 3 steps and came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side, then said with a smile, "What a hilarious scene. Everyone wouldn't be waiting for me, right?" "No, that's for sure." Lin Xiaoxiao just wanted to shake her head, but Fang Xiaowei, who was on the side, said before her, "Brother-in-law, we're not waiting for you. By the way, brother-in-law, the way you drive the Ferrari one-handed is so cool." Driving a Ferrari with one hand? Su Lang was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. "You all know about it? It's not just us. It should be that there's no one in the entire North Mountain who doesn't know." "Brother-in-law, you still don't know? Someone uploaded the photo of you driving a Ferrari with one hand to the internet. You have now become the dream lover of countless girls." Cough cough, I am a dedicated person. Just as Su Lang was enjoying the crowd's boasting, a piercing voice rang in his ears. He is not just a Ferrari. I really don't know what there is to brag about." Turning his head to look, he only saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses looking at himself. Obviously, these words came out of his mouth. "You are? Su Lang half squinted his eyes as his gaze sized up Huang Tao. My name is Huang Tao, the financial director of Focus Media. Huang Tao's handsome face raised slightly, and he said with a smug face. Su Lang nodded and said, so what do you mean by that? I just want to tell you that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. A Ferrari doesn't count at all. Not to mention, it's still unknown if there is one. Huang Tao snorted. Anyway, blowing awesome isn't taxed. Anyone can blow these days. Who knows if what Su Lang said was true? Don't believe it? Good deal. Su Lang turned his head to Fang Xiaowei. Xiaowei, show him the photo. Got it. Fang Xiaowei nodded, hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket, found the picture, and then placed it in front of Huang Tao. On the picture, Su Lang was full of smiles and was driving a Ferrari vintage car with one hand. Huang Tao, looking at the person in the photo and then looking at Su Lang, it was really Su Lang. Ha, what else do you have besides a Ferrari? And 9 Ferraris? Su Lang said with a smile. There are 9 more? Hearing this, Huang Tao didn't hold back at that time, and directly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, I say brother, 10 Ferraris you also really dare to say? Do you think you are Xiao Xiao? In the entire North Mountain, only Xiao Xiao can take out 10 Ferraris in one breath. Xiao Yu, I have all the models he has, and what he doesn't have I also have. Su Lang said with a smile. Chapter 46, Su Long, my little brother's name is Xiao Yu. Quiet, deadly quiet. Just the moment Su Lang's words fell, Huang Tao suddenly stopped speaking. He could hardly believe his ears. He had the models that Xiao Xiao had, and he also had the models that Xiao Xiao didn't have. But this damn also really dare to say ah. After a short period of silence, Huang Tao burst out laughing. Ha ha, kid, you even dare to look down on Xiao Xiao? I don't care who you are about to have bad luck. Just this pussy like you still dare to compare yourself with Xiao Xiao? Do you know who Xiao Xiao is? Mr. Xiao is the youngest member of the Haicang Group. Do you know Haicang Group? It's a famous listed company in Beishan City. What qualifications do you have to compare with Xiao Xiao? LOL. Hearing Huang Tao's words, Lin Xiaoxiu's heart violently thumped, although she didn't know any Xiao Xiao. From Huang Tao's tone, Xiao Yu must not be a good person. Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiu worriedly glanced at Su Lang. It's okay, Xiao Yu, I know. Just received a little brother. Little brother? Wait. Lin Xiaoxiu somewhat did not react. She never expected Su Lang to say such a sentence. Su Lang didn't do anything to hide this sentence. Lin Xiaoxiu heard it, and Huang Tao naturally knew it. He immediately exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Lang, right, you're finished. You even dared to say that Xiao Xiao is your little brother. Even if the gods came today, they can't save you. You wait, I will immediately call the boss of Rongtai Hotel. Brother Wei, you kid is finished today. While saying this, Huang Tao took out his cell phone from his pocket in a fuss and dialed the number. Soon the call was smoothly connected. Hey, Brother Wei, it's me Huang Tao. I met a person in the hotel today. He even said that Xiao Xiao is his little brother, and said that Xiao Xiao is inferior to him. What? Xiao Xiao is in the hotel right now. Good. I promise to keep an eye on him. He can't escape today even if he has wings. A few moments later, Huang Tao hung up the phone. At this time, the disdain on his face became more and more intense. Kid, you try to be crazy again? Xiao Xiao is in the hotel right now. He will come over soon. I want to see how you will die today. Huang Tao snapped. How to say it? It's really stupid. Shrugging his shoulders, Su Lang reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoxiu's soft waist and turned towards the restaurant. Ignore. A stark ignorance. This scene, again, made Huang Tao stomp his feet in anger. At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap Su Lang in the face and beat him so much that he wouldn't even recognize his own mother. However, once he thought that Su Lang would face Xiao Yu later, he was relieved. Let Su Lang be complacent for a little while longer now, and later on, he wouldn't even know how to die. Sister Xiao Xiao, why don't we just leave? I heard that Xiao Xiao is not a good person. Brother-in-law, it's better to do more than less. Let's eat somewhere else. That's right, we don't need to get to know this madman. After hearing that Xiao Yu was at the hotel, a flash of worry flashed across the faces of Lin Xiaoxiu's group of colleagues. Lin Xiaoxiu had just returned to China and might not be clear about Xiao Yu's name, but as native Beishan people, they were familiar with Xiao Yu's name, Beishan's famous playboy who loved cars as much as his life. Hearing the words of the crowd, Lin Xiaoxiu's face flashed with a touch of worry, and she came to Su Lang's ear and whispered, Su Lang, why don't we just run? This Xiao Xiao doesn't sound like he's not getting along too well. It's fine. Su Lang waved his hand. But, there's nothing but it's not okay, even if we want to go now. Do you think we can go again? Su Lang said with a smile. Not to mention we don't need to leave. Xiao Yu is a customer of our leasing company. We still have some friendship. Hearing Su Lang say this, Lin Xiaoxiu was relieved. Having a friendship, that would be a good thing. Otherwise, she would have wanted to call the police. On the other side, Li Hongwei, who received Huang Tao's call, was furious. Who didn't know that he and Xiao Yu were diehards and wore the same pants? But now someone was ragging on Xiao Yu in his hotel. Today he must make that person look good. Knock knock knock. Li Hongwei knocked on Xiao Yu's room door. Soon, Xiao Yu, wrapped in his pajamas, walked out. Brother Wei, what's going on? Someone is scolding you behind your back. What? Where is that person? Right in the hotel. Really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare he scold me on our territory? Xiao Yu's face sank as he said, Brother Wei, take me to take a look. I want to see who it is that dares to scold me behind my back. Well, call Mr. Su together. Aha. Xiao Yu nodded and walked straight to Su Lang's room. Knock knock knock. Click. The door to the room opened. But what came out inside was not Su Lang, but Zhou Min. Where's Brother Long? Brother Long, he's gone, Zhou Min said with a helpless face. Originally, she had all decided to use her 18 skills to please Su Lang, expecting to get a chance to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. But who had thought that when she finished her bath, Su Lang had disappeared? She didn't dare to ask. She didn't dare to go. She could only wait honestly in the room, expecting Su Lang to come back. However, after waiting for almost half an hour, Su Lang did not wait, but waited for Xiao Yu. He's gone? Xiao Yu slightly stunned, but he did not think deeply. He thought Su Lang may have something. Calling on Qin Chuan and Xiapanyu, under the leadership of Li Hongwei, they quickly rushed towards the buffet restaurant on the second floor. A few minutes later, they saw Huang Tao standing at the door. Seeing Xiao Yu and the others, Huang Tao hurriedly greeted them as if he had found his backbone. Xiao Xiao, Li Xiao, Qin Xiao, Xia Xiao, you guys are finally here. Huang Tao, no more nonsense. What's going on? Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yu immediately asked. Xiao Xiao, you don't know how arrogant that kid was just now, saying something like Xiao Yung you are not as good as him, and also said that Xiao Yung you are his little brother. Huang Tao, while hurrying to the things just now, added oil and vinegar to say it again. The more he listened, the more gloomy Xiao Yu's face became. It wasn't true that he was someone else's little brother, but that was only purely against Su Lang. Other people were not qualified for this. Where is that kid? Right inside, Huang Tao said while reaching out to point at a handsome back. That's him. Black sportswear, white loafers, no matter how you look at it. This back figure has a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's breath hitched. He thought of a person. Su Lang. Isn't Su Lang dressed like this? And it just so happened that Su Lang had also disappeared. Taking a look at Su Lang, and then taking a look at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting opposite Su Lang, and who was pouring out of the country. Xiao Yu suddenly understood something. Chapter 47 Xiao Yu, all call me Brother Wave. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yu immediately walked towards Su Lang, and behind him, followed by Li Hongwei, Xia Pengchang, and Qin Chuan, as well as Huang Tao. At this time, Huang Tao couldn't mention how happy he was. Xiao Yu had already arrived, and Su Lang was bound to have bad luck. At that time, he might even be able to kiss Lin Xiaoxiao. Thinking of this, Huang Tao's little heart got excited. Xiao Xiao, you mustn't let this kid go. You must give him a little color, Huang Tao said with a doggy face. However, the moment his words fell, his eyes widened violently. The imagined image of Xiao Yu angrily disliking Su Lang did not appear. On the contrary, Xiao Yu came straight to Su Lang, then bowed respectfully and said, Brother Long. Boom. Brother Long. These two words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Huang Tao's head. It both made Huang Tao freeze in place. What did he hear? Xiao Yu actually called Su Lang brother in front of everyone? He could hardly believe his ears. Was there such a figure as Su Lang in the upper circles of Beishan City? I don't think so. Could it be that Xiao Yu was mistaken? Xiao, you are mistaken, right? Su Lang is just a slightly richer bumpkin, Huang Tao stammered and asked. However, what greeted him was a heavy slap from Xiao Yu. Slap. A loud slap resounded in the ears of the crowd, and in the midst of everyone's gazes, Xiao Yu, without saying a word, directly threw a slap on Huang Tao's face. In the next second, a well-defined slap mark emerged on Huang Tao's face. Xiao, shut up, Xiao Yu scolded sternly. Brother Long's name is also something you can just call. The wind stopped and the rain was quiet. This time, not only was Huang Tao dumbfounded, the surrounding people also all froze. They had never thought that the titular North Mountain Xiao Duke would call Su Long brother. What's more, they didn't expect that Xiao Yu would directly slap Huang Tao in front of everyone. Brother-in-law, this is too powerful. The famous Xiao Gongzi of North Mountain is actually called brother. Brother-in-law, you'll have to cover us in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. Her gaze looked at Su Lang and then at Xiao Yu. Truth be told, if she didn't know Su Lang's real identity beforehand, and the friendship between him and Xiao Yu, she would have really thought that Su Lang was the famous great young man of North Mountain. But in fact, Su Lang was just a leasing company employee. But this is good. At least the gap between his identity and his own is not too big. There is still a possibility in the future. Wait, Lin Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? What? There is still a possibility in the future. There is absolutely no possibility for you and Su Lang. Lin Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed as she hurriedly shook her head, shaking these ridiculous thoughts out of her head. Soon she regained her cool demeanor. Su Lang, who is this? Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Xiaoyu. Sister-in-law. This must be sister-in-law, right? Hello sister-in-law, my name is Xiaoyu. I'm Brother Long's newly accepted little brother. Xiaoyu introduces himself with a face of impatience. Little brother? For a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao had a feeling of not being able to speak. Although Lin Xiaoxiao had already heard Su Lang say it before. At that time, it was a feeling to hear it, but now Xiaoyu admitted it in front of his face that it was another feeling. She heard out, Xiaoyu, these words, completely from the heart. A small leasing company employees actually received the North Mountain famous Xiao Gongzi as a little brother. How to see there is a kind of dream feeling. Duke Xiao. Hello. Lin Xiaoxiao had a smile on her lips and gently nodded. Sister-in-law, you're calling me too much. I'm Brother Wave's little brother. You can just call me Xiaoyu. At this time, Xiaoyu had completely thrown away his identity as Beishan's great young man and turned into a licking dog. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her gaze looking towards Qin Xuan, Li Hongwei and the others. These guys are? Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Li Hongwei, also the owner of Rongtai Hotel. He is Xia Pengcheng, the young proprietor of Dishang Group. As for Qin Xuan, well, he's just a little rich second generation. Xiaoyu made introductions one by one. Hotel owner, group's youngest, rich second generation. This head is more intimidating than one another. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Hello sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Several people opened their mouths to greet each other. Hello, you guys. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly responded. This scene was seen by Feng Xiaowei and the others, and they were envious again. These people were all famous young men in the upper circles of Beishan City. Normally, they could only see them on the internet, or on TV, but today, not only did they see them, but they also saw them scrambling to greet Lin Xiaoxiao. To say that they weren't envious would be a lie. However, what could be done about it? God was just so unfair. Not only did he give her an extremely high education, he also gave her a beautiful face. Right, Brother Long, what should we do with this kid? Xiaoyu gazed at Su Lang. Su Lang swept a glance at Huang Tao and said, leave it to you. A single sentence made Huang Tao fall into an ice cave. Xiaoyu's methods, he was aware of it. Once he was targeted by Xiaoyu, then in the future, he would not be able to move an inch in Beishan. Brother Wave. Huang Tao humbly begged for forgiveness, almost kneeling on the ground for Su Lang. Brother Long, it is my little brother who is wrong. It is my little brother who has eyes and does not recognize Tai. I don't have a little brother like you. Rich second generation is also divided into grades. A rich second generation like Xiaoyu is good, although a little bit of playboy, but at least sensible. Even if he liked the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta even more. Nothing like forceful buying and selling happened, but Huang Tao was different. You said you accosted. So you accosted. What kind of person did you stop? Who are you stopping for? But why did you stop Lin Xiaoxiao? For Huang Tao, Su Lang did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Brother Long, I understand. Xiaoyu nodded, then turned his head to look at Li Hongwei. Brother Wei, I remember that you and the boss of Focus Media have a good relationship, right? Li Hongwei nodded and said, I will call him now and ask him to consider changing the financial director. Mr. Xiao. Huang Tao fell to his knees with a plop, his right hand continuously slapping towards himself. I was wrong. Eunuch Xiao, give another chance. The identity of the financial director was his last resort. If he lost even this layer of identity, then he would be completely finished. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my eyes. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Xiaoyu said in a cold voice. If it was someone else who was offended, then there was still room for things to maneuver. But who made Huang Tao ungrateful and messed with Su Lang? Who would die if he didn't? Duke Xiao. Scram. Huang Tao wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth he was ultimately unable to say anything. Immediately after, Huang Tao got into his BMW 7 Series alone and ran away like a street rat. Chapter 48, Great Aunt Calls. Although Huang Tao fled in disgrace, after he made such a mess, it was obvious that this gathering would not be possible. Imagine looking at a few top rich second-generation people standing in front of them. No matter if their heart is even bigger, they can't stand this kind of pressure, not to mention their hearts. They are just some ordinary company staff. Thus, the gathering could only end hastily. Brother Wave, you go slowly. Don't worry about those 9 Ferraris, I will definitely take care of them properly. Brother Wave, in the future in the North Mountain what needs my little brother's place despite the command. My little brother will definitely saddle before and after. In the no return. Mr. Su, this is the black card of the Rongtai Hotel. In the future, you will come to the hotel to consume all free of charge. Mr. Wave, this is the VIP card of Dynasty KTV. Come and play when you have time. When he came empty-handed, but when he left, Su Lang had 2 more VIP cards in his pocket. One was sent by Li Hongwei, Rongtai Hotel VIP black card. The other is sent by Qin Xuan, Dynasty KTV VIP card. On the way back, Su Lang drove the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta single-handedly, and her eyes were still very unfaithful to sneak a glance. 2 eyes, and several eyes. But she didn't have the heart to care about this right now. She was now filled with questions. Su Lang, these people, how did you recognize them? Didn't I tell you everything? Xiao Yu is a customer of our leasing company, and the others are his friends. This came to know each other. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Fortunately, he had taken precautions before. Otherwise, it would not be easy to explain. Then why did he call you brother? Is it just for a few Ferraris? Of course. Su Lang nodded and said, this man loves cars, just like you women love bags. Xiao Yu, this man loves cars like his life. As long as you have a limited edition Ferrari, not to mention letting him call his brother, even if you let him call his father, I guess he will. Lin Xiaoxia's mouth twitched. She didn't quite believe Su Lang's words. Isn't it just a car? Who would call daddy for a car? You don't believe it? Seemingly sensing Lin Xiaoxiao's disbelief, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked. No one with a brain would believe it. Lin Xiaoxiao said without any good humor. Then you can search online. Xiao Yu's matter shouldn't be a secret. With doubts, Lin Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone from her pocket and then typed in the words Beishan Xiao Yu. Immediately after was a series of news about Xiao Yu. Shocking. Mr. Xiao loves cars as much as his life. Flying from Beishan to London overnight to bid on a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Duke Xiao throws $20 million for the Ferrari Enzo. There were a lot of messages, but there was only one meaning expressed. Xiao Yu was a fan of cars, especially Ferraris. His love for Ferrari has reached the level of obsession. As long as it was a limited edition Ferrari, he was willing to pay any price. Believe it now? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and laughed with a smug expression. Lin Xiaoxiao. Although there was a feeling of absurdity in saying it, Lin Xiaoxiao had to admit again that it was the truth. After sending Lin Xiaoxiao back to the Emerald community, Su Lang returned to Mint Court. Just when he wanted to go upstairs, he happened to meet Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Lei coming downstairs to walk their dog. Seeing Su Lang, Zhang Lei's body shook violently, and he couldn't care less about walking his dog. Taking 3 steps, he directly rushed to Su Lang's side, and then put his right hand on Su Lang's shoulder. Su, old brother, is that person on the internet who drives a Ferrari with one hand you? Aha! Knowing that the photo had been passed around, Su Lang simply didn't bother to deny it. Zhang Lei reached out and patted Su Lang's shoulder, smilingly said, good boy, the way you drive a Ferrari with one hand is really handsome. Even I almost can't hold it. Can't hold it? Su Lang had a chill. If Zhang Lei was a beautiful woman, it would be fine. However, Zhang Lei was a real man. Brother Lei, let's talk about things. You mustn't be impulsive. We are all men. Go go go. Where do you want to go? I just want to ask you, where did you get this car? Can you let me also drive a hand? Brother Lei, recently I have not just joined a leasing company. Well, this car or the company's car. If you want to open, I can help you contact, but have to come up with the rent. How much rent? 5,000 a day. Zhang Lei, 5,000 a day. Almost didn't scare him to death. Xiao Su, aha. Su, old brother, let's pretend that brother didn't say this. Brother never had the life to drive a Ferrari in his life. Said. Zhang Lei also did not wait for Su Lang to answer. Picked up the dog leash, then turned around and left. Back home, Fu Xiaoan was rolling up her sleeves to wash her clothes. Ding-a-ling bell. Suddenly, the phone placed on the table rang. Mom, your phone, Su Lang said to his own mother. Fu Xiaoan, I'm washing clothes, look who it is and answer it for me. Fu Xiaoan said, it's great aunt, then you pick it up for me, ask her what's up. Okay, Fu Xiaoan is the second oldest in the family, and there is an older sister above her, called Fu Meiyun. How can I say this? For Fu Meiyun, Su Lang actually do not have too much good feelings, and even a little bit of annoying characters. Fu Meiyun's family conditions are good. Her husband is a textile factory, although it is not rich, but than Su Lang family to be a lot stronger. Usually, Fu Meiyun likes to show off, did not give birth to a baby when showing off bags, luxury cars and so on. Ever since she gave birth to the baby, she likes to show off the baby. From childhood to adulthood, Su Lang is the object of comparison. Study, work, girlfriend, favorably, Su Lang has not been compared to any of them except for his looks. Once or twice is okay, more often, Su Lang will be very annoying. 2 years ago, Su Lang heard that Fu Meiyun's son seems to have gone to a state-owned enterprise in Yanjing, and also became a supervisor, with an annual salary of 1 million. This time when he called, it was 80% that he came to show off again, but it is good that he has a system. 8 seconds to kill 10 Ferraris to understand? With a slight smile, Su Lang pressed the answer button. Hello, great aunt, do you have something? It's little Su. Where's Shawan? In the laundry. You can tell me if you have anything. Oh, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Just wanted to ask how you guys have been doing. What else can I do? Just the same. How about you guys? Auntie? Not bad. The factory received a big order some time ago, and the profit is a few $100,000. A few 100,000 profit. That's a lot. Fu Meiyun, generally speaking. By the way, Xiao Su, what have you been doing lately? Are you looking for a new job? Real estate agent. The same old thing. Xiao Su, listen to my aunt's advice. Real estate sales is never a long-term solution. People should be a little more active. Do not hang on a tree. Just like your cousin. He just resigned from a state-owned enterprise in Yanjing some time ago, and when he came back, a company immediately offered him $1 million a year to dig him out. Chapter 49. What is the experience of being licked by a group of rich kids? After saying so much, the last sentence $1 million a year is the key point, right? If it was in front of him, Su Lang was quite upset, but now, in Su Lang's opinion, $1 million a year is just like that. He does not do anything, a year just collect rent. There are several millions of income. Is not more comfortable than $1 million a year? Of course, thinking about it, Su Lang did not say it. Auntie is right. When the time comes, I'll also ask cousin to take care of me. No problem. This way, let's two families get together on the weekend. The location will be set at Tai He restaurant. We will discuss it then. Right, Xiao Su, have you talked about your girlfriend? Yes. Then bring your girlfriend. Just your cousin also just found a model girlfriend. We all know each other. Okay. Putting away her cell phone, Fu Xiaowan also came out from the bathroom. Your great aunt came to show off again? Aha. Su Lang nodded and said cousin came back from Yanjing, invited us to have dinner at Taiha restaurant on the weekend. Son, if you don't want to go then forget it. Just me and your dad will go. Go? Why not go? I've promised my great aunt. Fu Xiaowan? Previously, in this kind of thing, Su Lang was afraid to avoid it. Now how come he took the initiative? Son, you shouldn't be confused by anger, right? Fu Xiaowan asked tentatively. Mom, don't worry, your son is not that fragile. Su Lang smiled and said, isn't it just a meal? What's the big deal? Perverse. It was really too perverse. Perverse enough to give Fu Xiaowan a feeling of disbelief. The feeling Su Lang gave him today was completely like a different person. Son, you must have something. Hurry up and tell me. Don't hold it in. Mom, really no. I can have something. I'm fine as hell. As a divine hero with a system, Su Lang didn't know how happy he was. He really didn't have anything. Impossible. Then why did you promise your great aunt? I remember you used to avoid it with fear. Fu Xiaowan shook her head and said with a serious face, Mom, you might not believe me when I say it, because I have a system. Mom, it's actually nothing. My great aunt asked me to bring my girlfriend with me. Su Lang said with a smile, we can't compare ourselves, but our girlfriend is always better. Mom, you say it. Well, hearing Su Lang's words, Fu Xiaowan's eyes fiercely narrowed. Not to mention, she suddenly felt that what Su Lang said was really quite reasonable. If Fu Meiyun flaunted her son, then she would flaunt her daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaoxiao Haicang Financial Investment Manager, Princeton University senior students, monthly salary of 30,000. Not only high education, but more importantly, good-looking people. Such conditions are rare in Beishan. Even if one were to hit the lantern, it would be hard to find. Son, I didn't see it. You're quite a thief. Thief? Not bad. Mom, then I'll talk to Xiaoxia. Su Lang said. Go go go. Fu Xiaowan waved her hand smilingly. Returning to his room, Su Lang immediately dialed Lin Xiaoxiao's phone, and briefly told Lin Xiaoxiao about what happened. Soon Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came from the phone. You mean, let me go to the family banquet with you? That's right. Su Lang, I say you're going a bit overboard here, right? In the beginning, I only said I would help you block your parents, but I didn't say I would help you block your great aunt. MS. Lin, don't forget, you still owe me a condition. Su Long, let's put it this way, I'll give you two choices. The first is to let me give you a kiss. The second is to be my girlfriend to accompany me to the banquet. Choose for yourself. Lin Xiaoxiao. After a long silence, Lin Xiaoxiao made her choice. I choose the second. Su Lang, alright then, it's a deal then. In fact, you don't lose out. When you are my girlfriend, don't I also act as your boyfriend? Your parents have such a son-in-law like me. Maybe how happy. Lin Xiaoxiao, humph. Happy? with an uneducated son-in-law like you. I'm afraid they'll be furious. Su Lang, who said I'm uneducated? I have specialties. Lin Xiaoxiao, what specialty? How come I don't know? Su Long, I can drive a Ferrari with one hand. Lin Xiaoxiao, ding dong, ding dong. Su Lang's side had just hung up the phone when Xiaoyu sent a WeChat. This Beishan's famous rich second generation was a little overzealous in his enthusiasm. Tapping the WeChat, Su Lang chatted with the other party. Brother Long, the president of our supercar club, knows about you and wants to invite you to join the club. Brother Long, are you interested in joining? Brother Long, these cars of yours are just too awesome. It would be a waste if you don't join the club. Xiaoyu also sent a few questioning emoticons. Supercar club? After pondering for a moment, Su Lang replied, are there any benefits to joining the club? Benefits? Su Lang's sentence directly confused Xiaoyu. When it comes to benefits, there really isn't any substantial benefits. He only knows a few more people to be able to use the dedicated track, being able to use the club's dedicated track, and also being able to make a lot of like-minded friends. Does that count? Xiaoyu said. A racetrack? What's the point? As for friends, this was a good point. As the owner of the system, Su Lang has a lot of industries that need friends to help leech. Su Lang nodded and said, then what do I need to pay to join the club? It's not much to pay, just pay a 20,000 membership fee when joining the club, and then participate in activities regularly. 20,000 membership fee. For the current Su Lang, it was not much. After a little thought, Su Lang nodded his head and agreed. That's fine, then add it in and have some fun. Got it, Xiaoyu excitedly answered, then hurriedly pulled Su Lang into the group chat. Everyone, let me introduce to you. This is our club's new member, Brother Long. Everyone welcome. As Xiaoyu's words came out, instantly, the entire group came alive. Holy, Brother Wave, is the legend that you have a Pagani true? Not only does Brother Longo have a Pagani, he also has 10 Ferraris, including the 1949 Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Brother Wave is awesome. Worship Big Brother. Even the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, this kind of divine car, is in the bag. Little brother is convinced. Big brother, next time bring the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Let me open my eyes. Boss, from now on, you are my idol. A group of tycoon rich second generation in the group have kneeled. This scene is let Su Lang never expected, but it had to be said that the taste of being knelt by a group of rich second generation was simply not too good. Chapter 50, The Happiness of a Landlord. It's so plain and simple. Looking at the constantly scrolling screen, a faint smile appeared on Su Lang's face, then casually sent out a large red packet of 28,888. Wow. In just 2 seconds, the red packet was instantly divided up. Raising your hand for 28,888. Big brother is awesome. I say, you livestock's hands are also too fast. I just clicked on WeChat, and the red packet was finished by you guys. Wrong billion. Brother Wave, one more. The ones in the group were all members of the club, either rich second generation or successful businessmen, with luxury cars, beautiful women, villas, and money. But at the moment, these individuals, as if they had never seen money, one by one, they grabbed that called a joyful. But where not grabbed, they feel is missed 100 million. No, this is the Supercar Club member group. If you do not know, thought it is a group of poor people who have not seen the money to come. Maybe this is the joy of the tycoon, grabbing red envelopes and blowing awesome. The joy of the landed gentry is this plain and simple. Brother Wave, it just so happens that you have also added in. Tomorrow our club has a small party. Will you come to participate? In the group, Xiaoyu asked. Where? Just in the former City East Industrial Zone. Isn't there a factory building there? As a native of Beishan, Su Lang was no stranger to the City East Industrial Zone, which used to be the pillar of the entire Beishan, bringing together dozens of enterprises. However, later with the environmental pollution rectification and industrial transfer, City East Industrial Zone was gradually abandoned, but left behind a large area of abandoned factory buildings. Brother Wave, what you're talking about is old news. Last year, our club spent a large sum of money to demolish a piece of land out as a racetrack. Is it? Su Lang awkwardly touched his nose. That's fine. Then I'll come over tomorrow to have some fun. Right. What time? Tomorrow morning at 8:30. Brother Long, you don't know. Tomorrow we invited 2 professional drivers from the underground racing world to come over and race a lap. There will be a good show then. Professional or not. Su Lang didn't care. But this time, he was afraid that he would be too late. The time is a bit early. You guys play first. I estimate that I will only arrive around 9 o'clock. For what? To send someone to work. Xiaoyu froze, then Lin Xiaoxiao's face appeared in his mind. Gulp. After a moment, he carefully swallowed his saliva. In his place, he would also send someone to work. Brother Wave, you're really a good man. Xiao Yu sent a thumbs up emoji. After chatting with the crowd for a couple of minutes, Su Lang exited the group chat. Early the next morning, Su Lang slowly opened his eyes. After simply washing up, Su Lang went straight to the Emerald community. Today's Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a jumpsuit. The leg of the jumpsuit was very short, revealing a pair of long white legs. On her feet was a pair of small white shoes. Her hair was casually tied behind her head, making Lin Xiaoxiao's whole person look overflowing with youthfulness. This made Su Lang couldn't help but steal a few glances. But after looking and looking, Su Lang's brows wrinkled again, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I have a problem. What question? Lin Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. How can I go to the restroom when wearing clothes like this? Lin Xiaoxiao, pretty good looking, but unfortunately just has an extra mouth. After sending Lin Xiaoxiao off, Su Lang hoofed towards the City North Industrial Zone. At 9:05, Su Lang arrived at the City North Industrial Zone. Seeing Su Lang, Xiao Yu, who had already been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately drove his car to welcome him. Brother Long, follow me. Xiao Yu greeted and then drove towards the interior of the industrial zone. After following Xiao Yu for about 10 minutes, Su Lang's eyes opened up. In the center of the industrial area had been demolished and emptied, and in its place, the huge ring-shaped racecourse. Around it, there were even specially constructed grandstands for watching the race. The racecourse was huge. Su Lang roughly estimated that there were more than 3 square kilometers, and the track was at least 4 kilometers long and 15 meters wide in a single lap. The design of the entire racetrack is completely carved out in accordance with the mold of the Formula 1 car. Brother Wave, how is it? Not bad, right? Xiao Yu said proudly. More than good. It was simply outrageous. The cost of repairing these things must be at least $100 million. But words cannot be said like that. As a godly hero, one must be unperturbed by changes. Not bad, nodded Su Lang. Brother Long, you don't know. This racetrack of ours is completely designed according to the Formula 1 racetrack. Whether it's from the road surface, or from the sand in the bunkers, or even the crash walls around it, it's all the standard of a Formula 1 race car. Not to mention in North Mountain, even in the private clubs that look at the entire country, it's one of the best. Speaking of racing cars, Xiao Yu's words were like the yellow river that broke the embankment, suddenly gushing out. Su Lang nodded his head in agreement. With Su Lang's arrival, soon the entire club was sensationalized. In all directions, more than a dozen rich second generation came to hear the news. Although they were rich second generation, they were not stupid. When Su Lang appeared in that Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, Su Lang had risen to an extremely high level in their hearts. A supercar was not just for driving, it was a symbol of status. To be able to own a world-exclusive supercar like the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was enough to represent Su Lang's status was not simple. Brother Wave, you are Brother Wave, aren't you? How are you, Brother Wave? Worry, this is the legendary Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. It's really awesome. Brother Wave, can I drive a lap? A group of young rich second generation directly surrounded Su Lang in the center. Brother Long, Brother Short called. Su Lang heart is called a comfortable. If surrounded by ordinary people, Su Lang might not feel anything, but when surrounded by this group of people, all of them are the famous rich second generation of North Mountain. Su Lang is a little floating. Brother Long, there's still a while before the professional drivers race. Why don't we drive a lap first? Warm up the field? Xiao Yu asked smilingly. Okay, since we're here, let's drive a lap and try the limit of one-handed Ferrari driving. The first few times I drove a Ferrari with one hand, it was all in the city, and I couldn't maximize the effect of the one-handed Ferrari skill. But now is different. At this moment in front of Su Lang is a professional track. On top of the track is where the master driving technique can be utilized. Brother Long, what kind of car are you driving? Just this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Then I'll take advantage and drive the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Xiao Yu hemmed and hawed and said. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was, in essence, a classical supercar. His maximum horsepower was only 140 horsepower. While driving a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, there were more than 800 horsepower. It was a bit of an advantage, but when he thought about Su Lang's driving skills, he was relieved. Whatever. Chapter 51 Unique skill, drifting through a corner with one hand. Boom, boom. On the starting line, 2 supercars, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta and the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, emitted a roar that shook the entire racetrack. One is the representative of classical Ferrari, known as the first real Ferrari, with 140 horsepower, and the other is the crystallization of modern technology, equipped with all the high-tech of Ferrari company, with more than 800 horsepower. The seemingly different strengths of the race, but attracted the attention of all the people. On the stands, the crowd stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed dead center on the racetrack. Inside the racetrack, the red light directly in front of the point flashed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The moment the green light came on, the two cars scurried out like lightning. Boom, boom. Powerful waves of air kicked up gusts of dust. The first to rush out was Xiaoyu, and his Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, with his powerful horsepower. Xiaoyu grabbed the lead at the first time, and Su Lang's Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was right behind him, but was pulled away by about 30 meters or so. The performance of the supercars was brought into full play on the straight track. Whether it was starting or accelerating, it was not comparable to Su Lang's 1949 vintage car. However, Su Lang was not in a hurry. Before starting, Su Lang had observed the schematic diagram of the track, which was a track completely built according to the Formula One car. Straight lines only accounted for 30% of the track, the remaining 70% are curves. On the curves, even if the sports car's horsepower exceeds 1,000 horsepower, it will not be able to play out. Supercar racing, the performance of the car is only secondary. The driver's skill is the first. In this field, in terms of who has the best single-handed Ferrari driving skills, Su Lang dares to recognize the second, and no one dares to recognize the first. On the stands, Li Hongwei's eyes narrowed slightly. Standing beside him was Qin Chuan. Brother Wei, which one of them will win? Qin Chuan gazed at Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei was one of the few people with the best driving skills in the entire club other than professional drivers. Many times, he could accurately predict the winner of the race. Xiao Xiao. Li Hongwei didn't even think about it and made a direct reply. For what? Qin Chuan was slightly stunned and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Wei, you forgot that more than half of this track is curved, and even the best performing cars can't be utilized on this track. It's not like there was no such thing as a small horsepower winning over a large horsepower in the past. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Li Hongwei shook his head silently. Undeniably, there were indeed quite a few cases where the weak won over the strong in this race, but those were all under similar circumstances. For example, 500 horses and 600 horses, like 300 and 400 horsepower. With similar horsepower, enough corners are enough to erase the gap in performance. But now what? The horsepower difference between a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta and a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta is at least 700 horsepower. The difference was too big. Not to mention that the entire track had straight lines. Even if there was no straight line and all curves, Su Lang would still find it hard to win. The difference of 700 horsepower between the two. The performance of the car has already decided the winner of this race. Li Hongwei said. No suspense at all? Unless what? Unless Su Lang has driving skills comparable to a professional driver. Otherwise, there should be no suspense. Li Hongwei said. If Su Lang had driving skills comparable to a professional driver, then there might be a real possibility of winning. A professional, after all, was a professional, and his ability to grasp timing was too strong. When they took a corner, they would choose the best angle and speed to enter the corner, which would grab a lot of time for him. A turn to chase a little bit, under a large number of corners, directly erasing the gap with Xiaoyu. Hearing Li Hongwei's words, the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. What's the difference between saying this and not saying it? How could Su Lang be a professional rider? Come. Everyone can start betting. One person up to 10,000. I fixed. Qin Chuan greeted a group of rich kids to start betting. Placing bets. This was an entertainment activity within the club. The bets were not big. A person would only have a maximum of 10,000. And it was just a figure of speech. As soon as Qin Chuan said this, the surrounding rich second generation have placed their bets. A total of 28 people, without exception, all pressed Xiaoyu to win. Of course, it was not that they had a problem with Su Lang. It was just that the gap between the two cars was really too big, and there was almost no possibility of winning. Worry, what kind of divine speed is this? But just at this time, there was a rich second generation in the crowd who let out a cry of alarm. The crowd hurriedly looked back, only to see Su Lang enter the corner at an extremely fast speed, and then scampered out with a whoosh. So fast, it was only a second before and after, right? Brother Long is awesome. I watched him enter the corner without slowing down. Full speed into the corner. That's a professional driver's skill. Look guys, Brother Long seems to be driving with one hand. Am I blind? Driving a Ferrari with one hand? The crowd fixed their eyes on this. Su Lang's left hand was holding the steering wheel and his right hand was resting on the frame. Wasn't he driving the Ferrari with one hand? Convinced. Driving a Ferrari with one hand and still able to drive so fast. What kind of divine operation is this? Before I thought driving a Ferrari with one hand was just for pretending. Now I suddenly realized that only driving a Ferrari with one hand can be stronger. Full speed cornering, driving a Ferrari with one hand. Can you play a little more fancy? Phew. After consecutively passing two corners, the distance between Su Lang and Xiaoyu was much closer. The corners of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised. under the added strength of the master driving technique. Even though it was Su Lang's first time on this track, there was not the slightest bit of sluggishness. From entering the corner to exiting the corner, this process was done in one go. The third corner is coming. Su Lang's right foot stepped hard on the gas pedal, and his speed was pulled to the extreme in a very short period of time. Then in the split second before approaching the corner, he lightly tapped the brake. Su Lang vigorously turned the steering wheel, his right foot switching back and forth between the brake and the gas. Boom boom squeak, only to see a white smoke rising from the rear of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. The rear of the car was thrown out horizontally, and then sped away with a whoosh, drifting through a corner. To be precise, it's a full-speed drift through a corner. Awesome! Chapter 52, the one-handed Ferrari driver is really powerful. A wonderful drift directly brought the distance between Su Lang and Xiaoyu a whole lot closer again. In the rear-view mirror, watching Su Lang rapidly chasing after him, Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Sure enough, just as he thought, Su Lang's driving skills were far above his level. Brother Long really has two skills. However, I am not a vegetarian either. Xiaoyu pushed his feet a little harder, and the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta's speed went a whole lot faster. This car is still far from reaching its limit. Accelerated? At the back, looking at Xiaoyu whose speed had suddenly increased by a large margin, a faint smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Like Xiaoyu, Su Lang also pressed the gas pedal hard, and all of a sudden the performance of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was squeezed to the extreme. Each corner Su Lang chased a little bit closer. After continuously passing a few corners, the distance between Su Lang and Xiaoyu had closed to within a few meters. It was as if Xiaoyu would be overtaken in the next second. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't it be that Brother Long is going to achieve a reverse overtake? Using a vintage car to win a modern supercar? It's impossible, right? On the stands, everyone including Li Hongwei and Qin Chuan were confused. In their inherent knowledge, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta and the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta were two completely unequal cars. The difference in horsepower between the two was as high as 700 horsepower. According to reason, Xiaoyu should have won the race without any doubt. But who had thought that the script of the story was completely different from what they thought? Su Lang, who was driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, was about to overtake Xiaoyu. At this instant, they were all dumbfounded. Even the most powerful screenwriter wouldn't be able to write a script like this, right? Coming. Brother Long is right behind me. Su Lang got closer and closer in the rearview mirror, and with the reflection of the rearview mirror, Xiaoyu could even see Su Lang's hair. Xiaoyu subconsciously had to turn the steering wheel to block Su Lang's path, but before he could react, he only saw the red phantom speeding past, and in the next second, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta had already appeared in front of his eyes. Overtaken just like that? Xiaoyu could hardly believe his eyes. Originally, he had thought for a while that he had built up enough of an advantage above the halfway straight, coupled with the outstanding horsepower and acceleration of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta Rafa, he would be able to maintain his advantage until the end of the race. However, he did not expect Su Lang to overtake him so easily. The track in front was still full of curves, so Xiaoyu simply put down the idea of struggling. Brother Long? It's true that it's Brother Long. There's no saying about this driving skill. After the last curve, Su Lang drove the Ferrari single-handedly and crossed the finish line with an overwhelming advantage. Crunch! The tires rubbed against the ground with an ear-piercing shrill. Su Lang and Xiaoyu stopped on the track one after the other. Brother Long, you are really amazing. Cornering at full speed. This is a technique that only professional drivers can master. What's full-speed cornering? Full-speed drifting through a corner is awesome. Brother Wave, just now you actually drove the whole course with one hand. That's too awesome. As soon as the car stopped, a group of rich second-generation farts surrounded Su Lang. A burst of rainbow farts to Su Lang. There was no way around it. Su Lang was just too awesome. He used a classic car with only 140 horsepower to win over Xiaoyu's top supercar. This can no longer be described as just awesome, but especially awesome. Simply awesome. Hearing the words of the crowd, Xiaoyu at first okay. After all, he has some understanding of Su Lang's car skills. But when he heard someone say that Su Lang was driving with one hand, Xiaoyu froze at that moment. Driving a Ferrari with one hand? Wait, did I hear something wrong? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Brother Long only used one hand to drive the entire time? Xiaoyu asked with a confused look on his face. Yeah, you don't know. Xiao. That Brother Wave only used one hand to drive from the very beginning. Brother Wave drove the whole way with one hand. Before, I thought driving a Ferrari with one hand was pretending, but now after meeting Brother Wave, I suddenly realized that people who drive Ferraris with one hand are really powerful. Xiaoyu, he knew Su Lang was awesome, but he never expected Su Lang to be so awesome. One hand could drive the car so skillfully. Then if he used two hands, wouldn't it be heavenly? Convinced? Brother Long, I am truly convinced. this car skill of yours is even more powerful than some top professional drivers, Xiao Yu said with an excited face. Su Lang driving a mere 140 horsepower classic car not only won his top supercar, and from beginning to end Su Lang only used one hand, which is like a mirage in the sky, but also happened in front of his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yu was completely convinced. Not bad, not bad, Su Lang smiled and said, Brother Long, if you use one hand, it's so powerful, then what is the concept if you use two hands? Two hands? With two hands, one was a rookie. With two hands, I am a rookie chicken, Su Lang said with a smile. Chicken dish? Ah, why? I'm only used to driving with one hand, and will only drive a Ferrari with one hand. Xiao Yu. This honestly, Xiao Yu was not very convinced about Su Lang's answer. Which one would only drive with one hand? However, he didn't look deeper. He automatically attributed Su Lang's words to a low-profile performance. Alas, there aren't many people like Brother Long, who have an extraordinary status, superb abilities, and an incomparable low profile anymore. Of course, for Xiao Yu's thoughts, Su Lang did not know. If he did, he would ironically tell Xiao Yu that he was the one who thought too much. He really just knew how to drive a Ferrari with one hand. Brother Long, here is 140,000. It's our betting bonus just now. You keep it. While saying that, Qin Chuan handed a check to Su Lang. This is our club's internal rules. Every time we warm up, we will place a bet. The banker will divide half of the winnings and give it to the writer. A total of 28 people placed a bet, and I ate it all, Qin Chuan said with an embarrassed face. Eat through? Su Lang. Feelings not a single person believe that they can win. No politeness. Su Lang immediately took the check, even if not counting the 1.5 million on the account of the awesome leasing company. Su Lang's assets also came to a huge 3.7 million. Boom boom boom. Just at this time, a huge engine roar came into Su Lang's ears. Chapter 53, Brother Long foresees the future. Brother Long, the underground professional writers have arrived, Xiao Yu said excitedly. Su Lang nodded, his eyes looking towards these two cars that had just entered. One was a soft green Lamborghini Aventador, and behind him was an orange McLaren P1. Lamborghini Aventador, also commonly known as Lamborghini Bull. This is a world-class supercar. He is equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine. In terms of dimensions, the Aventador has a length, width and height of 4780/2030/1136 mm and a wheelbase of 2700 mm. The front wheels are 255/35 or 19 and the rear wheels are 335/30 or 20. In order to increase the speed, the car adopts the lightweight design. The whole car is only 1,575 kilograms. Front and rear 43:57 weight ratio, is countless people dream of a supercar. The McLaren P1, on the other hand, is also a supercar. Even in terms of horsepower is no less than the Big Bull. McLaren P1 has more than 700 horsepower. The car will be equipped with a 3.8L V8 engine, maximum power of 737 horsepower, 100 kilometers of acceleration in only 2.8 seconds. If the addition of the KERS kinetic energy recovery system, which has been applied in the F1 race car, then he can also get an additional 179 horsepower. The doors pushed open and two drivers in racing suits appeared in front of the crowd. They were holding their helmets in their hands, and arrogance was written all over their faces. They're good? Su Lang asked in a low voice. Aha, Xiao Yu nodded and said. The one on the left is called Sun Xiang. He is the head of the underground racing world in our North Mountain, and has won all the races in the last 1 year. This Lamborghini Big Bull is the one he won through a race. The person on the right is Zhang Xiaofan, considered a rising star in the racing world. His strength is not to be underestimated. He hasn't lost a single race in the last 10 races. One had won a whole year, and the other had won the last 10 races in a row. That's all pretty impressive, Su Lang said. But compared to Brother Long, that's all a piece of cake. Brother Long is someone who can outrun me in a Ferrari with one hand. Xiao Yu timely patted the horse's ass. A Pagani Huayra, then a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, plus driving skills beyond the norm. Xiao Yu's heart had become more and more certain of Su Lang's identity. It must be a Yinjing great young man. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many out-of-the-box luxury cars, as well as such exquisite skills. This kind of thing, technology, would only become so powerful if it was constantly honed. There are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. I don't feel that I am so powerful, Su Lang said with a smile. It must be said that Xiao Yu's technique of kissing ass, that is getting more and more exquisite. Without noticing it, he would come up with such a sentence. Just as Su Lang and Xiao Yu were conversing, Sun Xiang and Zhang Xiaofan had already prepared for the match. For this match, there was no one in attendance. After all, the people present were a bunch of rich kids. No one was thinking of competing with two professional drivers. The purpose of inviting these two was to simply watch a race. Nothing more. Qin Chuan, as the representative of the club, quickly made a good handover with the two drivers. A few moments later, the two drivers each drove their own cars and sped around the track. This wasn't a race, but rather warming up the tires. Before a race, professional drivers would drive around the field twice to bring up the temperature of the tires first, and doing so would enable the cars to go faster. Of course, there is another purpose, which is to give the spectators in the stands time to place their bets. Come, place your bets, just like before. Qin Chuan began to yell at the crowd to place their bets. This time, unlike the previous small fights within the club, this time, the betting amount was no longer capped at 10,000, but 1 million. In other words, if all 28 people from before placed their bets, then the handicap would exceed 28 million. Xiao Yu, Li Hongwei and a bunch of other rich kids placed their bets. Li Hongwei handed a check to Qin Chuan. Then his gaze went to Su Lang. Who does Mr. Su think will win? For a while the eyes of the crowd looked towards Su Lang. Through the previous warm-up match, Su Lang had already conquered them all. It was the first time they had seen someone who drove a Ferrari with one hand and was still able to make a drift. Su Lang did not hurry to reply. His eyes looked towards the two supercars that sped past. Only after a moment did he slowly speak, saying, "If I were to choose, I would choose Zhang Xiaofan." Li Hongwei raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Mr. Su, why do you say that? Originally, he thought that Su Lang would feel that Sun Xiang had a high chance of winning. After all, Xiaoyu had already said before that Sun Xiang was the head honcho in the racing world, but the situation was not quite the same as what he thought. Sun Xiang's turn-in technique is not good. Every turn his turn-in timing point is half a beat slower than Zhang Xiaofan. Su Lang smiled and said, in the case of the same car condition, Sun Xiang should be difficult to make up the gap. Although Su Lang's left hand was not on the steering wheel at the moment, Su Lang's eye for master-level technology was still there. After simply looking at it twice, he could see the gap between the two sides. Hearing Su Lang's words, the crowd nodded thoughtfully, but soon the faces of the crowd collapsed. It's over. I bet early. Qin Chuan's bet just now doesn't count. I'm going to switch to Zhang Xiaofan. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing I was slow. I've made a fortune now. A burst of heckling broke out from the crowd. A few minutes later, the hot tires were finished. The race officially began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The moment the signal light turned green, the two supercars scurried out like cheetahs. The speed of the two was fast. A rough estimate of the speed was at least over 120 per hour. With his years of starting skills, Sun Xiang took the lead at the first time, and in the first half of the straight road, he gradually widened the distance to more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the two cars entered the second half of the track with dense curves. At this moment, all the people in the stands were breathing rapidly. They wanted to see whether Su Lang's judgment was wrong or not. On the curves, whether it was Sun Xiang or Zhang Xiaofan who had the upper hand. Soon the two cars entered the first curve. At this moment, Sun Xiang still had a lead of more than 10 meters. Even if Sun Xiang pulls the crotch like this again, he can't be overtaken in the first turn, right? Someone murmured in a low voice. But just the moment his words fell, the cruel reality gave him a heavy slap, only to see Zhang Xiaofan not slowing down at all as he entered the corner. And then with a beautiful tail flip, he directly overtook Sun Xiang and went away. Chapter 54, Against You. Old cars are enough. Quiet. Deadly quiet. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were wide open. Indeed, they knew that Su Lang's car skills were great, and they also agreed with Su Lang's judgment. It was felt that Zhang Xiaofan would gain the final victory. But should it be so fast? It was only the first corner and Sun Xiang was overtaken. This simply refreshed their cognition. Worry, it's only the first turn and Sun Xiang was overtaken. Brother Wave, your judgment is simply divine. Awesome. Brother Wave, you are really awesome. After a short period of silence, a group of rich second generation was blowing furiously at Su Lang. There was no way around it. Su Lang had told them with ironclad facts how correct his judgment was. From the moment Sun Xiang was overtaken, the rest of the race was just like what Su Lang said, completely losing suspense. Although Sun Xiang tried to overtake him several times, he ended up failing. Zhang Xiaofan ended up with an overwhelming lead of 50 meters and directly crossed the finish line. A few minutes later, the two came to the crowd holding their helmets. Qin Chuan handed over 2 face checks to the two. 100,000 for Zhang Xiaofan and 50,000 for Sun Xiang. The appearance fee of 50,000 was doubled for the winner. I say Sun Xiang, this bending skill of yours, you really need to re-practice. Not to mention Brother Lang, it's far worse than Zhang Xiaofan, Qin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiang's expression suddenly changed, and his entire face became gloomy all of a sudden. Although it was true that he had lost this match, it was not Qin Chuan's turn to judge. He was just in bad shape. Qin Chuan, what do you mean? Sun Xiang said in a deep voice. Nothing meaningful, just letting you practice more. Practice? Sun Xiang, need to practice? I'm just in bad shape today. Bad condition? Sun Xiang, don't pretend. Brother Wave can see that it's your skill in entering the curve that's not good. Qin Chuan laughed. Brother Long? That Brother Long? There is such a person in the North Mountain car world? How come I don't know? Sun Xiang snorted. He had been in the Beishan underground racing world for so many years, but he had never heard of such a person as Brother Wave. Far away from the sky, but close at hand. Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows upwards and turned his head to look at Su Lang. Brother Long, you come and teach this kid a lesson. Following Qin Chuan's gaze, Sun Xiang saw Su Lang. Other than being white, plus handsome, he didn't see anything impressive about Su Lang from. Mostly, he was just a rich second generation who was just waiting for death. Thinking this way, Sun Xiang looked at Su Lang's gaze, with a trace of contempt. As a professional driver, Sun Xiang had his own pride. He has the skills and is the top driver in the circle. He had the ability to not rely on anyone to eat. Whether you were a rich second generation or not, it made no difference to him. Brother Wave, then please instruct me? Sun Xiang said disdainfully. Su Lang frowned slightly. Originally he did not intend to speak, but looking at Sun Xiang's disdainful face, he suddenly wanted to speak again. You tapped the brakes when you entered the corner, right? Su Lang said expressionlessly. That's right, what's wrong with that? Sun Xiang said. Hearing Su Lang's words, the expression on Sun Xiang's face grew more and more disdainful. Su Lang was completely a layman. Braking at the point of entering a corner. This is the most basic common sense. As long as the driver knows, if one didn't brake, the entire car would rush out. There's nothing wrong with braking. It's just that you're braking at the wrong point. A real top driver's braking point is not before entering a corner, but after. Your braking timing was too early, wasting the car's power for nothing. Su Lang said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. What did Su Lang say? He said his braking point was too early? Does he know racing or not? He himself was the head honcho of the North Mountain underground racing world, and his braking points were all the best braking points he had found after countless times of experience. And now, someone was saying that his braking point was too late. He didn't hold back at that moment and directly burst out laughing. I say, brother, are you a professional rider? Do you know the difference between a professional rider and an amateur rider? I can tell you responsibly that my braking points are all the best braking points that I have found after countless times of experience. If you don't understand racing, please shut up. Sun Xiang stared at Su Lang with a deadly gaze and said in a cold voice. Sun Xiang, what did you say? Have the guts to say it again. How dare you say that Brother Long doesn't know about racing? Believe it or not, Brother Long can kill you with one hand. Sun Xiang, you still don't know it. In fact, Brother Long has long concluded that you will lose. Without waiting for Su Lang to open his mouth, the group of rich second generation led by Xiao Yu couldn't help themselves first. Since Su Lang used Ferrari 166mm Barchetta to win Xiao Yu, Su Lang is the spokesman of car god in their eyes. At this moment, someone even told the god of cars to shut up. They couldn't stand it any longer. However, in the face of the crowd's rebuke, Sun Xiang just laughed coldly and said, kill me with one hand? It's useless to talk about it. If it's a mule or a horse, pull it out. Dare to race me? No problem. Sun Xiang sneered and said, which is your car? No, Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Su Lang raised his hand and pointed to the old car parked on the side of the road. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Hearing these words, Sun Xiang's heart jumped. Don't look at this as just a classic car, but his value is more than $500 million. Sun Xiang licked his lips and the greed in his eyes flickered. Are you sure? Just use this vintage car? Against you, the vintage car is enough. Su Lang laughed. Oh, just racing is no fun. Let's add some bets. Whoever loses, their car to the other side. How? Sun Xiang licked his lips and said with a greedy face. He had his eyes on Su Lang's Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, happy to accompany. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. Since the other party had his eyes on his Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, it was time to see if he had the ability to win it away. Okay. Sun Xiang sneered and turned towards the Lamborghini Big Bull. Ignition. Start. Boom. The Lamborghini Big Bull slowly started in the eyes of the crowd. I'll wait for you. Putting down a sentence, he left in a cloud of dust. So damn rampant. Looking at the car that went away in the dust, Xiao Yu sneered, and then turned his gaze to Su Lang. Brother Long, you must give him a little color. Right, Brother Long. Should I not drive my car? The other party is after all a professional driver. Although it is an underground driver, but it is not the same as me. He is an amateur driver. Su Lang was able to use the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta to defeat him. That is a matter of course. But Sun Xiang is not the same. Sun Xiang, no matter how to say, is also an underground professional driver. The technology is quite impressive. It's fine. Not a big problem. Just now I only used 10 points of strength. Percentage system. Chapter 55, Amateur vs Professional. 10 points of strength? Percentage system? Hearing these words, Xiao Yu's entire body was confused. Su Lang's car skills are better than his. This point Xiao Yu was recognized, but he thought that even if it was better, it wouldn't be much better, right? With Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, such a vintage car over his high horsepower top supercar, this is already Su Lang all the strength of the embodiment. But now, Su Lang even said that he only used 10% of his strength to win. At this instant, Xiao Yu's entire body was not good, no matter how you put it. In the entire supercar club, his car skills were at the top of the list. It was impossible that he didn't even have the strength of Su Lang's one tier, right? Brother Wave. Wave, you're joking, right? Yes, it must be a joke, right? Xiao Yu looked at Su Lang with an anxious face. This person of mine never jokes. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and casually responded, then walked straight toward the Ferrari 166 Marquettas. Master-level driving skills, that is not something that ordinary drivers can look askance at. Although Sun Xiang is not bad, but there is still a long way to go before master-level driving skills. No kidding? Xiao Yu. 1 layer. Surprisingly only 1 layer. Brother Long actually used only 1 layer of strength to defeat me? At this moment, Xiao Yu's entire body was in the wind. On the other side, looking at Su Lang driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta over, Sun Xiang's gaze was ice cold. You are looking for death. Originally, he thought that just now, Su Lang had just casually said that he would end up choosing a supercar that was about the same as the Lamborghini Grand Bull Mare to fight against him, but he never thought that Su Lang would really choose a classic car. Is this an insult to him? More or less this meaning, but in Sun Xiang's opinion, Su Lang was looking for death. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Sun Xiang poked his head out of the sports car and taunted, while the race hasn't started. I'll give you one more chance. I'll allow you to get another one. Otherwise you'll lose very ugly. Lose? Su Lang smiled faintly. Sun Xiang had no idea of the terror of master-level driving skills. There was no explanation with Sun Xiang. It would only pull down his own IQ. While the race hasn't started, if you withdraw your bet now it's still not too late. No need. Sun Xiang did not even think about it and directly refused. A Ferrari 166mm Barchetta had a maximum horsepower of just 140 horsepower, and his Lamborghini Big Bull, the horsepower was up to more than 700 horsepower. Even if he were to fight for performance, he would still be able to fight Su Lang to death. Not to mention, he was also a professional rider, and a renowned rider in the northern mountain bike world. There was simply no reason for him to lose. Alright, I've said what I need to say. Just don't cry when you lose at that time. Cry? Oh, this sentence should be said by me to you. Sun Xiang sneered. His right foot slammed on the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini Big Bull scurried out like lightning. Although his mouth was very contemptuous of Su Lang, but the tires that should be hot, that still had to be hot. Seeing this situation, Su Lang also slowly started the car and began to heat up the tires. Only in Sun Xiang's wind speed is different. Su Lang's speed is very slow, only 20 kilometers per hour, sometimes slamming on the gas pedal, sometimes slowing down the brakes, and sometimes making left and right shaking. Hot tire is also a technical work. It's not that you are able to get the tires hot by just going fast, as Sun Xiang did. It is especially important to use the brakes when warming up the tires, as the heat will be transferred from the discs and pads, through the wheels and into the core of the tire. If the tires are warmed up properly, they will be able to give the tires better grip during the race, making the car more stable and safer to drive, as well as smoother cornering, faster exit speeds, and less spinning. On the grandstand, Xiao Yu, who was messed up in the wind for a long time, gradually came to his senses. Looking at the Lamborghini Big Bull that is speeding on the track, he has a feeling of being unable to speak. One was a Lamborghini Big Bull with a maximum horsepower of over 700 horsepower. One was a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta with a top horsepower of 140, although it wasn't as much worse as before. This time, the one driving the Lamborghini Big Bull was driver Sun Xiang. Did Su Lang have a chance of winning? Xiao Yu was really not sure. Brother Wei, what do you think? Xiao Yu turned his head to look at Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei was the one person here who knew the most about racing besides Su Lang. He wanted to listen to Li Hongwei's opinion. Li Hongwei, if the person driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was not Su Lang, and it was any other person, Li Hongwei would not hesitate to choose Sun Xiang. After all, Sun Xiang's advantages were too great. A high horsepower supercar, combined with top driving skills, is almost impossible to lose. But when the person sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta turned into Su Lang, Li Hongwei hesitated. because just half an hour ago, Su Lang had given him a heavy slap in the face with his perfect performance. Now, he really didn't dare to make a wild guess. Reason told him that Sun Xiang had a high chance of winning. Sense told him that Su Lang's winning rate was also great. Use your eyes to see. After a long silence, Li Hongwei said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, look with your eyes? Brother Wei, this is not the time to joke. Brother Wei, can we stop joking? Xiao Yu said. Joking? Li Hongwei wanted to joke, but he really didn't know. Xiao, let me put it to you this way. If the person sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari wasn't Su Lang, then I wouldn't hesitate to choose Sun Xiang. But on the contrary, he is Su Lang. You also heard before, Su Lang said that when he competed with you, he only took out 10% of his strength. So now, not to mention me, even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to guess the winner of the match. Li Hongwei said. Xiao Yu, Brother Wei, then you say that just now when Brother Long won over me, exactly how many percent of his strength did he take out? 10%. Xiao Yu, in the twinkling of an eye, the hot tire ended. Su Lang held the steering wheel with one hand, like a cheetah ready to go. This race, he was going to win. Sun Xiang had his eyes on this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta under his seat, and why wouldn't he have his eyes on Sun Xiang's Lamborghini Big Bull? Although he can't drive it, but put it on rent in the company, that's fine. Go Brother Long. Finish off Sun Xiang. Brother Long give Sun Xiang a little color. The rich second generation, in a frenzy, cheered Su Lang. Boom, boom. The engine let out an ear-splitting roar. The moment the red light on the timing board turned green, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta and the Lamborghini Big Bull scurried out with a whoosh. Chapter 56 Sun Xiang, my TM mind is broken. Shoo. Both Su Lang and Sun Xiang's reaction speed was very fast. They rushed out at the first time. The track just started with a straight section, and just like before, as soon as they set off, Su Lang was pulled away by a distance. This is it? Looking in the rearview mirror at the increasing distance of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, Sun Xiang had a contemptuous smile on his face. Thought it was a character, but it's just a mouthpiece. Hurry up and end the fight. With a cold smile, Sun Xiang gradually increased the gas pedal. After the previous race, he had already familiarized himself with the track. When to accelerate, when to decelerate, what was the speed, what kind of angle to use to enter the corner. He knew it all. Let's show you today what is called a professional driver. In the blink of an eye, Sun Xiang had come to the first corner. It was a big blunt corner on the right side, which did not have high technical requirements. The corner of Sun Xiang's mouth hooked, advanced the steering wheel, brought the car close to the inside lane, then tapped the brake with his right foot and pounded the steering wheel. A beautiful cornering. Saying that I have problems with cornering skills. I'd like to see how you pass. While driving the car, Sun Xiang's corner of his eye drifted to the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta driven by Su Lang had already arrived before the first corner. But what surprised Sun Xiang was that Su Lang did not have the slightest intention to slow down. He just rushed into the corner at full speed. The car is going out of control. This thought flashed in Sun Xiang's mind. The speed of entering the corner was too fast. It was impossible to maneuver over. The car would definitely lose control. But in the very next second, Sun Xiang's eyes widened, only to see Su Lang in the center of the curve lightly tapped the brakes. The rear of the car began to move sideways, and then fiercely accelerated. The car swooshed a moment, ran out. Full speed cornering. How is it possible? Sun Xiang's mouth was wide open. He almost couldn't believe what he saw in front of his eyes. When he turned the corner, it was already the limit speed. If any faster, his car will be out of control. But now, Su Lang's cornering speed was obviously even faster than him by a large margin. Damn guy. Sun Xiang's heart tightened, and he immediately put away his contempt for Su Lang. Su Lang's move did surprise him, but he was not a vegetarian either. Looking at the Ferrari that kept catching up in the rearview mirror, Sun Xiang jerked his direction to block Su Lang's forward route. But just at this time, the second curve is close at hand, and this curve was also a sharp left-handed curve. Not good. Sun Xiang subconsciously tapped the brakes, and the speed of the car suddenly dropped. And in contrast, Su Lang still maintained full speed. Goodbye. The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised, fatally swept a glance at the side of the Big Bull. Swoosh sound kill into the curve. Hand brake. Rear wheel holding dead. Reverse steering wheel, slamming on the gas. Crunch. With an ear-piercing whine, the rear of the Ferrari began to move sideways at high speed, and then whooshed out in a flash. Nimble, ethereal, and perfectly drifting through the corner. And the speed is extremely fast. At this moment, a group of rich second-generation people on the stands were all wet. Although, they had seen Su Lang use drifting before, but the speed of the drift at that time was relatively slow. It was a completely different concept from the drift in front of them. They knew that Su Lang was very powerful, but they never thought that Su Lang could be so powerful. Woes, this drift speed is also too fast, right? It's got to be a 120. Floating. Agile. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful drift. Wave brother, this is also too powerful. Also just 2 turns to overtake Sun Xiang. The race was a total of 5 laps. Although this was only the first lap, and the race was only a small half, even less than 1/3. But with Su Lang's skill, will he be overtaken? How can it be? Once Sun Xiang was overtaken, then it would be impossible for him to overtake back. What do you guys say? Is Brother Long using one hand now, or two? Suddenly someone in the crowd whispered. Then, the entire world went quiet. Damn, damn, damn. Sun Xiang's right hand pounded heavily on the steering wheel. His face was dark and his body was trembling violently. Just a moment ago, he watched Su Lang use a super difficult drift over the corner, directly completing the overtake on him. Sun Xiang's body trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. Huffing, huffing, Sun Xiang breathed heavily, forced himself to calm down. Sun Xiang, you can't panic. There are still 4 laps in the race. The race is not over. You still have a chance to overtake. You are a professional driver. Your skills are better than anyone else. This race is not just 1 lap, but 5 laps. Now he still has a chance. Adjusting his mind, Sun Xiang regrouped and started again. His eyes stared dead ahead at the Ferrari, catching every mistake that could possibly happen. However, as time passes by 1 minute by 1 second, Sun Xiang was completely desperate. In the first lap, the gap between him and Su Lang was about 50 meters. The second lap down, the gap not only did not narrow, but further expanded to 80 meters. The third lap down, 110 meters. The fourth lap down, 150 meters. Lost, completely without the slightest chance to overturn. At this moment, Sun Xiang's mentality completely collapsed. The Lamborghini Big Bull has more than 700 horsepower. Ferrari 166 Barchetta 140 horsepower. Even in his dreams, he never thought that he was driving a Lamborghini Dignò, but would lose to a Ferrari classic car. Crunch! The tires rubbed against the ground, emitting an ear-piercing whine, and the 166 Barchetta steadily stopped at the finish line. And 10 seconds later, the Lamborghini arrived late. The door of the car was pushed open, and Sun Xiang walked out trembling. His eyes looked towards Su Lang, then he instantly widened his eyes as if he had seen something incredible, only to see that Su Lang was still holding the steering wheel with one hand. You've always been driving with one hand? Sun Xiang asked with a trembling voice. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Is there any problem? As a person who skillfully mastered the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, what's wrong with driving a Ferrari with one hand? Bam! Sun Xiang's face instantly turned pale, and then sat on his butt on the ground. One-handed. Surprisingly, it was one-handed. It turned out that Su Lang had been racing him single-handed all along. Su Lang was so powerful with one hand. Then what would be the concept if he had 2 hands? At this moment, Sun Xiang's heart that little bit of unwillingness into nothing. He is completely desperate. What professional rider? What North Mountain headliner? In front of Su Lang is nothing. He had a strong premonition in his heart that even if he practiced racing for the rest of his life, it was impossible for him to surpass Su Lang. Chapter 57, A Desperate Record. Brother Wave, you're amazing. Brother Wave, you're my idol from today onwards. As soon as Su Lang stepped out of the car, a group of rich second-generation people surrounded him. Without saying a word, rushing at Su Lang was a rainbow fart. Brother Long. Xiaoyu looked at Su Lang with a burning gaze. Aha! Why don't you go sign up for F1? I think your skill is even better than Schumacher. Xiaoyu said with a serious face. Yes, Xiaoyu was not joking, he was serious. No matter if it was the warm-up race with him before, or the official race now. From start to finish, Su Lang was driving single-handedly. Driving with one hand is so powerful. What if you use both hands? Wouldn't it be easy to win a Formula 1 championship? Formula 1? The corner of Su Lang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Xiaoyu, this guy also really dare to say F1 full name of the World Formula 1 Championship is high-tech, team spirit, driver wisdom and courage of the collection of the body, and the Olympic Games, the World Cup soccer tournament and known as the world's 3 major sporting events. Any driver who is able to participate in Formula 1, its technology is certainly needless to say. Although relying on the skilled one-handed drive Ferrari, Su Lang's driving skills to the master level. However, Su Lang still had a little bit of a hard-on in his heart. His own master-level driving skills, although able to show off in the North Mountain, but in the F1 racetrack, that is not necessarily enough to see. Well, back a million steps, even if the master-level technology can match the level of F1. But what about the technology? The team? Nothing. Ahem. We'll talk about this later. Right now I want to take a look at my car first, said Su Lang while looking at Sun Xiang. Before this, he and Sun Xiang had a bet. Whoever won the race, then the other party's car would go to whoever. Sun Xiang gritted his teeth, took out the key from his pocket and threw it to Su Lang. Willing to bet? From now on, this big bull is yours. Although it was heartbreaking, Sun Xiang had to hand over the car. Those present were all the famous rich second generation of Beishan. If he didn't hand it over, it was impossible for him to leave today. One more car that can be rented out. Su Lang happily took the key and put it into his pants pocket. Although it was a used one, it was better than nothing. Anyway, it is used to rent. A few hands are the same. Rental? Wait, what's the situation? Originally Sun Xiang turned around and wanted to leave, but after hearing Su Lang's words, he stopped again. You want to use this car for rent? Sun Xiang stared at Su Lang with a deadly gaze and asked in a stern voice. Ha ha ha, Sun Xiang, you wouldn't think that Brother Long would drive this kind of several $1 million car, right? It's this kind of several $1 million car that simply doesn't fit Brother Long's worth. You may not believe it when I tell you. Brother Long also has a Pagani Huayra. Do you know about the Pagani? A $500 million luxury car. Today, Brother Long is driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta with little horsepower. If it were any other car, I'm afraid I'd have to overtake you. This multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull can only be used for rent. Without waiting for Su Lang to reply, Xiao Yu had already jumped ahead and answered for Su Lang. Sun Xiang, the Lamborghini Big Bull that was regarded as a treasure in his eyes, turned out to be only used for rental in the eyes of others. Gritting his teeth, Sun Xiang wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he was not able to say anything. He looked deeply at Su Lang, and finally chose to leave. Only different from when he came with great vigor. When he left, Sun Xiang looked unusually wretched. Not only in his proud car skills were blown away, and even the car also lost. For Sun Xiang, Su Lang did not have any sympathy. He ended up in this situation. No one else to blame. If you want to blame, you can only blame him for being too greedy. One race is one race, but Sun Xiang wants to raise the bet, want to bet on the car. So winning this Lamborghini Bull, Su Lang's heart was not burdened at all. Xiao Yu, brother, you said, find someone and help me drive the car to the company. No problem, brother, your thing, that's my thing. Xiao Yu answered and waved at the club staff on the side. Come on someone, drive the car to the awesome rental company and give it to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, soon. A suited youth took the keys and drove off. Xiao, what's the name of Brother Long's rental company? Let's go for a spin sometime. Awesome rental company. The crowd was dumbfounded. Of course they knew that Su Lang's rental company was awesome, but that wasn't what they were asking about. What they wanted to know was the name of the company. We know that Brother Long's company is awesome. What we're asking is the name of the company. The name is Awesome Rental Company, Xiao Yu said with a serious face. Crowd, cow, awesome rental company? Awesome, genuinely awesome, awesome big hair. In this instant, the crowd was in the wind. They never thought that there would be a company called this. After dealing with the car, Su Lang was ready to leave. Just as soon as he got into the car, Su Lang was stopped by someone. Turning his head, it was the previous driver, Zhang Xiaofan. Brother Long, I want to race you for a lap. Zhang Xiaofan looked at Su Lang with a burning gaze and said with a serious face. Previously, when Su Lang and Sun Xiang raced, he did not get involved. It was because he, like Sun Xiang, felt that Su Lang was just a mouth breather and was not yet worthy of running with him. However, after Su Lang and Sun Xiang finished the race, Zhang Xiaofan felt that he was wrong. Su Lang was truly powerful and strong. He was moved. He wanted to race with Su Lang. Even if he lost, that was fine. He wanted to know where the gap was. Race a lap? Oh, if you want to race, then won't I lose face? Lightly sweeping Zhang Xiaofan, Su Lang said expressionlessly, not interested. Brother Long. Zhang Xiaofan took 3 steps and stopped in front of Su Lang's car, saying, Brother Lang, please make sure you run with me once. I want to see where exactly I'm poor. There's no end to it, is there? Running is fine, but take your McLaren P1 as a bet. Do you dare? Zhang Xiaofan. Could he win against Su Lang? There was no doubt that the answer was no. Just based on the skills that Su Lang showed just now, he and Su Lang were simply not on the same level. And Su Lang gambling car? That and send to death is not much difference. Brother Long, if you want to challenge me, you break my record first before you say it. After saying that, Su Lang also did not hesitate. A foot throttle down. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta swoosh a scurry out. What's Brother Long's record? 1 minute 23 seconds 43. Zhang Xiaofan. Despair spread in his heart. Chapter 58. This wave is not another wave. Boom boom boom. Outside the door of the awesome rental company, the brand new 6.5 LV12 engine of L539 that the Lamborghini Big Bull is equipped with roars. Mr. Lu, this is what Brother Long asked me to deliver. He asked me to convey to you that he hopes to rent it out as soon as possible. The youth spoke while handing over the key in hand to Lu Chen. Gulu. Looking at the tender green supercar in front of him, Lu Chen carefully swallowed his saliva. Just 2 days ago, he had rented out a whole 9 Ferraris here. In the blink of an eye, Su Lang sent another Lamborghini Big Bull. Will he send a few more Maybachs and Porsches tomorrow? Oh, don't supercars cost money? Understood. Understood. Please convey to Brother Long. I will definitely rent it out as soon as possible, Lu Chen said with a face of urgency. Sending the youth away, Lu Chen exhaled a long breath. Once again, Lu Chen was glad for his choice. Right now, the company already had 1.5 million on its books, and if they rented out this Lamborghini Big Bull, they were afraid that it would come to 1.6 million. According to the 5% commission, he could get $80,000 in commission. It had only been less than a week, and he had earned $80,000. That's his salary from working at Anjia Real Estate for almost half a year. A week now is equal to half a year before? The more he thought about it, the more excited Lu Chen became, as if he saw the picture of himself going to the peak of his life. Xiao Hu, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry to go out and publicize? Didn't you hear what Brother Lone said? Rent out this Lamborghini Bull as soon as possible. Lu Chen turned his head towards Xiao Hu and yelled. A few moments later, Xiao Hu drove the Lamborghini Big Bull into the distance. Haicang Group, General Manager's office. Sit down. General Manager Xiao Jianxiong reached out to Kong Mingren and gestured. Kong Mingren nodded and took his seat. Mingren, it's been almost 2 weeks since you joined the company. Are you still adapting? Xiao Jianxiong asked with a smile. Adapting? The company's atmosphere is very good, and the co-workers are all very good to get along with. Kong Mingren smiled. That's good. As soon as you came back and let you take over the sales department with the heaviest workload. It's also true that it's been hard on you. It's fine. I'm used to it when I was in Yanjing. This bit of work, I don't put it in my eyes yet, Kong Mingren said. Hearing this, Xiao Jianxiong reached out and heavily patted Kong Mingren's shoulder, saying, good, well said. I like young people like you who are willing to suffer. Young people nowadays, one by one, are afraid of suffering, and once the workload gets a little heavier, they clamor for resignation. They haven't thought about it. If they don't suffer, where can they get the sweetness? Kong Mingren nodded his head and said with an agreeable face, don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I'm different from them. Since I was a child, I've always remembered my parents saying, first bitter, then sweet. I also deeply understand this truth. So when I was in Yanjing, I started from the grassroots level, and came to today with my feet on the ground. Haicang attached great importance to Kong Mingren. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have let Kong Mingren take over such an important department as the sales department as soon as he arrived. And Kong Mingren also wanted to take this opportunity to perform well. If the performance is accomplished beautifully, maybe he still has room for the next promotion. Haicang Group is a big group with many subsidiaries. The sales department is just one of the more important departments. Further up, there is still a very high room for advancement. If he can sit on the position of general manager of a subsidiary, then his annual salary, at least in the current annual salary of 1 million based on several times, it might even be possible to reach an annual salary of 10 million. That's good. I believe in your ability and will definitely shine in the position of sales director. Mingren, don't worry. The company has seen all of your performance in their eyes, although you have only just arrived at the company, but the company is looking at the performance. If you perform well, outstanding performance, do not rule out the possibility of fire promotion, Xiao Jianxiong said smilingly. Promoted in the line of fire? Hearing this word, Kong Mingren's little heart couldn't help but beat furiously. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely not fail the company's hopes, Kong Mingren said with an excited face. Xiao Jianxiong nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand at Kong Mingren and said, very well, go back and continue working. If you encounter any difficulties you can say so, whether it's difficulties in life, or difficulties in work, it's fine. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Kong Mingren nodded excitedly, then turned to leave. As soon as he pushed open the door of the room, a young man aged around 20 years old came face to face. For this person in front of him, Kong Mingren had already heard of him like thunder long before he entered the Haicang Group. He was Xiao Yu. It was the son of the chairman of the Haicang Group. He was also the future successor of the Haicang Group. It was only that Xiao Yu hardly came to the company during his usual time. So even though Kong Mingren had already joined the company for 2 weeks, this was the first time he had seen Xiao Yu in person. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, Kong Mingren had a faint smile on his face before he rushed at Xiao Yu and greeted him. Good day to Mr. Xiao. You are? Xiao Yu's footsteps lurched. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the man blocking his way in a puzzled manner. Hello Xiao Xiao. I am the company's new sales director. My name is Kong Mingren. Kong Mingren said smilingly. Xiao Yu, the future heir of Haicang Group. If he could strike a good relationship with Xiaoyu, then once Xiaoyu took charge of the Haicang Group in the future, his value would definitely rise. Sales director? Xiaoyu nodded at Kong Mingren and said, "Hello, what's the matter?" Kong Mingren was slightly stunned, then a bright smile appeared on his face again. "Actually, there's nothing much. Didn't I just join the company? I want to ask Xiao Xiao to come to the sales department to guide the work." "Say it again." Xiaoyu indifferently nodded his head, then reached out and pushed open the door to the room of the general manager's office. "Second uncle, do you still remember Brother Wave that I told you about 2 days ago? Brother Long is simply awesome." "Xiao Jianxiong, is that the young man surnamed Su?" "Xiaoyu, that's right." "Second uncle, did you know? He drove single-handedly today and abused Sun Xiang to death." "Xiao Jianxiong, single-handed? Are you sure?" "Xiaoyu, hey, second uncle video is here. You see for yourself." "Xiao Jianxiong, quickly show me." It was hard to imagine that Xiao Jianxiong, as the general manager of the Haicang Group, was also into racing. Outside the door, Kong Mingren frowned slightly. "Brother Wave? Surname Su? Connecting the dots, wouldn't that be Su Lang?" He remembered that he had a schoolboy cousin whose name was also Su Lang. It shouldn't be a person, right? Kong Mingren thought about it and burst out laughing. In his impression, Su Lang was nothing but a little good-looking. Heard that he was still working at a real estate agent, and it was only $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Definitely not the same person. Chapter 59. Great Aunt takes the initiative. Sales department. Kong Mingren had just taken his seat when the cell phone in his pocket rang. Pulling it out, he saw that it was actually his own mom. Fu Meiyun's call. "Hello, Mom, is something wrong?" Kong Mingren put the phone to his ear and opened his mouth to ask. "Son, it's been a long time since I've seen your second aunt. This weekend we've arranged a get-together at Taiha restaurant. You must attend." Fu Meiyun's voice came from the phone. The corner of Kong Mingren's mouth twitched. Of course he knew what Fu Meiyun meant. Eating was fake. Showing off was real. In the past, when he was in school, he did like to compare himself with Su Lang. But now, he and Su Lang are completely two worlds of people, and comparing with Su Lang is simply a loss of points. Moreover, he had just joined the company, so he didn't have the time to waste time. Instinctively Kong Mingren wanted to refuse, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped as if he thought of something. "Second aunt? Fu Xiaoan? Isn't that Su Lang's own mother?" Once he thought of Xiaoyu's words just now, Kong Mingren ghostly asked. "Right, Mom, let me ask you something. Say, second aunt's son, is called Su Lang, right? What is he doing now?" Kong Mingren asked. "Su Lang?" Fu Meiyun froze for a moment and asked in a somewhat strange manner. Yes, it is called Su Lang. "Son, why are you suddenly asking about Su Lang?" "Nothing, I just casually asked," Kong Mingren said. "In that case," Fu Meiyun said, "I talked to your second aunt on the phone 2 days ago and also asked about Su Lang. He is now a small employee of a real estate agent." "Real estate agent? Who?" Hearing Fu Meiyun's answer, Kong Mingren let out a long breath. However, just in case, Kong Mingren decided that he still had to let Fu Meiyun make a trip. "Mom, this way, you can make another trip to second aunt's house recently to see what Su Lang is really doing." "Run a trip?" Fu Meiyun was a bit puzzled. She realized that Kong Mingren was excessively concerned about Su Lang today. "Son, are you hiding something from me?" "Mom, it's nothing, it's just a precautionary measure. In case Su Lang has made a fortune now, we can be more polite to him on the weekends." "He's gotten better? Just him?" "I'm not saying that. Even if he's a good guy, can he still compare to you, my son?" "Mom, okay, I'll make a run for it." "Right, son. You must attend the party on the weekend, and bring Minnie along. I've put the word out," Fu Meiyun said. "Okay, participate, okay," Kong Mingren answered with a smile. Fu Meiyun put down her cell phone. She was a little confused why her son preferred to let her run a trip. Even if Su Lang is outstanding again, can he still compare to Kong Mingren? But after thinking about it, Fu Meiyun was relieved. Just run a trip. It's not a loss anyway. "Old Kong, come with me to Xiuwan's house for a walk." "Meiyun, is it necessary? We are all family." A middle-aged man on the sofa frowned. "It's precisely because we're family that we need to walk around more. But, there's nothing but not yes. Just say go or not. Do not go." "Okay, then you don't get into my mother's bed tonight." The corner of Kong Jinning's mouth twitched, and he silently began to pack up his things in preparation for his departure. He. On the side, Fu Meiyun smiled smugly. "Minhe Yuan." Fu Meiyun couple carried 2 pockets of fruit and walked into the gate of the neighborhood. "Isn't this Big Sister Fu? Haven't been back for a while, have you?" Big Sister Fu was really getting younger and younger. Along the way, the neighbors greeted Fu Meiyun in a friendly manner, and Fu Meiyun nodded her head in friendly greeting. In the past, she also lived here. It was just that after she got married, she moved out. Soon, they arrived at Su Lang's downstairs. Looking at the familiar residential building in front of him, the corner of Kong Jinming's mouth twitched slightly. Mei Yun, it's really not good for us to do this. Why don't we go back? What Fu Mei Yun came to Min Yuan for? He knew better than anyone. To show off, and it wasn't just once or twice, but Fu Mei Yun was always happy to do so, which gave Kong Jinming a huge headache. He tried to resist countless times, but it ended in failure. There's no turning back from the bow, not to mention that this time it wasn't me who wanted to come, it was my son's suggestion. Mingrun? Aha! Fu Mei Yun nodded, and without explaining, walked straight into the building. Kong Jinming, what is this situation? For a while, Kong Jinming was a bit puzzled. With a head full of doubts, Kong Jinming chased after her. A few minutes later, Fu Mei Yun knocked on the door of the room. Knock knock knock. Hoo-ah! Inside the room, came Fu Xiaowan's voice. Xiaowan, it's me. Fu Mei Yun hurriedly answered. Bam! A sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from the room. Ka-ching! A moment later, the door to the room was opened. Big sister, brother-in-law, why did you guys come without even saying hello, making me unprepared at all? The corner of Fu Xiaoyuan's mouth twitched as she looked at Fu Mei Yun standing in the doorway, but her face still put on a happy look. Hi, just happened to be passing by, so I came up to take a look. This is the fruit I bought for Xiao Su. This person, Fu Mei Yun, always brought quite a few things with her every time she came. Maybe some people thought it was quite good. They could take quite a few things for free anyway, but Fu Xiaoyuan didn't think so. Eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is short. She was not willing to ask for these things. Of course, thinking about it, Fu Xiaowan didn't say it out loud. She and Fu Mei Yun were after all close sisters, not so much as to tear her face apart over this point. We are all family. Just come, what else to bring? Come, sit in the house. I'll go and pour you a cup of water. Fu Xiaowan warmly greeted the two men into the house, and poured a cup of water for the two men. Xiaowan, where is Xiao Su? How come I haven't seen Xiao Su? He's still at work. Still a real estate agent? Aha! Fu Mei Yun's heart is slightly fixed, but in the spirit of just-in-case mentality, she once again opened her mouth. Xiao Yuan, last time I told you, real estate agency is not a long-term solution after all. Recently, has Xiao Su looked for other jobs? This we are not too clear. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. The matter of work we are too lazy to care, as long as he is healthy and well. Phew! Fu Mei Yun breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and a bright smile appeared on her face. Although Fu Xiaoyuan didn't go into details, she knew that Su Lang must not have found any good job. That's right, children. It doesn't matter how much money you earn, as long as you are healthy. It's more important than anything else. After all, not everyone can be like our family Mingrun. Not only does he have a good job, but his health isn't bad either. Fu Mei Yun said. Hearing these words, Fu Xiaoyuan was unhappy at that moment. What do you mean by not everyone is like Mingrun? Isn't this clearly looking down on Su Lang? Cough. Mei Yun, say less. Kong Jinming interjected. What is there to say? We are all family, right Xiaoyuan? I heard little Su say last time that he talks about his girlfriend. Fu Mei Yun said with a smile. What are the conditions? What is it for? Chapter 60, Cousin's Model Girlfriend. Girlfriend? Speaking of this, a long-lost smile appeared on Fu Xiaowan's face. Other than that, Fu Xiaowan was quite satisfied with Lin Xiaoxiao as her daughter-in-law to be. Not only did she look just like a star, but she also had a good job, belonging to the kind of person that was hard to find even with a lantern. The conditions are okay. Working at Haicang Finance, Fu Xiaowan said. Haicang Finance? Wait, did I hear something wrong? She was no stranger to Haicang Finance, Beishan's famous financial company. For Su Lang to be able to find such a girlfriend, Fu Mei Yun was a bit surprised, but thinking about it, she was relieved. With Su Lang's current conditions, the object he is looking for is also very general. At most, it would be an ordinary employee in Haicang Finance, or simply an odd job. Haicang Finance is not bad. What exactly do you know? I heard that it is some kind of investment department manager. Specific did not ask. Fu Xiaoyuan said. Investment department manager? One sentence. Directly confused Fu Mei Yun. Su Lang was just a real estate agent. He could find Haicang Finance's investment department manager as his girlfriend? Xiaowan, it can't be. With little Su's condition, can he find an investment department manager as his girlfriend? You guys have to be careful. Don't be cheated. These days, there are quite a few pretty girls who cheat the bride price under the banner of marriage. Fu Mei Yun said. Fu Xiaoyuan. If she wasn't sure, Fu Mei Yun was indeed her own sister. She would want to blow Fu Mei Yun out right now. What do you mean on Su Lang's terms? What cheating marriage? Which sentence was a human word? Sis, do you think it's still like our time when we didn't look at looks but only work? Sis, times have changed. Nowadays good looks are more useful than anything else. Fu Xiaowan said proudly. Fu Xiaoyuan admitted that no matter whether it was in terms of education or in terms of economic strength, Su Lang was indeed not Kong Mingren's opponent, but in the piece of looks, his own child dumped Kong Mingren 8 streets. Xiaowan, you, sister, let's not talk about Su Lang, let's talk about Mingren. How about Mingren's girlfriend? You guys should have met, right? Fu Xiaowan turned the tables and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Fu Meiyun was energized at that moment. I've met her. Of course I've met her. Xiaowan, you don't know. That girl is just like a heavenly fairy. She has a body and a face. Do you know what she does? Fu Meiyun said mysteriously. What for? Modeling, and a part-time dance teacher. Although her income isn't as good as Mingren's, her monthly income adds up to several tens of thousands of dollars. Awesome, right? Fu Meiyun said proudly. For this daughter-in-law of hers, she was quite satisfied. Her own son was the one who should talk about such a girlfriend. That's indeed quite impressive. Fu Xiaowan nodded and said, but you have to be careful. Modeling is a profession that has too many temptations. Don't lose someone if you don't pay attention. Xiaowan, don't worry about this. Our family Mingren is very good in his own right. He's not afraid of any more temptations. Right, how did they meet? I heard Mingren say that it was introduced by a friend, so there must be no problem. Ha! The pleasant conversation lasted for about almost an hour before Fu Meiyun got up to leave. Before she left, she also made a special call to urge Fu Xiaoyuan, when Xiaosu comes back later, you have to warn him that there are many fraudulent marriages these days. Sister, you are the same. On the other side, Su Lang parked the small electric donkey, then walked straight up the building. However, just after taking 2 steps, 2 familiar faces walked up to him, a man and a woman, about 50 years old. The man's name was Kong Jinming, Su Lang's aunt. The woman was naturally Su Lang's great-aunt. Fu Meiyun, great-aunt, auntie, why are you here? Su Lang took the lead in greeting, happened to be passing by, and came up to take a look. Fu Meiyun smiled and sized up Su Lang. It had to be said that Su Lang was really good-looking. Even compared to the stars on TV, the male models were not bad at all. It's really a pity for this good skin. Sighing silently in her heart, Fu Meiyun smiled and said, Little Su, I heard that the girlfriend you talked to was the manager of the Haicang Financial Investment Department? That's right. Su Lang nodded. Su Lang felt that according to the normal script, at this time, Fu Meiyun should say something like good, very good. However, Fu Meiyun's next sentence almost shocked Su Lang's jaw, only to see Fu Meiyun's face suddenly changed. Full of worry, said, Shall Su listen to my aunt a word of advice? To your condition is difficult to find the Haicang Financial Investment Department manager as a girlfriend. You'd better go to their company to ask. This year's crooks can be quite a lot. In case if you really need a marriage scammer, it will be more than worth it. Fraudulent marriage, a sentence that directly amused Su Lang. Auntie, your imagination is too rich, right? Where are there so many scammers? Also, I'm penniless, what do I have to cheat? Su Lang said with a smile. Fu Meiyun shook her head and said, Little Su, you think so? That's wrong. Nowadays girls specialize in cheating. Is you this kind of penniless? You don't have money, will worry about not being able to find a wife. Once you worry about that, then you will fall right into other people's traps. Also, you have no money, but your parents have money. You have to be careful. Su Lang, the corner of his mouth slightly twitched. For a while Su Lang really didn't know how to answer this. Auntie, don't talk about me. What does cousin's girlfriend do? It's a model and part-time dance teacher. Maybe you can even see it on TV. Fu Meiyun said with a smug look on her face. Model, dance teacher? Wait, I seem to have thought of something unimaginable. Not knowing why, Su Lang suddenly remembered the peripheral girl Jo Min that he met yesterday at the Rongtai Hotel. The same model, the same dance teacher. Can it be that he is Kong Mingren's girlfriend? Thinking this way, Su Lang's heart jumped. Could it be that Kong Mingren's girlfriend was a peripheral girl? However, very quickly, Su Lang shook his head and put this thought behind him. There shouldn't be such a coincidence in this world, right? Then congratulations to cousin. That's right. Fu Meiyun smiled smugly and said, Alright little Su, we're all family. There's no way great aunt would harm you. You take the time to go to Haicang Finance to see what the situation is. If the situation is not right, then hurry up and break up. Alright, we still have things to do, so we'll leave first. Let's see you on the weekend. While saying that, Fu Meiyun greeted Kong Jinming as he turned to leave. Auntie, why don't you stay for dinner? Let's forget about it today. We'll talk about it next time. Chapter 61. This feeling, very moist. What's the saying? The spirit of a person is refreshed when he meets a happy event. One thought of their own just 1 week, earned the previous half a year of commission. A night of sleepless process is still in high spirits. Awesome leasing company outside the door. Lu Chen holds his old waist that was overworked last night with one hand, while reaching out to push open the door of the company. Crunch, crunch. Just at this time, An ear-piercing shrill whistle sounded behind him. Turning his head to look, several Lamborghini supercars of different colors were parked at the company's entrance. Only one was delivered yesterday, and several more came today. Is this the world of the rich? Sighing silently in his heart, Lu Chen revealed a bright smile on his face and quickly greeted him. Everyone, is it Mr. Su who sent another car? Hurry up, drive towards the back warehouse. However, this time the ones who came down from the car were not youths in suits, but a group of drivers wearing racing suits and holding helmets. What's the situation? Lu Chen was a little confused. Boss, did you collect a Lambo here yesterday? Soon, a youth in his 20s amongst the crowd walked straight to Lu Chen. That's right. Lu Chen nodded his head smilingly. When the words came here, he sort of understood. Dare these people to make such a big battle is to rent a car. Is it necessary? Now where is that Lambo? It's in the warehouse. What? That car is mine, the youth said with a grim face. Yes, he was no one else. He was Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang was not a person who couldn't afford to lose. Willing to gamble, the Lamborghini now belonged to Su Lang. This was originally nothing, but what he never expected was that Su Lang would just make a big deal out of letting someone drive the car to the street for rent. The entire Beishan underground racing world, who didn't know that this Lambo was his car? This was his face. And now, by Su Lang so, the whole circle, all know about him. It was a big loss of face. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. After a night of thinking, Sun Xiang decided that no matter what price he paid today, he would get this car back. Lu Chen, the car is his? Lu Chen was confused. What is the situation of this? What's going on? You're talking nonsense in the morning? This car was clearly handed over to him by Su Lang. Young man, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but these words can't be said indiscriminately. I advise you to be careful with your words. Lu Chen straightened his waist, looked at Sun Xiang with an unkind face, and said in a deep voice, this car dealership of mine, although it's not big, but the big boss behind it, it's not something you can mess with. If it was before, he wouldn't have spoken so stiffly, but times are different today. The one standing behind him now was Su Lang. This was someone that even Xiao Yu had to call his brother. There's a saying that a prime minister has 7 ranks in front of his door. He is now the one who has a backer. Sun Xiang. He wanted to retort, but he was unable to do so. Su Lang is a person that even Xiao Yu has to willingly call brother. He really can't afford to mess with him. Gritting his teeth, Sun Xiang briefly said what happened. Wait, are you saying that this car was originally yours, but you have lost it to Mr. Su? That's right. So the purpose of your visit today is? I want to buy it back. Sun Xiang said through gritted teeth. Come on, what a simple thing, but you're pretending to be a half garlic here. Is it interesting or not? Lu Chen faintly swept a glance at Sun Xiang and said, I can't make a decision on this matter. Wait, I'll ask Mr. Su about it. While saying that, Lu Chen took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Su Lang's number. Hey, Mr. Su, there's something I need to ask you for instructions. Lu Chen briefly told Su Lang about the matter, with his left hand holding the steering wheel, his right hand. Su Lang wanted to caress Lin Xiaoxia's long legs to come, but think about it and forget it. The long legs are not as comfortable to touch as the gear lever. At this moment, Su Lang was single-handedly driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta on his way to Haicang Finance. Ding bell. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Pulling it out, it was Lu Chen's call. Glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao next to him, Su Lang pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Lu, is there something wrong? Mr. Lu, what's the matter? Lu Chen's legs shivered violently, almost not falling to the ground. According to past practice, Su Lang would either directly call him by his name or call him Manager Lu. Today, why did he even bring the word general with him? Can it be that there is something that he did not do right? Thinking about it, Lu Chen panicked. Lu Chen admitted that he couldn't let go of the feeling of making $80,000 in a week. Mr. Su, if there is something I didn't do right you can just tell me directly. I wouldn't dare to. In front of you. Ahem. Not waiting for Lu Chen to finish his words, Su Lang hurriedly coughed, interrupting Lu Chen's words. Mr. Lu, is there something I need to deal with? I'm on my way to send someone to work right now. I'll be there soon. Xiao, roll the window a little window. It's cold. Lin Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at Su Lang, then reached out and rolled up the window. Pretentious. Pretentious is as pretentious as it gets. Su Lang put his cell phone on the cell phone holder and smoothly tapped on the speakerphone. Xiao, Lin Xiaoxiao? Hearing this name, Lu Chen on the other end of the phone suddenly understood something. He thought of something that Su Lang had once specifically instructed before. If any woman named Lin Xiaoxiao or Fu Xiaowan asked, just say that Su Lang was an ordinary employee. Low profile. Lu Chen readjusted his emotions and said in a deep voice, Little Su, where are you? Now the company has a tricky thing. Need you to come back to deal with. When will you probably be able to arrive? Don't say. Lu Chen pretended to be decent. Su Lang's heart was greatly determined. There are about 20 minutes. Make it quick. This matter is very tricky. No problem. After answering the call, Su Lang directly hung up the phone. Just stop at the intersection in front. Lin Xiaoxia suddenly said. What? Don't you have something to do? You may not believe me when I say it. I am the boss of the company. Whether there is something or not, doesn't it all have to be up to me? The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked, decided to tease the beautiful woman beside him. Anyway, 20 minutes is too late. First send you to the company and then say, the big deal is that I will be criticized. And if not, I will be fired. Sorry, I didn't know. A strand of guilt grew on Lin Xiaoxiao's face. If you really feel guilty, then just give me a kiss. Su Long. Lin Xiaoxiao's face slumped all over her face and her breathing became thicker. Heavy a lot. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. Originally, he only wanted to tease Lin Xiaoxiao. As for Lin Xiaoxiao really kissing up, Su Lang did not even think about it. A few minutes later, the car Ferrari 166mm Barchetta stopped downstairs at Haicang Finance. Okay, don't be angry. I'm just driving for fun. Su Lang smiled brightly, but not waiting for him to finish his words. He felt a warm touch on his face. Turning his head to look, it was Lin Xiaoxia's hasty back, feeling very moist. Chapter 62, The Battle Appointment. Crunch. The tires rubbed against the ground, emitting an ear-piercing shrill. A fiery red Ferrari 166mm Barchetta steadily stopped at the entrance of the company. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly greeted it. Mr. Su. While speaking, Lu Chen reached out and pulled open the car door for Su Lang. What's the situation? There's a guy who wants to buy a car? Hui. Said his name is Sun Xiang. Su Lang. It's not over, is it? Led by Lu Chen. Su Lang quickly met Sun Xiang. Su Lang. Seeing Su Lang, Sun Xiang's face instantly turned red. He stood up from the stool with a jerk, his eyes staring at Su Lang with a deadly stare. A burning fire of anger was instantly ignited in his heart. It was this man in front of him who had made himself suffer humiliation. And even more so, he had become the laughingstock of the entire underground car world. What? Can't afford to lose? Bringing people to the door? Want to take the car back? Fatally swept Sun Xiang and his companions a glance. Su Lang coldly laughed. Originally, Sun Xiang was willing to gamble and accept defeat. Su Lang also slightly looked up to him. But now, Sun Xiang's behavior is obviously can't afford to lose. Can't afford to lose? Sun Xiang's teeth clenched. The anger in his heart has risen by a large margin for no reason at all. If he could, he hated to tear Su Lang into pieces and throw them into the river to feed the fish. But he knew he couldn't. No matter which way he looked at it, he and Su Lang were not on the same level. Making a move with Su Lang was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Huffing and puffing, taking 2 big gulps of rough air, Sun Xiang forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly said, Mr. Su, I, Sun Xiang, am willing to lose the bet. That Lamborghini is naturally yours. But, there is no need for you to insult me. Wait, what did I hear? Insulting Sun Xiang? Su Lang froze. Had he ever insulted Sun Xiang? It seemed that he hadn't. Sun Xiang, what do you mean by that? When did I insult you? Su Lang said. Hearing this, Sun Xiang gritted his teeth and said, when? Just yesterday. You clearly know that this car is my sign, yet you let your men drive my car and go around soliciting rentals. What is this not intentionally insulting me? There is this matter? Su Lang twisted his head to look at Lu Chen. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched, and he said with some embarrassment, Mr. Su, didn't you send someone to bring a message saying that you want to rent out the car as soon as possible? I'll just send Xiaohu to drive the car and yell. On the street, the Lamborghini Big Bull was Sun Xiang's signature, and many people knew about this matter. From a certain point of view, this was really an insult to Sun Xiang. However, an insult is an insult. What could he do about it? So, what do you want to say? Su Lang looked at Sun Xiang. I don't want to say anything, I just want to ask Mr. Su to give me an explanation. Sun Xiang said in a cold voice. An explanation? A sentence that directly made Su Lang laugh. Sun Xiang wanted to ask himself to give him an explanation. Was he not still awake? Who was he to give Sun Xiang an explanation? And what qualifications did Sun Xiang have to make him give an explanation? Account? Account for what? I need to give you an explanation? You are nothing but one of my defeated men. And now the Lamborghini Big Bull is already a private property belonging to me. I can deal with it however I want to deal with it now. Not to mention just driving it for rent. Even if I smash it now, no one will dare to say a word. Su Lang snapped. You. Sun Xiang was trembling with anger. Mr. Su, do you really want to be so desperate? Be a man and leave a thread, and we'll meet again in the future. You don't deserve it. Su Lang said with a cold smile while laughing, then beckoned towards Xiaohu. Xiao Hu, drive the car to the street for a few rounds. Understood. Xiao Hu nodded and turned to go. Stop. Sun Xiang was really anxious and took a step to stop in front of Xiao Hu. This time, the entire Beishan underground car community knew that he had come to the door to ask for a statement. If this time, he couldn't get the car back, then he would never want to raise his head in the underground car world. Little Hu, are you listening to me or to him? I said stand still. Sun Xiang's big hand beckoned. The crowd of juniors immediately surrounded Xiao Hu. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. This is to make a move. What? Say no more to make a move? Su Lang said. Who? Sun Xiang deftly suppressed the anger in his heart and tried his best to say in a calm tone. Mr. Su, I can't say you, and I don't want to make a move. I'll pay out of my own pocket today and buy the car back always. Originally, if Sun Xiang spoke properly, it is not impossible to sell it to him. After all, doing business, not picking people, as long as the price is right, anyone can sell. However, Sun Xiang came up to give an explanation, give a statement. Look, now Su Lang really do not sell. To put it bluntly, Su Lang really does not lack these few dollars. Also, this one-time sale, which is not as real as a long-lasting lease, not for sale. You, Sun Xiang glared at Su Lang with a pair of eyes of indignation, almost biting his teeth to pieces in anger. Originally, he had already made concessions and was only willing to pay out his own money to buy the car back. But what he never expected was that Su Lang would not even accept this. Su Lang was just humiliating him in a clear-cut manner. At this instant, he was really going crazy. Su Lang, let's settle things on the field. How about settling things on the field? How about that? As long as the stakes are right. Of course I'm fine with it. Anyway, he had master-level driving skills, and in this piece of racing, Su Lang had never really been a wimp. I don't have a problem. I'm afraid you don't have enough bets. Humph. Sun Xiang coldly snorted and said, don't worry, I Sun Xiang have nothing else, but there are still a few cars, but this time I have to make it clear to you in advance. This time the person who runs with you is not me. Do you dare to take it? As a personal experience? Sun Xiang understood Su Lang's strength better than anyone else. With his current strength, wanting to win against Su Lang was tantamount to a fool's dream. So this time, he wasn't going to go on by himself. He was going to shake people. Although he was the nominal head honcho of the North Mountain underground car world, but it wasn't like there weren't people who were more powerful than him, such as his own brother, Sun Tianlong. Hearing Sun Xiang's words, Su Lang smiled. Until now Sun Xiang had not realized the seriousness of the problem. As long as it wasn't a top driver like F1, Su Lang wasn't afraid. It doesn't matter. The end is the same anyway. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and casually responded. Good. Sun Xiang looked deeply at Su Lang and said, at 5 p.m. on the weekend. I'll wait for you at the usual place. I hope you'll still be this cocky by then. After saying that, Sun Xiang didn't make too many more stops and directly turned around and left. Fortunately, it was the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, Su Lang really couldn't go, because, tomorrow he had an appointment. Lu Qin, Mr. Su, what are your orders? Get ready to collect the car. Chapter 63, a long overdue family feast. On Saturday morning, the Beishan underground car world exploded. Sun Xiang is also considered a character in the underground racing circle in Beishan, and there are many people who pay attention to Sun Xiang's every move. In addition to the supercar for rent thing, the people who pay attention to Sun Xiang will be even more. For a while, the news of Sun Xiang and Su Lang's appointment spread throughout the circle. Have you heard about it? Sun Xiang made a date with someone. Not only have I heard about it, but I also know who the person who was asked to fight by Sun Xiang. Who is it? Mr. Zhao's big brother. His Duke Zhao's big brother. How big this background must be. For a while the crowd had different opinions on Su Lang's identity, and as a party to the whole thing, Sun Xiang, in the early morning waited in the Blues Cafe. He had an appointment with someone. Sun Tianlong. Sun Tianlong is his own brother, also a driver. Only compared to underground professional cars like him, Sun Tianlong is a real professional driver. He was now working for a team in Magic City. Ding bell. The wind chime at the entrance of the cafe let out a light ring. Immediately afterward, a youth of about 28 or 29 years old walked in. Brother, here. Sun Xiang hurriedly stood up and waved at Sun Tianlong. Brother, what to drink? Don't talk nonsense. Just say if you have something to say. I have to go back to training after that. Sun Tianlong waved his hand impatiently. As a professional racer in the true sense of the word, every second of his time was precious. If he didn't consider that Sun Xiang was his own brother, he wouldn't have come at all. Sun Xiang had already gotten used to Sun Tianlong's character, and he didn't get angry, but hurriedly said what happened. Brother, it's like this. Finished? Finished. Sun Tianlong nodded, got up and left. Sun Xiang? Brother, what do you mean? I don't have time to mess around with you, and there's still the trouble you've solved on your own, Sun Tianlong said. He'll take the corner at full speed. Sun Xiang said. What did you say? Sun Tianlong's footsteps jerked and twisted his head to look at Sun Xiang. What did you say? Say it again? He will corner at full speed. And it's a full-speed floating corner. Sun Xiang gritted his teeth and said, that's where I lost. Although it was very reluctant to admit it, this was indeed a fact that Sun Xiang had to admit. Brother, aren't you always looking for an expert to compete with? Su Lang is an expert. And don't you know, when he raced with me, he drove one-handed from start to finish. Sun Xiang roared, floating through corners at full speed, and still single-handed. At this moment, Sun Tianlong's eyes bloomed with a ray of radiant essence. It was like what Sun Xiang said, actually always secretly looking for experts to compete with, because only in this way could he keep sharpening his car skills. When Sun Xiang said that Su Lang would float through corners at full speed, Sun Tianlong had already come to be interested, and when Sun Xiang said that Su Lang had been driving with one hand, Sun Tianlong could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He wanted to race Su Lang for a lap, no matter what. He had a strong premonition that after this race, his driving skills would definitely have a great improvement. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. right? That's right, I'll be there. After saying that, Sun Tianlong turned around and left. Hearing Sun Tianlong's words, Sun Xiang let out a long breath, and the small heart that was hanging in his throat returned to his stomach. A moment later, his eyes gradually narrowed. Su Lang, this time I want to see how else you can win. The strength of an underground racer, and a real professional racer, were not above a grade. 5 p.m., Mint Court. Su Lang stood in front of the mirror and silently looked at himself in the mirror. I don't know if it's because of wearing the Armani handmade suit rewarded by the system. Looking left looks like Edward. Looking right looks like Robin Hood. Looking up looks like Yuan. And looking down looks like Hugu. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it's all very handsome. Packing up his things, Su Lang was ready to go out to the banquet with his parents. But just then, he received a call from Xiaoyu. Hey, Brother Long, did you have a date with Sun Xiang? Su Lang was a little surprised. How do you know? This matter is all spread in the circle. Not only do I know, now everyone in the circle knows. Xiaoyu said. Su Lang touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't want to be famous. Brother Long, do you know who Sun Xiang has found? How would I know that? It's his own brother, Sun Tianlong. Very powerful? Of course, Sun Tianlong is a serious professional driver. Oh, isn't that the same as Sun Xiang? Xiaoyu shook his head and said, No, Brother Wave, you're wrong. Although Sun Xiang can also be considered a professional driver, but he's an underground driver. To put it bluntly, he's a wild card. And Sun Tianlong is different. Sun Tianlong is a proper rider. He has joined the Magic City's team. Hearing this, Su Lang sort of understood. After saying so much, in fact, the meaning Xiaoyu wanted to express was very simple. Sun Xiang was wild, while Sun Tianlong was born in the science class. Sun Tianlong's strength was stronger than Sun Xiang, but what did it matter? He was the one who had master-level driving skills. Got it. No, Brother Wave, why don't you say something? Sun Tianlong is very strong. I know, Brother Long. Ugh, never mind. Brother Long, where are you now? I'll come over and talk to you face to face. Where? It's about to leave soon. If you say you're at home, then it's definitely too late in time. After thinking about it, Su Lang said, this way, I am now preparing to go to Taiha restaurant to eat. You can find me in the restaurant. Okay. Hanging up the phone, while the phone was still in his pants pocket, Su Lang dialed Lin Xiaoxia's number again. Beep beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Please dial again later. Hang up? Su Lang was not discouraged and dialed again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Please dial again later. Well, the phone call didn't work. Su Lang could only send a text message. 6 p.m. Taiha restaurant. Don't forget to go to the banquet. Well, done. Putting the phone back into his pants pocket, Su Lang's face revealed a wide smile. The scene from yesterday came back to his mind. Very moist. Lin Xiao, you have to calm down. Isn't it just a banquet? What's the big deal? Isn't it just kissing Su Lang? What's there to be embarrassed about? Have you kissed fewer kittens and puppies over the years? Eat more, talk less, eat and then sneak. Lin Xiaoxiao's pretty face was slightly red. At this time, she was frantic. Of course, for Lin Xiaoxiao's situation, Su Lang did not know. At this moment, he was with his parents, on the way to the restaurant. Chapter 64, I saw raindrops falling on the green grass. Taiha Restaurant 301 box. Su Lang's family just entered the box. Fu Meiyun enthusiastically stood up. Xiaowan, brother-in-law, you guys can be considered to be here. Come, quickly sit down. Little Su, has become handsome again. Looking at Su Lang who was dressed in a suit, the corner of Fu Meiyun's mouth unnaturally twitched. A moment later, she opened her mouth and asked, "Little Sue, how come it's just the three of you? Where's your girlfriend?" "Still on the way." "That's fine. Then let's wait. It just so happens that our family Mingrun and his girlfriend are also on their way," Fu Meiyun said smilingly. "By the way, Xiao Su, what I told you last time, did you go to the company to see it?" "Looked." Su Lang nodded his head. "How was the result? Is it just an average junior staff?" Fu Meiyun asked with an expectant face. However, Su Lang shook his head and said, "No people are really investment department managers." Fu Meiyun? This script was not right. An investment department manager of a financial company could look at Su Lang? "Little Sue, are you sure?" Su Lang smiled faintly and said, "If Auntie doesn't believe me, you can call and ask yourself. Her name is Lin Xiaoxiao, and many people know that." Hearing Su Lang's words, Fu Meiyun smiled sarcastically. A touch of disappointment flashed across her face. Su Lang had said his words to this extent, so 9 times out of 10 it was true. However, she just couldn't figure out, how could this Haicang Financial's investment manager look at Su Lang? "Must be ugly looking," Fu Meiyun muttered in a low voice. "Auntie, what is very ugly?" "No, nothing. By the way, little Sue should normally work quite hard, right?" Fu Meiyun hurriedly diverged from the topic. "Not bad, not too hard. Can't be right. I heard people say that being an agent should be very hard, right?" "Auntie, it all depends on the individual. Some people want to earn more money naturally hard. Some people earn less money naturally easy." Su Lang said, "I belong to the more relaxed group. Making less money?" Fu Meiyun secretly rejoiced in her heart, but her face was boarded up, saying, "Little Sue, don't blame your great aunt for talking about you. That's what's wrong with you. You figure it's easy to think it's okay to earn less money, but have you ever thought about it for the future? If you don't strive hard now, what will you do when you are old? Making less money?" Su Lang almost didn't laugh out loud. "Rent collection of tens of millions a year, understand?" Of course, thinking about it, Su Lang did not intend to say it. After all, this was something that was hard to explain. "Auntie, you are right. I will definitely work hard," Su Lang said. "That's more like it. Your cousin Mingren will be here in a while. He is now the sales minister of Haicang Group, with an annual salary of $1 million. He is also considered to be a company senior. Later I will help you ask if there is any suitable position in the company, and try to find a way to get you in. Not to mention 10 or 20,000 a month, but it's still better than your 3 to 5,000. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Not to mention 10 or 20,000. Even if it was 30 or 50,000. Right now Su Lang did not even put it in his eyes. "Auntie, I think my current job is quite good," Su Lang said. "I say you this child, how can you not take in the oil and salt? We are all family. Can I still harm you? This matter is settled," Fu Meiyun said with a stern face. "Harming me is not so much. It's just that she will endlessly pretend to be a pussy." As for his great aunt, Su Lang has not learned much since he was a child. Su Lang can be sure that the matter of getting himself into the Haicang Group is just a casual remark by Fu Meiyun. When Kong Mingren came later, he would definitely find all kinds of reasons to shirk. "Then thank you, great aunt. It's all right. We are all family. Our family Mingren is now making a fortune. If we don't help you as a cousin, who will we help?" Fu Meiyun giggle laughed. "Su Lang, knock knock knock." Just at this time, the door of the box was suddenly knocked. Immediately afterward, a man and a woman pushed the door in. The man was naturally Kong Mingren, while the woman was his girlfriend. "Second aunt, uncle, cousin, long time no see." Kong Mingren greeted in a friendly manner. "Mingren, long time no see. The one next to you is your girlfriend, right? Looks just like a star." Fu Shaoan directly stood up and said with a smile. Kong Mingren smiled smugly, then turned his head to Zhou Min and said, "Xiao Min, this is second aunt, auntie husband, and my cousin Su Lang." However, Zhou Min didn't care about Kong Mingren's words at all. Her gaze fell on Su Lang from the moment she entered the door. "Isn't this Mr. Su?" Zhou Min was confused at that moment. Kong Mingren was one of her many spares, and today she was just accompanying Kong Mingren to have a meal, and as a result, she never expected to see Su Lang at the meal. Of course, Zhou Min was not the only one who was confused. There was also Su Lang, although before, Su Lang had also thought about whether Kong Mingren's model girlfriend would be the peripheral girl Zhou Min, but Su Lang only thought about it. He did not think that there were such coincidental things in this world. However, often reality was so cruel. Zhou Min was standing right in front of his eyes. Su Lang did not know what to say, and when Kong Mingren saw Zhou Min staring at Su Lang, his face suddenly became gloomy. Every time it would be like this. Since childhood, whenever a girl beside himself saw Su Lang, she would be attracted by his face value. This caused the anger in Kong Mingren's heart to rise another big chunk. Xiao Min, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and say hello," Kong Mingren said with some dissatisfaction. Su, cough cough, Hello sister-in-law, my name is Su Lang, you call me Little Su just. Not waiting for Jo Min to finish her words, Su Lang directly interrupted her. Jo Min froze, looked at the people around her, and then looked at Su Lang. It was as if she understood something. Su Lang, this is not wanting to expose his identity. Little Su, humph. Kong Mingren snorted coldly and looked deeply at Su Lang. Kong Mingren's expression Su Lang naturally saw, but Su Lang thought about it and chose to forgive him. After all, with a green grass on top of his head, it was only right to be a bit grumpy. Everyone was seated, and soon Fu Meiyun began to order. While ordering, she casually asked, "Son, you also know your cousin's situation. All day long dusty, all year round still can't earn a few money. Your company recently has any suitable position? If so, put your cousin also stuffed in? Mom, you also know, I've only just entered the company. I haven't even established my footing yet. Mingrun, Xiao Su is your cousin. We are all family. Mom, it's not a matter of family or not." Kong Mingren swept Su Lang with the corner of his eye, then said with a helpless face, "Mom, you also know that Haicang Group is a big company. The requirements for positions are very strict. The minimum is 211,985 graduated college students. What kind of education does Xiao Su have? Second degree. That's a pity." Fu Meiyun was full of regret. Chapter 65, Pretending to be a badass. Successfully pulling back a city. Kong Mingren's eyes flashed a faint smile, but his face was filled with a helpless expression. "Cousin, this matter, you shouldn't blame cousin for not helping you. Cousin also really can't help it." Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and smiled indifferently. "It's fine, my current job is quite good." Also, Kong Mingren nodded with an agreeable face and said, "Cousin, to be honest, sometimes I'm quite envious of you." "Envious?" Su Lang smiled and cooperatively asked. "How?" "Being a real estate agent, although the salary is a little less, but it's better than not having much pressure. Although your cousin now earns $1 million a year, but the burden on his shoulders is very heavy. Every day is like walking on thin ice." Kong Mingren said. This time, he didn't tell lies. The burden on his shoulders was indeed very heavy. The entire sales department, hundreds of people under his management, plus he was new to the job. His pressure was indeed great. "Then change your job." "Alas, cousin, you don't understand. Although I am now working under pressure, but the corresponding upside is also large. According to the current situation, in less than 2 or 3 years, I'll be able to become the manager of a subsidiary of the Haicang Group. At that time, the annual salary is several times of the current one, and may even break through 10 million. The bitterness now is just for the sweetness in the future." Kong Mingren said while turning his gaze to Su Lang, saying, "It's you cousin, you still look quite relaxed right now, but have you ever thought about the future? When you start a family, you will need money in every aspect. Can you support a family with this $3,000 to $4,000? Can you create a good education for your son? Can you?" Watching Kong Mingren talking his head off, Jo Min on the side almost stared her eyes out. Other people didn't know Su Lang's identity, but Jo Min that was clear as day. Su Lang is a person who even Xiao Yu should willingly call brother. The annual salary of 1 million in the eyes of others, that is a slag. But now Kong Mingren even said in front of Su Lang what first bitter then sweet. At this moment, Jo Min's entire worldview was completely turned upside down. She truly didn't know where this guy Kong Mingren got his courage from. "Cousin, did you understand what I said?" Kong Mingren smiled smugly and said, "It's good if you understand. As long as you are willing to suffer, you will be able to get ahead. Don't worry, we are a family. I will definitely help you as much as possible." Knock knock. As Kong Mingren was speaking, the door to the compartment was snapped. Immediately after, Lin Xiaoxiao walked in. Sorry, I've kept you all waiting." Silence, deadly quiet. The moment Lin Xiaoxiao stepped into the box, the entire box fell silent all of a sudden. Everyone looked at Lin Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. Today's Lin Xiaoxiao changed her usual professional dress and wore a skirt, and her hair, which was usually coiled behind her head, was also put down today. A light blue long skirt, paired with white high heels, plus a head of black and beautiful hair. The whole person looked just like a fairy, instantly stunning the crowd. "You are?" Kong Mingren asked suspiciously. "Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Xiaoxiao." Su Lang stood up and said with a smile. Kong Mingren's face instantly clouded over. Was Jo Min pretty? It was indeed quite pretty. A model plus a dance teacher. Whether it was her face or her figure, there was nothing to say. But compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, she was not even close. Kong Mingren's original good mood instantly disappeared. Of course, Kong Mingren wasn't the only one with an unhappy face. There was also Fu Meiyun. In her script, Su Lang's girlfriend should be very ugly. But what was the result? The truth directly shocked her jaw off. Su Lang's girlfriend wasn't just good-looking, she was excessively good-looking. Jo Min was just like a turkey in front of her. Just thinking about this, Fu Meiyun could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. However, embarrassment was relative. While Fu Meiyun was embarrassed, Fu Xiaowan was happy in her heart. Previously, Su Lang had been squeezed, but she had been holding her breath. For the sake of now, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, Fu Xiaoyuan smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, let me introduce you. This is the great aunt, uncle, and Su Lang's cousin, Kong Mingrun. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head one by one and gave a friendly greeting. That's right, Xiaoxiao. Tell your great aunt about your job description. We were just chatting about you, Fu Xiaowan said with a smile. There was sarcasm in those words. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Lang suspiciously. Seeing that Su Lang didn't move, Lin Xiaoxiao then continued to speak. Actually, there's not much to chat about my job content. Every day is just staring at the A-share market, then buying low and selling high. Buy low, sell high? It doesn't seem to be that difficult. Fu Meiyun's eyes turned and interjected. Then your salary should be very high. $300,000 a year. Hearing this, Fu Meiyun let out a long breath. A smile was also unconsciously brought to her face. 300,000 yearly salary. A huge difference than her son. 30 yearly salary. Not bad, barely a third of my son's. Fu Meiyun said. Auntie, you don't understand the investment industry. We do investment as annual salary is only a small part of the salary. More of the salary comes from the commission of the entire department. Lin Xiaoxia said. Commission? Ha! Fu Meiyun scoffed. How much could the commission be? A few $1,000s a month was too much. Of course, Fu Meiyun did not directly say it. She was an elder after all, and the shelf still had to be there. How much is the commission? This thing can't be said. On average it's about 100,000 a month. Fu Meiyun? 100,000 a month? She didn't hear wrong, right? How much? 2 days ago made a single. Helped the company earn 132 million, according to the 10% commission. To my hands should be like 132,000. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Fu Meiyun earned 130,000 in a single order? Fu Meiyun was almost not scared to death. This was unlikely, right? This is not robbing money. Son, this is true? Fu Meiyun turned his head to Kong Mingren. But it's not true. Mom, the financial industry is like this. The ability to make money is one of the best in all industries. Kong Mingren said with a helpless face. If it was someone else, Kong Mingren could still pretend to be a pussy. But in front of Lin Xiaoxia, he didn't even have the capital to show off. The financial industry was like this. Sometimes the money earned from a single transaction was more than he had worked for a whole year. Gulp. Fu Meiyun carefully swallowed her saliva. Son, why isn't this hotel serving food yet? Go with mom and ask. Good. Without any hesitation, Kong Mingren agreed in one bite. Chapter 66. Kong Mingren, feeling like I'm good again. Click. Closing the door to her room. Fu Meiyun couldn't tense up any longer, and her face instantly collapsed. She just couldn't figure out why things had turned out this way. The original Su family had always been her object of display, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that things had changed. The Su family had found a powerful daughter-in-law, and no matter what aspect, she was no worse than Kong Mingren, so she instantly couldn't show off anymore. The feeling of falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley. Don't mention how hard it was. She couldn't figure out how Lin Xiaoxiao, such a beautiful woman, could look at Su Lang, a poor boy. Such a beautiful woman should be matched with her own son. The more she thought about it, the more Fu Meiyun felt that it should be so. Son, why don't you go and snatch that Lin Xiaoxiao over? Fu Meiyun said with a puff of anger. Snatch? The corners of Kong Mingren's mouth twitched. Could he rob her? There were generally two ways to snatch a woman. One is to use money to directly knock the woman out. The other is to use her looks to seduce her. Lure. But these two ways, at this moment, are not practical. If it was an ordinary girl, Kong Mingren could use money to knock her out. But Lin Xiaoxiao was different. She herself was rich. Plus, Su Lang's looks. As much as Kong Mingren didn't want to admit it, what he had to admit again was that with his face value, the probability of stealing Lin Xiaoxiao from Su Lang was almost zero. Kong Mingren let out a long breath and said, Mom, forget it, let's not show off in front of Su Lang in the future. Fu Meiyun nodded with a depressed face. Mom, you go in first. I'll go to the front desk to ask about serving food. While saying this, Kong Mingren walked towards the front desk. But just in the moment Kong Mingren turned around, the remaining light from the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Xiao Yu. Xiao. At this moment, Kong Mingren was instantly excited. He never expected that he would meet Xiao Yu here. Xiao. Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Mingren quickly stepped towards Xiao Yu to welcome him. After talking to Su Lang on the phone, Xiao Yu rushed to Taiha Hotel without stopping, wanting to have an interview with Su Lang. After rushing, he finally arrived at Tai He restaurant half an hour later. Just when he wanted to find Wan Jianhai to ask Su Lang's location, a familiar voice came to his ears. Xiao Xiao. Looking up, something looked familiar. It seems like I've seen it before in the company. It seems like it's the sales director. What was the name again? For a moment Xiao Yu did not really think of it. Kong Ming ran 3 steps and do 2 steps. Straight to the front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yung, you are the company's sales director? Xiao Yu asked. Xiao Xiao still recognizes me. Kong Mingrun was immediately overjoyed. It's me. I am the company's sales director. Kong Mingrun. Kong Mingrun said with a rushed face. HM. Xiao Yu nodded lightly and said, came to eat? Didn't I just come back from Yinjing? So I got together with my relatives and friends. Xiao Yung, this trip is? There is something. Xiao Yu casually responded, but his eyes swept back and forth throughout the restaurant. There is something? The opportunity to make a merit has arrived. Kong Mingrun's heart was shaken, and he immediately patted his chest and said, if Xiao Xiao needs to use my Kong Mingrun's place, feel free to command. There's no need. I'm just looking for someone. Xiao Xiao, who are you looking for? I'm familiar with this area. I'll help you find it. Kong Mingrun said with an eager face. Forget it, it's better for me to do it myself. Xiao Yu waved his hand. He would not let use Kong Mingrun. He didn't know how this person's emotional quotient was. In case he angered Brother Wave, then it would be more than worth it. Well, Xiao Yu had said his words here. Kong Mingrun had no choice. With a secret cry of pity, he pulled Fu Meiyun back to the box. Xiao Yu suffered another round around the hall. Never saw Su Lang's sound figure, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Su Lang's words. Brother Long, I have arrived. Where are you? I'm eating in box 301. Just push the door in directly. That's fine, I'll come right away. 301? Isn't this the box Kong Mingrun just went into? Can't it be that it was Kong Mingrun who dined with Brother Long? What's the situation? Xiao Yu walked towards the box with a confused face. Box 301. Fu Meiyun was recounting what had just happened with her eyebrows flying. After Xiao Yu appeared, Fu Meiyun found the capital to show off again. Since her looks were no good and her salary was no match, she could only compare her connections. Does Xiao Xiao know? The young master of the Hebang group. He is friends with our family Mingrun. Originally he wanted to come in and say hello to everyone, but Mingrun can only politely decline considering this is a family dinner. But Xiao Xiao said that next time he will be the host and treat us all to dinner. Fu Meiyun was speaking with a fluttering brow, while Kong Mingrun quietly raised his head. Although there was an element of exaggeration in Fu Meiyun's words, 8 or 9 of them were not too far from the truth. Cousin, later if there's a chance, I'll introduce Xiao Xiao to you. Don't you want to get into the Hebang group? As long as Xiao Xiao nods, then everything is not a problem. Kong Mingrun said proudly. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became odd. Whether it was Lin Xiao Xiao or Zhou Min, they all looked at Kong Mingrun with complicated faces. Other people were not clear about the relationship between Su Lang and Xiao Yu, but they were clear about it. Xiao Yu had long since become Su Lang's little brother, but knowing that, they did not rush to say it. Ding bell. Just at this time, the cell phone in Su Lang's pocket rang. Pulling it out, the caller ID was Xiao Yu's number. After a slight hesitation, Su Lang pressed the answer button. Brother Long, I've arrived. Where are you? Without waiting for Su Lang to open his mouth, Xiao Yu's voice already came from the cell phone. I'm eating in box 301. Just push the door in directly. That's fine. I'll come. Right away. Simply said 2 sentences. Su Lang silently put down the cell phone. Looking at the great aunt who was speaking with a fluttering brow, Su Lang felt that the plot later on would definitely be very exciting. Little Su, you have something? Seemingly seeing Su Lang's abnormality, Fu Meiyun gazed at Su Lang. Nothing, just a friend asked me where I am. Su Lang casually responded. Little Su, don't blame great aunt for talking too much. It's okay to make friends, but you must make friends that are helpful to you. Look at our family Mingrun. All the people he has made friends with are big young men like Xiao Xiao. These days, connections are capital. Fu Meiyun said smugly. Connections are capital? Aha! Su Lang felt that this sentence was right. Great aunt, you're right. That's right. Fu Meiyun's head shot up and said, alright, let's talk about Xiao Xiao again. Click. Just at this time, the door to the room of the box was pushed open, and then a youth around 20 years old appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yu, the young master of the Hebang group. At this moment, the entire box fell violently silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yu's body. Chapter 67, he is actually Xiao Yu's brother. Others were not clear, but Kong Mingrun was clear. What invite to dinner? What greetings that are Fu Meiyun in blowing great? But he never thought, Fu Meiyun blowing great, actually really put Xiao Yu to blow. At this moment, Kong Mingrun, not to mention how excited, Xiao Yu's action, fully reflected his own position in his mind. As for Xiao Yu to come for another purpose? Impossible. In the entire box, he was the only one who had crossed paths with Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu didn't come to find him, who else could he find? Xiao, quickly please sit down. We are just a general family banquet. Your good intentions, we appreciate it. How can we let you personally run a trip? Kong Mingren said in a panic. Shut up, Xiao Yu sternly interrupted Kong Mingren's words. Can't you see that I was about to greet Brother Su? Kong Mingren was dumbfounded and couldn't help but froze. Xiao, which major young man is Brother Su? There's no Brother Su here? However, Xiao Yu completely ignored Kong Mingren and walked straight towards Su Lang and Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, Brother Su, sister-in-law. Fu Xiao Yuan froze, Su Changlin froze, and Fu Meiyun couple froze. The entire 301 box, except for Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Min and Su Lang, everyone froze. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu dumbfounded. On one side was a plain and ordinary teenager in his 20s, and on the other side was the famous young man of Beishan, the future heir of the He Bang group. At this moment, Xiao Yu even honored Su Lang as brother. Kong Mingren stayed in place, the corners of his eyes twitching, his face full of white. Xiao Yu had actually come to find Su Lang. This scene set off monstrous waves in their hearts. They could hardly believe their eyes. Su Lang was only a small real estate agent. What qualifications did he have to be Xiao Yu's brother? Xiao, you can't be recognizing the wrong person, right? He is my cousin, not any Su brother, Kong Mingren said while contemptuously sweeping Su Lang. Who knows that the originally peaceful Xiao Yu Sudden's face suddenly changed, coldly glanced at Kong Mingren and said, Are you questioning me? Xiao, scram. Kong Mingren's face changed and he silently retreated back to the corner. I told you to roll, you didn't hear. Xiao Yu was unforgiving. Kong Mingren was full of embarrassment. He didn't want to leave. If he left, then his face today was even lost. But Xiao Yu forced him to leave. Okay, this is my cousin. Humph. With a cold snort, Xiao Yu redirected his gaze to Su Lang. Brother Lang, I have something to find you. Can we talk somewhere else? Su Lang turned his head to look at his parents and said, Dad, Mom, I'll have a chat with Xiao Yu. Oh, good. At this time, Fu Xiaowan had been completely dumbfounded. She could only nod her head by instinct now. The door of the box closed with a loud bang. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses from their daze. Xiaowan, what the hell is going on here? Fu Meiyun asked with a red face full of embarrassment. At this moment, she suddenly realized that her nephew Su Lang, I'm afraid it wasn't as simple as she imagined. When she thought of her ridicule just now, Fu Meiyun could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. What's going on? You ask me. Who do I ask? Fu Xiaoyuan was filled with confusion and muttered, Who can tell me what's going on? What is the role of her own son? She as a mother is clearer than anyone else. But suddenly one day, a top-rich second generation, suddenly ran to his face, and then with a respectful face called Su Lang brother. This moment, can put Fu Xiaowan confused. She now desperately wanted to know the answer. But unfortunately, no one spoke in the entire box. Lin Xiaoxia and Zhou Min, the only two knowers. One chose to be silent. The other simply did not dare to speak. Outside the door, Xiao Yu then opened a box. Brother Wave, what the hell is going on here? Like Fu Xiaowan, Xiao Yu was also filled with confusion. In Xiao Yu's script, he had always thought that Su Lang was a great young man from one of Yanjing's big families. However, as far as the current situation was concerned, things did not seem to be so. Su Lang's parents were just two ordinary people, and Su Lang did not seem to be a great young man either. If he wasn't sure that Su Lang had many world-class luxury cars under his name, Xiao Yu would have somewhat suspected that Su Lang was a fraud. What's the situation? Su Lang gave Xiao Yu a puzzled look. Brother Long, aren't you a Yanjing magnate? Xiao Yu asked. Did I say that I'm a Yanjing magnate? Xiao Yu. Well, this thing is not really there. Yanjing big young man, foreign tycoon. This is all his guess. Then your car? Xiao. It's not like Yanjing de Xiao is the only one in this world who can get these cars. Let me put it to you this way. I am a native of Beishan, and everything I have now, I rely on myself. Su Lang said with a smile. Well, Su Long felt that he was indeed starting from nothing. 2 weeks ago, he was a poor man, and these 2 weeks, he only did one thing, wait for the system to refresh, and then ruthlessly pull the wool over the system. Hiss. Hearing Su Lang's words, Xiao Yu immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Relying on himself, Su Lang had started from nothing. Although Xiao Yu was a playboy, he was not stupid. He understood how difficult it was to start from nothing, and now Su Lang not only did it, but did it well. At this moment, instead of Xiao Yu belittling Su Lang, on the contrary, Su Lang's image grew taller and taller in his heart. Brother, you're awesome, Xiao Yu said with a face of adoration. Awesome? Not bad. After all, there is a system of people, powerful a little, that is also should be. With a slight smile, Su Lang said, Okay, say business. You find me is not to tell me about Sun Tianlong's matter? What exactly is his situation? Right, say Sun Tianlong. Xiaoyu nodded while nodding his head. Then while pulling out his cell phone from his pants pocket, he clicked on a video and placed it in front of Su Lang. On the video was a Porsche 911 Turbo, and at the moment he was speeding on the track. The speed was very fast. Just based on Su Lang's judgment, the speed was at least above 180 kilometers per hour. At first, Su Lang did not feel anything. After all, the car driving fast, technology is not necessarily good. The time to really show the skill was in the curves. But soon, Su Lang's eyes gradually narrowed. The video 911 Turbo's cornering speed is very fast, and the whole process does not have the slightest excess action. He pursues the fastest speed and the shortest distance. Su Lang roughly judged that it was about the same speed as his own drifting through the corner. Brother Long, this is what I asked someone to get. A video from Sun Tianlong's internal training. His cornering speed is very fast, Xiaoyu said with a solemn face. Sun Tianlong was different from a wild child like Sun Xiang. He was a serious professional racer. Both his technique and his desire to win were not comparable to Sun Xiang. Very fast indeed. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent face, Brother Long, aren't you going to say something? Say what? We used the computer to compare. Sun Tianlong's cornering speed is about the same as you. Brother Long, you're right, he does have strength, but it's not a big problem for me, Su Lang said with a smile. Sun Tianlong was strong, but master-level driving skills were no joke. Chapter 68 Kong Mingren, so the clown was myself all along. Box 301. The atmosphere was terribly heavy, as if a single breath would kill someone. Xiaoyu's own aura silenced everyone except Su Lang. Xiaoyu's aura was useless against Su Lang, but it was still strong against others. The future heir of the Hebang Group, the famous rich second generation of Beishan City, an existence with hundreds of millions of dollars. With this heavy identity pressing down, the pressure on ordinary people could be imagined. Uncle, aunt, I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. This is Wanda's shopping card with 100,000 inside, even if it's a little token of my appreciation to auntie and uncle. While saying that, Xiaoyu pulled out a shopping card from his pocket and then handed it over to Fu Xiaowan's hand. The attitude was respectful, giving the impression as if Fu Xiaowan and Su Changlin were not strangers, but Xiaoyu's two elders. Fu Xiaoyuan froze, in the face of Xiaoyu's sudden move. She had a feeling of being at a loss for words for a moment. The biggest red packet Fu Xiaoyuan had received so far was only a few $100s. But now, Xiaoyu raised his hand and it was $100,000. This was a whole $100,000. It was about the same as the Su family's income for a year. Are you moved? Undeniably, Fu Xiaowan is indeed moved. After all, she can now get this money as long as she reaches out. But being moved doesn't mean you have to act. This money is hot. Who, after letting out a long breath, Fu Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice, Xiao, thank you for your good intentions, but I can't accept this money. Auntie, I'm a good brother with a wave brother. Just call me Xiaoyu. This shopping card, take it as a meeting gift from me to you, Xiaoyu said smilingly. A gift to meet? Xiaoyu does not say that, okay. This violently said, Fu Xiaowan will be more afraid to accept. Xiaoyu, this money auntie really can't accept. Aunt, mom, just accept it. Seeing that Fu Xiaowan still want to shirk, this time Su Lang interjected. This money you will be quite. Xiaoyang advanced to my salary. Salary? Fu Xiaowan looked at Su Lang in doubt. Mom, I found a new job some time ago, and am now working at the company under Xiao's name, Su Lang said. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly opened his mouth to concur. Right, auntie, you don't know. Now that Brother Long is already the vice president of the company, this money can be considered as Brother Long's advance salary. Who? Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaowan let out a long breath, and a smile reappeared on her face with a serious expression. Since this is the case, then this meet and greet gift, auntie will accept it first. Xiaoyu, in the future, if Su Lang does anything bad, you can just tell me directly. I will teach him a lesson for you. After saying that, Fu Xiaowan again looked at Su Lang and said with a solemn face, Brat, follow Xiao and work well. Do you hear me? Who doesn't want their son to be a dragon? Who doesn't want their son to be capable? In the past, there was just no opportunity. But now, the opportunity was right in front of her eyes. She naturally did not want Su Lang to miss it. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand with an indifferent face. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. Brat, Fu Xiaowan spat, but her eyes were full of joy. Her own son is a matter of fact. She is happier than anyone else. Corner, Kong Mingren stood there dumbfounded, looking at his own cousin who had never looked at him squarely. Just a moment ago, he also disliked Su Lang's low education, asserting that Su Lang could not enter the Hebang Group. But who would have thought that after only half an hour, things had ushered in a 360 degrees reversal. Su Lang changed into Xiao Yu's vice president of the company. Even Xiao Yu have to respectfully call a wave brother. At this moment, his heart suddenly produced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. When can he let Xiao Yu respectfully call a brother? 10 years? 20 years? 30 years? More likely, he would never be able to do so? The more Kong Mingren thought, the more despair he felt in his heart. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. Hebang Group, General Manager's office door, Xiao Yu and Xiao Jianxian's conversation. The young man surnamed Su, that's Brother Long, driving with one hand. It all lines up. It turns out that the Long brother that Xiao Yu was talking about at that time was really Su Long. So he's really strong. It turns out that the clown has always been myself. Fu Meiyun was even more eager to gouge out her own eyes. She didn't want to believe everything that was happening in front of her. But Xiao Yu's longing face seemed to indicate that it was all true. Fu Meiyun suddenly felt ridiculous. What she had done before was like a jumping clown in Su Lang's eyes. Kang Jinming on the side silently shook his head. He looked deeply at Su Lang. At this moment in his eyes, Su Lang was no longer a salted fish, leaning on the big tree of Xiao Yu. After today, Su Lang was considered to have completely turned over. It could be imagined that it wouldn't take too long for the Su family to finish surpassing them. In the future, they no longer have the qualifications to show off in front of Su Lang. But this was good. Anyway, he was already tired of his old age. Taking a long breath, Kang Jinming gazed at Su Lang and said, "Little Su, since you have this opportunity, then follow Xiao Xiao to do a good job." "Well, thank you auntie." Su Lang nodded smilingly. For Kang Jinming, this aunt-in-law, Su Lang didn't hate it. He was different from Fu Meiyun. For showing off, he had always maintained an attitude against it. Only he and Su Changlin the same. Our rakiers simply cannot control Fu Meiyun. Cheer up and strive to make a name for yourself. Okay. Knock knock knock. Right at this time, the door of the box was knocked once again. Immediately after that, the manager of Taiha Hotel, Wan Jianhai, walked in. "Xiao Xiao, what kind of wind blew you here?" And didn't make a call in advance. Halfway through his words, Wan Jianhai suddenly stopped. His eyes looked towards Su Lang and tentatively asked, "Mr. Su, just now, Wan Jianhai received the news and knew about Xiao Yu's arrival, so he thought of coming to say hello." But who would have thought that before he could finish his words, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Su Lang's figure. With the Pagani Huayra's thick roar still lingering in his ears, he did not expect to see Su Lang again. "Mr. Su, Xiao Xiao, why didn't you guys say hello when you came? Waiter, where's the waiter? Hurry up and bring out my treasured bottle of 82 Lafite. Today I'm going to drink 3 cups of pain with my 2 honored guests." Soon a bottle of Lafite was brought in by the waiter. "Mr. Su, delivering Lafite? What the hell?" It was so hard for them to accept Xiao Yu's existence, and now a Wan Jianghai has drilled out. Now the people in the venue are baffled again. Chapter 69, I have a friend who's been greened. Brother Su? Mr. Su, just how many more identities does Su Lang have? The surprise brought by Xiao Yu hadn't receded yet, and now Wan Jianhai popped up again. This made everyone's eyes widen. Headache. From the moment Wan Jianhai entered the door, Su Lang's head started to hurt. Just a moment ago, he had barely managed to muddle through Xiao Yu's good deed, but now another Wan Jianhai popped out. For a moment, Su Lang really didn't know what to say. Ahem. Su Lang hurriedly coughed and said, "Mr. Wan, look at what you are saying." "What, Mr.? No, we are all old acquaintances. No need to be so polite." While saying that, Su Lang was frantically making eyes towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? At this moment, Xiao Yu was also confused. In the past, he often came to Tai He restaurant to consume, and he was no stranger to Wan Jianhai, and was considered an old acquaintance of his. However, he really didn't know that Wan Jianhai and Su Lang knew each other. However, looking at Su Lang constantly blinking at himself, Xiao Yu also understands what he should do now. Round up the scene. "Old one, we are all old friends. No need to be polite. Auntie, let me introduce to you. This is Wan Jianhai, the general manager of Taiha Hotel. A few of us are friends," Xiao Yu said smilingly. While speaking, Xiao Yu's right hand silently rested on Wan Jianghai's shoulder, and in passing, pressed hard. It seems that the situation is not right. Wan Jianhai looked at Su Lang, and then looked at Fu Xiaowan on the side. As the manager of the hotel, he had seen a lot of people of all shapes and sizes, and when he saw the situation, his heart was immediately clear. "Mr. Su, this is wanting to carry out a low profile to the end." A faint smile appeared on Wan Jianghai's face as he said, "Auntie, I was a little too excited just now. Now let me formally introduce myself. I'm Wan Jianghai, the general manager of this hotel. Xiao Xiao is right. Su Lang and I are old acquaintances." "Old acquaintances?" Fu Xiaowan was skeptical. The previous Xiao Yu was already enough to surprise her, and now there was another Wan Jianhai. Fu Xiaoyuan suddenly felt that her brain was a little short. How did you guys meet? Some time ago, the hotel had a bad debt. It was Mr. Su who helped to get it back. I've always wanted to thank Mr. Su, but I never had the chance. So today I finally have the chance. Wan Jianghai said with an excited face. All of your consumption today is on my head. Charge it to me? Fu Xiaowan looked at Su Lang. Then Su Lang silently nodded. This is my other part-time job. If you say collect the bill, then collect the bill. I'll cooperate with your performance through and through. Okay. She had no idea at all, but it doesn't matter. She knows that as long as her son is getting better, it's fine. Seeing that Fu Xiaowan didn't move, Wan Jianhai hurriedly poured a glass of wine for himself and Su Lang with nimble hands. Mr. Su, I toast to you. Saying that, Wan Jianhai directly drank it all in one go. After the toast, Wan Jianhai didn't make too much of a stop and excused himself as having something to do and directly retired. And Xiaoyu also turned around to leave with a confession. Click. As the door of the room closed, in the entire box, only Su Lang and Kong Mingrun were left. From the time they entered, to the time they left, there was only a short 10 or so minutes in between. But this 10 or so minutes of time had caused a feeling of monstrous waves to rise up in their hearts. If they hadn't seen that expensive bottle of Lafite on the table, they wouldn't even have believed that what was happening in front of them was real. Gulp. Fu Meiyun carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with trepidation, Xiao Su, what's wrong, great aunt? What happened in the past? It is great aunt who is not good. You must not take it to heart. Fu Meiyun said, it's okay, we are all family. Don't be so polite. If cousin wants me to help, just say it. I will definitely help if I can. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Fu Meiyun, a family? I will definitely help if I can. Isn't this what I just said? For some reason, Fu Meiyun's heart was suddenly clogged with panic. A family gathering ended with such an unexpected turn of events. Fu Meiyun left with her belly full of questions. Unwillingly, Kang Jinming's father and son also followed closely behind. Cousin, wait. Just at this time, Su Lang suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Kong Mingrun, Cousin, is there something else? At this moment, Kong Mingrun had already lost his previous arrogance, and looked at Su Lang with a hint of fear in his eyes. Su Lang did not rush to speak, but walked straight to the front of Kong Mingrun, whispered, Cousin, let's borrow a step to speak. Secretive. Although puzzled, Kong Mingrun still followed Su Lang to the corner. I have a question I want to ask you. Su Lang said. What question? I have a friend who has been green, but he doesn't know it himself. Do you think I should tell him? Su Lang said with a smile. Then of course, but I don't know how to remind him. It's also too hurtful, so I can only talk to him silently. I hope one day he'll understand. Kong Myung Jin? For some reason, a bad feeling suddenly rose in Kong Mingrun's heart. Su Lang, who is this friend of yours? Kong Mingrun gritted his teeth. I'm talking to him. Boom! Su Lang's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, which directly shook Kong Mingrun's head. He had never dreamed that things would turn out like this. For Zhou Min, he had invested a lot of money, and it was not easy to get his hands on her. However, listening to Su Lang's meaning, Zhou Min had actually turned him green. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cousin, you lied to me. You lied to me, right? Kong Mingrun's teeth were clenched, and his gaze was dead on Su Lang. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Zhou Min would green him. This must be Su Lang lying to him. Yes, it must be. Ugh, Su Lang sighed, then reached out and patted Kong Mingrun's shoulder. Cousin, be strong. Although it hurt, what needs to be said still needs to be said. After all, it was like what great aunt Fu Meiyun said. They were family. A family should help each other. Su Lang couldn't just stand by and watch Kong Mingrun get madly cuckolded. Could he? Damn, Kong Mingrun's teeth were clenched and his face was green with anger. Cousin, relax. This is actually a good thing. Su Lang persuaded. Su Lang, you, being green or a good thing? What kind of reasoning is this? Su Lang was just deliberately burying him. Cousin, you think carefully. Now found out early, while not married, but also can be quick and easy. This if you get married later, in case there is a child again. If the child is their own, that's okay. I'm afraid that even the child is not their own. Su Lang said. Kong Mingrun, so reasonable looking. For a while he was actually speechless. Chapter 70, Little Brother, is used to take the blame. Looking at Kong Mingrun's back as he slammed the door and left, a broad smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Repaying grudges with virtues, one is indeed a good person. After the episode, the family banquet naturally could not go on. The crowd hastily ate 2 bites and then got up to leave. As they were leaving, the manager of Taiha restaurant, Wan Jianghai, saw them off all the way. What day? Who are these people, to have manager Wan escorting them all the way? Guess it's one of the powerful families. That's also true. Someone who can make manager Wan send them off must not have a simple identity. The diners in the hall were talking a lot. which gave Fu Xiaowan a long face. People live with one face, trees live with one skin. Who doesn't live in this world for the sake of their face? In the past, Fu Xiaowan didn't have the capital, but now that Su Lang was flying high, she had the capital to tug. With her head slightly raised, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees, Fu Xiaowan was like a proud peacock. In the back, watching Fu Xiaowan ride on the chartered car prepared by Wan Zhanghai, Su Lang twisted his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. Stroll around? Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head. There was never a lack of eyes to find beauty in this world. What was lacking was only handsome men and beautiful women. When Su Lang and Lin Xiaoxiao walked together, it perfectly fit the image of handsome men and beautiful women. For a while, passers-by pulled out their cell phones and took a burst of wild shots at the two. This man can be so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Suave and jade-like. Love, love, love. The woman beside him is also too good-looking, right? Just like a fairy daughter. I finally understand what it means to have a talented man and a beautiful woman. The sound of shudder. The sound of discussion. The sound of ears. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was slightly raised, and his face carried a confident smile from the beginning to the end. There was no way. Being handsome was so confident. I can see that you have a lot of doubts. Su Lang opened his mouth and asked while walking. There were a lot of things that happened today. Su Lang felt that Lin Xiaoxiao should have a lot of doubts. However, it was not a big problem. He had already made a good ventriloquist's note long ago, so whatever Lin Xiaoxiao asked, he would be able to cope with it. However, the truth was not as Su Lang expected, only to see Lin Xiaoxiao shaking her head, saying, not really many, just one. Su Lang had an ominous premonition that the ventriloquism he had managed to prepare with great difficulty might be nullified. About Xiaoyu? It's not like I don't know about your relationship with Xiaoyu. What am I wondering? So it's about Wan Zhanghai? Wan Zhanghai is even simpler. He must have seen the company's Pagani Huayra last time and mistakenly thought you were the big boss. Reasonable. Su Lang was surprisingly speechless. What's that? Su Lang said. I'm curious to know what you said to Kong Mingren in the end. I saw that his expression was not right when he grabbed the door and walked out. Lin Xiaoxia said with a smile. Yes, Kong Mingren was in a very wrong state when he left. He clearly walked away with anger. And since this anger was not directed at Su Lang, Lin Xiaoxiao was really a bit curious as to what Su Lang had said to Kong Mingren that could make Kong Mingren angry like that. It's actually nothing. I told him that he was green. Su Lang said with a smile. Being green? What's the situation? Is it Zhou Min? Lin Xiaoxia's heart of gossip was burning. Well, Zhou Min is the periphery. Peripheral? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. But a moment later, Lin Xiaoxiao fiercely widened her eyes all of a sudden. Peripheral women, also known as dirty models, were the fringe of the modeling industry. They hang out in some high-class places in Rome in the circle of the rich. They exchange their flesh for rich material rewards. Even if ordinary people saw them, they didn't know each other's identity. How did Su Lang know Zhou Min's identity? For a while, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression began to look odd. Su Lang, I have a question. Lin Xiaoxiao said. What question? You say. Su Lang was uncertain and casually responded. I'm curious. How did you know Zhou Min's identity? Even if you've seen Zhou Min, you can't be sure that he's the peripheral girl, right? As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were dead set on Su Lang, carefully observing Su Lang's every move. LOL. Focusing on showing off. He actually forgot about this. Su Lang's heart tightened, and for a moment, he unexpectedly did not know how to explain. He had made a good ventriloquist's draft. Whether Lin Xiaoxiao asked about Xiaoyu or Wan Zhanghai, he would be able to answer all of them. But now, she asked about how she knew Zhou Min's identity. This was something that Su Lang really couldn't say. He couldn't say that Xiaoyu had treated him to a white whore, and he almost had a relationship with Zhou Min that went beyond friendship, right? Su Lang gently coughed with his hand blocking his mouth and said, I also heard it from someone. Who said that? Lin Xiaoxiao pursued. Who? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said expressionlessly, Xiaoyu. Besides Xiaoyu, who else can there be? Xiao. You don't know. These rich second generation's life is rotten. Everyday clubs tender models, paper drunk. This is also what Xiaoyu said. Sure. Su Lang did not even think about it. Directly answered. Cheap old brother is used to block the knife. If it is not used to block the knife, then what is the use of me wanting this old brother? I swept Su Lang a glance. Lin Xiaoxiao lips slightly opened. Oh, what does it mean? That is, do not believe me? Well, don't believe it. Anyway, the words he has said, even if the King of Heaven came, this pot also have to buckle in Xiaoyu's head. Sneeze. Xiaoyu, who was driving, sneezed for no reason, and for no reason at all. A furtive feeling rose in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen to him. City North Industrial Zone. Boom, boom. The loud engine sound was deafening. A turquoise-blue Porsche 911 Turbo was speeding above the track. 1 minute 29 seconds 53. 1 minute 26 seconds 38. 1 minute 25 seconds 05. 1 hour 24 minutes and 27 seconds. In the stands, Sun Xiang held a timer in his hand, calculating the time. Tomorrow was the day of the match with Su Lang, and he brought Sun Tianlong to familiarize himself with the venue in advance. Lap after lap, Sun Tianlong's lap time was shortening by leaps and bounds. 1 minute 24 seconds 27. This was Sun Tianlong's current best time. It was less than 1 second short of the record of 1 minute 23 seconds 43 set by Su Lang. There is a chance. Sun Tianlong had a chance to break the record set by Su Long. Shoo! The blue Porsche 911 Turbo crossed the finish line once again. Sun Xiang immediately pinched his watch. The time was fixed at 1 minute 23 seconds 14 seconds. His own brother, Sun Tianlong, had already surpassed Su Lang. It's done. At this moment, a bright smile finally appeared on Sun Xiang's serious face. Chapter 71. Poor in the city no one asks. Rich in the mountains there are distant relatives. Crunch. The tires rubbed against the ground with an ear-splitting shrill. The 911 made a beautiful tail swing and steadily stopped in front of Sun Xiang. Immediately after that, Sun Tianlong pushed out the door. Brother, come and drink some water. I want to tell you a good news. We've succeeded. We've surpassed the record held by Su Lang. Sun Xiang manipulated the water bottle beside him. With an excited face, he quickly greeted Sun Tianlong. 1 minute 23 seconds 14. This was the new record set by Sun Tianlong, although it was only exceeded by 0.3 seconds. But over is over. Even if it's 0.01 seconds, that's still transcendence. And that's not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is that this is only Sun Tianlong's first training. He only ran a total of 10 laps and was able to break Su Lang's record. If Sun Tianlong continued to train, what level could he reach? He might be able to surpass Su Lang by a whole second. The more he thought, the more excited Sun Xiang became. This time, he wanted to win it all back with interest. Hearing this, Sun Tianlong faintly swept a glance at Sun Xiang and coldly said, Sun Xiang, don't be too happy. Don't forget that the other party is only driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. The other party used a vintage car with a maximum horsepower of only 140 horsepower, and was able to run 1 minute and 23 seconds. What about a different car with more horsepower? Would the other party run within 20 seconds? For a moment, Sun Xiang was silent. He just focused on his excitement and completely forgot that Su Lang was driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta when he ran this record. If Su Lang really changed his car at that time, it would be a big trouble. Brother, why don't we add a rule that we can only run with our own car? Sun Tianlong shook his head and said, there's no need for that. I would rather have him change his car. Running to win a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is too boring. Not only do I want to win, I want to win beautifully. Sun Tianlong wanted to win beautifully, but he didn't want to. He only wanted to win back with profit just fine. Brother, then what should we do next? Practice, said Sun Tianlong. Copied the water bottle, grunt grunt fierce pour to mouth, then turned around and drilled into the cockpit of the Porsche 911 Turbo. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar from the V6 twin-turbocharged engine, the turquoise-blue Porsche 911 Turbo sprinted out like lightning. Crunch! Soon, another ear-splitting braking sound came from the track. Sun Xiang half squinted his eyes and silently took out his cell phone from his pocket, found Su Lang's number, then programmed a text message and sent it out. You can only use your own vehicle for the race, and it has to be a Ferrari. Good. A few moments later, Sun Xiang received a reply. On the other hand, Su Lang had already sent Lin Xiaoxiao back to the Emerald community. Unfortunately, Su Lang was again unable to enter Lin Xiaoxiao's boudoir. Just as he turned around, his cell phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw that it was a text message from Sun Xiang. The race can only use your own vehicle, and it must be a Ferrari. What does it mean? Worried that I'll temporarily switch to a Pagani Huayra, right? And it must be a Ferrari? Oh, you may not believe me when I tell you, I actually only drive Ferraris, and I have more than one Ferrari. Good. Without any hesitation, Su Lang directly agreed. The following day, well, it was another windy and sunny day, because it was the weekend. There was no need to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao from work. How does the saying go? Because I passed the bamboo courtyard and met the monk's words, I was able to get half a day of leisure again. Close your eyes and go back to sleep. In the living room, Fu Xiaowan was leading an old and two young people into the room. The old one is her second uncle, Fu Jiangwo, and the young one is Fu Xiaowan's cousin, Fu Ting, and his husband, Fu Ting. Cousin long time no see. Fu Xiaowan, second uncle, Ting, why are you here? Fu Ting, cousin, didn't I just happen to pass by? I just came up to take a look. Fu Xiaowan, just come. What else do you bring? It's not a big deal. Fu Ting, they're all fruits. They're not worth much. They're not worth much. By the way, where's Xiao Su? Why haven't we seen him? The old man quite misses Xiao Su, clamoring to come and see. The corners of Fu Xiaoyuan's mouth twitched slightly, but her face still wore a smile as she said, sleeping, I'm going to call him. Knock knock knock. The door of the room was snapped, and then Fu Xiaowan's voice came from Su Lang's ears. Brat, hurry up. Your second granduncle is here. Coming. Su Lang opened his eyes with a helpless face. It had only been a mere day, and the second maternal uncle grandpa who had not been in contact for several years before had come to the door. It really should be the old saying, poor in the city no one asks, rich in the mountains have distant relatives. When you are poor, no one cares, but once you're rich, the relatives are just like bamboo shoots springing up, straight out. Alas, long out of breath, Su Lang helplessly sighed. I actually just want to be a peaceful and quiet god ho, wearing good clothes. Su Lang soon met the second uncle grandpa. This is a head full of white, thin old man. See Su Lang out. He stood up trembling, rushed to Su Lang waved. Second uncle grandpa. Not bad, grown taller again, the old man said smilingly. Yes, this turn of events has passed several years. I remember that the last time I met with my maternal uncle was only 18, and I had just been admitted to the university. Su Lang said smilingly, why is Uncle Master free to come over? The smile on Fu Huaxiong's face suddenly stalled, but soon the smile on his face resumed. It's not a coincidence that I was passing by, thinking that I haven't seen you for a long time, so I came up to sit down. Su Lang did not say anything, just shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. Coincidentally passing by, and then come up to sit? This awesome blowing, even ghosts don't believe it. After briefly chatting for a couple of sentences, the topic was soon chatted away. Little Su, I heard that Xiao Xiao of the Yibang group has a good relationship. Not bad. Then, if you follow Mr. Xiao, you should be able to earn a lot of money, right? $400,000 to $500,000 a year. Hiss, $450,000 a year. Wouldn't that be $40,000 to $50,000 a month? Hearing this, none of the people sucked in a breath of cool air. In Beishan, a salary of 20,000 to 30,000 a month was already a high-paying industry, and for a month, 40,000 to 50,000 was simply tops. Xiao Su, it's like this. Recently your cousin did business with a loss. Capital turnover is a little difficult. You are not short of money now. Casually take 100,000 or 80,000 to us turnover. Fu Huaxiong said smilingly. Su Lang? First take 100,000 80,000? Why is this word so unpleasant to hear? Chapter 72, The Su Family's Dragon. How much is 100,000 80,000? It wasn't much for the current Su Lang. He had millions of income a month just from collecting rent, but Fu Huaxiong's words were not favorable. What do you mean? Just take 100,000 or 80,000? This money hasn't even arrived yet, and you're treating yourself like a grandpa? This money, I can give it to you, but write a loan note, Su Lang said with a smile. A loan note? Hearing Su Lang's words, Fu Huaxiong's expression snapped and became gloomy. With a stern face, he said, Little Su, we are all family. This loan note is not necessary. That's right, Little Su, we are all relatives. This left hand to right hand. Isn't it foreign to write a loan note? On the side, Fu Ting also chimed in. Got. When the words came here, Su Lang sort of understood. People are treating themselves as a big fat sheep. Directly want to come up and cut a knife. Su Lang faintly swept a glance at the crowd. His face grew cold, and he said in a deep voice, second maternal uncle, cousin aunt's husband, I'll ask you one thing. Do you have when we are relatives? Of course, Fu Ting said rightfully. Cousin auntie, have you ever seen any relative, who hasn't met for several years, reach out for money from their own cousin's nephew as soon as they meet? Su Lang laughed. Fu Ting, Little Su, what do you mean? It's still the same sentence. I can give the money, but I must write a loan note, Su Lang said. As soon as the words came out, the faces of the crowd completely darkened. This kid, why is he so petty? That's right, it's not just a few tens of thousands of dollars, but also write a loan note? You're not short of money anyway. What's wrong with supporting your cousin? If you make money in the future, I'll double it back to you. Xiaowan, hurry over to talk about your son. We are all family, even have to write IOUs. Fu Xiaowan walked out from the kitchen with a spatula. Second uncle, I think Su Lang is right. Since he wants to borrow money, what's wrong with writing an IOU? Write a loan note? If they wanted to write a loan note, they wouldn't have come. They wouldn't have even thought about paying it back. Fu Huaxiong stood up shakily and stomped his foot heavily. Humph, the family is unfortunate. I don't have you as a niece from today. Saying that, he turned around with his daughter and son-in-law and left. Alas, looking at Fu Huaxiong's departing back, Fu Xiaowan softly sighed. After today, you don't have a second granduncle. Want me to go and chase them back? Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. It wasn't familiar in the first place. Bang! Fu Xiaowan smoothly closed the door. Outside the door, Fu Huaxiong walked very slowly, taking one step and stopping. There were mainly two reasons. On the one hand, it was that the person was old and had bad legs. On the other hand was that he wanted to wait and see. What if Su Lang rushed out to stop them? Xiao Ting, caught up yet? No. Another moment passed. Catch up yet? Dad. Not only did they not, they seemed to have closed the door. Fu Huaxiong's legs trembled and he almost didn't fall to the ground. Humph. The family is unfortunate. This time, Fu Huaxiong no longer stayed, his feet speeding up by a large margin. But as soon as he stepped out of the building, he froze in place. A few old acquaintances walked up to him head-on. Hey, isn't this second uncle? It's been how many years since we've seen each other? You're also here to see little Su? Fu Huaxiong. He suddenly realized that he could not threaten Su Lang at all. The whole day, Su Lang was bombarded by all kinds of relatives. 7 great aunts, 8 great aunts, that's not to mention. There were some people that Su Lang couldn't even name. It was as if they had arranged to come to the door in groups. Although not everyone is like Fu Huaxiong, open-mouthed to ask for money, but there are quite a lot of hints in the dark and in the light. What arranging work, borrowing money to invest. Sure enough, one was only fit to be a peaceful and quiet godly man. Ding bell. Just at this time, the cell phone in Su Lang's pocket rang. Pulling it out, it was Xiao Yu's number. Savior. Su Lang's heart instantly rejoiced. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately pressed the answer button. Brother Long, where are you? Don't forget about the afternoon match. The match. Right. It seems like there's still a match coming up this afternoon. Just busy dealing with a bunch of relatives. He almost forgot about the match. For Su Lang, this was a good opportunity to enrich his rental company. Wait, coming soon. Responding, Su Lang greeted Fu Xiaowan and turned around. Little Su, are you going out? A relative asked. Well, helping Xiao Xiao on an errand. Hiss. The crowd sucked in cool air. The ability is up. The Su family has produced a dragon. The exclamations coming from behind him did not affect Su Lang's steps forward in the slightest. Riding on the small electric donkey, Su Lang went straight to the next neighborhood garage. A few minutes later, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, like a red lightning all the way north. The racetrack, a blue Porsche 911 Turbo was parked on the side of the road. The two brothers, Sun Tianlong and Sun Xiang, leaned against the frame of the car. 1 minute, 20 seconds and 20 seconds. Su Lang is absolutely impossible to surpass, Sun Xiang said with an excited face. From yesterday to today, after 2 full days of hard work, Sun Tianlong had hardened his performance from 1 minute 23 seconds 14 seconds to 1 minute 20 seconds 20 seconds. It was 3 seconds earlier than Su Lang's record of 1 minute 23 seconds 43 seconds. Don't look at it as only 3 seconds. But this represents a qualitative leap. Take the average speed of 180, driving 80 kilometers per hour, driving 3 kilometers per minute. Every second is 50 meters. In 3 seconds, the distance is hundreds of meters. It's a sure win. Sun Xiang clenched his fists hard. Can't overtake? Sun Tianlong smiled, and his eyes erupted with hot battle intent. Running a record of 1 minute 23 seconds 43 seconds with a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta that only had 140 horsepower. Su Long was very strong. If he had a different car, how far he could run, who knows? However, Sun Tianlong was fearless. As a real professional driver, he was not a vegetarian. For 2 days, 2 whole days, he kept speeding on this track. With each lap, he gained a deeper understanding of the track. Every corner, every breaking point, he was already familiar with it. Even with his eyes closed, he was able to run the entire course. No matter how strong Su Lang was, he would never lose. Time passed by, and the agreed time was about to arrive. Boom! Right at this time, a thick engine roar came from Sun Tianlong's ears. He opened his eyes as a fiery red Ferrari 166mm Barchetta drove onto the track. Su Long had arrived. Chapter 73 forgot to tell you. That row of Ferraris are all mine. The appearance of the fiery red Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was like a spark falling into a haystack. And all of a sudden, the whole place boiled. Brother Wave. Brother Long, you finally arrived. Come and have a drink of water. Brother Wave, let me fan you. On the stands, a group of rich second generation took 3 steps and rushed to welcome them. Brother Wave, that person is Sun Tianlong. Xiao Yu nudged his lips in the direction where Sun Xiang was. Looking along, Su Lang's eyes appeared in front of him and 2 men appeared. One of them Su Lang recognized as Sun Xiang, while the other was naturally Sun Tianlong. Compared to Sun Xiang, Sun Tianlong was obviously older, and his skin was quite a bit darker than Sun Xiang. This was due to the long hours of driving the vehicle under the sun. Just based on this point, Sun Tianlong was quite a bit stronger than Sun Xiang. Xiao Yu, what kind of car are you driving today? Su Lang asked. Ferrari. Ah, what's wrong? Xiao Yu was a bit strange. Which one? Which one? Ahem. Xiao Yu coughed awkwardly and said, Brother Long, aren't you going to face off with Sun Tianlong today? In order to help you tie up the field, I brought them all over. Su Lang deeply looked at Xiao Yu a glance, before he really did not see out. This Xiao Yu also quite liked to show off, but this is also still, at least he does not lack a car to use. Get the Enzo ready, I want to use it later. Xiao Yu's eyes widened then. Brother Long is finally changing his car. He was finally not going to fight with his old car, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. He was going to use a supercar to fight against Sun Tianlong. Su Long can run a 1 hour 23 minutes and 43 seconds in a Ferrari 166M Barchetta. Then how much can he run in the Enzo? No one knew, but Xiao Yu was certain that it would be much faster. Huffing, huffing. At this moment, Xiao Yu's breathing became much more ragged. Brother Wave, don't worry, I'll have someone debug it. Xiao Yu answered excitedly, then waved at the mechanic from the Ultra Car Club. The latter took his tools and walked towards Enzo. Brother Wave, don't worry, our club's team of mechanics is the most professional in the whole of North Mountain. We'll make sure it's debugged properly, Xiao Yu said. Aha. Su Lang nodded and walked towards Sun Tianlong. On the other side, looking at Su Lang who was getting closer and closer to him, Sun Xiang stared ferociously at Su Lang and clenched his fists in death. If he could, he even wanted to smash his fist on Su Lang's face. However, he knew he could not. From his identity, he and Su Lang were not on the same level, and if he punched Su Lang today, he and Sun Tianlong were afraid that none of them would be able to leave, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Sun Xiang gritted his teeth and said, Su Lang, today you will lose. My brother has already broken your record. Broken record? Su Lang smiled faintly and was not surprised. Previously, Xiao Yu had shown him the Sun Tianlong training video. He knew then that Sun Tianlong would definitely break his record. What did it matter if this was this? So what? It's broken. I'll just set another one. Su Long shrugged his shoulders and laughed lightly. Brush another one? Ha ha ha. Hearing Su Lang's words, Sun Xiang could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and burst out laughing then. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Su Lang, do you know what the current record is? 1 minute 20 seconds 20. Sun Xiang said recklessly. What makes you able to surpass it? Just based on your old car made in 1949? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Undeniably, Su Lang's car skills were indeed strong, but it was also impossible for him to break the record set by Sun Tianlong. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was too slow. Even if he went at top speed the whole way, it was still impossible. 1 minute 20 seconds 20. Hearing this string of numbers, Su Lang's eyes narrowed. Undeniably, this was indeed a very exaggerated number. The entire track was 4,000 meters long, and if you wanted to run to 1 minute 20 seconds, then you needed to run 50 meters per second. This also meant that Sun Tianlong's average speed broke through 180 kilometers per hour. Very good data. Su Lang looked at Sun Tianlong and nodded at him. Sun Tianlong smiled and said, You are also very strong. If it was me driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, I wouldn't be able to run a time of 1 minute 23 seconds 43 seconds. But if you still want to use it to race against me today, then sorry, I'm going to win. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders, the corner of his mouth lifted lightly, and smiled faintly. Then I'll just change my car. Good. Without any hesitation, Sun Tianlong directly agreed. What he wanted was a fair race, not just relying on the Porsche 911 Turbo's powerful horsepower. To win he had to win in a dignified manner. Change the car? Sun Xiang? Wait a minute. They had agreed that they could only use their own cars, and only Ferraris. Wait. Sun Xiang hurriedly stopped it. Su Langwei but agreed that you can only use your own car, and it can only be a Ferrari. That's right. Su Lang nodded. Then what makes you change your car? The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised, faintly smiled. I forgot to tell you, my Ferrari is not just one. I have 10. The Ferraris you can see where your eyes are now are all mine. Rumble. Su Lang's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, which directly made Sun Xiang's mind buzz. In his script, Su Lang only had a Ferrari and a Pagani. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined that Su Lang actually had 10 Ferraris. Bragging, absolutely bragging. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Don't believe? Su Lang smiled and waved at Xiao Yu. Jogging all the way, Xiao Yu quickly arrived in front of Su Lang. Brother Long, take out the motor vehicle registration certificate of my car and show it to Sun Xiang. Got it. After answering a cry, Xiao Yu turned around and left. When he came back, his palm, holding a thick stack of motor vehicle registration certificates, without exception, 9 registration certificate property owner column, are written precisely Su Lang's name. Sun Xiang was trembling. His face was reddish-purple. He never thought that Su Lang's words were true. He really had 10 Ferraris. Now, is there anything else you want to say? Say what? Sun Xiang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. I admit it. He. Su Lang gently laughed. His eyes looked at Sun Tianlong. I'll change my car. You should have no opinion, right? I can't wait, said Sun Tianlong. Chapter 74. I hope Sun Tianlong can hold on longer. Boom. At the starting line, the two luxury cars let out a roar. Xiao Yu held a signaling flag in his hand and stood in the middle of the two cars. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Depart. Xiao Yu waved down the signal flag with force, and the two supercars, like bullets, shot out. Boom boom. A huge air wave, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. Xiao Yu was covered in dust, but he didn't care in the slightest. His gaze was tightly chasing after Su Lang driving the Ferrari Laffa. With just a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, he was able to run a time of 1 minute 23 seconds 43 seconds. Xiao Yu could hardly imagine what Su Lang's final time would be. 1 minute 20 seconds? Or even within 1 minute 20 seconds. Shoo! The two cars scurried out like lightning. Compared to Sun Tianlong's approach of directly pulling up the speed as soon as he came up, Su Lang, however, did not hastily accelerate. Instead, he followed Sun Tianlong's back unhurriedly. This race was for 10 laps, so there was no need to speed up right from the start. Moreover, this was Su Lang's first time driving a Rafa, and he needed to familiarize himself with the performance of the Enzo. It was quite a bit better than the feeling of driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Not only was the handling excellent, but it was fast enough. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta took 5 to 6 seconds to accelerate to 100 kilometers. The Enzo, on the other hand, takes only 3 seconds. The pushback feeling that comes from a kick of the gas is something that the Ferrari 166 can't match. The handling is sharp, the speed is fast enough, and the driving experience is excellent. After one lap, Su Lang was already familiar with the performance of the Enzo. Looking at the Porsche speeding ahead, a faint smile appeared on his face. The record of 1 minute, 20 seconds and 20 seconds was indeed outstanding, but under the master-level driving skills, everything was a floating cloud. Tapping the gas pedal, Enzo's speed increased by a large margin out of thin air again. Ahead, Sun Tianlong's expression was grave. Although in the lap that had just passed, he was firmly in the lead, and had even extended his lead to more than 30 meters, but he didn't relax in the slightest. Instead, the pressure on his shoulders was getting bigger and bigger. Others might not know Su Lang's strength, but he did. He knew Su Lang's strength. Very, very strong. And until now, Su Lang had never shown his masterstroke, drifting through a corner at full speed. With his intuition, he thought that the reason why Su Lang didn't still catch up until now was largely because he had just switched cars and needed time to familiarize himself. However, Sun Tianlong was not afraid. Su Lang's strength was certainly strong, but his strength wasn't bad either. He was a real professional racer. He had his own pride. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would never admit defeat easily. Right at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and in the rearview mirror, Enzo's car's speed suddenly rose. The gap between him and Su Lang was instantly narrowed by a large margin. Come on, let me see your true strength, Sun Tianlong murmured in a low voice. His right foot exerted force, and the engine of the Porsche 911 Turbo let out a furious roar, and ran out with a swoosh sound. On the grandstand, the first lap had already passed, and Su Lang was still in the second position. This made a group of rich second generation a little disillusioned. Originally, they thought that Su Lang would be the same as before, and would achieve a reverse overtake in the first corner. As a result, they never expected that Su Lang would still be in the backward position after the whole lap. The whole process is, Sun Tianlong in front of the lead, Su Lang in the back hanging. There was absolutely no sense of the crowd imagining that the dragon fighting with the tiger chasing after him. Xiao, what was Brother Long's speed in the past lap just now? Li Hongwei opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Yu glanced at the timer and said, Brother Long 1 minute 24 seconds 31 seconds. Sun Tianlong 1 minute 23 seconds 39 seconds. The crowd was shocked. 1 minute 23 seconds, 39. This Sun Tianlong broke Su Lang's previously held record of 1 minute 23 seconds 43 as soon as he came up. Of course, they didn't know that Sun Tianlong had actually raised the record to 1 minute 20 seconds 20. WOJ, this Sun Tianlong has 2 brushes. This just came up and broke Brother Long's record? As expected of a professional, quite impressive. What's so awesome about this? Brother Long hasn't even gotten his strength up yet. Soon, the crowd began to talk. It was undeniable that Sun Tianlong was indeed very powerful, but they were more willing to believe Su Lang, one-handed full speed drifting through a corner. Get it? On the side, hearing the words of the crowd, Sun Xiang sneered. They hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. 1 minute 23 seconds 39. This was just the beginning. Sun Tianlong had long ago raised the record to 20 seconds 20. I'm not afraid that he won't power up, but I'm afraid that he's afraid that he won't have the power to power up. Sun Xiang sneered. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was not happy at that moment. What do you mean? Looking down on Brother Long, right? Holding back a glance at Sun Xiang, Xiao Yu laughed. The defeated general has let Sun Tianlong appear on your behalf, but you still dare to clamor here? If I were you, I would find a crack in the ground to drill into. You. Sun Xiang was furious over it. Humph. You guys don't even know my brother's strength. He has already raised the fastest lap record to 1 minute 20 seconds 20. It's fully 3 seconds faster than Su Lang. Even if Su Long is more powerful, it's absolutely impossible for him to win today. Ha 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 ha. After finishing his words in one breath, Sun Xiang burst into unbridled laughter. 1 minute 20 seconds 20? Hearing these words, Xiao Yu froze up slightly. This was a terrifying number. As everyone knows, the faster the record is, the harder it is to be broken. And even if it was broken, it would not exceed it by much. But now, Sun Tianlong had actually exceeded the record held by Su Lang by more than 3 seconds. How strong he was could be imagined. But instead of being worried, Xiao Yu became more and more excited, because he could finally see an evenly matched dragon fight. I hope Sun Tianlong can hold out a little longer, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Sun Xiang? I hope Sun Tianlong can last a little longer? What did Xiao Yu mean? He kind of didn't understand. Couldn't it be that he thought that Su Long would be able to overtake him? How could it be? Look, Brother Long has accelerated. Ha ha ha, this is the real dragon fight. Brother Long is awesome. Hurry up and overtake Sun Tianlong, a defeated player who still has the face to beep and beep. I really don't know where he gets the courage. Just at this time, a gasp erupted from the crowd. In the racetrack, the Ferrari Enzo driven by Su Lang, its speed suddenly skyrocketed, and the distance between the Porsche and the Enzo was closing in. At this moment, whether it was Xiao Yu, Sun Xiang, or everyone present, their hearts were in their throats. Chapter 75, 3 million riders in the world. You need to lower your eyes even when you see me. Above the track, Su Lang into the second lap, obviously different. The original floppy Enzo. In his hands, show fangs, the car's speed actually in the blink of an eye raised a large cut. This scene made the rich second generation on the grandstand for the exhilaration. Go for it, Brother Wave, Brother Long, show them who is the god of this venue. Brother Long, overtake him. To the cheers of the crowd, Sun Xiang scoffed. In front of us is a sharp 60-degree curve. If he accelerates like this, he will only wreck his car. The curve was less than 50 meters from Enzo, but Su Lang's speed did not slow down at all. Admittedly, Sun Xiang knew that Su Lang was quite powerful and knew that he would go through the corner at full speed. But no matter how powerful Su Lang was, he was not a god. He didn't believe that at such high speeds, Su Lang could still accomplish the feat of cornering at full speed. 130, 160, 180. In the blink of an eye, Su Lang's speed had broken through 200. The corner of Su Lang's mouth slightly raised. The right foot that was stepping on the gas suddenly loosened. Then his right hand pulled the handbrake below the gear. The next moment, Enzo instantly lost its center of gravity, and the body inertially threw out towards the front. Crunch! Tires rubbing on the asphalt. Before and after less than 2 seconds, Su Lang saw the opportunity to release the handbrake at the same time, and then stepped on a Bigfoot throttle. Steering wheel in the hands of Su Lang turned sharply, with the ear-splitting sound of tire friction after. Less than 2 seconds before and after, the fiery red Ferrari Enzo, rubbing the curb, with an extremely handsome floating posture, crossed the curve ahead. Brother Long is awesome. The bend just now was simply awesome. Brother Wave's speed through the corner just now measured out at 198 miles per hour. Ahead, looking at the approaching Ferrari in the rearview mirror, Sun Tianlong fiercely widened his eyes. He had watched Su Lang's cornering maneuver just now. There were no fancy maneuvers, just one fast to the extreme. Whether it was the timing of braking or accelerating, it was all just right. The entire cornering was smooth and flowing, without the slightest delay in the middle. He had once predicted Su Lang's strength in his mind, but now, he realized that he still underestimated Su Lang. Su Lang was much stronger than he thought. Looking into his heart, regarding the set of movements Su Lang had just performed, Sun Tianlong felt that he could not do it, but he wasn't prepared to surrender just like that. Sun Tianlong gripped the steering wheel with a death grip and was about to accelerate. Boom! Just then an ear-shattering roar exploded in his ears. Like a red lightning bolt, Enzo, who had rushed all the way over, finished overtaking directly from the outside lane. When the two cars were side by side, Sun Tianlong instinctively turned his head to look at Su Lang. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget. Su Lang's left hand was resting on the frame of the car, and his right hand was holding the steering wheel. ********. At this moment, even if Sun Tianlong's culmination was good, he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. One-handed. He had always driven with one hand. Sun Tianlong was like a deflated ball of leather, and the car's speed suddenly slipped by a large margin. A moment later, Sun Tianlong parked the car on the side of the road and just sat frozen inside the driver's cab. Su Lang's beautiful cornering did not make him despair, but when he saw that Su Lang had been operating with one hand the entire time, he was completely desperate. One hand was so powerful, what about both hands? On the stands, there was silence. Sun Xiang was trembling, his eyes staring at the field of play with death. Sun Tianlong gave up. Sun Tianlong chose to admit defeat in the middle of the match. He could hardly believe his eyes. No, this isn't real. I don't believe it. He quickly leapt off the stands and hurriedly ran towards Sun Tianlong. Brother, why? Why don't you run? There are still 8 laps to go. We haven't lost yet. Sun Xiang stared at Sun Tianlong with a deadly gaze and said word by word. However, in the face of Sun Xiang's questioning, Sun Tianlong only shook his head lightly. Xiao Xiang, even now, he is still driving with one hand. Rumble. Sun Tianlong's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Sun Xiang's mind. Su Lang could drive with one hand. This was something Sun Xiang knew, but he felt that with Sun Tianlong's strength, he would be able to force Su Lang to take out his full strength no matter what, right? But what happened? He was still driving with one hand. Ruthlessly. Puff. Sun Xiang's legs went limp and he fell on his butt. Despair once again enveloped his heart, completely destroying his heart of resistance. Although Sun Tianlong had withdrawn, but Su Lang did not stop. He drove the Ferrari Enzo and sped around the track. 1 minute 20 seconds 20 was not the limit record for this track. Su Lang planned to brush one out today. Speed pull full. Handbrake. Hold the rear wheel. Reverse the steering wheel and give the gas. Drift through the corner. Then continue to accelerate. Crunch. The shrill whistling of the tires rubbing against the asphalt constantly rang in the ears of the crowd. This race had completely become a solo show for Su Lang alone. Shoo! The Ferrari Enzo rushed across the finish line like red lightning. A surprising number appeared on the timer. 1 minute 2 seconds 11. The average speed was 198 kilometers per hour. For a while, everyone had a dry mouth feeling. Brother Wei, what was our record before Brother Wave? Xiaoyu looked at Li Hongwei with a dull gaze. 1 minute 58 seconds 51. Li Hongwei said. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva unanimously. Before Su Lang appeared, their club's best time was 1 minute 58 seconds 51. And now, Su Lang had directly increased this record by nearly double. Good car skills, rich, and good looking. This kind of thigh had to be hugged tightly no matter what. Crunch. Right at this moment, Su Lang also drove his car and pulled over to the side of the road. The crowd of rich second generation glanced at each other and immediately surrounded them. Brother Long, I'll fan you. Brother, give me an autograph. Can I sit in the passenger seat when you race next time? Get lost. As soon as Su Lang got out of the car, the crowd gathered around to congratulate him. Although it wasn't the first time that the crowd had kissed their asses, this feeling was still great. Pa 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 pa. Suddenly, there was a loud applause that entered Su Lang's ears. Turning his head to look, he only saw Sun Tianlong walking over, and the sound of applause was coming from between his hands. Something's wrong? Xiaoyu blocked in front of Sun Tianlong and asked with a cold smile. Xiaoyu, let him come over. Su Lang waved his hand. Compared to Sun Xiang, Su Lang did not have too much ill feelings towards Sun Tianlong. Mr. Su, I lost. This is the key of the Porsche. From now on, he is yours. Sun Tianlong took out the key from his pocket and threw it to Su Lang. In response, Su Lang was not polite. It was directly put into his pants pocket. The awesome rental company could be new again. Mr. Su, I have a question. What? How strong would you be if you drove with both hands? Su Lang. He just couldn't quite figure it out. Why did these people always have the preconceived notion that he would be stronger if he drove with both hands? Well, since you guys want to, then I'll fulfill you. Su Lang raised his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky, stood with his arms folded, and said indifferently, there are 3 million riders in the world, and they need to lower their eyebrows when they see me.